Chapter 501 Test with Katie. The next morning, Klein and Katie came to Lucian Lake alone. All weapons and equipment had been delivered to the territory. If Grandnock really dared to break in, it would be a military provocation. Given the current hostile situation between the two countries, it is very likely that a war will break out directly. This is what Grandnock does not want to see. As many Grandnock people said, they are not ready yet. But no one has ever said what Grandnock is preparing for. And Klein has not received a real answer. It was Klein who took the initiative to come to Lucian Lake with his mother. Because his mother Katie is very powerful. He wants to try how big the gap is between him and the top superclass. And whether he really has the strength to face Esmond. My moves are very powerful. Sometimes, it is not easy to stop. You have to be careful. Katie stretched out her palm while speaking. And the power of the moonlight formed a magic sword in her hand. Well, let's get ready. I want to see how far I am from you guys. Okay. Katie walked on the waves. Her arms seemed to move lightly. But she swung out more than a dozen moonlight sword cheese at a very fast speed. After this encounter, Klein knew that his current magic defense should be able to withstand the attack of a 5th level master. But it seemed a bit difficult to use the power of bones to resist the slash of a super level strongman. But the original meaning of this battle was to test. He wanted to test the effectiveness of his various defenses when dealing with super-level strongmen. King of Bones Tombstone. Because it was on the water, which was a bad terrain for Klein. Klein's white bone tombstone was summoned directly from the underworld. For tombstones fell from the sky and blocked the moonlight sword chi. Clang. The sword chi easily broke the first tombstone. And the tombstone fell into the Lucian Lake in neat blocks. Next, the second tombstone was cut by the sword chi. But the tombstone was no longer as neat as the first one, but had some cracks. When the sword chi passed through the third tombstone, these moonlight sword chi almost completely rushed through with energy. The sharpness of the sword chi had disappeared after breaking through 3 tombstones. When it reached the 4th tombstone, the dozen or so moonlight sword chis were finally blocked. It's outrageous. The moonlight sword energy that was casually slashed out can cut through 3 layers of skeleton tombstones. This is already my strongest conventional defense magic. Katie nodded slightly as she looked at the tombstone sinking to the bottom of the lake. She was not surprised that Klein could defend her attack. But she was more surprised that he did it so easily. It seems that your defense is not bad. It's quite easy. Next, we have to enter the actual combat. Klein's face was a little bitter. His ease was based on his huge amount of magic power. Normal mages don't have so much magic power to squander. But against superclass strongmen, it seems that only this method can make up for the gap in realm. Come on, the King of Decay. A huge skeleton appeared out of thin air. Klein took the initiative. The dead bone chain with shadow flames wrapped around Katie in the distance. But Katie's handling method is simpler. Attack is the best defense. She can directly solve any tricks and magic of Klein with sword energy. With a wave of his arm, the huge sword energy immediately cut off Klein's dead bone chain. Katie stepped on the water surface, and a large number of water droplets floated up. These water droplets stayed around Katie, as if time had stopped. She raised her magic sword and flicked her finger lightly on the sword. Dang! All the water droplets gradually began to emit blue light and turned into small swords. These small swords suddenly accelerated and shot at him at a speed that Klein could hardly react to. Klein didn't want to use Ultron at this time. Ultron could not last long. If he could only rely on Ultron to deal with the super level, then the meaning of sparring would not be great. Calm and relaxed, Pyroblast. Klein released an instant Pyroblast technique with 400 magic power and no compression. Attack is the best defense. If you can use attack to offset the opponent's attack, it is equivalent to completing absolute defense. Bang! 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 Countless water droplets exploded when they encountered the Pyroblast. And the moonlight energy flowed in the Pyroblast. Although the power of the Pyroblast was huge, it was not the kind of arcane energy that could digest other attributes. As the water droplets exploded, the form of the Pyroblast became more and more unstable. Finally, the Pyroblast exploded above the lake due to the deformity of the energy form. Boom! The evaporating water vapor blurred Klein's vision. But his vigilance against the superclass strong had already made him quietly activate the Archon form. Just as Klein imagined, Katie had already appeared beside him before the aftermath of the explosion had dissipated. A large part of the strength of a superclass warrior is reflected in speed. Even the slowest superclass warrior, such as Neltharion, completely crushes the 5th class warrior in terms of speed. Even Klein, now, cannot keep up with the speed of the superclass warrior under normal conditions. This is not just a matter of attributes. The energy of the superclass warrior, whether it is magic or fighting spirit, will have a very obvious enhancement in speed, strength, and defense. And Katie, who truly practices both magic and martial arts and possesses both fighting spirit and magic, has achieved an incredible increase in conventional strength. When she moved, the water waves floating in the air seemed to be stagnant, and could not keep up with Katie's speed at all. This time, Katie was serious. Blue sky. Klein had already felt Katie's sword energy, but the speed difference made him feel that his body was extremely stiff. And it was too late to dodge at this time. Arcane transition. The blue sword energy swept across Klein's body, but Klein in the Archon form had completed his own particle transfer and avoided this attack. What a special power! A special way of space transfer. When Klein transferred, he did not forget what he had to do. Facing the superclass, passively taking a beating is completely unfeasible, even if his magic power is strong enough to sustain a long battle with a superclass. The superclass's continuous and powerful offensive cannot be compensated by magic power. So if you want to win the battle with the superclass, you need to fight back. Secret Destruction Orb. Archon. Ability 1 Secret Destruction. Use the Supreme Arcane Energy Orb as the origin to trigger a super strong arcane decomposition explosion. Klein is not worried that Katie can't block this move, because his mother is too strong. Chapter 502 What else can I see? Feeling the surging energy coming from behind, Katie praised slightly. Excellent. She raised her sword high, facing Klein's destruction sphere, and chopped it straight down. Cut Song of the Azure Sky. The destruction sphere that can decompose almost all matter was actually cut in half by Katie's sword. Sharp. Invincible sharpness. But Katie obviously underestimated the power of Klein's supreme arcane energy. When her sword split the destruction sphere, her sword was also stained with arcane energy. These arcane energies quickly began to assimilate other energies, and then absorbed, decomposed, absorbed again, and decomposed again. The long sword in Katie's hand, which was a mixture of fighting spirit and magic power, soon could not resist the invasion of arcane energy, and was reduced to the most basic energy particles, dissipating in her hand. This kind of power is more advanced than Esmond's, not bad. Klein, Katie said with a smile, without some skills, how can you make your way in the martial arts world? Klein also smiled. The battle between mother and son lasted for a whole day. With a superclass master as a sparring partner, Klein began to quickly understand his specific strengths, and weaknesses. There is a very obvious gap in strength between him and Katie. If Katie fights seriously, he can only turn on the Ultron form to resist for a while. The Archon form can only run away. But if Katie is determined to catch up, she can't run away. After a day of practice, Klein has roughly understood his actual level, and the rest is the details. Details determine success or failure. And this sentence is also true for professionals. Klein and Katie returned to the Heim base, and Joe and Mira had been waiting for a long time. Lilith and the others were very sensible and left space for Klein's family, allowing them to enjoy the rare time alone with their family. Mira also knew that Klein went to practice one-on-one with Katie during the day, and Klein did not hide this. But Mira still found it unbelievable that Klein could fight Katie head-on. Klein, can you really fight Katie? Why do I feel like you are bragging? Also, the bread you need is still the same taste. After several years, there has been no improvement at all. And it is amazing. 2 years of growth have made her mentality much calmer. But she is still a little unconvinced in her heart. The brother she blurted out before has become Klein again. And the mother has become Katie again, because she had been in the military camp for a long time. Myra's tone had some military ruffian airs. Katie frowned slightly and said sternly, Mira, speak properly. Oh! Although Mira no longer called Katie mother, Katie's strength had already completely convinced her, so she didn't dare to refute Katie's reprimand. Klein was actually very happy to see Mira seem to have regained her former vitality. But seeing Mira eating the bread she needed and complaining with a look of disgust, Klein felt a little uncomfortable. You can say that my strength is poor, because I am still a long way from the super level, and I admit this. But if you say that my bread is not tasty, I will not accept it. As a senior otaku who eats bread for a long time, bread is always around. If it is not tasty, then life will really be unbearable. TSK TSK TSK. whether I can really fight against my mother. You don't need to question it. But if you think the bread is not tasty, then you can just not eat it. People should have some backbone. People who say it is not tasty, but eat more than anyone else are the most annoying. Who do you say is annoying? I mean you. Are you not convinced? I just don't accept it. Try it tonight? Mira challenged Klein. In fact, this was her real purpose. She just wanted to know what level Klein's strength had reached at this time. How far is it from catching up with him? Try it. Just don't cry when the time comes. Klein was not bragging. At his current level, it would be like Xiaobao touching Ding Ding. And he would be caught easily. Even if they are at the same level. Klein's level can crush other professionals. Even people with special abilities, like Agatha and Qianquan, are not Klein's opponents at the same level. Not to mention that Klein has reached level 5 now. Although Myra's talent is good, she is still a little worse than geniuses like Agatha, Lilith, and Qianquan. The gap between the two is already visible to the naked eye. Xiao, who had been silent all the time, looked at his sister with sympathy and whispered, "Isn't it good to be alive?" "Shut up." Mira was a little angry. But it was a pity that she had no beard. Xiao lowered his head, ate 2 bites of bread quietly, and then said another sentence. "I just beat you up 2 days ago. Who gave you the courage to challenge my brother? Although I don't know who Liang Jingru is, I still want to say, is it Liang Jingru? You?" Mila heard Xiao's whisper, and her face was a little stiff. But what Xiao said was also true. Katie looked at the bickering children, as if she had returned to the days, a few years ago, when the 3 children had not grown up. Time flies. The children who used to bicker have now become great professionals. Looking at the 3 people, Katie was actually very relieved in her heart. She is not an ordinary woman. She hopes that her children will be strong. Because Katie knows very well that in this world, no person, profession, or place is absolutely safe. Only with strong strength can you truly protect yourself. Katie may also have the emotion of not wanting her children to take risks. But she never says it. She wanted her children to face risks independently. If they died while growing up, she would be sad or avenge them. But she had no intention of helping these children deal with their enemies. Especially Klein, whose enemy was Esmond, her husband. "Klein, Mira wants to know your current strength. So let her know it well." Katie's words were suggestive, and Klein nodded. "It seems that Mother also wants to return to Jiesha. Is she waiting for the ending between me and my father?" Klein turned his head to look at Mira, and said slightly provocatively, "Come on. Let me show you what strength is." "TSK." Klein got up and walked out of the house, and Mira followed him. Katie looked at Joe, who was eating bread, and tilted her head and said, "Joe, don't you want to go and see?" Joe looked at her mother with a strange face and asked in confusion, "What should I go to see? Watch my brother beat Mila arrogantly? Or watch Mila crying and being beaten by her brother? I have seen my brother's strength too many times. What else can I see?" "Katie, is that so?" Chapter 503 Klein's Advice. Mira and Klein walked to the outskirts far away from the base, one after the other. This was Myra's initiative. Mira thought that both of them were quite strong, and the fight would cause a relatively large aftermath, which might affect the Heim base. It has to be said that women are thoughtful, but it's useless. The reason why Klein was willing to follow was very simple. After all, Mira was a woman, and her sister, being beaten in front of outsiders, was always a bit embarrassing and inappropriate. "I have a lot of things to do. Hurry up." Looking at Klein's perfunctory attitude, Mira felt even more unbalanced. When she was young, she was obviously the strongest genius in the family. Why did everything change after she came to the Royal Academy? Not only did Klein suddenly become extremely powerful, but even Joe had more strength than her. For this, Mira has always been unconvinced in her heart. She felt that her talent should not lose to Klein and Joe. The 2 tails. Mira looked at Klein, who was slack, and drew out her sword, frowning and saying, "Klein, be careful." Myra's speed was very fast among the 4th level. Klein estimated that with the increase of fighting spirit, her speed could barely reach the level of the primary level of the 5th level. However, this speed was still too slow in Klein's opinion, compared with Katie's double increase, which could approach the speed of sound by moving the body alone. It was too slow. The strongest speed had no advantage in front of Klein. Not to mention the problems of strength and physique. A double-edged swordsman who takes the path of agility cannot compare with a knight like Lilith in terms of strength and physique. Klein stretched out his palm and attacked when Myra's double blades approached him. This time, the attack did not stop at all. Although the strength is still very weak, your mentality has indeed grown a lot. At least there will be no more meaningless pity and hesitation during the battle. Overall, you have improved. Snap! Before the cyclone brought by Myra's rushing broke out, Klein's magic pseudo-fighting spirit had already been activated in advance, and his palm pressed on Myra's long sword. This method of bare hands into the white blade made Myra unbelievable. If there was not a huge gap in hard power, how could a human palm catch a sword? Among the opponents Myra encountered, only her mother Katie could do this. Other professionals, even those of the 5th level, could not do it. How is it possible? Aren't you a mage? Klein raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all by Myra's surprise. Yeah, maybe I'm stronger. Strong. Is this word really good for a mage? Myra drew back her sword and turned to fight again. Her dagger had already swept away from the blind spot. But this time Klein didn't stay where he was and wait for her to attack. When Myra's dagger swept over, Klein's figure had disappeared. Where did he go? Where is he? After looking around, she still didn't see Klein. But a strong sense of crisis was always around her, which meant that Klein didn't distance himself from her and could attack at any time. You need to improve your observation skills, although it is night. You should have noticed the black fog under your feet. As soon as Klein finished speaking, Myra's body tensed and stiffened. The black fog condensed behind Myra, and Klein tapped Myra's neck with his palm, indicating that he could kill her. At this time, Myra's challenge was actually meaningless. The gap between the two was too big, which made her a little discouraged. But Klein did not stop. He turned into mist again and said to Myra, "Don't stop. Keep fighting. Let me see what shortcomings you have. After all, my mother is a warrior. We look at problems differently. She always looks at problems from the perspective of a warrior. Although I am also good at close combat, I prefer to think about problems from the perspective of a mage." Myra already understood that Klein was going to teach her how to fight. After fighting, she already knew how strong Klein was. So Klein wanted to guide her. And Myra did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt that this was an opportunity for improvement. Just as Klein said, she wanted to know what kind of shortcomings she had in the eyes of the mage. What should I do next? Attack me. Got it. Klein released some bone blades to interfere with Myra. The attack of these bone blades was not strong. He just wanted to see how Myra would deal with it. Flip. Move. Dodge. Not even a head-on confrontation. Her offensive ability is too weak. Myra slashed out more than a dozen moonlight sword energies in succession. These sword energies were at various tricky angles, penetrating Klein's layers of defense, trying to attack Klein's body. After several contacts, Klein had a clearer understanding of Myra's current problem. Compared with her mother Katie's powerful attack, Myra's attack was too weak. Weak attack power is definitely the biggest problem for any offensive professional, because your attack power is too weak, and you can only scrape when you encounter an enemy with strong defense. Scraping means high risk, and once you are hit by someone's counterattack, the consequences are unacceptable most of the time. Stop, I already know your situation. Myra retracted her weapon and walked slowly to Klein. She found that Klein's expression was a little serious at this time, which made Myra feel a little odd. Originally, this situation should not appear in her perception of Klein. But after all, the gap in strength was too big. The silent Myra was like a student waiting for the teacher's criticism, and Klein's slightly stern expression was a bit like the school's head teacher. Myra, there is something wrong with your fighting style. Fighting style? Well, there are relatively few mages in the guerrilla warfare on the border, because most mages are not very good at guerrilla warfare. This environment is more suitable for professions such as warriors and assassins. So you may encounter fewer mages, and their ranks are relatively low. The direction of your mother's training is actually targeted training. If you are placed in the East, there will definitely be no problem. But you can't stay in the East forever. The enemies you face are mostly guerrillas such as the sickle troops. Such enemies are generally not very defensive. So your agility and flexibility can play to your advantage. And your weakness in attack power is not obvious enough. My attack power is weak? Myra frowned slightly. She wanted to refute, but suddenly thought of her two tricks. She could only barely break a layer of bone in Joe's King of Decay, and finally nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 504. I think I'm lucky. Yes, your attack power is too weak. If I turn on the defensive posture, Your attack is just a tickle to me. Not only me. Any wizard with a magic shield, knight wearing heavy armor, and warrior will be more difficult for you to deal with. If your attack cannot defeat the enemy quickly and effectively, then you will become a scraping warrior. If your attack frequency is high, then you will be an ultimate scraping warrior. Although she didn't know what scraping meant, Mira knew very well that it was definitely not a word of praise. Hearing Klein describe herself like this, her face became even uglier. But I'm agile. Yes, that's right. Maybe you can suppress them in speed, but you definitely can't solve them in a short time. Once the battle time is prolonged, there are too many variables. There are many people who take the agile route, but even professionals who take the agile route must have high damage skills. Your fighting style is too floating. When I fought with you, I found that you rarely attacked, which is a huge disadvantage. You can't always encounter enemies who don't wear heavy armor, such as Lilith and Joe. Their defense is very strong, and you are at the same level as them, but it is difficult to break through their defense. You should have experienced this yourself. Your own defense. Your fighting style is too soft. If you encounter a large-scale attack and can't avoid it at all, Lilith and Joe can choose to fight hard, but you can only choose to wait for death on the spot. Don't refute me first, because their strong defense can reduce a lot of damage. And then, they have very strong attack methods to attack the opponent. Offense is the best defense. If you kill the enemy, you won't be hurt. Klein said what he wanted to say in one breath. Mira lowered her head and didn't speak. What should I do now? Change the fighting style. It's okay to have a flexible and elegant fighting style, but you can't be tough. What you need now is to strengthen your attack power. At least let your own attack power threaten opponents who are one level higher than you. Klein's requirements are actually a bit high, and everyone in his team has achieved this. Myra's talent is not bad, and it may not be easy to do this, but as long as she persists and works hard enough, she can do it in a short time. Thanks, Klein. We are a loving family, Klein said meaningfully. The next day, Klein said goodbye to Katie and left the East Territory with his team. There were not many greetings, and the separation was still so natural. No one knew where he hid the faith equipment, and Klein did not take the initiative to tell him. He only kept a few sets of equipment and gave one set to each member of his team, then quietly left the place where the equipment was hidden, and took people to board the train to the West Territory. At night, on the train to the West Territory, Klein mechanized the synthesis of elemental materials. He now has a lot of resources in his hands. If all these resources are digested, his magic power will be improved to a higher level. It's just that he has been too busy recently. So busy that he can't calm down and synthesize potions to improve his strength. Now that I've reached level 5, I need to practice seriously. Klein's so-called practice is to rub the medicine carefully, and then take the medicine. Yes, his way of improving strength is so simple and unpretentious. Just when Klein was synthesizing the mysterious potion, the coin of fate that had been in his arms, and had been obediently floating out, and fell on the table. This mithril coin automatically turned to the side of the crow, and this lifelike crow actually began to flap its wings and emit a black light. Klein didn't pay much attention to this coin before, and almost forgot about it. But now this coin actually came out by itself to add to the drama. So Klein has to think about it carefully. 4-leaf clover means luck. Crow means bad luck. Does that mean I'm going to be unlucky? You want me to use this thing? When Klein spoke, the mithril coin emitted a more dazzling brilliance, as if telling Klein, "You are right. Use it quickly." But what kind of person is Klein? If he played by the rules, he wouldn't have come this far. He picked up the coin and checked the properties of the coin again. Destiny coin mithril. Grade, miracle. Exclusive. Effect 1 display. Show your current luck. Effect 2 use. Use this coin to change your destiny. Introduction. The exclusive coin of the God of Luck Akator. Only devout believers can have a destiny coin with mithril texture. God of Luck Akator. You are so awesome. While praising the God of Luck Akator, Klein opened the window and threw the destiny coin out. The action was done in one go, without any regrets at all. You want me to use an item that cannot be decomposed, has unknown origins, and may have side effects? This is impossible at this time. Lilith came to Klein with a cup of coffee and asked in confusion, "What did you just throw away?" "Nothing. 1 Rayla." Lilith frowned slightly. Although 1 Rayla was very little, and could only buy a piece of bread with the worst texture, this kind of behavior of throwing money did not fit Klein's personality. What did one Rayla do wrong that you threw it away? Klein pinched his chin and thought for a while. Then said, one Rayla said that I had bad luck. I think my luck is okay. So I threw it away. You know, I have never believed in fate. What Klein said was true. Generally. Before he fought, he would shout a few words. Buddha bless you. The gods bless you. And the Empress bless you. After the fight, he threw all the gods and Buddhas he had worshipped before behind his mind, and said, this is all the result of my personal efforts. Man can conquer nature. It is so real. In fact, it is not just Klein. Most Chinese people are like this. When there is something, I will worship you a few times. And when there is nothing, I will stay where I want. Just when Klein was imagining, Lilith pointed to the table of the train and said in an uncertain tone, the one Rila you were talking about. Is this the thing? Is this a commemorative coin? Klein was stunned, turned his head to look at the table, and the coin of destiny was back in front of him. It was still the same crow, and the crow still emitted black light. What was even more excessive than before was that there was a hint of red light in its eyes, which did not look very auspicious at all. Fuck, this young man named Ahakatoer. Why do you insist on saying that I have bad luck? The road is narrow. Clang. A sharp blade flashed, and the coin of destiny was cut in half by Klein's shining moon magic sword. Lying quietly on the table, Klein looked at the coin of destiny that was cut in half. Half a four-leaf clover and half a crow. He turned the half crow into a four-leaf clover, and then took some glue from the space ring and glued the coin of destiny back together, facing the judgment of fate. The coin of destiny finally chose to surrender and honestly showed the four-leaf clover side. But the inferior glue and the cut marks on the coin were still so conspicuous. At this point, Klein smiled with satisfaction. I said, man can conquer nature. You see, it just said that I have bad luck. I just moved my hands, and my luck got better. Chapter 505 Currency of the Old Times Kuan Tong Bao. Lilith stared blankly at the coin of destiny on the table. Her nose moved, and her expression was a little weird. She has now reached the peak of level 4, with 1 foot in level 5. But she has not yet found her breakthrough opportunity. With this level of strength, it is natural to see that the coin of destiny that Klein split is not an ordinary item. At least a miracle item. And the same grade as the hammer of the earth and the super heavy armor. Not only that, it seems to be a special type of miracle item. Such things are not priceless, but they are definitely more expensive than ordinary miracle items. According to Klein's stingy personality, he split a miracle item inexplicably. This is unscientific. She didn't know what was wrong with Klein. Did he find anything wrong? She could only ask subconsciously, is this thing dangerous? No. It just keeps reminding me of my bad luck. Do I need a coin to remind me of my good luck? Really? It makes me feel bad. You know what kind of personality I have. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. Besides, money is something outside of my body. Why would I care about such things? Lilith pouted. If she hadn't eaten and slept with Klein every day for more than 4 years, she would have really believed Klein's lies. Money is something outside of your body. Whoever dares to take your things outside of your body will probably lose his hands and feet. Lilith knew this very well. Tell me, how did this thing offend you? Klein picked up the lucky coin. At this time, what was printed in his pupils was not the coin, but the figure of a gray cat. Akator. He wants me to use it. Who is he? Just an old bastard who looks like a cat. Don't worry too much, Klein said as he casually tossed the coin up. With his current control over power, every time the coin landed in his hand, it was the four-leaf clover side. Looking at the coin of fate in his hand, Klein said with a smile, things from the old times. You must have ideological awareness. This era no longer belongs to you. If you don't even have this awareness, you will only die faster. After Klein finished these words, the coin of fate in his hand actually sent a prompt, coin of fate mithril damaged. Unusable, blessed by the power of faith. It can now be used again. Currency of the old times Kangyai Tong Bao. Grade, miracle. Attack, 0 to 1. Effect 1 luck, unknowingly. You will become luckier than usual. Effect 2 platinum voice. Make people who hear the voice happy. Effect 3 gold. Get a gold coin, cooling time 1 day. Effect 4 meow meow. Sacrifice a fish. Plus overdraw more luck. Change the luck of the next 3 days. Cooling time 30 days. Introduction 1. Once an item of a Hikator's loyal followers. As time goes by, it has become a product of the old times. Introduction 2. This thing is a weapon that can be used for throwing. Although the power is not very good. This effect. This cat is interesting. Klein flicked the coin with his finger without saying anything. And effect 2 was immediately triggered. And a pleasant response that made people feel happy echoed in the car. Let's not say it's refreshing. Anyway, it's a very special sound. It makes people feel comfortable. At least Klein himself thinks so. Akator. This guy's wind direction changes really quickly. There is no bottom line at all. It's amazing from the heart. Lilith looked at Klein, who was talking to himself without disturbing him. Picked up the coffee pot on the table. And poured herself a cup of coffee. She usually doesn't drink this stuff. Because Klein's coffee doesn't have milk and sugar. It's a bit bitter. But after hearing that pleasant sound just now, Lilith felt particularly comfortable. And inexplicably wanted to drink something. After drinking the coffee in the cup, Lilith found that there was a brand new gold coin at the bottom of the cup. She took out the gold coin in surprise, and put it in the palm of her hand. This is an ancient gold coin. Because the pattern and text on it are very different from the text of Tarila. And Tarila does not use gold as currency. Lilith handed the gold coin to Klein and asked in confusion, Klein, what is this? Ah, the bribe from a certain cat is not much. But it lasts long. It's enough for us to eat and drink in our lives. And it won't be a problem even if we raise a lot of children in the future. A Hecatol is very sensible. With this, at least, he won't worry about the money for the baby's milk powder in the future. Klein took the Kanii Tombao and started a joke with a certain god. Of course, he would not lack this little money. But what does the transaction require? Its attitude. A Hecatol obviously needs his help. Just like Mani and Osbud. Although Osbad had ill intentions. He had spent a lot of money. He handed over all the artifacts and gave hundreds of sets of faith equipment. There is no need to say much about Mani. When the time comes, he can obtain the mechanical knowledge of Yaris and the equipment samples of Yaris. Look at him. Then look at Akator. The comparison is immediately clear. Since you have asked me to help you, you have to show some sincerity. What is the coin of destiny before? Want to get it for free from me? Klein, do you think Klein, have no temper? Overdraw my luck? Or a disposable item? Look down on me, not giving enough benefits. In fact, this is why Klein cut the coin of destiny in half with a knife. Feeling offended, after Klein got the Kanii Tombao, he reluctantly forgave Ahakator's offense. The gold of Tarela is not just a precious metal. Many magical materials, arrays, and runes require gold. Gold is a very valuable item. Now 1 gold coin a day is actually quite valuable. Lilith's head was buzzing. What Klein said just now kept echoing in her mind. It won't be a problem to raise a lot of children in the future. At least, I won't have to worry about the money for the children's milk powder in the future. Klein, do you want to have a lot of children with me, if I keep getting pregnant? I'm afraid my strength won't be able to improve steadily. But if Klein really wants children, should I refuse? No. I can't refuse him. It's good to have a child. A family living together in harmony will definitely be very happy. How about this? The eldest son will be named Lucian. The second son will be named Dan. And the third daughter will be named Deline. When Klein was thinking about the Kanii Tombao, Lilith had already thought of several names for the children. Lilith, what are you thinking about? The 9th son should be named Carl. Lilith blurted out. Klein. Ah? Chapter 506, The Pitfalls of the Coin of Destiny. Just when Klein got the Kanii Tombao, the island floating in the air, the lost Ivar, the place where the gods made a truce, the statue of the god of luck, Ekater, became much dimmer. A gray cat lay panting beside the altar, breathing heavily, feeling like he was about to die. This guy is too outrageous. He actually cut the mithril coin directly. It's too much. This gray cat is the real body of the former god of luck. Ekater. He is different from other Lishin. Ekater, who has the power of destiny, was defeated in the face of the challenge of the ancient professional, but relied on the special power of destiny to get rid of the trouble of the cradle. But because the injury was too serious, he fell into a deep sleep. He was originally seriously injured, and would never wake up until the appearance of RS-03 Qianxuan. Her appearance brought a turning point for all Lishin. Because Qianxuan brought an eternal covenant, Ehikatal is different from the other 7 inner gods. He discovered the problem in the eternal covenant after the statue was activated by Qianxuan while he was sleeping. He could have rejected Qianxuan's eternal covenant, But he didn't do so because the Eternal Covenant is an equal contract. Although it has loopholes that allow the weak Qianxuan to share power from the inner gods. As long as Ahikatal himself has no power, he will not be troubled by the contract. During the years when Qianxuan was oppressing the 8 inner gods, Ahikatal had been pretending to be dead because Qianxuan had never gained any power from him. Although Qianxuan herself had doubts about Akator, she had not been here for long, so she did not investigate further. In fact, Akator's life was not easy. His original body had been reduced to ashes, and he could only survive by relying on the body of a great cat. He was a god from the previous era. After 2 eras of destruction, it was impossible for anyone to believe in him. So his strength recovered very slowly. Without a normal human body, he could only rely on the body of a cat to absorb cosmic energy as much as possible in a crude way. Until recently, Akator recovered some of his original functions as a god and had the ability to create a coin of destiny. The coin of destiny is an important function of Akator as the god of luck. Its effect is very powerful. It can not only show whether it will be lucky or unlucky in the next 3 days, but also change a person's destiny to a certain extent after use. It allows the person holding the coin of destiny to avoid danger, or make the originally fatal danger less fatal. But it is not free. While the coin of destiny changes bad luck, it will also overdraft the owner's luck more and more. This overdraft is magnified in proportion. Suppose a copper coin of destiny can increase your luck value by 10 in 3 days. Then after 3 days, you will have to pay 20 luck every day for 4 days to compensate. Part of the luck is just compensation for the power of destiny, and the other part is passed to Ahikator through the coin of destiny, making Ahikator stronger. This is the reason why Ahikator manufactures and issues a large number of destiny coins. Maybe you can rely on the coin of fate to avoid a fatal danger, but after the effect of the coin of fate ends, you may even be in danger one after another. At this time, many holders of the coin of fate will be forced to use more and more powerful coins of fate, from copper, silver, to gold and even mithril. This thing is like a drug, absorbing a person's original luck bit by bit. Make a person completely become a slave of Akator. Akator has just recovered some power, and made only a few coins of fate. Most of them were given to Qianxuan, and only one of the most valuable mithril coins was passed to Klein. Giving Qianxuan a large number of coins is to induce Qianxuan to use these coins, so that her power of fate will collapse little by little under the guidance of the coins. Then Qianxuan will completely become his slave and do things for him. He can even achieve the effect of controlling other sealed gods through Qianxuan's eternal covenant. However, Akator knew very well that none of the gods were simple. They were all old villains who had been passed down for thousands of years. No one was more insidious than the other. They fell into Qianxuan's hands only because of information asymmetry, lack of physical body, and inability to resist. Qianxuan was very talented, but in the eyes of the 8 gods, it was still not good enough, and the gods were exploited. So they did not do nothing. They all had their own ways. For example, Osbad had promised a huge profit. Tokline got the god's bad battle axe, and the god of machinery Mani seemed to have placed his chips on Klein. At least in the eyes of the gods, Klein is a potential stock that is more qualified than Qianxuan to be on equal footing with him. Like other gods, Ekatal is also very optimistic about Klein, so he gave Klein his only mithril coin, hoping that Klein would take the bait. But he didn't expect Klein to be so vigilant. He had no intention of using the coin of destiny at all, but instead split the coin of destiny with a knife. All the coins of destiny are the crystallization of Ekatal's divine power and hard work. If the coin of destiny is damaged, his body will also be severely damaged. Klein not only discovered his intention and destroyed the coin, but also threatened him with the severed coin. Ekatal was already very weak. If Klein destroyed a mithril coin at this time, he might immediately fall into a state of serious injury and dying. Therefore, after hearing Klein's threat, Ekatal could only helplessly provide him with more divine power and change the mithril coin in Klein's hand into the exclusive item of fanatics, the gold coin of destiny Kanyai Tombao. This was an item that only the protagonist of the God of Fortune could use in ancient times. However, after Klein saw through his plan and threatened him with the mithril coin, Ahekatal became more optimistic about Klein. At this time, Ahekatal looked at Klein from a high-handed perspective to an equal treatment. He even looked forward to a real fate transaction with Klein. Fate is still so unpredictable. Klein, I am waiting for a real fate touch with you. After saying this, the gray cat lay softly beside the statue. He was too weak. making a Kanei Tombao completely overdrew his divine power and physical strength. Fortunately, in addition to Klein, I have another bait. I don't know what this bait can bring me. Now, the great god of fortune Hecatal needs to sleep. Chapter 507 Darkness is Coming. At the headquarters of the Skull and Bone Society, Xianxuan, wearing a mask, was playing with a copper coin. This coin was the fate coin of Akator. Except for the material, it was exactly the same as Klein's mithril. At this time, the copper coin glowed slightly, and the crow side appeared. The eyes were emitting red light, which made Xianxuan frown slightly. At the same time, several members of the Skull and Bone Society were walking towards him quickly, with a fierce momentum. Xianxuan also found that something was wrong with these people. She smiled slightly, held the coin tightly, and let a heart-pounding power emanate from the coin. The few people who were walking towards Xianxuan, originally with a fierce momentum, suddenly stopped after Xianxuan activated the fate coin. Then, the leader looked constipated and said to the people around him reluctantly, "It's just our guess that there is a problem with the dark coffin. No one knows whether there are any side effects. If we go to her like this, will the president get angry and turn us into skeletons?" The other members of the Skull and Bone Society looked at each other, and none of them could clearly answer the leader's question. One of them has already backed out. The president of the Skull and Bone Society, Leathers, is not a person who is easy to get along with. The woman who calls herself Klein is currently an important helper to the president. If they go to her now, if something goes wrong, Leathers will definitely not let them go. How about we wait a little longer? I feel the same way. At present, the problem with the dark coffin is just a guess. I think it's quite useful. Me too. At least I don't have to do some mercenary missions all day to make money. A corpse, if not used indiscriminately, can be used for up to 1 year, which is much more comfortable than before. Several members of the Skull and Bone Society said something, and suppressed the trouble they had previously wanted to cause Xianxuan. I don't know what happened. Anyway, they didn't want to cause trouble at this time. At least they didn't want to cause trouble to Xianxuan. The leader saw that everyone's opinions were unprecedentedly unified, and nodded with a little surprise and satisfaction. Since everyone has no objection, let's do it. We will observe the dark coffin for a while. If there is really a problem, it won't be too late to find this woman. Okay. Several people dispersed after talking, and Xianxuan, who was not far away, laughed. In fact, she was not afraid of these members of the Skull and Bone Society at all. She just wanted to test the specific effect of the Coin of Destiny. Although she had also read about the introduction of the Coin of Destiny in the classics before, the real effect of this magical coin could only be understood by experiencing it herself. Unexpectedly powerful, it's worthy of being an item that can change fate. Xianxuan stretched out her hand again. The copper coin of fate had dimmed a lot. Xianxuan wanted to try whether this thing could be used again. When she was about to put it away, the coin began to dissipate. A coin can only be used once? After the copper coin dissipated, the air around it fluctuated slightly. Xianxuan felt that the power of Akator was flowing in this direction. She waited quietly for a while, and involuntarily stretched out her palm for the third time. A silver coin gathered with divine power, and appeared in Xianxuan's hand. After using a copper coin, I was given a silver coin. This little thing of Ekatal is quite interesting. I just don't know what effect it will have when it produces side effects. Xianxuan knew that Ekatal's coin would have side effects, but she still chose to use a coin to try. This is the difference between her and Klein's personality. Xianxuan believes that with the suppression of the Eternal Covenant, all the inner gods are her batteries. Even Ekatal can't make any waves in her hands. Before, Ekatal didn't look like an inner god at all. Now that he can make the Coin of Destiny, he can be regarded as having some inner god ability. A inner god. Such performance? Xianxuan can't defend against him even if she wants to, because Ekatal has been pretending to be dead for 20 years. After Xianxuan returned to her room, she closed her eyes, as if she was communicating with someone across the distance. A Hecatoil. Can this thing also be used by other people? Not long after, Xianxuan collected all the coins of destiny with satisfaction. Very good. I am looking forward to our cooperation. At the same time, a Hecatoil, who was lying on his desk, finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one can resist the power of destiny. As long as you have used it, you will be conquered by the power of destiny. A Hecatoil is very confident about this. When you stare into the abyss may not stare at you. But when you turn your back, the abyss will swallow you. The power of destiny is the real abyss. An abyss that no one can resist. Well, except Klein. On the train to the west, Klein and his companions enjoyed the afternoon sunshine and felt that the security of Tarila had been doing well recently. It had been a long time since we encountered monsters on the road. People on the train were talking and laughing, and it felt like a picnic. The security of Tarila seems to have improved. Klein sighed slightly. Brother, can you stop talking? If we are attacked by high-level monsters later, it will most likely be you who caused it. Ah, so you mean I'm setting a flag? That's right. Everyone has your unlucky physique. Right? As the two of them were talking and laughing while eating, Joe's eyes suddenly changed, becoming dull and losing their spirit. Joe, what's going on? Klein saw that Joe was staring at his back, so he followed Joe's gaze. A black monster with a white face came in through the window, staring at Klein intently. Klein's hair stood on end, because the monster in front of him seemed to be only a small part of its complete body, because everything outside the window behind him was wrapped in this black. What the hell is this? Just as Klein was horrified, the white face actually spoke. I remember that there should be teaching about politeness in your human education. The pronunciation was very clear, and the voice was also very pleasant and magnetic. If Klein didn't look at the other party's black flowing and twisted body and white face, he would definitely think that the other party was an elegant gentleman. Sir, do you have something to do with me? I think so. Come with me. The black monster stretched out its tentacles towards Klein. Klein had some intention of resisting, but after taking a look at the stagnant space around him and his companions, he gave up the idea. If it doesn't work, I can only escape by arcane warp. Chapter 508 King of Spirals. Klein jumped onto the tentacles of the black monster, and the moment he touched the tentacles, killing, death, destruction, endless darkness attacked Crane, and a lot of negative emotions rose in Crane's heart. He felt that something was wrong with him, but it was difficult to control his emotions. If this continued, Klein felt that his brain would explode before he left with the other party. Calm and relaxed. Calm down. Calm and relaxed is not only the effect of instantly casting the next spell, but also has the side effect of allowing one's mind to quickly enter a calm state. Klein looked at the monster inexplicably. Was this a show of strength? Before he asked. The black monster's white face revealed an apologetic expression, and then said, sorry. The chaotic madness is automatically emitted by my body, and I can't stop it. Sorry. A polite monster with such strength that the aura emitted from his body can make him crazy. Chaotic madness? Klein did not continue to ask, although the other party was very polite. The gap in strength between the two sides still made Klein extinguish his desire to ask too much. The monster seemed to see what Klein was worried about, so he took the initiative to talk to it. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I have an agreement with your king, at least when she is alive. I won't take the initiative to kill you humans. The amount of information is a bit huge, our king. She? Does this refer to the Empress? When the Empress is alive, it won't come in. What if the Empress is dead? The monster in front of him was definitely 10 times more powerful than a superclass creature. Klein couldn't even estimate the opponent's upper limit of strength, because he could only see the strength displayed by the opponent. Is it His Majesty Qianju? Yes. As the defeated party, Qianju and I have an agreement that I will never actively harm humans while she is alive. Of course, if humans provoke me, I can still fight back. For example, last time in Alleluia, a legendary human offended me, and I killed him. You have the breath of Qianju on you. I won't hurt you. What's your name? My name is Klein. Okay, Mr. Klein. The monster scratched its white face with its black tentacles and made a smiling expression to Klein. But Klein couldn't smile at all. Alleluia, a legendary human offended it, and it killed the legendary, according to the information Klein currently knows. The superclass in ancient times is called the legendary class. A superclass Alleluia at the top of the world. Isn't he the general of Tarila guarding the west? If it is really him, then the identity of the black monster in front of him is obvious. Spiral King. The strongest group of monsters evaluated by Flando are the Dust Dragon, the Spiral King, the Titan Giant Astera, and the Dog God Isiba. In a later conversation with Flando, Klein learned that the Queen had fought against all 4 monsters. The Dust Dragon and the Titan Giant were both defeated head-on, and the Dog God Isiba chose to escape directly. Only the Spiral King was really entangled with the Queen. fighting for a long time. But he did not lose. Among the monsters that Klein knows so far, if ranked by strength, the Spiral King should be the strongest. No doubt about it. The white face turned around, looked at Klein, and smiled again. So you know me too. It seems that I am quite famous. We have arrived at our destination. Let's talk about it later. The other party's politeness made Klein feel very strange. He didn't know what to say. He could only quietly follow the Spiral King to a very strange cemetery. This cemetery has stairs. The Spiral King tried to compress his body as much as possible and flowed towards the cemetery in a fluid state. He ignored Klein behind him. This seemed to be a great opportunity for Klein to escape. But after Klein glanced around, he finally gave up the idea of escaping. It's not the same level at all. I'm thinking about it. After sorting it out, Klein followed the Spiral King to the depths of the tomb. The stairs were very deep. Klein's pace was very fast. But he still walked for more than 20 minutes before reaching a more spacious area. The Spiral King stretched out his tentacles and touched all the magic lights around. These magic lamps, which had obviously been damaged by time, were restored and glowed again under the magic of the Spiral King. Klein saw everything clearly. This place looked like an ancient tomb. But when he got here, it had become a modern laboratory. But it was relatively old. The white face of the Spiral King looked at this place with melancholy eyes. And its body was compressed again, turning itself into a spiral column about 3 meters high. The body was divided into 2 different channels. One half converged upwards, and the other half flowed downwards. The Spiral King stretched out a tentacle, which gradually became smaller and sharper as it turned, and finally formed the shape of a key and inserted into the door in front of him. This is where I used to work. I want you to help me get something back, Mr. Klein. Did the Spiral King work here? This is obviously a laboratory, so he used to be a researcher here? Or a research object here? Klein was a little confused. If the Spiral King's power couldn't get that thing, then what was the point of him coming here, unless he had some very special features? This kind of specialness. Even a top-level magic beast like the Spiral King couldn't make up for it with strength. Is there anything special about me, Your Excellency the Spiral King? The Spiral King paused and turned his head to look at Klein. You are indeed very special. Your pure blood is enviable. Unlike me, as my power grows, I become more and more complicated. The Spiral King sighed and continued to lead Klein inside. There are a lot of biological vessels in the laboratory. But these biological vessels are all broken. The laboratory is clean. Without blood. No traces of fighting. And even no dust. Mr. Klein? Don't you have anything to ask me? Don't be afraid. It's okay. Klein frowned slightly. He didn't trust the monster in front of him very much, because it didn't look very kind. Sir Spiral King, have you worked here before? What does it mean? I used to be a staff member here. After many twists and turns, it has become what it is now. Although the Spiral King said so, Klein didn't completely believe it. Seeing that Klein stopped talking, the Spiral King didn't seem to want to continue the conversation. Coming to the innermost part of the laboratory, the Spiral King stretched out his tentacles and repaired several magical mechanical devices that looked like computers. The huge screen above his head actually lit up in front of Klein. In the picture, a small giant of nearly 4 meters was lying quietly on the experimental table. From the picture, it should be a male. The almost golden body, golden wings, and strong muscles like sculptures reminded Klein of a person. No, a god, the god of the earth. Osbud, the king of spirals, also looked at the picture, turned his head and said to Klein, "This is where Osbud was dismembered." Chapter 509, The Shackles of the God of Earth. Hearing the straightforward words of the Spiral King, Klein's pupils shrank slightly. He probably knew why the Spiral King asked him to come here. Osbud? Klein glanced at the Spiral King and became more alert to it. At the same time, he was also guessing how the other party appeared. First of all, the Spiral King was very familiar with this laboratory. He knew the direction and the room very well, and its limbs could activate some equipment in this laboratory. Magic lamps, rune gates, and the magic projection in front of him. Combined with the fact that the Spiral King said that he used to be a staff member here, Klein couldn't help but start to speculate. Is it possible that the reason for the appearance of the Spiral King is related to the death of Osbud? Its strength is too strong. According to horizontal comparison, even the gods are no more than this. Is it possible that the death of Osbud caused the appearance of the Spiral King? From a researcher here to a monster? Just as Klein was thinking quickly, the picture on the screen continued to change. The staff here began to use some very special weapons to cut Osbud's body and absorb blood, muscles, and bones. They completely dismembered the body of the Earth God and cultivated them in different containers, until the researchers took out Osbud's heart. They found that the heart of the Earth God was very different from a normal heart. Rather than calling it a heart, it was more like a gem. Klein's heart was suddenly moved when he saw this heart. This thing was the heart of God that the Book of Killing God also needed. After the researchers took away the heart of God, Osbud's body finally lost its vitality, and its flesh gradually lost the power of the god and began to rot. The researchers observed the process of Osbud's decay and made detailed records. In the end, Osbud completely died. A true god was decomposed by a group of ancient researchers. The picture did not indicate where the heart of God was finally transported to. But after Osbud's death, a pair of shackles were left where his body was stored before. This surprised Klein. So he asked, "What is that?" The Spiral King was also quietly watching the screen at this time. After hearing Klein's question, the white face showed a creepy smile. "This is why I brought you here. It's called the Shackles of the God of Earth." "Why did you bring me here? The Shackles of the God of Earth?" "Yes. The reason I asked you to come here is very simple. I want you to help me open the Shackles of the God of Earth. Come with me." The Spiral King said it lightly. But Klein always had a strange feeling that the other party was not as friendly to him as he showed. Although the Spiral King said that he had an agreement with the Queen Chinjue, Klein would never pin his life on the agreement of someone else. Even he often violated the agreement. Not to mention that the other party was not a human. One person and one monster came to a place exactly the same as the magic screen. There was a huge experimental table here. Osbud was no longer on the experimental table, but there was indeed a very huge shackle. This should be the foot shackle of the God of Earth that the Spiral King mentioned. Although Klein already had an idea in his mind, he still wanted to get more information. Looking at the foot shackle, he pretended to be puzzled and said, "You are such a powerful creature. So many senior researchers before couldn't open this thing. What can I do with it? I'm just a rookie." Klein's expression was very sincere. "Just like that? No way, you don't really expect a rookie like me." The Spiral King didn't seem to hear the teasing and hidden meaning in Klein's tone. He seemed to really think that Klein didn't know the reason. So he began to explain, "I feel the breath of Osbud on you. The complete breath. You are the one I am waiting for. You can open it." The Spiral King's tone seemed to be a little expectant. It stared at the foot shackle of the God of Earth on the experimental table. It didn't mention the relationship between Klein and Osbud, nor did it mention the artifact. It only said that the breath of Klein and Osbud was very close. Klein was not stupid enough to think that the Spiral King didn't know these things. The Spiral King obviously knew Osbud very well. Klein's anxiety became more and more serious. He was worried that the moment he untied the shackles of the God of Earth, the Spiral King would attack him. He didn't know how to drag it out. The strength of the Spiral King was obviously not comparable to his. Lilith and the others were also trapped by the Spiral King. If he escaped at this time, it would obviously mean abandoning Lilith and the others. Although Klein was a somewhat selfish person, he still wanted to struggle at this time. "What do I need to do?" "Go over, touch it, and open it." Klein nodded, walked slowly to the experimental table, and stretched out his finger. When he touched the shackles of the God of Earth, the synthesizer immediately transmitted the properties of this item. Shackles of the God of Earth. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Bound Dilemma, the thinking speed, life flow rate, and body speed of the person wearing the shackles of the God of Earth are all reduced to the extreme. Effect 2 Heavy Shackles. The wearer will lose all divine power. Effect 3 Earth Defense. It connects to the earth and will bring you powerful defense. Introduction 1. The shackles that can trap gods are the top magic technology products. Introduction 2. Made by RS Research Institute for the benefit of the world. Looking at the properties and effects of the shackles of the God of Earth, Klein was shocked. This thing is not Osbud's thing, but the thing that trapped Osbud. It actually has the power to trap gods. Moreover, this thing was actually artificially made by the RS Research Institute, which benefits the world. Klein's biological number begins with RS. In the ancient bottle, RS stands for the strongest and most advanced. Klein already knows this. So is there any connection between this RS Research Institute and himself? The voice of the Spiral King interrupted Klein's thoughts and urged, "Hurry up. Open it. Don't waste time." Klein nodded again and dragged the shackles of the god of earth in front of him. This pair of shackles has no keyhole. But when it touched a groove on the upper part of the shackles, the synthesizer actually sent a prompt. The identity has been detected as RS-02, with the authority of the Research Institute, and can open the shackles of the god of earth. Do you want to open it? Klein was stunned. This prompt broke all his previous judgments. This situation is completely different from what the Spiral King said. Why did this guy hide this from me? Chapter 510 The Power of the Artifact. He was able to open the shackles of the god of earth not because he possessed the aura of Ospad, nor because he possessed the artifact inside Ospad, but because he was RS-02, a product of the RS Institute, and possessed the authority of the RS Institute. At this moment, the communicator in his arms vibrated, and Klein knew that this was a message from Lilith. However, at this time, the Spiral King was in front of him, and Klein had no way to talk to Lilith, so he could only guess about their situation. Have they escaped? They should have escaped. Otherwise, they would not have sent me a message at this time. Hurry up. I have other things to do. Klein's hesitation seemed to make the Spiral King a little irritated. It began to become a little anxious, and its tone was not as friendly and amiable as before. Hearing the Spiral King's urging, Klein turned his head and looked at the Spiral King, directly interrogating the strongest monster. If I open this thing, will you kill me? The Spiral King stretched out his white face and looked at Klein closely. Its expression gradually became cold and ferocious. Open the shackles, and you can save your life and the lives of your other companions at this time. You still ask this question. Is it meaningful? Klein stared at the Spiral King, looking him up and down again. And this time, he made a very bold decision. It makes sense, because I need to judge from your attitude whether you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. What do you mean? I was fooled by you. If it is really a divine beast, how could it enter Tarila so easily? Our Empress is not a vegetarian. Klein thought of what happened in Holzvog, when he accidentally found Edward, the Blue King. After Edward escaped, the Empress came to the Western Territory from the capital within 10 minutes. This speed is incredible. The Empress obviously sensed the means of other kings, and locked Edward's position as soon as his breath appeared. This shows that if the Spiral King in front of her really has a power beyond the superclass, then the Empress will definitely find it at the first time. She has not found it until now. The reason is very simple. That is, it has not surpassed the power of the superclass, and has not reached the king level. I was frightened by the crazy effect that was produced carelessly before. The Spiral King is a very cunning creature. It is scaring me. Klein did not move the foot shackles of the god of the earth rashly, because he did not know what the consequences would be after opening this thing. Bynian laughed and said to Klein in an appreciative tone, "Very smart little guy, but even without the power of the holy level, the gap between you and me is still extremely huge. It is still easy for me to kill you. Who is strong and who is weak is not blown. You have to fight to know." This time, he did not use the light of the brilliant moon, but stretched out his hand, allowing the power of the earth to gather in his hand, and finally formed Osbud's inner artifact, the Great War Axe of the god. Klein wanted to say, "Bring the axe," but he gave up after thinking about it because it was too embarrassing. Spiral King was obviously shocked when he saw the Great War Axe of the god in Klein's hand. How could this thing be in your hand? Klein did not answer it with words. What answered Bymian was the shock wave of the Great War Axe of the god. Effect 5 shock wave. Each attack will release a shock wave, and the power of the shock wave changes with the attack. Boom! The huge shock wave annihilated all the matter in front of Klein in an instant, which was too amazing. Klein looked at the battle axe in his hand, and loved this power. The fog was scattered, and Klein could not sense the position of the Spiral King at all. He could only release magic power as much as possible to sense the other party. But the Spiral King still seized the opportunity. 2 tentacles suddenly attacked, breaking through Klein's skeleton and various layers of defense, allowing an unknown chaotic force to penetrate Klein's body. At this moment, Klein suffered a mixed invasion of multiple forces. Flames are burning your skin. Ice is freezing your blood. Lightning is destroying your bones. Darkness is covering your eyes. Illusions are destroying your consciousness. Sound is destroying your balance. The void is corroding your energy. Death is corrupting your body. Resentment is devouring your will. You will die. You are trapped in chaos. These are the prompts that appeared on Klein's synthesizer in an instant when he was attacked. There are 11 of them. It's really an outrageous attack. However, His super regeneration took effect immediately, repairing his injuries, and the godly war axe in his hand also continuously provided him with strength. Effect 6 source, as long as you stand on the ground. Your life and physical strength will recover 1% every 3 seconds. Under the dual recovery of super regeneration and source, Klein's eyes regained clarity, and he saw the Spiral King with its tentacles flying all over the sky. He clenched the godly war axe again and injected all his magic power into it. The godly war axe immediately gave Klein a strong enough feedback. Effect 4 God strengthening. All your attributes are increased by 255. And your strength is increased by an additional 750. Not to mention the increase of all attributes by 255. The total increase in strength exceeds 1000. This is a destructive force. Even if you are super class, you can't achieve such a powerful force. I am the embodiment of power. Klein swung the godly war axe again, using arcane energy as a curve, and the gravity ball effect was instantly added to the Spiral King. The tens of times of gravity made it impossible for the Spiral King to move and escape for a while, and he could only watch the godly evil shockwave fly towards him. This is impossible. Boom! A large amount of black water flowed all over the ground, and Klein could hear the wailing of countless creatures in these black liquids. This is the wailing of the soul. The Spiral King didn't know how many creatures he had killed to accumulate such resentment. Klein didn't know whether this thing was the blood of the Spiral King, but he just felt that this thing was too disgusting. This time, he didn't pause, and the godly evil war axe broke through the black water. Klein rushed to the white face of the Spiral King and raised the godly evil war axe high. Die. Disgusting thing. Puff! The black water splashed all over the ground, and the breath of the Spiral King disappeared together. A strong sense of exhaustion filled Klein's whole body. He glanced at the godly evil war axe in his hand, and a palpitating feeling appeared in his heart. The power of the godly evil war axe was amazing. Klein felt that even if he danced wildly, he could defeat a superclass strongman. But when using this weapon, I always have a bad feeling. What's going on with this feeling? Chapter 511. The more I use the godly battle axe, the more I feel that a crisis is coming. But now that I no longer use this weapon, this feeling has not dissipated, but it has not continued to grow. Klein did not wonder about anything. No one can give him an answer to things like the inner artifact. Try to use it as little as possible in the future. Klein raised the godly battle axe, and no longer had the intention to fight. The huge battle axe began to gradually dissipate in Klein's hands. The inner artifact is really convenient. Klein also looks forward to the day when his Killing God book will grow into an inner artifact. He went to the laboratory where Osbad was trapped again, and picked up the shackles of the god of the earth. This thing is not an equipment of the inner god system, but can be put into space equipment. This Spiral King is really a cunning old bitch. I was almost fooled by him. Klein complained while returning to the place where the train stopped before. This Spiral King should be a clone or a split thing. Although its strength is very strong, most of its strength is left in affecting the mind. Klein's immunity to mental attacks is quite strong, and he can be considered to have restrained the Spiral King clone very well. Coupled with the super attack power of the godly battle axe, Klein quickly defeated the monster. It was a close call. It's okay. At this time, Lilith and the others had woken up. Seeing Klein coming back, they immediately stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" "I encountered a very powerful monster that can affect people's minds, but it has been resolved now." Klein briefly explained the situation to Lilith, who nodded and asked no more questions. The train started again, and Klein stared at the mirror outside the window in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. In the palace of Palomia, the Empress suddenly opened her eyes, but after a while, she closed them again. "You solved it yourself, which is quite remarkable. This guy, the Spiral King, is a little dishonest, dragging her almost perfect body." The Empress left the bed and came to Flando's laboratory. She was a little lazy and tired, but after entering the laboratory, she regained her previous calmness. "What's the result? It looks very smooth at the moment. The disordered aggregated tissue has been repaired. This time, it may really succeed." Flando looked very happy, but when his eyes met the Empress's, his eyes dimmed again. "How long do you have left? This is not something you need to worry about. Just do your own thing." Hearing the Empress say this, Flando was slightly relieved, because if the Empress could say this, she would at least have a few years left. In Grandok, I not only got the demon perspective, the king's weapon, but also the heart of God. Although only a part. But you can try. If you die, then Tarila will no longer exist. No need. My problem has nothing to do with the heart of God. Tarila has existed for more than 300 years. If it is destroyed in the future, I will not be surprised. Flando's expression was a little gloomy. He could feel the Empress's negativity. That kind of emotion of not caring about everything was not pretended. I put all 3 materials here. If you need them, you can use them at any time. Flando put the demon horn, the king's weapon, and the heart of God in front of the Empress. These 3 things are the purpose of his many years of going to Grandok. He wants the Empress to live normally, instead of using various cultivated bloods from time to time to suppress the symptoms of the body like now. After Flando left, the Empress looked at the incomplete heart of God on the table. After a moment of silence, she said with a little disdain, 8 people can't be one. The gods are all trash. If Klein were here, he would be shocked. But it seems reasonable to say it in the Empress's place. I just don't know which one she is talking about. But no one can escape the law of true fragrance. The Empress said that the gods are trash. But her hand still picked up the heart of God honestly. After hesitating for a while, the Empress swallowed the heart of God. The violent energy filled the Empress's body. But she was not moved at all. She activated the will of flame and burned and absorbed the energy of the heart of God in an instant. After absorbing the incomplete heart of God, the Empress did not forget to complain. The gods are all trash. Much thunder, but little rain. It seemed that she was not very satisfied with the energy brought by the heart of God. However, after swallowing the heart of God, the Empress's complexion obviously improved a lot. She covered her stomach, and her abdomen began to wriggle violently. Then the Empress's expression began to twist. Ugh! She spat out a black stone, which made a sizzling sound. After a while, the stone gradually cooled down, and the Empress picked up the stone and walked towards a secret room in the palace. After opening the door of the secret room, the first thing that appeared was a black pool of water. The Empress threw the black stone into the pool, splashing black water. She walked to the table on the other side, which was filled with a large number of red round crystals. If Klein saw the scene, he would be amazed. These are all top-level elemental hearts, and they are all fire elemental. It would not be surprising for the Empress to have so many fire elemental hearts. At least Klein would not, because the will of flame and the fire blade cult are obviously the same source of power. The appearance of each flame demon envoy means the birth of an elemental heart. This is the way the Empress made elemental hearts, which is very cruel, but helpless. She had to use the heart of elements to suppress the things in her body, so the fire blade cult could not be destroyed before she died. If she died, with the current power of Tarila, it would be impossible to resist the attack of Grandok, and the fire blade cult would naturally be destroyed. This thing is so disgusting. I don't know how I swallowed it. The queen picked up an elemental heart and swallowed it directly. The hot energy seemed to make her feel very comfortable, and she felt her body calm down again. The heart of God is still useful. After doing all this, she stood by the black water pool and looked at the black stones in the pool quietly. These black stones are all the elemental hearts vomited by the queen. I don't know what these elemental hearts have experienced in the queen's body. Anyway, when they were vomited out, they had already turned into this all-black color. I didn't realize that there are so many. I didn't expect that I could live so long. Chapter 512 Reform of Holzvog. Klein, wearing a cloak, stood in front of the gate of Holzvog. This once destroyed magic academy has been repaired a lot. However, Holzvog now no longer has the ancient atmosphere of the past. Although the students here still wear robes, the teaching buildings and various facilities have been completely modernized. This is all the money of the Jia Society. Annabelle is really a vampire. Klein complained while sneaking into the campus of Holzvog. The starting point of his experience in the past 2 years is this place. That special museum, where Esmond strengthened the barrier and Edward sealed himself. The last arcane energy tide has destroyed all the magic facilities here. He wants to come and see what else is in the museum now. This time is very different from the last time. The direction to the museum has been paved with gravel roads. It seems that the museum has been completely open to ordinary college students. Direction of the museum. Klein followed the road sign and returned to the location of the Holzvog Museum. Most of the things were gone, and the barrier no longer existed. But the trees around the museum remained. Klein was stunned as he watched the students coming in and out of the museum. This place seems to be more lively than before. Senior, looking at your attire, Are you a dark mage? Huh? The sudden voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. He wanted to say, whether I am a dark mage is none of your business. However, after seeing the other person's appearance, Klein decisively chose to shut up. Because the owner of the voice was a petite beauty with curvy figure. Although Klein was not very lustful, and had no shortage of women, he still had the skill of judging by appearance. If the other person was ugly, he would definitely not bother to care. But if she was very beautiful, he would not be able to get angry. Well, that's right. Klein said that there was nothing wrong with being a dark mage. His shadow spells were very powerful. Strengthening shadow and shadow flame were both winning forces in the hands of ordinary people. The current college club support plan has begun. So do you have any idea of joining the club? We will set up a dark club. If you join us now, you can immediately become a cornerstone member. College club support plan? I haven't been back for a while. Can you tell me more about it? Klein was a little surprised when he heard the news. This should be something new from Holzbognon. In the past, although there were pharmacist unions and wizards unions in Holzbog, they were already hundreds of years old. In terms of club training, Holzbog has been far behind the Royal Academy. And there is no comparison between the two. Senior, don't you know? This plan was initiated by Vice Dean Annabella 2 years ago. Because more than 2 years ago, a very terrible magic accident occurred in the college. Klein, a member of the Royal Academy Club headed by Jiesha, used forbidden magic to destroy our college library. It caused huge economic losses and property losses. Although they compensated us later, some things were still lost. At that time, there were some armed conflicts between the Academy and the Jia Society. The strength of the Jia Society was beyond our imagination. Even the Dean was not their opponent. It was not until the return of the Vice Dean Annabella that the situation changed. After that, we at Hosvog learned from our mistakes and made detailed divisions and improvements to the entire Academy's education methods and talent training system. We clarified the mage system, the forbidden magic system, established the central magic hall, and then supported new clubs. Now we at Hosvog have more than 40 clubs, which is an unprecedented progress. The girl was dancing with joy as she spoke, and Klein could see that she was very excited and proud. Klein groaned slightly. It seemed that Annabelle had already obtained the real power of Holzvog, and Holzvog should be completely controlled by her now. Only by completely controlling Holzvog could this ancient academy be reformed drastically. However, from the time Klein entered the academy to now, the students were full of vitality, and the entire academy was also full of motivation. Annabella's reform should be very effective. She supported the clubs. Did she want to have several clubs like Jia Society and Mithril Society in Holzbog? The ambition was not small, but it was a bit whimsical. It was not unreasonable that the Mage Association and the Pharmacist Guild were completely suppressed by the Mithril Society and the Red and White Society. Although the former has been developing for hundreds of years, it is like an old man with no motivation at all. The longer the time, the more corrupt the structure, and a club without motivation cannot grow. And the emergence of Jia Society was obviously due to the support of the royal family and the gathering of several geniuses. Edward, Esmond, Katie, Colin, all of them are first-class super geniuses. With their joining and gathering, plus the support of the royal family and the Empress, the super club like Jia Society came into being. It is impossible for Hosvog to cultivate its own club without sufficient resources, technology, and national support. Apart from other things, the various cross-era inventions and ruins exploration of Jia Society are all very expensive. For example, if there is a harvest in ruins exploration, it is fine. But if there is no useful harvest, it is really a waste of money. Another example is the forbidden magic of Jia Society. All kinds of rare materials are used like running water, relying on the accumulation of resources and money, and the research and development without consequences. Jia Society has its current status. Although Hosvog is old and has some sources of funds, it is still far from developing a club like Jia. Really? I haven't been back to Holzvog for 2 years. I didn't expect such a huge change. Klein nodded with a smile. He put down his hood and showed a charming expression. But it makes sense. Holzvog has obtained resources worth hundreds of millions, and more than 200 million telephones in cash. Such wealth is enough to create a new college ecological environment. The female student looked at Klein for a moment, but immediately realized her mistake and lowered her head. However, she still said in her heart, "This senior feels very special, and his appearance is also a plus. I must bring him in. The girl raised her head again, her eyes slightly shining. What's your name? Senior, my name is Leona. Klein turned his head and looked at Leona with expectation in his eyes. He did not choose to lie to her. My name is Klein. Chapter 513. No one knows the arcane better than me. Does Senior Klein have any thoughts on joining the club? The schoolgirl was stunned when she asked halfway. Klein, if there were still people with the same name before the arcane tide incident. But after that incident, almost all the college students named Klein would take the initiative to go to the city hall to change their names. Because the arcane tide incident was a completely unforgivable incident for Holzbog. If you study in Holzbog and don't want to cause any misunderstandings and private criticism, normal people will change the name Klein. You can call him Claire, Clayton, etc. It's all fine. You are really asking for trouble by teaching Klein in Holzbog. Senior, you haven't been back for too long. I don't know how much damage that incident caused to Holzbog. Now, almost everyone named Klein in Holzbog has changed their names. You have to change your name, that's too tragic. Isn't it? Klein frowned and said with a strange look on his face, it's all because of that guy from GS Society. Although GS Society paid a lot of money to the school, most students didn't get the compensation. So many students hate that guy named Klein. If you say your name is Klein loudly in Holzbog, you will even be beaten. Oh, so that's the case. I didn't expect a name to be so unpopular. But, I'm really Klein. Forget about changing my name. Oh really? Klein? Leona was stunned for a moment, chewing on Klein's words repeatedly. At this point, she still thought that Klein said this because he didn't want to change his name. However, when she glanced at him again and found that Klein didn't have the school badge of Holzvogel, and his appearance seemed a little wrong, Leona suddenly had a terrifying idea. Senior, you? Klein looked at Leona, and after seeing the horror and fear in her eyes, he felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't want to scare this pretty girl. But now it seems that the pleasant conversation between the two can no longer continue. Yes, that's what you think. That's what I think. Leona's pupil shrank. And because Annabelle described Klein as an unforgivable demon, her body trembled unnaturally. Are you really Klein? That Klein? Ah, if the second accident hadn't happened 2 years ago, it would have been me, Alex Klein of Giesha. Seeing that Leona was a little unsteady, Klein reached out to support her. But his support made Leona on the opposite side even more scared. It's over. It's over. This monster has touched me. Is he going to kill me? Or does he want to capture me as a hostage? And then threaten the college? Why am I so unlucky? I also met people from Giesha in school. I'm only 20 years old. There are still many things I haven't done. If I die like this, it would be too painful. Looking at Klein who was so close, Leona subconsciously wanted to scream. And Klein had no choice but to instantly cast a soundproof barrier. Then he extended his skeleton to Leona's chest and warned in a low voice, Miss Leona, you'd better not do such a stupid thing as shouting. I don't mean to hurt you. I hope you can calm down. Klein didn't expect Leona's brain circuit to be so active. He could think so much just by helping her. Faced with Klein's warning, Leona panicked and nodded quickly. Although she was proud to be a student of Holzvog, she had not yet sacrificed her life for Holzvog. Don't kill me. I promise not to shout. Very good. I think Miss Leona is also a girl who combines wisdom and beauty. She won't joke with her life. Klein let him go generously. This was not because he was arrogant, but because he was now absolutely sure of his own strength. After killing the clone of the Spiral King, his understanding of his own strength was deeper than before. Do you have anything to ask me? First, I want to know if Annabelle is still in the academy. She actually called the vice president by his name. The vice president is a superclass expert. Don't you know that you should use honorifics to address superclass experts? Although she had been complaining about Klein in her heart, Leona still said to Klein honestly, after the arcane tide incident, because of the old age of the dean and the strong performance of the vice president in the compensation incident, the whole academy has already respected Annabelle. The old dean no longer cares about the management of the academy. He stays in the research institute all day to study some new magic. And the vice president did not manage dictatorially, but set up 3 offices, the academic affairs office, the society office, and the training office. Let the teaching philosophy of Holzvog change from people managing people, and people teaching people to the form of separation of powers, system managing people, and rule teaching. Since then, the strength of Holzbog's School of Magic has grown by leaps and bounds. In the past 2 years, the promotion rate has been higher year by year. All of this is the credit of Lady Annabella. What is rambling? This is rambling. Klein clearly asked where Annabella was. But Leona insisted on bragging about Annabella's achievements. From her sparkling eyes, Klein clearly saw the word worship. But Annabella is indeed a very powerful guy, as can be seen from her ability to stop Esmond. After the Arcane Tide incident, she actually had many hidden benefits, such as snatching power from the old Dean and becoming the real controller of Holzbog. The system implemented afterwards should also be something that Annabella had thought of a long time ago. Klein silently, after listening to the little girl's bragging, until her eyes changed from enthusiastic to frightened again. She smiled and said, "Are you done? Now can you tell me whether Annabella is in Holzbog?" Klein's tone was very calm, and this calmness also made Leona feel a little relieved. At least for now. Klein did not seem like a crazy murderer, and he did not do anything radical or excessive. This made Leona feel much better about Klein. Lady Annabelle is in the academy, but recently, she has been obsessed with the research of disordered arcane energy, and generally does not let people disturb her. Klein laughed immediately. Disordered arcane energy, this is a very difficult research direction. But in Tarila, no one knows more about disordered arcane energy than me. Chapter 514, Fantasy. Leona felt that Klein was bragging, but she was timid and did not dare to refute Klein. Klein saw Leona's unbelieving eyes and immediately said, "Do you think I am bragging? Think about the disordered arcane energy tide 2 years ago? Maybe your vice president is a little stronger than me. But when it comes to disordered arcane energy, she is just at the entry level." Leona then remembered that the arcane energy tide 2 years ago was caused by the outbreak of disordered arcane energy. But Klein in front of him was so young. It was a bit incredible. "Mr. Klein, why did you come this time?" "Money!" Leona brought Klein to the senior teacher's office area. When they got here, even Leona had to admire Klein's courage, coming to the core area of Holzbog alone. It seemed like a suicide mission. Arriving at the experimental area, Leona stopped and said to Klein beside her, "Mr. Klein, the building in front is the research room of the vice president." Klein nodded and took out a somewhat worn notebook. This was the notebook he had made when he was at level 1 to 3. Joe also had an identical one. The notebook contained various ideas, analysis, and ideas about dark spells and necromancy, as well as ideas about ancient spells. Now this thing is a bit outdated for Klein. He already has better ideas for spells, even for level 1 to 3. But although it is useless to him, for newcomers like Leona, it is definitely a treasure to open up the future road, which can greatly enhance the strength of a dark or necromancy mage. These are some magic notes I made when I was at level 1 to 3. I'll take them as your reward for sending me here. Thank you, Miss Leona. This, level 1 to 3. Leona was a little overwhelmed. Klein had always been very polite, which was inconsistent with the way Holzbog was promoted. In fact, the evil GS Society and the evil Klein were all planned by Annabella. Because Holzbog lived too comfortably, as one of the 3 major colleges, Warhammer College was under great pressure from the North Territory Warcraft. The Royal College needed to be assigned to the whole country, and it also had to mainly resist the invasion of Grandok in the East Territory. Compared to them, Holzbog was like a salted fish that had been there for hundreds of years, and it didn't even have the idea of turning over. The strength of the college students was getting weaker and weaker, which made Annabella understand that if Holzbog didn't want to perish, then it must not go on like this. Holzbog needs an imaginary enemy, and the scattered monsters in the west are definitely not enough. So it is just right to use the Arcane Tide event to determine this imaginary enemy as Jesha, with a powerful enemy to put pressure on Holzbog. The students and teachers of Holzbog can make rapid progress. There is motivation only when there is pressure. It is not just a matter of words. The establishment of Jesha, the imaginary enemy, gave Holzbog a lot of motivation. Various clubs have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, growing rapidly on the land of Holzbog. Although most of the clubs are very weak and some are very naive, Annabelle knows that sooner or later, these clubs will grow into towering trees that support Holzbog. "Okay, you can go, Miss Leona." Leona was relieved at first, but then she felt a little disappointed. She felt like she had missed something. Looking at the magic notebook in her hand, Leona already used honorifics and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Klein, what is your current strength?" "Level 5. But if you want to fight to the death, it should be about the same as your vice president. Leona still wanted to say that Klein was bragging. But looking at Klein, who was alone in front of her, she closed her mouth again, flipping through the notebook in her hand. Leona was more and more surprised. What a fantastic idea. But every magic designed by Klein has a corresponding method of use and theory. This notebook is basically a secret book of the dark and dead spirits. And it is a priceless treasure. Realizing the value of the notes, Leona quickly clenched the notes in her hand and thanked Klein. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Although you are our enemy of Hosvog, I still want to thank you for what happened today for our club. Klein didn't say anything. His attention had shifted from Leona to the building in front of him. Looking at Annabelle's laboratory from a distance, Klein felt a strong breath. There is no doubt that this magic power belongs to Annabelle. The Golden Pig. This woman is very powerful. Although he used disordered arcane energy to trick her. But it is undeniable that Annabelle should be the strongest professional in the Mesozoic era. At the age of 35, she has reached the top of the super class. There is no one of her peers who can be compared with her. Even his father Esmond has to face such a person. So he himself must naturally face such a strong person. When Klein stared at the laboratory, Annabelle in the laboratory seemed to have sensed something. She moved her fat body, came to the window, and opened the curtains, and happened to meet Klein's eyes not far away. Annabella's eyes moved slightly, and her tone was not sure whether it was excitement or coldness. You dare to appear in front of me. Although she whispered in a low voice, Klein, outside the room, seemed to be able to hear her and responded. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I miss you very much. Lady Annabelle took so much money from our GS Society. There should be some left. Right? I came here today just to make a deal with Lady Annabelle, using technology in exchange for your money. What a whimsical guy. I think your little head is really hot. I will break your hands and feet and decompose your magic power. Naturally, there is a way to get your so-called technology from you. Annabella spoke in a bad tone and stared at Klein from a distance at the window. Don't be so angry, Miss Annabelle. We shouldn't be like this. You have made a lot of money by treating me and Giesha as imaginary enemies. We should be allies, not enemies. Aren't you going to come in, Klein? No. 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 This institute is full of your barriers. Although I am somewhat confident in my strength, it is still a bit stupid to rashly enter a wizard's home court. I am very sincere. So, Miss Annabelle, if you want to talk, you can come out and find me. Klein and Annabelle's empty conversation made Leona, who was standing aside, feel uncomfortable. She also saw the vice president at the window and guessed that Klein was talking to Annabelle. But the content of their conversation seemed different from what she imagined. At this moment, Annabelle's fat figure instantly appeared in front of the two. Leona looked at the vice president with a frosty face and was a little at a loss. Mr. Vice Dean? At this time, Klein pulled Leona aside and said, What a powerful flash spell. The fluctuation of magic power is very small. Miss Annabelle's strength has improved again. Chapter 515 Battle. Annabella stared at Klein for a while, then turned to Leona and whispered, You go back first. This is a secret of Holzbog. Don't talk nonsense to others. And don't mention Klein's visit to Holzbog. Annabella is very good to the students of her college. From her series of reforms, Annabella really wants to make Holzbog stronger. And she also made many substantive reforms and actions with this goal, and achieved results. Hearing Annabella's request, Leona was obviously stunned. Isn't Klein Holzbog's enemy? Why does the Vice Dean's words always give her a sense of excuse for Klein? Does the Vice Dean have any secrets or deals with Klein? Leona thought about what Klein said before, about the problem of cooperation between him and Annabella. Leona finally began to suspect that the arcane tide incident 2 years ago might not be that simple. However, her strength and status were not enough to participate in this matter. The only thing to be thankful for was that after taking Klein's magic notes, she would no longer feel as guilty as before. Okay, Vice Dean. I'll leave first. Goodbye, Mr. Klein. Well, see you again if there's a chance. Klein waved at Leona. Pretty girls always make people feel good about them. And he is no exception. You'd better stay away from my students. You are an absolute devil in Hosvog. Faced with Annabelle's warning, Klein didn't comment at all. He curled his lips and said, Don't say that, Lady Annabelle. What happened back then was just a game between big guys. The Blue King and the Queen both appeared. I was just a level 3 nobody at the time. I was forced into a difficult situation. And the sealed place was not properly handled by you. So the Blue King entered. If you want to talk about the source of this matter, you have to blame yourselves. I was just on a mission in Holzvog. And I was also a victim. Listening to Klein's various excuses for himself, Annabelle's expression became more and more unfriendly. Why do you want to resist? Isn't it better to die honestly? I said. Are you talking human words? Klein complained in his heart. Any creature will struggle when it is dying. Annabelle. I just want to live. You can't say I am wrong just because I want to live. Annabella was unmoved and walked out of the academy with Klein. A layer of magical light enveloped the two of them, so that even if they shuttled through the crowd, they could not be seen by other students. Let's go. It's not convenient inside the academy. If you want to talk, let's go outside the school. Klein nodded. He understood the underlying meaning of Annabelle's words. Why is it inconvenient to talk in the academy? Because there is a high possibility of a fight between them. The fight between him and Annabelle may not be a life and death battle. But he wants to talk to a superclass strongman on an equal footing. The first thing to do is to show his strength and see if he can be on an equal footing with the other party. That's why Esmond compromised with Holzvog. Klein wanted to have a good talk with Annabelle, so he naturally had to show his strength. The superclass battle was too destructive and could not be fought in the academy, so he had to go outside the school. What kind of relationship do you have with Esmond? This question has always puzzled Annabelle. Klein and Esmond are father and son, and they should have the closest relationship. But from her various negotiations with Esmond and Klein, it is obvious that there is a very obvious gap between Klein and his father Esmond. This estrangement is not as simple as a quarrel between father and son. We are talking about father and son. What's the problem, Lady Annabelle? Klein didn't want to tell her what Annabelle wanted to know, although the relationship between him and Esmond was very stiff. It even reached the point where it was completely irreconcilable. But the positions of both of them were the positions of Jiesha. Their future was all in Jiesha, and most of the things they considered were based on Jiesha. Internal problems were solved internally, no matter how badly he and Esmond quarreled. Even if it was a life and death struggle in the future, Klein would not seek help from other S-forces. For example, Annabelle is a strong and ambitious person. If she gets involved in the internal conflicts of Jia society, Klein is not sure if he can beat her. Nothing. I just think you are a very capable and powerful father and son. Really, thank you for the compliment, Lady Annabelle. The two chatted while coming to the outskirts of Holzvog. Annabelle's fat body stood still, and the aura on her body began to change. Klein knew that Annabelle was ready to attack him. In 2 years, you have reached the 5th level. Your progress is indeed remarkable. However, even at the 5th level, the gap between you and me is still an insurmountable gap. Lady Annabelle, I just killed a super level not long ago, so don't be so confident. Hearing Klein's reminder, Annabelle raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect Klein to kill a super level, and she didn't suspect that Klein was lying to her, because the two of them were going to fight. This kind of deception was meaningless. Very good. Then let me see how much you have grown in the past 2 years. Annabella suddenly clenched her fist, and Klein's body was instantly bound. Alchemy. A large amount of liquid metal completely wrapped around Klein's body along his skin. Just a face-to-face. There was a posture to defeat Klein. But now Klein is not a vegetarian. Strong magic filled his body, and his body immediately turned into a dark blue pure energy form. In the restraint of liquid metal, Klein gradually turned into particles and broke out of Annabelle's blockade. You have the ability to flash at level 5. Why don't I feel the fluctuation of space? Just what Annabelle was wondering. Klein's pyroblast had already fallen from the sky. Don't be distracted, Lady Annabelle. At this time, it's better to fight me seriously. Otherwise, you may really be defeated by me. Boom! The pyroblast exploded violently. But Annabelle did something amazing. She caught the pyroblast with one hand, and the scorching flames could not break through her palm, and were blocked abruptly. Chapter 516 Qualification. However, this blocking did not end there. The next pyroblast started to rotate again, and it was injected with Annabelle's new magic. It became larger than the ordinary pyroblast. This is one of Annabelle's achievements in the past 2 years. Ancient Arcane. Spell Reflection. Annabella was originally a genius among geniuses. Otherwise, she would not have been promoted to the super level at the age of 30. The speed of her strength improvement did not stop because of the promotion to the super level. and she still maintained a rapid growth state. If there is anyone who may step into the king level and become the new king of Telella in the next few years, then Annabelle is undoubtedly the most likely candidate. Looking at the fast-coming pyroblast, Klein was not very nervous. No one knows the weaknesses of his magic better than him. He looked at the pyroblast and snapped his fingers lightly. A stream of arcane energy vibrated at the core of the pyroblast. The originally unstable energy of the pyroblast immediately vibrated and twisted. Detonate. Boom. The fierce battle in the suburbs attracted the attention of some students from Holzbog Academy. Some curious students wanted to go and see, but were quickly stopped by Holzbog's teachers. Leona also looked at the direction of the battle, and her mind once again recalled the relationship between Klein and Annabelle. Although there were many doubts, she was sure that the arcane tide 2 years ago was not deliberately initiated by Jiesha. In this way, she basically had no psychological burden to learn Klein's magic. Klein dodged a large number of Annabelle's flying arrows in succession. These flying arrows were all made of gold and were very difficult magic props, with super strong magic control and alchemy ability. Even if these golden arrows did not hit the target, Annabelle would instantly refine them and turn around to attack another direction. It was an attack method that was impossible to defend against. This was not what Klein was most worried about, because until now, Annabelle had not shown her melee ability as a golden mage. He would not think that Annabelle had given up the melee effect that she had studied for many years. After Klein dodged many arrows in a row, he finally had a floating flaw. Annabelle seized the opportunity and flashed in an instant, and her round fist had already reached Klein's face. The disordered arcane energy on the fist easily broke through Klein's skeleton defense. It looked like Klein was about to be smashed into a meat pie. The genius of Annabelle was that whenever she determined that a certain power was useful to her, she could quickly develop and even master this power, and integrate this power into her own combat system. Just like now, disordered arcane energy can completely become the best means of breaking defense. Annabelle's golden magic physical attack became more powerful than before. Klein had just used arcane transformation, so it was too late to use it now. It looks like you have to fight hard. Ultron. Bang. The golden fist, which was bigger than a person, hit a hard arcane shell. The arcane shell was a little broken, but the shadow energy inside, and the skeleton as solid as metal finally blocked Annabelle's attack. Annabelle looked at the arcane giant in front of her, and for the first time, she showed a look of shock in her eyes. She finally understood why Klein said that he had killed a superclass strongman. The destruction sphere had been sent out, and when Annabelle was about to use the flash spell, she found that the surrounding space was blocked by arcane energy. The destruction sphere in front of her was obviously much more outrageous than the previous pyroblast, and it was a trick that exceeded the disordered arcane energy. Even if her strength was much stronger than Klein, she had no way to catch it with her hands. Why are your magics all this weird stuff? Annabelle clenched her hands, and a huge golden shield appeared in front of her. However, although the golden shield was strong and full of magic, it still couldn't resist Klein's destruction sphere. But just when the destruction sphere destroyed half of the gold, Annabelle suddenly laughed. Refine. The golden shield immediately dissolved and was completely entangled with the destruction sphere. Annabelle had already seen that the destruction sphere was a very high-end energy. Whenever she saw high-end energy, she would capture it, and this time was no exception. If she can study the supreme arcane energy in the sphere of destruction, her strength will be further improved. Klein frowned slightly. Even now, he still needs to keep avoiding Annabelle's gold. This all-pervasive fighting method, let alone its power, is indeed as disgusting as a scorpion shit. Although the power of the sphere of destruction is huge, Annabelle's gold has two magical properties, super stability and super fusion. Even the powerful supreme arcane energy gradually becomes stable in front of enough gold. The orb of destruction gradually merged with the gold and turned into a new substance, which made Annabelle's eyes sparkle, because she knew that once a new substance was produced, this new material would definitely be more powerful than the original gold. Whether it was the magic reaction or the plasticity, it was more powerful than the twin gold. Klein, it seems that there is no need for us to continue the transaction. When I get this new metal, what value can you create for me? Your tone is almost the same as your weight. Annabelle. Seeing that Annabelle was about to succeed, Klein was not very worried. If the supreme arcane energy was so easily cracked, it would not be worthy of the word supreme. The level of the supreme arcane energy is definitely the same as the will of fire of the Empress. It is the highest energy in the world at present. Unless it is the same level of energy, or a large amount of low-level energy is suppressed, it is absolutely impossible to be fused. The new metal ball gradually stabilized. But the situation slowly got out of Annabelle's control, because the metal ball in front of her was no longer under her control. At the same time, Klein stretched out his palm and threw it casually. The metal ball flew towards Annabelle like a cannonball. This situation was completely beyond Annabelle's imagination. She invested so much gold, but it was all absorbed by Klein's destruction ball. How could this be possible? The power of the destruction ball is to decompose all matter. Although your gold can neutralize the decomposition ability of the destruction ball, it will also lose the original properties of gold. Gold that has lost its properties is naturally no longer under your control. So, Annabelle, you want to steal my ability? You really think too much. Boom! Looking at the metal ball in front of her, Annabelle fell silent. Not bad. You are indeed qualified to trade with me. Chapter 517. The battle subsided. Klein was relieved to see that Annabelle didn't seem to want to continue to attack. This fat woman could even neutralize the destruction sphere, which was not comparable to ordinary superclass. Her magic power was bottomless, and her magic control was stronger than Klein's. In this regard, Klein had only seen two people with stronger magic control than him. One was his father Esmond, and the other was Annabelle. But in terms of magic control, Annabelle was stronger than Esmond. She could change the shape, properties, and magic conduction of metal in an instant without any hindrance. It can be used as a weapon, for defense, and for control, with almost no obvious shortcomings. The battle between the two sides seemed to be going back and forth, and Klein resisted Annabelle's attack well. But the real situation was only known by Klein himself. He activated the Archon, the Destruction Sphere, the Pyroblast, the Arcane Transition, and finally even the Ultron form. It can be said that all the cards were played, and Annabelle had been fighting in a regular form. Klein didn't believe that the other party had no cards. So, can we sit down and have a good talk? Klein had just spoken when Annabelle suddenly clenched her fists, and the strong sense of crisis made his hair stand up. If you can get out of my pet stomach, then we can have a good talk. Alchemy. Big snake. A huge metal snake broke out of the ground and swallowed Klein in one bite. In the darkness, Klein immediately activated the Ultron form and resisted the strong acid around him. He frowned slightly, stretched out the arcane sword, and was about to split the snake's belly with one sword. But when he chopped it down, he found that although he had split a thick layer of metal, he still hadn't escaped from the snake's belly. What Klein didn't know was that if he looked from the outside, the alchemical snake had completely turned into a metal meat ball. His situation in the snake's belly was completely controlled by Annabella. No matter which direction Klein attacked, that direction would be immediately thickened by Annabella. Annabella's magic control was too strong. Even if she was a little slower than Klein, she could still do this kind of late attack and suppress the opponent with her size. The acid in the snake's belly continued to corrode Ultron's body, and Klein's magic power was also rapidly declining. He stabilized his body and immediately used Arcane Transition to transfer. But Arcane Transfer was the transfer of particles. If the opponent's control particles were smaller than Klein's arcane particles, and the space was completely closed, Arcane Transfer could not escape from Annabella's metal blockade. After Klein's figure was transformed into particles, he reappeared in the snake's belly not long after. Looking at the dark environment and the rising acid around him, he secretly complained, "This is outrageous. You have to fight me, this fat guy. You have to kill me. Okay. Let's try it today, and see if your alchemical snake can block my arcane attack." Klein was already a little angry. He raised the arcane giant sword and began to dance in the snake's belly without any rules. Each sword caused a huge energy impact, and if Annabelle wanted to block Klein's actions, she had to supply energy equivalent to the damage caused by Klein's attack effect. In this situation, defense is more difficult than offense. Klein's magic power is so strong that it has exceeded Annabelle's expectations. Why doesn't this kid admit defeat? He's too stubborn. Annabelle didn't actually want to kill Klein. She just wanted to defeat Klein so that there would be a clear gap between their status and position, so that she would have an advantage in the negotiation. The difference in their ideas caused the stalemate in the battle. Klein's arcane sword kept swinging, and Annabelle was also struggling to cope, until the two of them couldn't hold on any longer. Klein in the snake's belly had already pulled out the god-evil battle axe, because he didn't want to use up all his magic power. That would be too passive. At this time, Annabelle was still unwilling to let him go, so she could only use a more violent way to crack it. Klein never thought of surrendering from beginning to end. Although he was only level 5, he had already made his status and position equal to that of the super level. Although Annabelle was powerful, it was impossible for her to make Klein surrender. People of Jiesha would never be slaves unless they were provided with food, shelter and materials. Klein actually didn't want to swing the god's bad battle axe, because every time he used this weapon, he would have a very bad feeling. It wasn't backlash or betrayal. It was just that he felt uncomfortable all over, as if the world was going to be destroyed in the next moment. If it wasn't really a last resort, Klein would never use the god's bad battle axe to break the situation. Annabelle's magic power was almost exhausted at this time. Although she is a superclass, if it really comes down to the magic power, except for the king class, there is no one in this world who can compare with Klein. Annabelle saw that Klein was unwilling to admit defeat, so she could only remove the alchemical serpentine and stop the battle. Klein, your strength is really incredible. The strength Annabelle mentioned included Klein's combat strength and her evaluation of Klein's magic power. Klein removed the Ultron form, but did not put away the god's bad battle axe. He didn't know if Annabelle would go back on her word and attack him again. He had already thought about it. If Annabelle attacked him again, he would swing the god's bad battle axe without hesitation. The two of them were deadlocked for a while, and neither of them continued to speak. Annabelle saw that Klein's expression was very cold, and knew that it was her going back on her word that angered the other party. Now she could only keep her distance and try her best to calm Klein down. Klein waited for a while, and seeing that Annabelle had no intention of continuing the fight, he slowly put down the god's bad battle axe. Lady Annabella, as a superclass strongman, you should have the most basic integrity and morality, right? Such an attack that goes back on one's word is really not in line with the character of a superclass strongman. Klein casually complained a few words. In fact, the superclass character is bullshit, because he knows very well that the stronger the person, the more shameless he is. This is inevitable. They will only talk about reason when negotiating with an equal existence, and basically talk about physics at other times. As long as the other party is physically intimidated, then the reason of the superclass strongman is the truth. This is what almost all masters do. And Annabella just did it. Haha. Don't be angry. I think we can have a good talk. This time, I am sincere. Chapter 518 Content of the Truth, where Annabelle and Klein fought. Some students from Holzbog appeared one after another, looking at the scorch marks around and the ground completely dissolved by energy. These college students could not help but start to think about the fierce battle. Is this the vice president fighting a powerful enemy? I don't know. Where is the vice president? Did she win? It's hard to tell from the scene. I don't know what kind of enemy the vice president could fight to this extent. You are talking nonsense. Only the superclass can fight against the superclass. Yes, with such a large range of destruction, it can only be a battle between superclasses. But it is not clear what kind of superclass it is. Is there any need to think about this? We Holzvog are not competitive with the world. Who else can fight with Holzvog? Are you talking about Jiesha? Humph. Except for the evil people of Jiesha. Disciple. Will anyone else cause trouble for us in Holzvog? That's right. The guys in Jiesha are just a bunch of lunatics. I wonder how Lady Annabelle is doing. Don't worry. Lady Annabelle defeated Esmond, the president of Jiesha, 2 years ago. Lady Annabelle is gifted, and she will definitely be stronger than before in 2 years. And nothing will happen to her. Jiesha is too bullying, and I will never forgive Jiesha. I will never forgive Jiesha. I don't know what happened, but as they talked, these people pointed all the spearheads at Jiesha, as if they were sure that all this was done by Jiesha. The conversation of this group of Holzbog students started with doubts, and became more and more extreme in the end. Pointing the finger at Jiesha, it was as if someone was deliberately leading Jiesha's rhythm. The words against Jiesha were actually said by a few people. Leona saw all this, and she was much more sober at this time. Feeling like everyone else was drunk, but I was the only one sober. She watched these people's behavior coldly, and did not dissuade or explain. Because at this time, she had guessed something. That is, the relationship between the vice president and Jiesha is not that simple. And it is not just a contradiction or hatred. She has some unclear relationships with Klein and Esmond. Even the truth of the accident 2 years ago, only the parties involved know. Annabelle and Klein are very familiar with each other, and there is a deal between the two. This time Klein's arrival is obviously to find Annabelle. The relationship between them is extraordinary. And there must be a secret that cannot be told. Senior Klein might be a good person. He and Lady Annabelle deliberately created the hostile relationship between Holzbog and Jesha. In fact, it is for the growth of students. Holzbog was too free and undisciplined in the past few years. With Jesha as an enemy, Holzbog students can work hard enough to create clubs and improve their strength. All this was planned by Lady Annabelle and Mr. Klein. They are saving the country in a roundabout way. Leona's thoughts gradually became enlightened, and she began to imagine the relationship between Klein and Annabelle. They should have a solid friendship. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come up with such a century-long plan. Well, it must be like this. Those people before were all water troops arranged by Lady Annabelle to remind us that there is still a strong enemy. GS Society. These people who are dedicated to leading the rhythm are leading the rhythm of GS Society everywhere. They should have received orders from Lady Annabelle. But I can't expose them. These are the results of the good intentions of Lady Annabelle and Mr. Klein. Leona felt more and more that she was the sober one in the crowd. The classmates around her were kept in the dark and led by others. Leona wanted to do something. She couldn't whitewash GS Society because that was not what Mr. Klein wanted. He should also want Holzbog Academy to be strong. If there is no imaginary enemy of GS Society, Holzbog's growth will definitely slow down again. I want to become the president of the Dark Society and change the growth concept of the Dark Society. Secretly connect with the concept of GS Society and create a unique club. We must be strong. But we must not let down the painstaking efforts of Senior Klein. Yes, let's do it. Leona found her new life goal again. And this time, she was extremely determined. Annabella and Klein found a hotel in Jersey and sat down. Although both of them were mages, neither of them prohibited alcohol. But they did not drink together, but chose to drink separately. Annabella ordered a very strong soju, and Klein ordered a glass of red wine, which has a lower alcohol content. Annabella looked at the red wine glass in Klein's hand and nodded slightly. I didn't expect you to drink alcohol. Many mages dare not drink this stuff. They are afraid that their magic sequence will be disrupted, that their magic construction is not stable enough, and that their magic pool will collapse. Fearing this and that, and always thinking about the later stage. What a ridiculous group. As if they can really reach the later stage. Annabella seemed to sneer at the mage's abstinence from alcohol. From what she said, it seemed that she had never abstained from alcohol. Haha. I can get to where I am today. Naturally, I have some opportunities of my own. But alcohol will affect the strength of the mage. Isn't it common sense? Annabella shook her head. She seemed to have a different research on alcohol. Drinking will not affect the strength of a mage. The thinking nerves of a mage are very tough. Even much tougher than those of a warrior. Long-term drinking will only affect warriors. And mages, as long as they keep meditating, will not be harmed by the side effects of alcohol at all. Klein heard this for the first time, and he was a little curious. How do you know this? Because I have done a lot of experiments, which took nearly 5 years. I have done experiments on others and myself. The results are without exception. Alcohol has no effect on mages. Klein was a little surprised by Annabelle's statement. You actually did a detailed study, 5 years, and did experiments, just to let go of your doubts about drinking? Klein didn't quite understand Annabelle's approach, because even if she didn't drink, it shouldn't have any effect. Right? Spending a lot of time studying something that has no effect and is completely a matter of personal preference. Is it really good in this world where strength is respected? Annabella turned her head to look at Klein and said something that shocked Klein. I know that the ultimate goal of most mages, or most professionals, is to become stronger and to live better. But I'm different from you. I'm a genius. Geniuses must be different. My purpose of becoming a strong person is to pursue the truth of this world. Whether alcohol will affect mages is also one of the contents of the truth. Chapter 519 I have 100 million. The first few sentences touched Klein. But Klein felt that it was a bit too much to say whether alcohol would affect mages. What do you think of alcohol? A sobering elixir on the road of life. A guiding light in the dark night. Squeak. Ha! Annabella drank the liquor in the glass, which made Klein stunned. Well, it seems that she is an old alcoholic. I didn't expect this superclass mage to have such a hobby. Okay, let's end the chat. I didn't come to the West to discuss drinking with you. Let's talk about trading. It's boring. How can I experience the fun of life without drinking? Tell me. How do you want to trade? When it comes to trading, Annabella's expression instantly becomes clear. As an alchemist, if she wants to get rid of the influence of alcohol on herself, she only needs to filter her body with magic. As a top alchemist, it is too easy to do such a thing. Jiesha should have given you a lot of elemental materials. Right? It's hard to manipulate money, but you can find an excuse to keep the elemental materials. After the arcane tide, you sidelined your teacher and became the actual controller of Hosvog. You should have all the material resources in your hands. Right? My request is also very simple. Give me half of your elemental materials. Of course. I will pay for it. Half the price. Don't talk nonsense in the West Territory if you don't know the situation. I respect my teachers. How could I sideline my teacher? My teacher handed over the actual control of the academy to me because he was old and lacked energy. And he wanted to pursue the true meaning of magic. Do you understand? As for the elemental materials, I have a lot here. But why should I give them to you? Isn't this helping the enemy? And you're buying it at half the price? Are you dreaming? Or do you think I'm a moron? Well, since you don't mean to trade, let's wait a little longer. After the two of them tested each other, they drank again and started some irrelevant chats. Klein took out an arcane crystal and placed it on the table. He didn't say anything and continued to drink the red wine in his hand. He was fishing. Fishing with an arcane crystal. Annabella didn't care at first, but her eyes kept looking at the arcane crystal in front of Klein. As an alchemist, this new type of material is the most attractive thing to her. This is not just because of curiosity. Because new materials usually have the problem of optimizing or changing the combat form of alchemists. New materials are extremely important to alchemists. After sitting for a while, Annabella couldn't even drink the wine in her hand. She looked at Klein, who closed his eyes and said with gritted teeth, "You bastard. You like to play with people's hearts so much. Why don't you become an official politician? Those guys who don't do anything and only know how to play with people's hearts. I feel more suitable for you." Klein opened his eyes innocently and spread his hands. "My space ring has limited storage space, so this thing can't be put in. I can only put it on the table." I didn't say anything. So is this wrong? Looking at Klein's innocent expression, Annabelle wanted to punch him. But now the initiative has returned to Klein's hands. "Tell me, what is this thing called?" Arcane crystals are crystals condensed from pure arcane energy. It is different from chaotic and disordered arcane energy. This kind of arcane crystal represents stability, power, and rules. After Klein finished speaking, he pushed the arcane crystal in front of Annabelle. He looked generous, but in fact it was because the arcane crystal was very small and only first order. Annabella picked up the crystal, and a large amount of gold suddenly flowed in her right eye. And soon, it was automatically refined into a microscope. She carefully observed the crystal in front of her, and exclaimed in amazement, "Its structure is incredible. The truth is the sequence of gods." Of course, arcane crystals are the rarest conventional materials in the world. Klein was interrupted by Annabelle before he started to brag. "Okay, let's not say those words that salesmen often say. I'm not a fool. Although this thing has very stable energy, its actual value still depends on its production. And the crystal in front of me is obviously first order. If there is no high-order crystal, then this material has no substantial effect on me." Really calm. Shouldn't women be consumerists? Klein felt a little regretful that Annabelle did not lose her composure, so he could only trade with her in a normal way. Klein took out the second, third, fourth, and fifth order arcane crystals and placed them on the table one by one. Arcane particles, arcane crystals, arcane essences, arcane cores, and original arcane. These are all miracles in arcane magic and representatives of arcane wisdom. I think you should be able to feel their value. Annabelle looked at the materials on the table with shining eyes. At this moment, she was truly moved by Klein's things. "I want the method to make these crystals. How much do you sell it for?" Klein's mouth curled up. "The method is very expensive. Don't riddle me. Tell me, how many element materials do you want?" Hearing Annabelle's question, Klein also put away his slightly frivolous expression. "I said, I want half of all the element materials in your hand, and I will give you half of the money." Klein is very rich now, and he has plundered a lot of money from the north. But it is no longer suitable to continue collecting elemental materials in the north. Baizini and Qian Yu have collected a lot of elemental materials for him, which has also caused the price of elemental materials in the north to double directly. It has far exceeded the price of elemental materials in other regions. and he can't collect it anymore. Klein now has money in his hands, but he has no way to obtain the corresponding resources. So he needs a partner who can trade in large quantities. Annabella is his best choice. Do you know how much half of the elemental materials I have? That's over 100 million. Or even hundreds of millions of telephones. I agree to trade with you. And I am very sincere. But you better be serious, and don't treat me as a fool. Your arcane crystal is very valuable. But it won't have much impact on me without the arcane crystal. So, Klein, don't go too far. Klein shook his head. Don't be angry. It's because I know you have a lot of elemental materials. So I want half of it. If it's something else, I'll take it all. Don't worry about the money. I have 100 million. Chapter 523 Level Power Division. Klein's affirmative tone made Annabelle feel a little strange. 100 million tires? Yes, I really have the real 100 million tires. So you don't need to worry too much about the money. The issue we should discuss is not about money. Annabella was silent for a while before slowly saying to Klein, Klein, what have you done in the past 2 years? I am contributing to the country. If I were not doing all confidential tasks, the country would have given me a Medal of Honor. Klein's words were not false. Unifying the underground forces in the north was what Qianyu wanted to do. Klein's appearance allowed the underground forces in the north to unify ahead of time, which was indeed a contribution to the country. And the joint killing of Neltharion. Klein's team helped Qianyu defeat Shinai and solve the hidden dangers of Warhammer Academy. It also dealt with the Grandok spy who had been lurking in the north for many years. After that, Klein went to Lucian Lake again, killed Anthony, and took away a large amount of faith weapons and equipment. These can be said to be contributions to the country, and it is a great contribution. If the official of Tarila recognizes it, it will be no problem to give Klein a Medal of Honor. Are you kidding? I am a serious person. How can I joke about such things? Well, even if you have 100 million, but you are only willing to pay half of the money, it is impossible. The value of the arcane crystal is not worth so much money. Moreover, these materials belong to Hosvog. Not to me personally. I cannot let Hosvog suffer. Although Annabelle wanted the technology of arcane crystal materials very much, she was still rational. Klein was only willing to pay half of the price, and she could not accept this price. Don't be so anxious to refuse. Arcane crystals are very useful to you, because of the special nature of arcane energy. You have discovered it, right? After you master the disordered arcane, you should have the ability to decompose arcane. This kind of power should be a great power. Not only that, arcane and alchemists have a perfect fit. If you want to go further and move to the king level, then the arcane crystal technology is a hurdle you cannot bypass. King level? If 100 million tel can be exchanged for a king level expert, I believe any club will gladly agree. What do you think, Lady Annabelle? Klein started to brag. No one is more familiar with the concept of stealing than him. But Annabelle is not a pushover. She can't make a decision just because of a few words from Klein. Your words seem to make sense, but they are actually full of traps. First of all, it is true that arcane crystal technology is very useful to me. But even if I don't have this technology, I also have gold fusion technology. If you want to impact the king level in the future, gold fusion technology and arcane crystal technology are both ways. One more is just one more choice, and it can't change the result. Also, if one day I really reach the king level, it is also the result of my personal efforts, and it has nothing to do with resources, money, or technology. The king level is the embodiment of the ultimate personal will, and nothing can change it. When it comes to the king level, Annabelle obviously has her own opinion. Klein's bragging strategy obviously failed. He hasn't even reached the super level, and it's a bit embarrassing to brag about the king level in front of Annabelle. But Klein also noticed one thing. That is, Annabelle has already started to study the king level. Have you touched the king level? Not yet, but I have touched the border of the super level, and it may take a few years. Annabella's voice was a little floating, and Klein couldn't speak for a long time, and could only hold back one sentence. Awesome. The transaction between the two seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Klein was unwilling to give more resources, and he didn't have that much money. Annabella was unwilling to give in, and the two sides were deadlocked again. This was not the result Klein wanted. After a little thought, he decided to give in a little more, because he would face Esmond next. If he lost, he would be gone, and there would be no point in asking for money and technology. Annabella. When we were fighting just now, do you remember the destruction sphere I used? Annabella was stunned. Of course she remembered that it was an arcane power more powerful than the disordered arcane energy. She wanted to use the gold fusion conversion to capture that power before. But she didn't expect to fail in the end. Of course I remember. Why? Want to exchange it with that thing? Haha. That thing is too strange. I don't understand its characteristics, so I can't accurately judge its value. Annabelle's meaning was very clear. I am very interested in the thing, but I don't understand the principle. Can you give me a brief introduction? That kind of energy. I call it the Supreme Arcane Power. It is a stronger power than the Chaotic Arcane Power. According to my classification, it belongs to the third level enhanced power. Third level enhanced power? It was the first time that Annabelle heard such a description. Yes, a kind of power, such as arcane. Ordinary arcane can only knead bread. It is a very ordinary power. The first level enhanced arcane has the effect of arcane strength, which can strengthen other spells and enhance the power of magic. You should use it very often. Annabella nodded. Klein's statement was very novel. What else? The second level enhanced power is the chaotic arcane power you successfully developed. Its power is more complex. It has multiple complex properties such as decomposition, pollution, destruction, and tides, and its power is extremely powerful. What about the third type? The third level enhanced power, the supreme arcane power, has the characteristics of creation, construction, change, and annihilation. Its power is much stronger than the chaotic arcane. In addition, the supreme arcane power also has the ability to create objects. Listen carefully. It is to create objects, not the fusion, change, or property transfer of alchemy. Just like this. Klein stretched out his hand and instantly turned on the archon form. The supreme arcane power appeared in his hand. He casually put some iron filings in, and the supreme arcane power immediately produced a violent reaction. Klein continued to inject magic power into it, and the scarce iron filings actually began to grow rapidly. Finally, an iron sword appeared in Klein's hand. Although the quality was very poor, it was indeed a real iron sword without any replacement. This is the supreme arcane power. Annabelle was stunned. This power is simply the power of the creator. This is not a power that a mage should be able to master. If I master this power, then I will be very close to the king level. Klein, you have successfully impressed me. I want this supreme arcane power. Add the arcane crystal technology and 100 million telephones, and I will agree to this deal. Chapter 521 Deal done. You're a little greedy, Lady Annabelle. This is an equal deal, isn't it? Klein smiled and accepted the result, because he was very sure that Annabelle would never be able to thoroughly study the supreme arcane power. He was able to use this power at this stage because of the triple amplification of the burning demon heart, the killing god book, and the archon. Annabella may have arcane enhancement, or magic amplification equipment, or even a super magic form similar to the archon. But she definitely does not have the burning demon heart and the killing god book. The super magic effect cannot be achieved, and it is useless after all. I can give you the supreme arcane power and the arcane crystal technology, but I need more elemental materials. Of course, I can buy this part at the original price. Annabelle was stunned. Klein meant that he had more than 100 million thalers in his hands. Your financial reserves are really unexpected. Okay, I promise you. Although we in Holzvog also need a lot of elemental materials, it's still okay to give you some of them. Thank you very much. Then, the transaction between the two went much smoother. Thorn handed over the development method of the supreme arcane power and the arcane crystal technology to Annabelle. Annabelle, who is quite knowledgeable about energetics, saw the difficulty of the supreme arcane power at a glance. The arcane crystal material technology is very simple. After reading it once, I already have a rough experimental model in my mind. But the supreme arcane power seems to have some problems? This kind of power seems to be difficult to achieve. It requires such a high level of super magic. Are you lying to me? Lady Annabelle, you are wronging me. I can use the power of the supreme arcane, so I have my own way. I have already given you the method. You won't deny it, will you? Or do you think you are not sure that you can develop the power of the supreme arcane? Klein looked at Annabelle with a puzzled expression, as if saying, no way, you really can't do it. Right? If you can't do it, then you should have said it earlier. Why are you pretending in front of me? Annabella turned her head with a bad face. Humph. Provocation is useless to me. Since I have a method, then I naturally have a way to meet the requirements. So you don't have to worry about it. Klein laughed in his heart. Provocation is useless? No. Provocation is the most useful. You superclass strongmen are all arrogant. And it is harder to make you admit that you can't do it than to kill your own mother. You are a group of hypocritical guys. Klein picked up the ring handed over by Annabelle, counted the items inside, and put the ring away with a smile. Annabelle's resources were beyond Klein's expectations. But this was exactly what he wanted. The more resources he had, the stronger he would become. After sorting out the materials, Klein handed over the ring of 130 million tel to Annabelle, which was almost all his belongings. Normally, some funds must be reserved for backup. But Klein had no choice, because he was about to face the strongest person in Jiesha. He was the pinnacle of the superclass strong. Stronger than Annabelle, and even his mother Katie. If he wanted to win, he had to do things to the extreme. This is a really pleasant cooperation, Lady Annabelle. I believe we can continue to cooperate so happily in the future. Why do you want so many elemental materials? I am going to face my life. Lady Annabelle. If my father comes to Holzbog to find me, please try to delay for me for a while. Please. Annabella looked at Klein and nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the relationship between the father and son seems to be worse than the worst case she imagined. Okay. I will help you delay Esmond as much as possible. But with his strong character, my delay will not work. It's already very good. I will remember your help. Lady Annabelle. Klein turned into black mist and gradually disappeared in the air. And Annabelle looked at the direction where Klein disappeared and murmured, a father who wants to control everything, and a son who wants to break free from everything? It seems that Jiesha is about to usher in a change. The person who knows you best is always your enemy. Annabelle has had contact with Esmond and Klein. It was because she had come into contact with the two that she understood the peculiarities of these two people. If you don't make a sound, you'll be nothing. If you make a sound, you'll be amazing. It's not an exaggeration to say that you'll soar to the sky. The affairs of the Jess Society. Just watch the show. The headquarters of the Skull and Bones Society. President Leathers looked at his new pet, a dead queen, with surprise. This is an ancient undead creature created by the Dark Coffin, which has the ability to strengthen other dead creatures. The specialness of the dead queen will greatly increase the strength of a mature necromancer, which is what Leathers has always dreamed of. I didn't expect there really is such a thing as the Queen of the Dead. The power of the Dark Coffin is even stronger than I thought. Xianxuan, who was standing behind Leathers, curled her lips. She liked to see these people look ignorant. The key to the cemetery has been given to you. Your current strength should be far greater than Prometheus. When are you going to take action? Leathers turned his head to look at Xianxuan. This woman has been controlling his will during this period of time. As the president of the Skull and Bones Society, he doesn't like this feeling. But there is no way. Without Xianxuan, he has no way to obtain new ancient dead soul technology. So even if he has developed aversion to Xianxuan in his heart, it is not time to turn against him. They currently have the same goal: to integrate the Skull and Bones Society, deal with the Prometheus system, and then continue to spread the demons to make the Skull and Bones Society stronger. It's really time. With the increase of the Queen of the Dead, Prometheus is simply dead against me. Hearing that, Leathers confirmed that he would take action against Prometheus. Xianxuan smiled slightly. When Leathers kills Prometheus, the remaining factions of the Skull and Bones Society will all use the Dark Coffin. When Leathers is controlled, the entire Skull and Bones Society will be in her hands. The more you use the Dark Coffin, the deeper you will fall. Although it is powerful, you must find out who the real owner of the Dark Coffin is. When Xianxuan was a little complacent, the coin of fate in her arm suddenly vibrated. Taking out the coin, the crow's eyes emitted a creepy red light. And danger was coming. Doom? When deciding to attack Prometheus, is it that Leathers wants to kill me at this time? No. Prometheus is not dead. He is not that stupid. If it is not hostile to Leathers, then who should it be? Chapter 522: The Powerful Esmond. The president's office of the Skull and Bones Society suddenly fell into a strange silence. And Leathers also looked up at Xianxuan. As a superclass strongman, he also has a very accurate intuition about danger. He knows very well that there is no reason for him to feel danger for no reason. Something must have happened. You feel it too? Leathers looked at Qianxuan and asked suddenly. You mean? Danger? Boom. As soon as Qianxuan finished speaking, the wall of the president's office was violently cracked from the outside. Leathers looked at the broken wall, and his heart was full of disbelief. The barrier didn't work. How could it be opened by someone? Prometheus, the corpse lord of the Skull and Bone Society, stood in front of Leathers with a gray-robed cloaked man and a gray-robed cloaked child. Leathers looked at Prometheus and gritted his teeth slightly and said, Prometheus, have you forgotten what we once said? Internal affairs should be resolved internally. But now you have asked outsiders to interfere in the affairs of the Skull and Bone Society. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Even if you kill me, other members of the Skull and Bone Society will not submit to you. Prometheus did not answer Leathers immediately. He walked a few steps inside and pressed his crutches in front of himself with both hands. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. I don't know where this sentence came from, but I think it really makes sense. You said I invited outsiders. So why not you? You are not going to tell me that this woman is not an outsider. She provided us with the dark coffin technology. How could she be an outsider? This is a revolution in necromancy. All necromancers will become more powerful because of this technology. Yes, the dark coffin technology is indeed a very powerful technology. I admit this. But you should know it in your heart. Right? What does her dark coffin mean? Or do you want not only the dark coffin, but also the power behind the dark coffin? Prometheus looked directly at Leathers. After looking at him for a while, Leathers shifted his gaze. He didn't know if this was a concession, but he didn't know why he didn't want to look Prometheus in the eye. Leathers, while you are spying on this woman's power, this woman is also planning our power. The Skull and Bone Society is a sweet fruit to her. When the dark coffin tree takes root and sprouts and grows into our flesh and blood, it will be time for her to pick this fruit. Leathers and Qianxuan looked at each other. Although Prometheus had made his words very clear, the relationship between them was still intact. Perhaps you are right. But so what, Prometheus? When you die, I will slowly sort out the Skull and Bone Society. You probably can't imagine how powerful I am now. The Queen of the Dead behind Leathers waved her hand, and the King of the Dead immediately appeared behind Prometheus waving his sickle. His speed was so fast that it could be compared with the top fighters. Crack! But the sickle of the King of the Dead stopped in front of Prometheus, as if it hit a layer of bluish-white light curtain. Prometheus looked at the sickle with lingering fear. Leather's strength has indeed improved a lot because of Qianxuan. But he has not made any progress during this period because he did not use the dark coffin. It's really strong, Mr. Esmond. Thank you very much. If you die, I need to spend a lot of energy to save you, just because I don't want to be too tired. Esmond, wearing a cloak, spoke very coldly, and from his tone, even if Prometheus was no longer there, he could kill Leathers and Qianxuan by himself. You are so arrogant. You probably don't know how powerful the ancient necromancy is. The Queen of the Dead and the King of the Dead rushed towards Esmond one after another, and Qianxuan felt a little uneasy. The danger came not only from Esmond, but also from the little girl in gray robe next to him. At this time, the little girl suddenly turned her head and looked at Qianxuan, and a hostility from the soul appeared. This kid is also a new human, and her ranking is higher than mine. If Klein is RS-02, then this little girl should be RS-01. Esmond of Jiesha. No. I have to save myself. Before the battle, Qianxuan held the coin of fate tightly. But this time, the copper coin shattered on the spot. Is the power of fate of the copper coin not enough to change my current situation? Does it mean that I will die? Qianxuan did not panic. She immediately took out the second and third coins, and kept stimulating and using them in her hands. After using a total of 4 copper coins and 1 silver coin, the coin of fate finally turned over and turned into a 4-leaf clover. Seeing the 4-leaf clover, Qianxuan's heart calmed down inexplicably. At least this way there will be no danger to life, and I can fight with all my strength. The coin of fate is like a drug for the soul. Qianxuan didn't realize that she had already compromised with the coin of fate without realizing it. The Queen of the Dead and the King of the Dead were blocked by Esmond's neutralization sphere. And then, there was a huge arcane explosion, which blew up the entire Skull and Bones Association's president's office. Boom! Esmond floated in the air and looked at Leathers from a distance. Leathers, the King of the Dead, today you can really die peacefully. Leathers no longer had the calmness he had just now. The power of Esmond's spells was too great. And the strengthened Queen of the Dead, and the King of the Dead, could not do anything to him. As a necromancer, his combat power could not be compared with a super-arcane magician like Esmond. The arcane explosion just now had injured him. But he just endured the pain and didn't speak. Esmond of Jesha, even if you are very powerful, this is the headquarters of the Skull and Bone Society. I don't believe that your magic power can withstand consumption. Leather stepped back, and the bone spears that covered the sky and the sun flew towards Esmond. With such a large number, even the mana shield of a superclass strongman would be drained of magic power. Thump, thump, thump! But Esmond in the sky seemed to turn a blind eye to all this. He stared at Leathers and said, I dare to come here alone. And I have made all the preparations. For me now, if I am not strong enough, the number is meaningless. Also, I tell you one thing. My magic power is unlimited. Esmond opened his arms, and bluish-white light spots began to flicker around him. This is the most basic arcane attack magic. Arcane missiles. If there is any difference between Esmond's arcane missiles and ordinary missiles, it is that there are too many of them. The densely packed missiles were more numerous than the bone spears released collectively by the Skull and Bone Society members. The two energies, one black and one white, collided with each other like a magical firework display. Chapter 523 The Secret of the New Humans. No one had expected the scene of one person fighting against a top society. Prometheus, you asked me to help you. Are you just here to watch the show? Prometheus, who was standing by, was also frightened by Esmond's amazing momentum. If Esmond was so powerful, would there still be suspense in the conflict between the Skeleton Society and the Jesha Society? Is it the right thing for him to ask Esmond to help him? At this moment, Prometheus, who is called the Lord of the Corpse Demons, was also confused. But now is not the time to hesitate. In any case, their current goal is the same. That is, to deal with Leathers and Qianxuan. Prometheus summoned a corpse ghost, which was made from the corpse of a melee superclass strongman, retaining a lot of power before. It is also the capital that he can always be on par with Leathers. But now Leathers already has two superclass dead spirits, the Queen of the Dead and the King of the Dead. There are also a large number of ordinary undead creatures. And the Queen of the Dead has increased the strength of other undead creatures. The strength has completely crushed Prometheus. Even Prometheus has to admit this. But at this time, Esmond's strength has completely covered up the gap between the two. Now Leathers has to face more than just Prometheus. Traitor. This guy's power is not something you can control at all. That's better than being controlled by a woman whose identity you don't know. Prometheus and Lyles are blasting magic in midair, while Esmond is slaughtering a large number of Skull and Bones members. His arcane missiles are really like missiles. They are not only powerful, but also have the effect of precise positioning. Facing Esmond's arcane missiles, only masters above level 4 can resist them. If they are level 3, they are likely to be killed on the spot by the arcane missiles. At the other end of the battle, Qianxuan stood there. She did not move. Nor did she choose to escape, because there was a little girl standing in front of her. RS-01. Proget. They looked at each other with their eyes. Although they seemed not to speak, they had actually opened a spiritual connection, and were having a spiritual conversation. RS-03. You awakened very early, and you seem to know a lot of ancient technology. Did you steal the data stored in the laboratory? The data stored in the laboratory originally belonged to us. I went to take it, not steal it. Is there any problem with me taking my own things? RS-01. You surprised me. I thought you would sleep for a long time. Even if you were trained, you would not awaken so early. I didn't expect you to wake up too. Haha. Very good. It seems that those guys' new human plan is very successful, as long as you mate with RS-02 and give birth to offspring. The so-called new human plan will be completed. Qianxuan said some shocking words. But Projet didn't care, and just shook his head. Tyrus has been destroyed. It is meaningless whether the so-called new human plan is carried out or not. I have my own will. Now I don't need to be influenced by others. I am a strong new human. RS-01. I should be the strongest in this world, not the reproductive machine imagined by those people. Qianxuan narrowed his eyes. Don't need to be influenced by others? Are you sure that the Arcane Master didn't influence your will? As for your so-called personal will, it should be your selfishness. Right? Does the Arcane Master still not know about the things between you and me? Projet raised his head slightly proudly. I don't need to explain my actions to anyone. Since the new human plan no longer needs to be implemented, there is naturally no need for me to tell him. Esmond and I are partners, not subordinates. So you don't need to worry about the things between us. It seems that I can't shake you. Your will is really firm, but RS-01. Has Esmond told you about RS-02? Qianxuan doesn't want to fight with RS-01. Because RS-01's position in the new human plan is to cultivate everything. As a mother, she has the means to suppress other new humans. Normally, only RS-02, as a male new human, can resist the interference of RS-01. Although she is RS-03, she still cannot get rid of RS-01 suppression in some aspects of genes. Therefore, although Project in front of her has a body like a child, the pressure she puts on Qianxuan is no less than Klein. He told me that RS-02 was cultivated by Esmond 25 years ago and born 24 years ago. He is also Esmond's fourth son, named Klein Alex. Klein is a little rebellious. He is currently serving in the West. After finishing the Skull and Bone Society, we will bring him back. Project's answer was a bit mechanical. After hearing the end, Qianxuan almost laughed. Serving in the West? Rebellious child? That's all? Is this what you know about Klein? Project looked at Qianxuan and frowned slightly. Her pride came from her blood. She was born to suppress all other little people in the bottle. Except Klein. So, no matter what the reason, Project had to keep an eye on Klein. Esmond gave her a detailed list of Klein's identity information. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely find it amazing, feeling that Klein was a rare genius. But in Project's opinion, that information was a bit routine and stereotyped. Just like what he wanted others to see. Project certainly knew how much his talent had reached. As the only new human who could be on par with him, Klein would definitely not be as simple as shown in Esmond's information. However, Project did not question the authenticity of Esmond's information. Something she just needed to know. It seems that you know RS-02 very well. Have you had specific contact with him? Qianxuan nodded with a sad expression. Well, we did have contact. And some unfriendly things happened. Let's do this. Let me go. How about I tell you all the information about RS-02? This is exclusive information. No one in the world knows the true situation of RS-0S except me. Project hesitated. To be honest, she was a little moved. RS-02 was obviously much more important than RS-03. She didn't care about the things that Esmond cared about. What new technical information? Those things were far less important than herself. For Project, RS-02 Klein was the most valuable. Whether it was mating, completing the new human plan, or complementing each other and extending the soul, RS-02 was necessary. Chapter 524. After thinking it over, Project agreed to Qianxuan. I can promise to let you go, but I am not unconditional. If your information is worthless, you should understand what I mean. Qianxuan smiled and nodded. As long as Project agreed, it would be fine, because she was very sure that her news was enough to shock Project. You should have read Klein's information. At the beginning, because of protection, he had no talent before the age of 20. What do you think about this? Project frowned and said, Do you need to ask this? He had no talent before the age of 20. It must be because he had not awakened. What's so strange about that? Well, after Klein entered the Royal Academy, his strength began to grow rapidly. 2 years later, when he was on a mission in Holzbog, his strength reached the 3rd level. After the famous Arcane Tide incident, it is said that his strength reached the 4th level. And then he entered the service period in the West. Is there anything special? It took more than 2 years to reach the 4th level. His growth rate can only be said to be average. Right? It's even a little bad. And these data are all in Esmond. You are not going to use this to convince me. Are you? Do you really think I have no temper? Project took a step forward slightly forcefully. But his small body put a lot of pressure on Qianxuan. Qianxuan didn't like this feeling, and she quickly stopped Project from approaching. You'd better not come over here. If you want to know his specific situation, just listen to me. Okay. After Klein served in the West, he was actually using the alias Kane and went to the North. The North? Yes. In the past 2 years, Klein has been in the North and has not served in the West at all. Project nodded. This was information that Esmond did not have. But she immediately noticed something wrong. Esmond's intelligence channels were very solid, and even Project had to admit this. But why did Esmond's intelligence channels seem to become closed when it came to Klein's intelligence. This was obviously abnormal. Project stopped Qianquan from continuing to speak, closed his eyes, and began to think about the possible situations here. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. Qianquan put her hands together obediently, indicating that she would not attack the other party rashly. But Project did not seem to care at all. The current Jia society is very strong, with sufficient funds, strong military force, and a complete intelligence system. Jia society's intelligence personnel are very efficient, and the woman named Gwen is also very capable. But there must be a reason why Klein is so isolated from the news. Someone intercepted or deliberately hid the news that may be related to Klein, downplaying the traces of Klein's existence. There is a traitor in Jia society. Project's brain quickly analyzed the current situation of Jia society and the possible situation of Klein like a computer. Soon she came to her own conclusion. Gwen. This woman is helping Klein, and she should be in Klein. There must be a reason for her betrayal, and the time of the betrayal should also be traceable. Going to Grandok for the hostage exchange. Thinking of this, Project already had an idea in mind. She didn't continue to think about how Gwen betrayed. It was meaningless. When she returns to the Jia society, she can just ask her directly. By then, she will have no choice. This is very valuable information. Please continue. For 2 years, Klein and my biological sister Qianyu were together. And then Qianyu discovered that something was wrong with me and my plan, and chose to attack me. Project curled his lips, as if he thought this situation was normal. Then you are unlucky enough. There is no way. After all, he is RS-02. Even if he, as a male, does not have the ability to suppress your bloodline, he can still sense you. Qianquan did not explain, but continued. After that, Klein helped my sister Qianyu to attack me. His strength is very strong and his ability is also very strange. There is no doubt that I was easily defeated by him in the first battle. It's normal. Continue. After being defeated for the first time, I was very unconvinced. After returning to my own secret base, I gathered my strength again and prepared to seek revenge on him. Project smiled, and Qianquan also smiled, and continued. RS-03 seeking revenge on RS-02 is a stupid choice. You are right. Even if I gathered some power and equipment from the old times, I was still no match for Klein. I failed again. And this time the failure was more thorough. At this time, I had to reevaluate Klein's strength. His specialness made me feel scared. Hearing this, Project was a little surprised. In her opinion, Klein was born earlier than Qianquan and his number was higher. Even if he awakened later, it was normal for him to be stronger than her. Isn't it normal that he is stronger than you? What's special about this? What's there to be afraid of? No. You are wrong. RS-01. You are wrong from beginning to end. Your arrogance makes you look very ignorant. You don't understand Klein's power at all. His strength and uniqueness are unique. Even you can't compare to this. Project was a little unhappy. As the mother of the new human race, she is unique. What do you mean? And Qianquan sorted out her emotions and slowly said, the next news is the real deal with you. The value of this news is absolutely in line with your expectations. Well, go ahead. I'm listening. Project closed her eyes again. RS-02, Klein Alex, has not yet awakened. Project suddenly opened his eyes, and the attributeless energy in the air around him burst out in an instant. What did you say? Seeing Project's shocked expression, Qianquan felt very happy, because she was also shocked at the time. Did you not hear clearly? Then I will repeat it again. RS-02, Klein Alex, has not yet awakened. The power he showed has completely reached the standard of level 5, and there is no sign of awakening. How is it possible? Qianquan laughed. Why is it impossible? When Klein and I met, he was as ignorant as a child about our affairs. But this did not affect his personal strength at all. He is the kind of genius who has really relied on himself to get to where he is today. A genius who can defeat me without awakening. I can't even imagine how powerful Klein will be after awakening. Will it be like the prophecy at that time? What do you think? Project. Chapter 525 The Runaway Girl. RS-02 didn't awaken? Then how did he practice? This question not only troubled Qianquan, but also troubled Project now. This is impossible. If RS-02 didn't awaken, then he couldn't have the talent to practice energy. If he didn't rely on magic or fighting spirit, he couldn't compare with the current professionals with his body. You think too simply of him. RS-01. Although I don't know what kind of talent RS-02 was injected with. But from the 2 battles between me and him, his ability can no longer be described as simply powerful. Tell me, what abilities does he have? Shadow, Flame, Flesh, Fighting Spirit, Arcane, and unconventional abilities like Fog. Judging from his performance, he is more like a weird wizard. Soul Extension. This is the power of Soul Extension. This power is only possessed by her and RS-02. It is a special talent to adapt to the harsh environment that may appear in the future. But Project still couldn't figure it out. Qianxuan said Klein hadn't awakened. So how could he have the power of Soul Extension? Well, the information you provided about RS-02 is quite useful. But the authenticity of this information still needs to be verified. Now, I believe you for the time being. But you have to give me a copy of all the ancient technologies including the Dark Coffin. And then I will let you go. You? Qianxuan was a little angry. She didn't expect Project to go back on his word on such a thing. But she didn't have much choice now. Leathers had already shown his defeat. And Esmond's strength was completely beyond her expectations. This kind of power was already a bit of a saint. What on earth did Esmond of Jiesha take that he could actually move towards the saint realm at this age? Did one of the 9 kings fall? While Qianxuan was observing Esmond, Project urged impatiently, "Hey, have you thought about it? My patience is limited. If you don't want to hand over the technical information, you can just fight me. You are so cruel. Let's get started." Qianxuan gritted her teeth. She had been planning the Skull Society for so long. And when it was about to succeed, Esmond and RS-01 actually appeared. This completely disrupted her plan. I'm afraid that her idea of targeting Klein will be postponed again. Establish a mental connection. Establish a mental connection. The two said in their hearts at the same time. And a special mental energy line was established between the two. Countless data streams shuttled in the eyes of Qianxuan and Project. Not long after, Qianxuan handed over the Dark Coffin technology, the Graveyard Key technology, and the Evolutionary Guide Stone technology to Project. However, Project was not very satisfied with the technical information she had obtained. She turned her head and looked at Qianxuan. "That's all? What about the mechanical soul? The soul of the dead? And the soul of life? What about the armor project? What about the Eternal Covenant? My information is also incomplete. I don't have any of these things. If I had them, why would I be so miserable?" Qianxuan was of course lying to Project. She really didn't have the power of the 3 souls. But she did have the armor project and the Eternal Covenant. At this time, Qianxuan was also somewhat glad that she didn't show the power of the inner god. Otherwise Project would definitely find the traces of the Eternal Covenant at the first time. "Why do I feel like you're lying to me, RS-03? You better not do those stupid things. I didn't lie to you. I've already told you about Klein and given you so much technical information. If you're still not satisfied, I can only fight you to the death." Project raised his eyebrows and suddenly waved his hand at Qianxuan. A strong attributeless energy instantly enveloped Qianxuan. The suppression of the blood power made Qianxuan feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at her soul, making her tremble constantly and unable to raise the will to resist. "Fight with me to the death? Haha. I am the embodiment of will." Project's little hand suddenly clenched, and the entire land in front of Qianxuan was twisted into a fist-sized stone by the invisible stand in an instant. This telekinesis, even in ancient times, is a kind of superpower. Project's amazing power shocked Qianxuan and made Qianxuan completely confused. How is it possible? How can the gap between us be so big? She suddenly felt that all her efforts over the years were in vain. Looking at Project's body, she knew that she should have just woken up. But in such a short time, the other party has gathered such a powerful force. Is the restriction of blood really insurmountable? Go away. I will let you go this time. But we will meet again in the future. Project loosened the telekinesis that bound Qianxuan. Qianxuan lay on the ground and trembled. It took a long time for her to recover. "I know. But I want to ask. If you meet RS-02, what will you do? Will you kill him? If you kill him, the perfect new human plan will never be completed. But as long as you kill him, you can completely get rid of the shackles. What will you choose? Are you teaching me how to do things?" "No. Since you don't want to say, I won't ask." Qianxuan left without looking back. When she left, Esmond looked at Project in surprise. It seemed that Project was a little surprised that Project let go of Qianxuan. An arc blast repelled the skull and bones members approaching him. And Esmond turned to Project and asked, What's wrong? Prugit shook his head. It's okay. I've got what you want. Prugit did not explain the reason for letting Qianquan go. And Esmond did not ask. It's good to get the things. Progé pursed her lips and suddenly raised her hand, lifting up a large number of undead creatures on the ground. Ah! Progé clenched her fists, crushing thousands of undead creatures on the spot. But her telekinesis was not over yet. A large number of bone fragments floated in the air and suddenly exploded outward. The necromancers who were close to these bone fragments were shot into a hornet's nest on the spot and died in large numbers. A 5th-level necromancer saw that Progé was so powerful and immediately summoned a skeleton elf to kill Progé. But it had not yet approached Progé. Progit floated up involuntarily within 10 meters. Progit gently moved his fingers, just like a normal person would do when floating in the water. All the broken bones, rocks, and soil around him continued to attach to the skeleton elf. Soon, a supergiant skeleton with a height of 3,009 feet appeared in the headquarters of the Skull and Bone Society. This body is several times larger than the terrifying dog god Aishba in the north. Of course, their strength is still incomparable. However, a giant skeleton of this size still gives people a very deep shock. Chapter 526 The Skull and Bone Society Unify as Will. Progé floated gently to the top of the giant skeleton, waved his hand, and the giant skeleton crushed the hull of the Skull and Bone Society headquarters with 1 foot. Progé's face was very grim. But at this time, a tear flowed from her right eye. Today is the end of your Skull and Bone Society. Progé dropped tears on the giant skeleton. And the skeleton actually came alive and shouted to the sky. Ah! Esmond, who was floating in the air, frowned slightly. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he crazy again? Esmond originally didn't want to destroy the Skull and Bone Society, because once the headquarters of the Skull and Bone Society was destroyed, the Skull and Bone Society branches across the country would definitely fall into chaos. Without a unified will, such a rebellious organization would have a great impact on the entire Tarila. Although he was not an official of Tarila, he didn't say anything nonsense like sacrificing for Tarila. But at least Jiesha was also established based on Tarila. So Esmond did not want Tarila's national system to be damaged, because if that happened, Jiesha would also be greatly affected. Xiao Pu, now is not the time to destroy the Skull and Bone Society. Progé was so excited that he ignored Esmond's words. The supergiant skeleton rushed around, and no professional could resist it. Leathers looked at Prometheus angrily. Prometheus, is this the foreign aid you found? You really care about our Skull and Bone Society? Prometheus was silent. Esmond was indeed found by him, and he must be responsible for his actions. I'll stop her. Prometheus soared into the sky and soon flew in front of Progé. A dozen bone spears were shot out, but all of them stopped in front of Progé. Legend? Just to test the waters with you. The bone spear turned over and shot back at Prometheus. But Prometheus had already had the will to fight to the end. He kept releasing the Lord's black flame and Progé's telekinesis to fight. The magic burst of the superclass Strong is still very powerful, and Progé has some difficulty dealing with it. But she doesn't only have telekinesis as a means. She uses telekinesis only because it is more convenient. At the moment when Prometheus's magic attack suppressed telekinesis, Progé disappeared. Shadow step. Bang! The seemingly weak little fist hit Prometheus' chest accurately. Cough! The sternum of the corpse ghost lord was instantly sunken, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Progé looked at Prometheus flying away, and her arrogant gesture appeared again, raising her head like a big goose. The mechanical soul is unstoppable. A layer of metallic light appeared on Progé's body. One of the 3 soul plans she asked Qianquan about before. The mechanical soul was clearly on her body. Progé's figure disappeared again, and the shadow step was activated, and she was about to catch up with Prometheus. At this moment, the undead king of leathers blocked her in front of her. The 2 big bosses of the Skull and Bone Society finally put aside their past grudges again at this moment and joined forces to resist the foreign enemy. And Esmond also stopped, and did not want to interfere with Progé's battle, because he really did not want the Skull and Bone Society to be destroyed during this period of time. Boom! The powerful physical collision between Progit's fist and the side of the undead king created a vacuum circle. Progit shook his hands and stepped back, stopping his plan to continue the pursuit. Leathers had already stood with Prometheus at this time, and Leathers smiled. How long have we not fought side by side together? It has been more than 20 years. I didn't expect the Skull and Bone Society to be forced into this state by a little girl. She should be the product of the GS Society. Or the forbidden product of Esmond. Unconsciously, the GS Society has become so powerful. We have been fighting internally in the Skull and Bone Society for so many years. It's time to change. At this time, it is no longer a factional dispute in the Skull and Bone Society, but a battle for the survival of the Skull and Bone Society. Project frowned slightly when he saw the two old guys of the Skull and Bone Society joining forces. Prometheus's strength is relatively weak, but Leathers is different. After Qianxuan's technical enhancement, Leathers is now a top-level superclass. It can be seen from the fact that he was able to resist Esmond for so long that his fighting ability is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary superclass. Project is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart, and her super calculation ability allows her to easily analyze the possible results of her battle. So, Project turned her eyes to Esmond. Hey, Esmond, aren't you going to clean up one of the forces of the Skull and Bone Society? Why did you stop again? I want the Skull and Bone Society to stop splitting and fighting, and let the conservatives take power because I want the Skull and Bone Society to calm down, not to destroy it. Your current behavior goes against my purpose, so I won't help you. TSK. So boring. Do you want to continue? Esmond glanced at the Skull and Bone Society, which was united at this time, and suddenly felt that it was a stupid move to bring Projet with him. However, Projet said just now that the things had been obtained, and his purpose was also partially achieved. Forget it. They are now united. Unless they are all killed, it is impossible for me to deal with them alone. Since the things on your side have been obtained, there is no need for us to stay here. Let's go back to the GS Society. Hey, it's not easy to come out. It's meaningless to go back and see those iron lumps. You go back first. I still have some things to do. Esmond frowned slightly. Projet grew too fast. Although it has only been 2 years, her body has grown to the physique of a child around 7 to 8 years old. This is not the most outrageous. What is more outrageous is the speed of her strength growth. Although she has just reached the standard of level 5, her strength has exceeded many super-level masters. Unreasonably strong telekinetic power plus indestructible physical strength plus speed that makes people doubt their lives. The combination of these 3 abilities makes Project a truly flawless fighting machine. Esmond couldn't imagine how powerful such a guy would be when he entered the super level. And he was also thinking about why Klein, as the little man in the bottle RS-02, was so much worse than RS-01 Project. And why Project's attitude changed so much after meeting RS-03. What did she talk about with RS-03? Esmond didn't ask, because he and Project had an equal cooperative relationship, and the two were not superiors and subordinates. Even if he asked, Project would not tell him. Okay. Be safe when you are alone outside. Chapter 527 The Dead Eyes of the Skull and Bone Society. The Battle of the Skull and Bone Society ended with an unexpected ending. After Project gave up the giant skeleton, this huge monster soon collapsed under the siege of the Skull and Bone Society. And Esmond did not stay here, turned around and flew away. Prometheus and Leathers did not chase Esmond and Project. It's not that they don't want to chase, but because Project and Esmond's combat power is too strong, and their abilities are too unsolvable. A rash pursuit will only bring unnecessary casualties. In this battle, Esmond slaughtered many members, and the giant skeleton also killed many members. The Skull and Bone Society has been seriously injured and can't stand the consumption. I didn't expect that the conservatives and radicals of the Skull and Bone Society would stand together again at this time. Prometheus looked at Leathers and sighed slightly. It's all your fault. If you hadn't let the wolf in, how could the Skeleton Society have suffered such a serious disaster? Leathers said angrily. Heh. Do you think I let the wolf in? Do you think that even if I didn't contact Esmond, he wouldn't have taken action against the Skeleton Society? Or do you think that the Skeleton Society and the GS Society have no conflicts? Can everyone sit down peacefully and have a cup of tea and talk about life? It's not bad to know the strength of the GS Society in advance, which is better than being consumed by internal fighting and then being wiped out by the GS Society. Prometheus' words seemed to be a bit of a wicked person complaining first and making specious arguments. But Leathers understood that what Prometheus said was all true. If the strength of Jesha and Esmond was not known in advance today, they would have had a serious internal fight. When Esmond showed up with the members of Jesha, it would be a brutal massacre for the Skull and Bone Society. Maybe you're right. But Jiesha has grown to such a level that Esmond's strength is simply unscientific. This is not the strength that a normal superclass should have. Even if we unite now, we will not be the opponent of Jiesha. Leathers' face was a little gloomy. In his opinion, the Skull and Bone Society is now defeated by Jiesha because of the internal fight of the Skull and Bone Society for so long. Now the Skull and Bone Society seems to have no hope of turning the tables when facing Jiesha and Esmond. So he is so gloomy. No. We still have a chance. Prometheus shook his head, and the sternum that was originally sunken by Projet suddenly recovered, as if he had not been injured at all. Opportunity, what do you think? Yes. The Dead-Eye Plan has not been implemented yet. The Dead-Eye Plan was designed by the Skull and Bone Society before. It uses a large amount of flesh, corpses, and blood to eventually revive the former second-generation Black King. Dead-Eye? This is a theoretical plan that requires the consumption of a large number of corpses and bones. If there is no war, this plan will never be successfully implemented. So they arranged a plan to insult and kill the eldest princess Qianhua. But in the end, this plan was destroyed by Klein and the members of the Jia Society. You actually agreed to such a crazy plan. It seems that our Skull and Bone Society has really reached a desperate step. Yes, the Skull and Bone Society has indeed reached a point of desperation. Although the Skull and Bone Society now has 2 superclass members. The superclass members of Jiesha are obviously stronger than us. The strength of ordinary members cannot compete with Jiesha. Apart from the Dead-Eye Plan, we have no choice. Only if there is a combat power that can suppress Esmond and the little girl, we have a chance to turn the tables. So the Dead-Eye Plan must be implemented. Prometheus said it decisively. And Leathers did not expect that the old opponent of the Conservatives would become so determined now. However, the Dead-Eye Plan cannot be implemented just because you want to. And it has too many prerequisites. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to plan to start a war between Grandok and Tarila again? No. The war between Grandok and Tarila will break out sooner or later. And we don't need to start it at all. You mean Grandok will start a war against Tarila? That's right. Esmond didn't destroy us today because of the border pressure that Grandok put on Tarila. Grandok could start a war against Tarila at any time. If the Skull and Bone Society is destroyed at this time, the distribution across the country will be completely chaotic. A large number of Skull and Bone Society grassroots personnel and criminals will start riots completely out of control. At that time, even if the high-end power of the Jia Society is very strong, it will definitely not be possible to quell the riots of grassroots personnel across the country in a short time. With the pressure of Grandok, neither the royal family of Tarila nor the Jia Society will see the scene. So we can survive today. But according to my information and judgment, Grandok can't wait that long. In any case, they will wage war against Tarila. So before the war is over, our Skull and Bone Society can remain safe. Even if they want to get rid of us, they will wait until the war is over. Therefore, our chance to turn the tables is the war between the 2 countries. When the war starts, a large number of professional corpses will be created. The Emperor of Grandok wants to unify the world. So this must be a war of national strength. As long as we collect enough corpses in secret, the Dead-Eye Plan can be successfully completed. Prometheus's analysis was very concise, and Leathers immediately understood what he meant. You are right. This is indeed our chance, as long as the second-generation Black King can be resurrected. Even if Esmond's strength exceeds that of an ordinary superclass, he cannot be our opponent. Esmond is thinking about the armaments of the Jia Society. The Skull Society is planning their future. And Qianyu has completely cleared the spy forces of the Warhammer Academy by taking advantage of the death of Neltharion. All forces are integrating their strength. And an invisible arms race is quietly underway. The strength of each party is accumulating strength at the same time. And all high-level professionals are also secretly accumulating resources. And Klein is the same at this time. Sorting out resources. Because of the resources of the entire Northern Underground forces. The materials that Jia Society paid to Hosvog. And the accumulation of Hosvog for many years. The accumulation of many parties has brought Klein's resources to an astonishing number. Now, it is time to transform these resources into strength. Lilith, train more with AI during this period to see if there is a way to break through to level 5. Got it. What about you? I need some time to retreat and digest the accumulation of this period. Because there are too many things. It may take a long time. Contact Gwen and let her help me delay it. Got it. Chapter 528 Doom is coming. Klein poured himself a glass of tequila, took a sip, and officially started the cycle of synthesis drug upgrade. Flame particles, first order, plus flame particles, first order. Probability of obtaining flame particles or flame crystals. And a very small probability of obtaining special materials. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained flame crystals, second order. You have obtained flame crystals, second order. You have obtained flame particles, first order. You have obtained the heart of elements, first order, so fast. Luck seems to be good. I hope it can continue. Klein took another sip of tequila and continued to synthesize expressionlessly. On the other side, after Qianquan escaped from the Skull and Bones Society, she came to a small city that was unknown to the public. The originally determined third princess was a little confused at this moment. Since her birth, there have been so many twists and turns, so many plans, but she didn't expect to be crushed by the two new humans ahead of her. She was unwilling to accept this. She had already signed an eternal covenant with the old Satoshi and absorbed a lot of power from the Inagami clan. But why did she have no room for resistance when she really met Proget? What was the meaning of her birth? Was it for the queen to study new humans? Or was there some other reason? Qianquan didn't know. And she didn't dare to speculate on the queen's intentions. The queen's power was too strong. Even in ancient times, she was one of the most powerful people, and she could even remove the title of one. The idea of devouring Klein and Proget seemed to be impossible to realize. After planning for so long, the Skull and Bones Society was about to succeed. But everything turned into nothing. Needless to say, Proget crushed her in all aspects. Qianquan knew that even without the suppression of blood, she was not Proget's opponent. And Klein was even more outrageous. He grew too fast. And the most important thing was that he had not awakened yet. But Qianquan and Proget knew that Klein would definitely awaken. And there was no such thing as not being able to awaken, because this was a guarantee of the new human plan. The latest awakening time should be 25 years old. And Klein is now more than 24 years old. In other words, there are only a few months left. And Klein will definitely complete the awakening. By then, his strength will even become more outrageous than Proget. These two guys are monsters. It seems that I have no chance at all. Bang! Qianquan stepped on a pile of shit. And her expression was very weird. How could such a thing happen to her? Because this is not a matter of luck at all. But with her observation ability, it is impossible to ignore the trap on the ground. What on earth is going on with this piece of shit? Qianquan's expression was a little ugly. She glanced around and saw no enemies around. At this moment, the building frame beside her suddenly collapsed. Qianquan, who was still thinking, didn't notice it. Be careful. It was not until the passers-by shouted that she realized it and looked up. Bang! The iron building frame hit Qianquan's head. A stream of blood flowed down her black hair. Qianquan touched her injured head in a daze, and finally came back to her senses. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Qianquan immediately took out the fate coins in her arms. And all the coins were facing the crow's side. The dark power of doom was almost materialized on the surface of the coins. And the crow's red eyes were like blood. Even if Qianquan's brain was slow at the moment, she reacted to what happened. Is this the backlash of the power of doom? I used 6 fate coins before, and only changed my fate very reluctantly. In other words, if I didn't use the fate coins at that time, I would have been dead after borrowing a lot of fate power. I am now entangled in doom. Such a strong doom can hurt me with a building frame. If I don't continue to use the fate coins, then can I bear this doom power? But if I continue to use the fate coins, will I never be able to get rid of this thing? Qianquan was originally a little person in a bottle with extraordinary intelligence. If she was not smart and decisive, she would not have participated in his plan at a very young age. After that, he found the lost Ivar alone and used the Eternal Covenant to trick a group of old gods. The slow reaction just now was still due to the effect of the power of doom. Now that Qianquan has sobered up, she quickly analyzed the key to the problem. That is, she might have been tricked by Ikater. The so-called coin of fate is just like a prop similar to drugs. When using the coin of fate, Ikater will definitely get some kind of benefit, which may be very large. And it is enough power of fate. That's why she was entangled by the strong power of bad luck after using 6 coins. Rishan. None of them are simple stuff. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I might have been killed. Or I would have been trapped in the cage of the coin of fate forever and become a slave of a Ikater. Now, what should I do? Find a safe place to hide, then resist the power of bad luck on my body? Qianxuan originally wanted to hide in the wild. But she interrupted this idea immediately. If she went to the wild, she might encounter some superclass monsters with her current bad luck. Hiding in the city. Although there may be various accidents. But for now, these accidents should be the kind that she can deal with. Do you want to go back to Ivar? No. If you go back now, the bad luck may even cause the Eternal Covenant to be invalidated. I can't take risks at this time. I must stay calm. Qianxuan took a few deep breaths and propped up a power shield for herself, hoping that this would avoid some unnecessary harm for herself. But Qianxuan was very clear-minded and still underestimated the effect of the power of bad luck. After walking a few steps, Qianxuan was suddenly tripped. And the thing that tripped her was just a small stone. When she lost her balance, her mana flow also fell into a brief chaos, and the mana shield failed. Qianxuan's face fell heavily on the ground. It's just a nosebleed. It's not a big problem. I need to calm down. The bad luck at this time is all the temptation of Ahkatower to me. Once I use the coin of fate again, I will never be able to turn over. Qianxuan carefully came to a hotel, opened an ordinary room, and lay quietly on the bed. Don't eat, don't drink water, and reduce your movements as much as possible. I have to say that this approach is quite effective. It has been half an hour, and there has been no problem at all, which makes Qianxuan feel a little better. But just when she was relieved, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 529 Doom and Gloom. Guest, do you need anything? If you need anything, please tell me. I'm a waiter. Qianxuan felt like doom was coming. She was wondering whether she should answer the waiter's question. Guest? Are you there? Guest? The waiter's tone changed slightly. The first two guests were normal, but the last guest was obviously tentative. Qianxuan knew that she couldn't remain silent any longer. She just had to get rid of this person. No, I don't need service now. Is the guest alone? If you need anything, I can help you. I said, I don't need any service. Okay. The waiter's voice came from the door again, but Qianxuan's eyes were dazzled. After all, she was at the top of the 4th level and had the power of the inner god. It was obvious that the waiter who spoke was still at the door and didn't leave. Kacha! The door opened, and a man in waiter's clothes walked in with a knife in his hand. Qianxuan sensed from the energy in his body that this was a 2nd-level professional. A 2nd-level professional with obvious malice towards her. The guest is really alone. Then do you need me to accompany you? The waiter had a lecherous smile on his face, looking up and down at Qianxuan. When had Qianxuan ever been treated like this? After all, she was the princess. But she did not act rashly, because she was considering the possible consequences of her actions. A 2nd-level professional. Even if I am in bad luck now, I can't lose to him. Right? But what's the matter with this palpitation? I always feel that if I attack him, something bad will happen. Just when Qianxuan was hesitating, the waiter had already walked to Qianxuan's bed. Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. I won't hurt you, provided that you don't shout. I think you are very smart and should be able to understand what I mean. Don't worry. I will be very gentle. I promise that I will make you forget all your troubles soon. When has the noble Qianxuan ever suffered such harassment? Her eyes suddenly changed, and then a beam of light came out from her palm. The Winhuat laser cannon. This is Mani's exclusive trick, and it killed the 2nd-level professional who offended her in one shot. But after killing the other party, Qianxuan felt that her heart beat faster. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared at Qianxuan's door. She looked at the waiter's body in horror. After a moment of stagnation, she began to shout, "Murder! There is a murderer here! Murder!" Qianxuan was surprised that she did not sense the approach of others, since she was entangled by the power of bad luck. Her perception seemed to be blocked. It's really bad. Qianxuan knew that with her current luck, if she continued to stay here, she would definitely be found by the security department here. They would definitely arrest her without any reason and even convict her of a crime. Even if she revealed her identity and said that she was the 3rd princess, she might be accused of impersonating the princess. These are all the bad results that Qianxuan thought of. She has already felt the effect of the power of bad luck. So she doesn't dare to have even a little hope for her luck now. She doesn't dare to have even a little bit of luck for any worse situation. The most reasonable way to deal with it is to escape and then find a place to hide. Preferably a place where there is no one. Qianxuan jumped down from the upstairs, but her face twisted as soon as her feet landed. Crack! Ugh! Qianxuan looked at her ankle in disbelief. As a 4th level master, how could she sprain her ankle? Sprained ankle? This situation is too much. Qianxuan now has no doubt that it is really possible for her to get stuck in her teeth when drinking cold water. The effect of the power of doom is too outrageous. Before she could recover, the usually inefficient security department had already arrived. These security guards immediately rushed towards Qianxuan fearlessly, shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Catch her! She is a murderer! There is no worse situation than this! A Hekator? You bastard! I will not surrender! In the Lost Evar, the place where the gods are at truce, a Hekator is licking his paws. After becoming a cat, he always has these cat-like movements. At first, a Hekator was very resistant in his heart, but his will could not resist the physiological needs of the cat's body, and he finally lived like a cat. And after he really licked his paws, a Hekator found that it was quite cool. So, the great god just licked his paws and combed his hair, just like an ordinary cat. He already knew about Qianxuan's situation and had been paying attention to her. Klein's side had already failed, and Qianxuan had become his only seed of destiny. If Qianxuan really got rid of the shackles of the coin of destiny by his own will and strength, then he would really lose a lot of money. However, a Hecatal was not particularly worried. This was only the first day, and the backlash of the power of doom would last for a total of 10 days before it would end. And Qianxuan was different from Klein. She still followed the rules when doing things. It can be seen from the Eternal Covenant that Qianxuan liked to exploit loopholes in the rules. She was not someone like Klein who could break all the rules. After all, it was rare for someone like Klein to give the coin of destiny a knife without saying a word. As long as the most basic rules were followed, a Hecatal would not worry that Qianxuan would escape, because the power of bad luck is so strong. No one can endure 10 days of bad luck. Not even the new humans. 10 days later, Klein's flame element materials have been synthesized almost completely. His current magic power, energy, and magic power recovery speed are enough for him to synthesize continuously without sleep. It only took 10 days to synthesize a large amount of flame element materials. You got the heart of the flame element. Give me a big surprise at the end. The flame element material is the most common material in Klein's hand, and it only took 10 days. The other materials will only be faster. The shadow guest beside Klein has already placed the earth element materials one by one. Klein picked up an earth essence and his eyes drifted away. Chapter 530 Gwen's Awareness of Death. Jiesha has made great progress in the past 2 years. Perona and Candlewick have really become money-making machines for Jiesha. I just don't know how strong my father is now, and whether we are closer. Nearly 2 months later, the table in front of Klein was filled with mysterious potions, the number of which was simply unbelievable. Even Klein felt that if these potions were replaced with small sugar beans, he would probably be full for 3 days. You used the mysterious potion, first level. Your magic power increased to 2,725. You used the mysterious potion, first level. Your magic power increased to 2,726. You used the mysterious potion, first level. Your magic power increased to 2,728. You used the mysterious potion, first level. Your magic power increased to 2,730. You used the mysterious potion, first level. The life of taking drugs is so boring and tedious. But the improvement of strength is also visible to the naked eye. Klein did not hold back at all this time, and even took all the first level potions by himself. He needed to raise his top combat power as much as possible, so that he could compete with his father. Well, keep working hard. Klein looked at it and nodded, and began to work hard to take the medicine again. Klein kept taking the bottle until late at night. His stomach was already bloated. Part of it was the undigested potion, and part of it was the bubbles produced by the boiling magic power. Looking at the last bottle of potion in front of him, he smiled with relief. He just swallowed the last bottle of the 5th level mysterious potion and felt the increase in magic power. You used the mysterious potion 5th level. Your magic power increased to 5,183, finally finished. 5,000 magic power. Take off. Jiesha. In Esmond's office. Has Klein not responded yet? It's been more than 3 months since the 2-year service. So there should be some news. Right? What did Holzvog say? Esmond's face was very calm, but his tone seemed a little impatient. There is no news from Holzvog yet. Maybe there are some problems with the transmission of intelligence. They are very hostile to our people. So the work is not easy to do. Esmond nodded. The work at Holzvog is really difficult. Annabella, the fat woman, has been treating Jiesha as Holzvog's imaginary enemy for the past 2 years. She has obtained so many resources and power, and can also execute her own wishes. She should be very happy. Gwen didn't quite understand what Esmond meant by these words, but according to her usual practice, if she couldn't understand Esmond's meaning, then not speaking was the best choice. Esmond continued to play with the 2 iconic magic balls in his hand. Gwen, how old were you when you started following me? Replying to Lord Esmond. 5 years old. It has been 24 years. Gwen bowed deeply. 5 years old. 24 years. Time flies. Esmond suddenly stood up and slowly walked in front of Gwen. This extremely close distance made Gwen feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps she would never have felt this way before. But it was different now. In the past, Gwen could devote herself to Esmond and do everything for him, both in spirit and body. But now, her soul and body belong to Klein. Without Klein's permission, she cannot accept any man approaching her. I'm sorry, Lord Esmond. Please don't do this. Esmond suddenly grabbed Gwen's wrist and pushed Gwen against the wall. In the past so many years, if I wanted to, you would never refuse me. Now my strength has surpassed Katie, and now she has no power to interfere with what I want to do. Everything is mature. But you refuse me? Why did you refuse me, Gwen? Why? Esmond was able to be calm at the beginning, but when he finished speaking, there was only anger in his eyes. Endless anger. There was anger for himself, for Katie, for Gwen, and for Klein. I'm sorry, Lord Esmond. I've always treated you as a father or a mentor, and never had any romantic feelings with you. Please don't do this. Gwen's face was calm, and now she had no interest in Esmond. The admiration she had long since vanished, and she was still here just because of Klein's mission. Esmond gritted his teeth and nodded. 24 years. I didn't expect that our 24-year relationship was not as good as the few times you and Klein had contact. What kind of charm does he have? Can you work for him so wholeheartedly? Lord Esmond, I don't quite understand what you mean. What connection can there be between me and Klein? Gwen knew that her situation might have been exposed, but she couldn't admit it at this time. She delayed as much as possible and tried to escape. Klein's service in notice has been set for more than 3 months. You should have blocked all the news from Annabelle. Right, Gwen. I trust you so much. But you let me down so much. Tell me, how should you compensate me? I'll give you one last chance. Obey me, and the previous things can be written off. Esmond suddenly moved his body closer to Gwen, and was about to press on. But Gwen had already prepared for the battle. Over the years, she has been constantly improving her strength. Waiting for this day. Impossible. I belong to Klein. Phase change fighting spirit explosion. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in Esmond's office, and a bluish-white light flashed in front of Esmond. Gwen had distanced herself from him, but a lot of blood had been left on her arm. Klein is my son. Even if he grows up quickly, he can't go against my will. What's more, I am growing faster now. Even if it's the 9th king. It's not impossible. I will catch him with my own hands and bring him to you so that you can have a good reunion. Esmond looked at Gwen with resentment. His state was very unstable and his emotions fluctuated greatly, which was completely different from his usual calm state. At this moment, he looked like a child whose mind was not mature and was spoiled by his parents. Then he looked like he was robbed of his favorite toy by other children. Gwen didn't know what the once calm Esmond had experienced to become like this, but she had understood that although Esmond's strength grew very quickly, it was definitely not without cost. She had understood the resentment in Esmond's tone. But Gwen was ready to die here. You don't understand Klein at all. He is different from you. Esmond, Klein is the one who truly revitalizes Jiesha. It doesn't matter if I die today. He will defeat you. Chapter 531 Rescue. From the beginning, the barrier of Jiesha has been shaking from the outside, with layers of ripples constantly echoing. Suddenly, a hole was forcibly opened in the barrier, and Gwen crawled out of the gap in the barrier in a very embarrassed manner. She has the highest authority except for the 5 founders of Jiesha, so she could escape from this place. But before Gwen could escape far, a violent explosion sounded behind her. Boom! Gwen, who was seriously injured, grabbed the cliff with one hand. It was not that she didn't want to use both hands, but because her left hand was broken during the battle just now. Esmond brought 2 masters of Jiesha and more than a dozen magic mechas to surround the cliff. And it seemed that they were about to give Gwen a fatal blow. Gwen decisively let go and fell calmly into the depths of the cliff. Before Esmond thought about chasing, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Imperial capital. A dark green gust of wind swept over, and one of the 3 leaders of the Dark Crusaders, the source of the plague, Kukasero, suddenly arrived. Your Majesty asked you to go over there, and she doesn't like to wait. Kukasero just said a simple sentence and left. But Esmond's face looked ugly. In Telrilla, he could ignore the will of most people, but he couldn't ignore the will of the Empress. If the Empress didn't want to wait, then he couldn't let her wait. There was no doubt that this was something that had to be done. Those who couldn't do it were basically dead. Okay, I'll go over now. Esmond turned his head and said to his subordinates beside him, just bring her body back. After all, it's been so many years. Yes. After giving his orders to his subordinates, Esmond followed Kukasero and flew towards the palace. Lord Kukasero, what does His Majesty want to ask me? Kukasero did not even look at Esmond, but said lightly, you should ask His Majesty. Not me. Esmond's face was a little dark. This bastard pretender. Will he die if he doesn't pretend for a day? It's really disgusting. He was a little helpless. Kukasero represented the Empress, and his own strength was also very strong. As long as the Empress was in power, Kukasero's position would never be shaken. At the bottom of the valley of the Royal Academy, Gwen, who was falling rapidly, was caught by a huge black crow with one claw. Gwen, who was already covered with bruises, immediately groaned in pain. Did I fall to death? Not yet. The voice of Dialogue appeared, and Gwen opened his eyes reluctantly. Seeing that it was the black crow Dialogue who caught him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Dialogue. No need to thank me. The master expected that you might reveal your identity by helping him hide the news. So I have been hovering outside the Imperial capital for the past few months. But I have never dared to get close to the Imperial capital. There are very terrifying beings here. And there are several super-level ones. It's too outrageous, Dialogue said with lingering fear. As a top-level flying monster of level 5, it has the assistance of void energy and fog power. Dialogue can barely hover and hide in the sky outside the Imperial capital. But before that, he clearly felt that a strong will locked him. But it did not kill him, which made him both frightened and somewhat fortunate. The other party didn't seem to have the intention to kill him. He just glanced at him casually, and he felt that he was about to kill him. It was too outrageous. Dialogue had the task of bringing Gwen back under certain circumstances. He couldn't disobey Klein's order, so he could only continue to hover outside the Imperial capital. Fortunately, the powerful existence did not continue to target him, which allowed him to take Gwen away safely. Hearing Dialogue mention Klein, Gwen finally smiled. It's a pity that I can't help him continue to monitor Esmond in the future, but I should be able to stay by his side in the future. Dialogue had such an idea about Gwen, and it was not surprising. All the things in the bottle were Klein's private property. Whether it was a monster or a little man in the bottle, I advise you to take a good rest. You are injured now, and you feel that you may die at any time. Dialogue threw Gwen on his back, so that at least Gwen could lie down and feel a little more comfortable. Gwen also breathed heavily. He was almost killed. Esmond's current strength is really ridiculous. This must be told to Lord Klein. Dialogue also nodded and acknowledged this. The man and the bird quickly flew away from the Imperial capital and headed towards where Klein was. In the palace, the Empress, who was eating, glanced at the direction where Dialogue flew away and smacked her lips. Alas, only Kukasero can stop Esmond. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it wouldn't work. Esmond is growing up quite fast. Little Klein, I can only help you so far. I just feel a little sorry for my daughter. I feel like I have inexplicably put a hat on her. And it is a green hat. It can't be said that way. First of all, she and you also put a hat on Lilith. Now I should have made things worse for Lilith. I am such a big villain. This daughter of Kukasero is really not easy. Just when the Queen Chinjue was talking to herself, the Dark Crusaders outside the door reported, Your Majesty, Lord Kukasero, Professor Esmond, Master Sacred Heart, and Lord Roger have all arrived. Well, let them in. Soon. Kukasero came in with Esmond, and then consciously stood aside, closed his eyes, and began his daily reasonable paddling practice. Following them were the president of the Mithril Council, Xingxin, and the president of the Brotherhood of Steel, Roger. Esmond, Xingxin, and Roger knelt down in front of the Empress naturally. Although they were already superclass strongmen, the top forces in this world, they were still not enough in front of the Empress. Your Majesty, what do you want to talk to us about? Everyone get up first. The Queen did not look at Xingxin and Roger, but only looked at Esmond, who was standing in the front. She looked very carefully, and her calm eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Esmond, who lowered his head, felt as if he was being seen through by someone's eyes. After a while, the Queen seemed to have seen through Esmond's situation, and then showed a satisfied look. She likes capable people, and it is very comfortable to leave things to capable people. Esmond, this ambitious guy, is very capable. As for his ambition and his rapidly expanding strength, the Queen does not care at all. She even hopes that Esmond can become stronger. There are indeed some important things to ask you to come here. Chapter 532 The War Begins. Your Majesty, please speak. Just now, Grandok declared war on us on the grounds that our country stole more than 1,000 pieces of miracle equipment from them. We also killed one of their elite troops and the leader of the troop, Anthony, the strongest of the 5th level. The Empress calmly told the news, and Esmond and the others were stunned at first. And then, they were surprised and looked contemptuous. Grandok's diplomatic and intelligence departments are getting more and more outrageous. 1,000 pieces of miracle equipment. Do they understand what 1,000 pieces of miracle equipment mean? Grandok probably doesn't have 1,000 miracles in total. Not to mention the unusable miracle equipment in their treasury. As for the elite troops and Anthony, the strongest master of level 5. This is an even more ridiculous reason. Aren't elite troops dying every day in the eastern part of Arturila? They can start a war. But the reason for starting a war is too ridiculous. Your Majesty, if war is inevitable, our Jia society is willing to go all out and provide all the magic mecha storage to fight for Turila. Esmond righteously expressed his dissatisfaction with Grandok, and then said that Jia society was willing to dedicate everything to the Empire. Xingxin and Roger looked at Esmond with some unfriendly eyes. You interrupted and expressed your opinion like this. What should we do? Is there any need to continue the conversation after you did this? In the past 2 years, Jiesha has made a lot of money selling magic mechas. It is rich, but you have to take care of other people's feelings. Esmond is too much. Although they had despised Esmond more than 1,000 times in their hearts, Xingxin and Roger still said honestly in front of the Empress, all members of the Brotherhood of Steel are ready to listen to your Majesty's orders at any time. As long as your Majesty gives an order, we will be the vanguard of the Imperial capital. The Mithril Council has already made preparations for the war, and is waiting for your Majesty's order. Qianju looked at the leaders of the 3 major societies, who expressed their loyalty, and nodded with satisfaction. The 3 major societies are not as good as those ancient societies in terms of history, heritage, and wealth, such as the Warrior Guild, the Mage Guild, and the Apothecary Guild. But why are they the 3 major societies? It is the support of the royal family and the royal power. Let's not say that they act first and report later, but at least in most tasks. The local Dark Crusaders and the security department will make way for the 3 major societies. The royal family has given support to the 3 major societies, and the 3 major societies must also fight for the royal family at the first time. Very good. The real war actually depends on you. Although there are many kings in Grandok, they will not take action. Even if they take action, the target will not be you. So let it go. There is no mercy in war. Behind you is the royal family of Turila. The Empress was completely different from her usual laziness today. She finally showed some of the appearance that an emperor should have. The Empress's meaning was very clear. This war might be very cruel. You can use some of your shameful means at this time. Taboo things are called taboos in the country. But killing people from the enemy country is not a taboo. It is called an excellent means of killing the enemy. It doesn't matter if you get into trouble. The royal family of Tyrila is standing behind you, and will help you clear your name. Xingxin and Roger looked at each other. They do have some forbidden techniques and abilities. After all, they are all top clubs. Not just for show. But when it comes to forbidden power, is there anyone in the whole Tyrila who can be compared with Jiesha? No. So the Queen's words were obviously meant for Esmond. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Jiesha will never let you down. And Jiesha never lets people down. Very good. You go back and make some preparations. And take people to the east tomorrow. Yes. As Esmond and the other two were about to leave, Qianju called him again. Esmond. Stay. Huh? Xingxin and Roger looked at Esmond, put away their curiosity, and walked out quickly. Esmond was also surprised that the Queen would keep him alone for questioning, so he could only stop. Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? Esmond. I know what you want. The Queen looked straight at Esmond, as if she could see through everything in his heart. Esmond was frightened by Qianju's gaze, but he still chose to pretend to be unconscious. I don't quite understand what your Majesty means. Hee hee. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. You are looking for Edward. Right? Esmond was struck by lightning. He didn't even tell Praja about this matter. It has been carried out in secret. Does the Queen really have the power to see through people's hearts? Esmond was a little unwilling. Edward had a past with the Queen. If the Queen asked him to give up looking for Edward, what should he choose? Your Majesty, Edward is the former president of Jiesha. There is no problem for Jiesha to find him. Right? It's not Jiesha that is looking for Edward. It's you who are looking for Edward. He is indeed a suitable candidate. After all, he is the weakest of the 9 kings. Without the blessing of the throne, his strength will plummet. But the king level is still the king level after all. And there is still a big gap with the general super level. I didn't expect that in just a few years. Your strength has reached this point. Esmond, it seems that you also have some extraordinary opportunities. Which is really good. Esmond looked at the Empress, and didn't know what to say for a while. This kind of earth-shaking event of fighting for the throne of the 9 kings. In the mouth of the Empress. It seems like I had lunch at noon. But I didn't have breakfast. My purpose was seen through by the Empress. And analyzed clearly. Even if Esmond wanted to defend himself, it would only appear pale and powerless. Your Majesty, every professional has the idea of moving towards a fixed point. And I am no exception. The Empress nodded. It's good to be ambitious. But, Esmond, I want to tell you that you probably still underestimated the power of the king level. Esmond's heart sank, and he secretly pondered the meaning of the Empress's words. According to Projet, he should have the power of a top legendary powerhouse now. A top legendary powerhouse can be promoted to the position of God, as long as he has the godhood. Why did the Empress first praise him, and now deny him? Your Majesty, can you tell me in detail? You may have some special information channels, such as ancient ruins. Most of the explanations in them tell you that legend is equal to super level, and holy ancient gods are equal to king level. There is nothing wrong with this statement. But it is wrong now. Why? After the catastrophe, the rules of the world are no longer the same. Even if you can change some rules by your own power, the fundamental rules are still different. Chapter 533 Mutual Commitment. After the cataclysm, there is no such thing as Godhead. Although the 9 kings can be inherited, they are not Godhead. And after the cataclysm, there was a king first. And then, there was a throne. And you, Esmond, you have not become a king yet. Esmond was stunned. What the Empress told him was completely different from what Projet told him. Tarila has only been around for more than 300 years. And there are very few records of the king level. Esmond is not sure whether the current situation is really different from the ancient times. Esmond suddenly felt that if what the Empress said was true, then his previous preparations seemed to have become meaningless. First there was a king. Then, there was a throne. Does it mean that we can cultivate to the king level ourselves? Then what is the meaning of the so-called 9 kings? Of course, the throne is meaningful. Because if you want to become a king, you need the power of the 3rd level of rules to break the barrier of the essence of life. The power of the 3rd level of rules is still too difficult for you. Esmond pondered the Empress's tone and meaning. The 3rd level rule power was too difficult for them. Does that mean it's not difficult for the Empress herself to possess the 3rd level enhanced power? Or is it very simple? Esmond was very unwilling. He had done too many things to reach the top of the king level. He was unwilling to give up. What is the 3rd level rule power, Your Majesty? Can you explain it to me? The 3rd level rule power. I'm not good at reasoning, so I'll demonstrate it to you. The Empress stretched out her palm, and a ball of fire appeared in her palm. My ability is fire, which is a well-known fact. After the catastrophe, the power of elemental fire has weakened a lot. This is the most basic fire power. Then, the flame in the palm of the Empress's hand became brighter, after reaching the extreme of ordinary fire power. If you want to break through, you need the blessing of external force. powerful magic, fighting spirit, or other methods. As long as you can break through the restrictions of the world rules, you can use the first level rule power. And you can use the rules to improve your combat power, such as the fire magic of the fire explosion. Continue upward. The second level rule power is generated. Generally speaking, when the power reaches this level, its destructiveness has reached the extreme. The second level rule power can already destroy the original rules of this world. In theory, it has reached the limit of the destructive power of this power, which is also the limit of the normal super level. The Empress's fingers flashed, and the flame in her hand became stable and calm, while Esmond on the side took an unnatural step back. He could feel that the power in the Empress's hand was only comparable to the disordered arcane energy. Thank you for your explanation, Your Majesty. What about the power above? If it is above, it is the realm of the king, which is usually called the power of God. The third level rule power. The destructive power of this power is actually no different from the second level rule power. The difference comes from the user. The stronger the user's power, the stronger the effect of the third level rule power. It can not only destroy the original world rules, but also has its own set of rules. In my own rules, anything I do is unstoppable. Just like my third level rule power, called the Flame of Will. Flame of Will. Well, just like its name. The Flame of Will represents my will, burning everything for me. Whether it is time, space, or energy of other attributes, it cannot stop the Flame of Will. The third level rule power is very difficult. If there is no one to guide you, you will never be able to achieve it in your lifetime. But once you master the third level rule power, it is equivalent to opening the door to the king level. Obviously, Esmond, you have not done this yet. Esmond swallowed his saliva. This should be important combat intelligence, right? The queen revealed her ability to him so easily. Is this a trust in him? Or is there some other reason? Does the queen not care about people knowing her ability? Esmond didn't know. Your Majesty, since the third level rule power is so difficult, how did Edward become a king? This is a question that Esmond has never been able to figure out. It is true that Edward has a strong talent, but at best he is about the same as Katie. His advantage over Katie is just a few years older. There is no reason why Edward can become a king, but Katie can't. I knew you would ask this question a long time ago, so I will tell you now that it is my intention for Edward to become a king. His talent is not bad, and his age is also suitable. In addition, I really needed an assistant to help me do things at that time. So, I killed the Blue King at that time and gave him the throne of the Blue King, so that he could experience the third level rule power of Han Bing and become the Blue King. Kill the previous generation of Blue King, and then let someone become the new Blue King? What is this concept? Esmond did not ask the queen why she let Edward become the king. That would be stupid. The queen told him so much. It shouldn't be to persuade him to give up. Right? Esmond asked tentatively. Your Majesty, do you think I still have a chance? You want to take me hiking? Mountain hiking? What do you mean? Esmond was not sure why the queen asked this. The queen waved her hand casually. Nothing. Climbing is just for fun. Let's get back to the point. Although your strength is not bad, you still underestimate the power of the king level. Although Edward is very weak and is known as the weakest king level, if you really fight, there is no doubt that you will still fail. And you will fail miserably. I understand, Your Majesty, but I still can't accept it. Now I have no progress. Apart from the throne of the king, I don't know what else I can pursue. At this time, Esmond opened up to the Empress and showed that he really wanted to pursue the throne of the ninth king. Edward is already the weakest king level, and he is still stronger than me. Doesn't that mean I have no chance? The Empress shook her head again and explained, in the past, you really didn't have much chance. But now, you still have a little chance. It depends on whether you can seize these opportunities. Esmond's eyes lit up. In any case, as long as professionals have the guidance of a famous teacher, they will take fewer detours. Although he is already a top-level superclass warrior, the Queen's strength and status still make him Esmond's predecessor. With the Queen's guidance, he will naturally avoid many detours. Your Majesty, I am more worthy of your trust than Edward. Chapter 534 Help from the Empress. Haha. Maybe there is such a thing as loyalty. But I don't care much. I will tell you how to advance to the king level first. It depends on your own consideration on how to do it. I said before that to advance to the king level, you need the third level rule power. Your energy should be arcane. I don't know what the third level rule power of arcane is, but I also have some superficial understanding. In ancient times, arcane mages claimed to be able to change everything. So their third level rule power should be similar to the power of change. The power of change. Then, there is another way. There is another way. Which is the real purpose of my coming to you today. The war between us and Grandok is about to break out. Grandok wants to unify. This time, they will definitely launch a full-scale war against Tarila with the whole country's strength. Therefore, when the war situation is stalemate, the king level will definitely take action. Since it is a national war, the king level taking action means that there will be a king level fall. At that time, there will naturally be a vacant throne. This is your chance. Esmond's eyes lit up. The vacant throne. He has understood what the Empress meant. Everyone knows the current situation in Tarila, and their hearts are not together at all. Under the situation where the king levels restrain each other, the advancement of the war still depends on the power of the superclass and the advancement of the professional army. As long as Tarila's army suppresses Grandok, then the king level of Grandok will inevitably take the initiative to take action. According to the Empress, the king level taking action means that there will be a king level fall. The old king is dead, so the new king will naturally ascend the throne. I understand, Your Majesty. In this battle, Jiesha must go all out to let Grandok know the true power of our Tarila. Very good. Esmond, you are very smart and should know what to do. Go ahead. Yes. Esmond took a few steps and stopped at the door of the hall again. He still had a question in his mind. Your Majesty, are there only 9 thrones? No. The throne is unlimited. As long as you can break through to the king level and create the corresponding third level rule power, a new throne will inevitably be created. But there have been only 9 people who have broken through to the king level by their own strength in more than 300 years. So they are called the 9 kings. The throne is somewhat similar to the previous godhood. It is something that can be inherited. As long as you reach the super level, you have the qualification to inherit the throne. If you are at the top of the super level, after inheriting the throne, you can slowly explore the third level rule power. This is a recast of the rules after the catastrophe, which is a world welfare. In other words, the upper limit of strength and growth in our world are actually much higher than in ancient times. It's just that the regular professional civilization after the catastrophe has only been a short 300 years. If we also develop for so long like in ancient times, we will definitely beat them. Esmond nodded thoughtfully. The information Qianju told him was not found in any history book or professional book. The cultural history after the catastrophe is only more than 300 years, and many professionals are still exploring their paths. Many ancient rules are not suitable for the present, and Esmond is very clear about this, because many arcane theories were feasible in ancient times, but not in modern times. Qianju is already at the top of the current professional class, unless a stronger and more thorough professional appears in the future. Otherwise, Qianju's current theory and knowledge will become the history of professionals, and no one can change it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your help. I now know what to do next. Qianju watched Esmond leave, spit out a black stone from his mouth, put it aside, sighed slightly, and said to Kukasero beside him, Xiao Ku, what do you think of this guy Esmond? Kukasero did not hide his disgust for Esmond, and said very bluntly, ambition, but also has the execution ability to put ambition into action. Very strong. Should be stronger than me. But I don't think he will succeed. Why do you think so? Is Esmond's talent not good? No. Compared with other kings, I think Esmond lacks a trait they share. The sharpness of the king. Ha ha ha. Is it so mysterious? I thought you were going to say he was too ugly. Qianju laughed a little exaggeratedly. Kukaselo looked at Qianju. His eyes were full of licking dogs, and he said in an inexplicable tone, Your Majesty will be fine. For sure. I feel like you are setting a flag for me. Please don't say that. If you say 2 more words, I feel I won't live until tomorrow morning. Kukaselo didn't quite know what flag meant, but years of habit had already made him understand that there were some things that the Empress would not answer him even if he asked. Why did Your Majesty help Klein? Do I? The Empress seemed a little unconvinced, but Kukaselo didn't want to give her any face. Yes. It's obvious that you are biased towards Klein. If Esmond is now a king, then Klein will have no chance at all. I really don't have such an idea. He is your son-in-law. I help him to give you face. You are a bit too much. Coccosello still said expressionlessly. I didn't agree with them being together. Boring guy. Qianju's eyes were empty for a while, as if to confirm himself, and emphasized again. Klein is more talented than Esmond. No. Klein should not be discussed together with Esmond. Coccosello looked at Qianju, a woman whose appearance has not changed in the past 20 years. He also thought about why Qianju would not age. Even if the professional has a long life, this kind of appearance has not changed at all. Coccosello has never seen it in any book. But these are no longer important. There are two people who know the true situation of the Empress. One is the Empress's biological doctor, Frando. The other is him. Coccosello did not continue to speak, but quietly accompanied the Empress. His talent is not enough, and he can do too little, although he is practicing anytime and anywhere. The limitation of his talent still makes him stay at the super level. Although the super level strongman sounds good, it is meaningless to the Empress. But Klein still has too little time. Not a lot. He has been growing up for several years. Well, it's not really that bad. If you want Klein to inherit your will, you should give him more time. The Empress held her chin, tilted her head, and thought for a while, and said, Xiaoku, how can you compare us with ordinary people? I feel that this is a kind of disrespect for me. Coccosello, Chapter 535 Caravan delivering colorful oil. Outside the city, Klein and his group were eating around two huge hot pots with laughter. Although everyone was talking and laughing, their expressions were actually a little strange. Because Klein had just issued an order that after eating tonight, they should have a good rest and return to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. After wandering outside for more than 2 years, are they finally going back? This feeling makes people a little nervous and a little excited. Just as the group was enjoying the food and this last peaceful time, a caravan happened to pass by not far away. Klein. Lilith stood up immediately. This was near the city in the western border, and it was normal for caravans to appear from time to time. But what was abnormal was that behind this caravan, there was a large group of various monsters chasing them. Lilith and I will go there first, and the others will stay where they are. Yes. Klein did not rashly ask everyone to rush over to help, because it was too strange for a beast tide to appear in such a place. And he was a little inexplicably worried. Boom! The caravan suddenly made a loud noise. It was a thunderball ejected by a thunder beast that exploded in the middle of the caravan. A large number of ordinary people died, and Projet, who was hiding among them, also fell to the ground. At this time, the veins on her forehead were prominent, and she looked quite angry. She found Klein's trace yesterday. The original plan was to follow a caravan, meet Klein halfway, and then get to know him. If RS-03's statement was correct, and Klein had not awakened, then the other party would not be able to recognize her. Projet was very confident in her cuteness. She felt that as long as she was a normal person, there was no way to refuse her. At that time, she could naturally join Klein's team and secretly observe Klein. Well, this was a perfect plan. But now, this plan has been completely shattered. Because there is something wrong with this caravan. And it is a big problem. It is obviously just an inconspicuous caravan, but it always attracts monsters inexplicably. This is unscientific. What the hell is this caravan transporting? How can it attract so many monsters? RS-02 is still hesitating there. Monsters are slaughtering humans. If you don't come over, I will take action. Projet gritted his teeth and looked at the dirt on his face, hands, and body with disgust. As the noblest RS-01, the king of telekinesis, Projet's body has always been spotless. When has she suffered such grievances? If she didn't want to observe RS-02 closely, would she have made herself so miserable? Somehow, she felt like crying. Projet, what's wrong with you? You are RS-01, the king of the new humans. Why do you have such a superficial thought as crying? Hold it in. At this time, the group of monsters had already started to slaughter the people in the caravan. However, the goal of these monsters seemed to be very clear. They only slaughtered some of them, and ignored the other ordinary people, as if there was something about these people that attracted them. At this time, Lilith and Klein arrived, because it was leisure time. Lilith was wearing a black dress and holding a dark sword. Her exquisite bra and corset outlined her agile and beautiful figure, which was very eye-catching. The black line formed by the black fighting spirit swept across, and groups of monsters were killed. Klein, who was standing by, Use bone spears and shadow attacks to kill the scattered monsters at fixed points to prevent them from escaping. The two of them joined forces and soon slaughtered all the monsters, allowing the remaining people in the caravan to survive. Proget, who was lying on the ground, did not pay too much attention to Klein, but instead focused most of his attention on Lilith. The two behaved too intimately. It was obvious that RS-02 and the green-haired woman were currently in a relationship, which made Proget a little angry. This is what is called an unreasonable woman. She clearly did not plan to give birth to an heir with Klein, but still regarded Klein as her own thing. Her strength is average, if it's a one-on-one fight. I can beat her in 10 seconds. And she has a disgusting green hair. RS-02's taste is really bad, yes. If he hasn't awakened yet. His aesthetic taste should be similar to that of ordinary people here. He probably doesn't know that green represents the color of forgiveness. Seeing Klein and Lilith's eyes sweeping over him, Proget quickly buried his face in the soil and continued to play dead. Saved, the leader of the caravan said breathlessly. But although the monster was gone, Klein didn't let him go. What did you transport? The leader of the caravan looked at Klein with a slightly evasive look. It's just some ordinary goods. What else could it be? If it were normal, he would not ask about this kind of caravan with only a few professionals. But as soon as he walked in, he smelled a familiar stench. This smell is very unique, and only one substance can emit it. That is one of the raw materials of the addiction potion. The colorful oil. Lilith quickly found these colorful oils from some of the cargo interlayers of the caravan and brought them to Klein. There are a lot of them. Judging from the direction they are coming from, they should be Hosvog. Hosvog. Klein's face was not very good when he heard the news. It was precisely because he had seen and touched things like the hidden potion that Klein could not accept this kind of thing even more. I'll give you another chance. Who asked you to transport these things? I don't know. That person has never shown his face. It's just that from his face. He is an old man. We don't know why this thing attracts monsters. It's not the first time it's been delivered. But the first 2 times were safe and sound. It's not the first time it's been delivered? Klein nodded. Where was this thing sent to the first 2 times? Cyprus. Both times it was sent to Cyprus. Klein looked at the merchant and hesitated for a moment. He hesitated whether he should let these people go. The few people who were not killed by the monsters were basically ordinary people, and only a few guards were first-level professionals. The strength of this caravan was very weak, which meant that they were very likely unaware of the colorful oil and the hidden magic potion, and they were not the masterminds. Was it necessary for him to kill a group of ordinary people like this? After just a little hesitation, Klein made a decision. He gathered the people who transported the colorful oil together, and the rest of the caravan together. Then he took out some colorful oil and said to the crowd on the side, "This thing, called colorful oil, is the raw material for making magic spirits. Magic spirits are currently banned by the Empire. Anyone who sells, transports, and makes magic spirits will be executed." Chapter 536. Damn. Ruthless. What? This? Some people have reacted, while others are still in a daze. Klein continued. These people have committed serious crimes against the Empire. Now, I will execute them on the spot on behalf of the Dark Crusaders. Is this person from the Dark Crusaders? Execution? Are you kidding? After hearing Klein's words, the crowd immediately rioted. Klein is very busy now, and he has no time to investigate the matter in detail. The Western Territory is not his territory. Whether this matter has anything to do with Annabelle is still unclear. He can only use the identity of the Dark Crusaders to deal with it directly. After returning to the Imperial capital and dealing with the affairs of the Jizz Society, he will have time to investigate this matter. At that time, whether it is reported or notified to Nick Fury. But now, forget it. He can't distract his energy anymore. Lilith did not give others the opportunity to resist and quibble. With a wave of the dark sword, all the transporters had their heads dropped. Klein took a look at the executed caravan members and continued. Don't worry. The Imperial law only targets those who violate the law. You have not made any mistakes, so you will not be punished. But I need your help with one thing. Remember the appearance of the colorful oil. When you go back, tell your relatives and friends about its harm. This will be considered a contribution to the Empire. Lilith on the side praised Klein's decisiveness this time. She also knew that these people were ordinary people. But sometimes, it was really not the time to be soft-hearted. If they were released, some of them might turn over a new leaf. But it is more likely that they would continue to transport the colorful oil to Cyprus. Not only them, but also the others who were traveling with them were not warned. Only the most severe punishment can make ordinary people in this world remember that some mistakes cannot be made. After dealing with the caravan members, the other members of Klein's team came over one after another. Pradjit on the side looked at Klein with admiration, and was very satisfied with his approach. RS-02's style of doing things seems good, and he hasn't found me yet. RS-03 should not have lied to me. RS-02 really hasn't awakened yet. Pradjit stood up. This was the best time to contact Klein. Removing his defense, Pradjit used telekinesis to form a sharp blade and pierced his abdomen. Then he walked towards Klein with a pale face and staggered. Save me. Save me. Pradjit's steps were weak, as if he was about to fall at any time. The delicate little face and fair skin give people a feeling of pity. I have to say that if Pradjit grows up, she will definitely be a beauty who will bring disaster to the country and the people. Even if she looks like a child now, her excellent foundation can be seen. As Pradjit walked, he started to complain about Klein again. Does RS-02, this guy, not know what gentlemanly manners are? Is he not here to help me even though I'm injured like this? Is he a man? Is this what a male should be like? Although he was a little angry, Pradjit had no choice but to stagger towards Klein. Klein frowned slightly, and he saw the little girl walking towards him. Of course he saw that the girl was injured, but Klein's brain circuits have always been quite special. When he saw Pradjit, his first reaction was, how could this guy look like a doll? Is he really a real person? How could there be such a strange little girl in the caravan? Could she have some unspeakable secrets about me? Klein did not move, and the others naturally would not move either. But seeing such a pitiful and lovely little girl, the others were still a little soft-hearted. The first person to speak was Lilith, who was always hard-hearted. Klein, do you want to save him? Before Klein agreed, Joe on the side suddenly said, Wait, sister-in-law. Wait a little longer. Klein and the others were a little surprised. Joe was usually a silent person, and he rarely interfered with Klein and Lilith's decisions. He actually took the initiative to speak at this time, and he must have his own reasons. What's wrong? Joe, do you feel something is wrong? Joe looked at Pradjit carefully. He didn't know why, but he always felt a sense of fear when he looked at Pradjit. This was very abnormal. He had never felt this way even when facing a superclass. I'm a little scared of her. I'm adjusting. Ha ha ha. You're still scared of a little girl. Aren't you ashamed? Eric laughed first, but no one else laughed except him, and Klein's face turned cold. He was no longer the little rookie he was before. The reason why Joe felt something was wrong was very simple. He had actually guessed it. Feeling of fear? This should be the legendary blood suppression. Right? This little girl should be some kind of monster? Or does she have some powerful blood? Klein didn't think about the new human, because he himself was also a new human, an RS-02, and Joe didn't feel any discomfort in front of him. So Klein felt that the little girl in front of him should be the blood of some monster, and it happened to conflict with Joe's blood. So Joe had such a clear feeling. But there was one thing that Klein was quite strange. That is, he didn't feel any energy fluctuations from this little girl. Is it because she didn't practice, or didn't cultivate, or is she really a wild blood seed? Do you feel energy fluctuations from this little girl? The other people looked at each other and shook their heads. No. I feel she is just an ordinary little girl. Klein nodded. I know. Don't act rashly. Let's see what her purpose is first. Pradjit walked in front of Klein very awkwardly. She was a little puzzled. Why Klein and his group were all hard-hearted guys. Her acting skills are actually quite good. If it weren't for Joe's reminder, no one would have noticed that she was not right. When her seemingly fragile body was shaking and about to fall in front of Klein, Klein still didn't help her up, which was simply ruthless. She really fell straight to the ground. You know, the ground was muddy at that time. RS-02, this bastard, didn't even help her up. This person doesn't even have a sense of public morality. Has he really received quality education? If a child falls down, at least you should help him up? Isn't this what normal people should do? It was not until her face was about to hit the ground that she found Joe hiding in the crowd. At this time, Pradjit roughly guessed the reason. Chapter 537, The Queen of Films. This person is also a new human, but his number should be very far back. Did he find me? That shouldn't be the case. My hiding ability should be very strong. How could such a thing in a bottle far back find me? At this point, she chose to go on with her acting. Plop! The self-proclaimed noble Project just lay in the muddy water. And Klein really didn't help her. It's hard for such a proud guy to do such an irrational thing in order to secretly observe Klein. With Project's arrogant nature, if he knew that he had been suspected by Klein and others, his performance would be like a clown. And he would probably die socially on the spot. Lilith poked Klein. What should we do now? Ignore her? Go around? Forget it. Take her with you. AI. Watch her. Yes. AI, who claimed to be a woman, picked up Projet, grabbed her ankle, shook her hard a few times, and then carried her behind Klein and his group. Projet was extremely angry. At #UN%, and they must have found something wrong with me. After a period of ideological struggle, Projet was still stubborn and continued to play dead. No matter whether Klein really found something wrong with her. At least he took her with him. According to this idea, she has achieved her goal of joining Klein's team. As long as she is not abandoned, she can still observe Klein closely for a while, and take this opportunity to carefully observe Klein's way of doing things, personality, and characteristics. RS-02, which has not yet awakened, is really incredible. The reason why Projet is so concerned about Klein is because she is also hesitating whether to continue to implement the complete new human plan imprinted in her mind by the ancient humans. According to the original statement of the ancient humans, the combination of RS-01 and RS-02 can give birth to the most outstanding offspring, who are said to have perfect blood and perfect talents. This is the last wish of the ancient humans, the creators of the things in the bottle. Normally, Projet must complete it. This is a task engraved in her mind, and it can't be shaken off. But now, it is obviously not a normal situation. The ancient civilization has been extinct, and the ancient humans are mostly dead. Now it is a new era after the catastrophe. Without the constraints and mandatory requirements of the ancient humans, Projet has no need to implement the complete new human plan. Anyway, no one cares about her. Just like Qianquan. Isn't it good to play by herself? So Projet was a little hesitant at this time. But after she hesitated for a while, Klein took the initiative to come to her side and let Eric treat her wounds. To be honest, Projet hated others touching her. Especially Eric, who was an inferior life in her eyes. But she didn't have such a plan for Klein beside her. Maybe this was the tacit understanding between the new humans. Projet was pretending to faint. Her hiding ability was so strong that even the superclass couldn't find the suspicion. So to some extent, she really deceived Klein and others. She fainted? I think so. I see. How is her injury now? And what do you think of her current identity? Can you infer her specific bloodline? When Proget heard Klein's words, he was shocked. They really found something wrong. But Klein didn't seem to think of her as a new human. She was injured quite a bit, and lost a lot of blood. I have stopped the bleeding for her. But initially, there is nothing special. Could it be an invisible bloodline? Klein looked at Projet's pale face. He was a little puzzled. This child obviously didn't have any obvious power characteristics. And now, he was completely exposed in front of him. But why did he always feel that he was dangerous? I see. You keep an eye on her first. Klein didn't think about it anymore. He turned around, and the group began to rush towards the city again. In the afternoon, the sun had lost its scorching feeling, and was turning into a sunset. Eric, who was dozing on the camel, suddenly woke up, because Projet beside him was making a series of inaudible noises. Water. Water. Eric quickly took out a bottle of water for her. And after feeding Projet, the little girl finally woke up faintly. But as soon as she woke up, she hugged her chest, looked at Eric with fear, and shouted, "Who are you? Stay away from me." Of course, all this was pretended by Projet. What is the most important thing for a person? Of course, it is the personality. Now the personality she shows should be a terrified, helpless little girl. A little girl like this must be absolutely resistant and vigilant to everything around her. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, Eric, the doctor who had been taking care of her. Hey, I saved you. How come you, little girl, don't have a heart of gratitude at all? Eric said with some dissatisfaction. But Projet still maintained hostility and resistance to him. At this time, other people naturally heard the quarrel between Projet and Eric. Klein walked over slowly, with Joe by his side. He knew very well that it was Joe who discovered that there was something wrong with Projet's bloodline, and asking Joe to observe it was much more effective than others. Klein walked in front of Project and looked down at her. What's your name? My name is Projetace. Where are your parents? Where is your home? Online. The caravan's path point before was online. So Klein asked this. Although Project was very young, she was different from Klein. She was a genius who had awakened on the first day of her birth and had a complete thinking system. She also knew that it was not the right choice to answer Klein where her parents were at this time. Klein and others thought that there was something wrong with her bloodline, so she would be exposed to the suspicion of Klein and others. So she naturally began to continue acting. My parents? Where is my home? Project was confused. Approaching, she covered her head and let out a series of low roars. Along with Project's roar. A slightly strong telekinesis instantly affected the entire surrounding area. The telekinesis released by Project was based on a semicircle, without any direction. This power seemed chaotic and disorderly, which immediately startled Klein and his party. Chapter 538 Like a stubborn bronze. What is this? Lilith and her companions immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Project. However, Project did not continue her telekinesis, but knelt on the ground panting, with a blank face. The blood from her nose flowed down her nostrils to her mouth. Project wiped the blood from her mouth in a daze, and looked at Klein and his companions around her even more blankly. Her eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. And then she asked, My parents? Who are they? Where is my home? After saying these words, Project fell straight down. The amazing acting skills made Klein and his companions look at each other, and for a moment they did not find any problems with Project, but instead acted very realistically. Eric looked at Klein, as if asking Klein's meaning, and Klein nodded after a little thought. Go over and take a look first. Eric hurried over to check Project's condition. Blood loss. Blood pressure rises sharply. Blood flow is extremely fast. Some blood vessels have ruptured. What happened just now? Is it the ability of this little girl? Klein and others shook their heads. They didn't know what happened to Project just now. This little girl obviously didn't have any professional aura, but she could emit such a powerful force, which was completely unscientific. The power in aura just now should be at least the level of the 4th level. Although it was very chaotic and there was no rules, it was a real 4th level power. Lilith poked Klein. Klein, what should we do now? This girl seems to have a big problem. I know. Joe, have you found anything? Joe was also at a loss at this time. There was indeed something wrong with Project's bloodline. After Project woke up just now, the feeling that made him palpitate became stronger. I don't know what happened to her, but when she used her power just now, I clearly felt my heartbeat speeding up. Involuntarily, Klein nodded thoughtfully. Project's situation was very special. Maybe this little girl was sent to Cyprus, but such an important guy should be taken care of. Right? Take her first, and wait until she wakes up. At night, Klein and his party came to the city of Online. The situation in Online seemed a little different at this time. There were hurried soldiers everywhere on the streets, as if there was a monster attack. Klein stopped a soldier and asked, Hello. I want to ask what's going on in Online. It seems that there is no monster attack here. Right? The stopped soldier was a little impatient, but when he saw the 100 tires handed over by Klein, he immediately smiled. You don't know yet? The national war between us and Grandok has started again. Currently, the first army of Grandok is attacking the East Fortress. Their reason for the war is also very ridiculous. I heard that our spies from Tirella stole 1,000 pieces of miracle equipment from Grandok. I heard that 1,000 pieces of miracle equipment, even if Grandok's treasury is added together, there is not enough. It's really nonsense. Yesterday's magic communication. And then the communication broadcast was immediately issued. So today all the security soldiers and reserve members must be mobilized before the war. Hurry up and prepare. Brother, the war has begun. If you don't want to be too miserable, hug the Arcanist's thigh quickly. At least you can have something to eat and drink. Thank you for your reminder. Klein smiled and waved his hand. But after the soldier left, his expression became weird. Grandok actually launched a war against Tirella. The reason is that the spies stole 1,000 miracle equipment from Grandok. Does this mean that I am to blame? I actually triggered the war between the two countries in advance? This war with Grandok, Klein said to others with some emotion. It's a matter of time. Klein nodded slightly, but he was not as relaxed as he appeared. He was not sure whether he should go to Esmond or support the front, although the concept of the country was a little weak in Klein's heart. He was also very clear that his subordinates were absolutely loyal to Tarila, and everything he had was left in Tarila. In addition, with his bad relationship with Grandok, he had no reason to betray. So he had to contribute to this war no matter what. If Tarila was destroyed, he would be finished. In front of the powerful state machine, even superclass strongmen and even king-level strongmen could only flee everywhere. Go to the station and return to Palomia. What about this little girl? Take it with you first. After hearing the conversation between Klein and the others, Proget, who was pretending to be unconscious, smiled in her heart. The plan was basically completed. The few days she spent following Klein to the imperial capital were enough for her to carefully observe Klein's current situation. And Klein had not yet awakened. Proget always had a special expectation for Klein's awakening. How strong will RS-02 be after awakening? Will his personality change? It's really exciting. After Klein gave the order, the group boarded the train to the imperial capital of Palomia. The next day, under Eric's gaze, Proget slowly woke up. As soon as she woke up, Eric told her that Klein was waiting for her in the front carriage and asked her to go there after she woke up. Proget's eyes rolled around. This is the first official contact with RS-02. I have to think about how to speak and act. I have to show my ability and role to a certain extent, but not let him arouse suspicion, so that he can keep me with him safely. But if he wants to go to the imperial capital, he should meet Esmond. Right? No. I have to avoid it at that time, and can't let Esmond see me. At this time, Proget didn't know that the relationship between Klein and Esmond had reached the freezing point. Gwen's defection happened after she went to find Klein. So Proget didn't know that what Esmond did to Klein now had exceeded the limit of tolerance. I know, Proget said coldly to Eric, making Eric feel uncomfortable. What do you mean, stubborn bronze? Why are you like this? Little girl, I saved you twice. But you didn't even say thank you? Save? Proget secretly despised the mean and wretched man. He looked like he had excessive kidney deficiency. It was a great blessing for him to touch me. If it wasn't for getting close to Klein, she would have crushed Eric into a meat pie with a spatial grip. Why should she thank him? Just after thinking this, Proget's petite body bowed heavily to Eric, which made Eric stunned. Thank you. Chapter 539 How to Rate Klein. At the same time, Lilith happened to come over at this time, and saw Proget bowing to Eric. She immediately developed some good feelings for this cute little girl. Very polite little girl. You must have been scared before. Lilith thought so in her heart, and walked past Proget without saying anything. Proget also raised her head at this time. She swore that she definitely did not bow to gain Lilith's favor. How could the noble RS-01 want to gain the favor of an ordinary female human? This is absolutely impossible. The arrogant Proget walked through the carriage and came to Klein. She said timidly and stubbornly, Mr. Eric said you were looking for me? Tell me. What's the matter? Klein was stunned. What's the matter? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? You are too showy. Right? Don't you remember your parents and home address? Proget turned her head away. In my memory, the role of parents never appeared. As for home, it should be in the imperial capital. Klein nodded. He had discussed Proget's situation with Eric and Joe before. This kind of amnesia or unwillingness to talk about it is possible. Proget is not a threat at present. Let's observe him for a while, and talk about it when we get to the imperial capital. If he really has a strong talent and bloodline, he can be brought into the Jia society, just like Perona before. However, the first thing he needs to do now is to determine what kind of ability Proget is. This situation where someone who is not a professional can display the ability of a 4th-level professional is really incredible and too dangerous. Proget? Yes. Xiao Pu seemed very cold. Yes. Although she was already cheering in her heart. At least on the surface. She had to show absolute coldness. She was RS-01 and Klein was RS-02. Why should she cheer? This is the train to the imperial capital. But now that Grandok and Tarila have started a war, the imperial capital may not be very safe. What does that have to do with me? Klein knew from Proget's bad attitude that this little girl was probably left unattended since she was a child and needed to be dealt with. However, he still needed to understand Proget's ability in detail. Your ability is very special. Have you ever had a similar situation before? Proget did not answer immediately, revealing a thoughtful look. Klein did not urge him. After a while, Proget slowly said yes. Every time I am emotional, angry, sad, or even happy, similar situations will occur. Then do you know the specific effect of this power? Can you control this power of yours? I feel that I can control the things around me. Klein's eyes lit up. Is it really a hidden bloodline? But he needs more specific information. Can you demonstrate it? Pradjit nodded. She glanced around, and finally set her eyes on the iron spoon in Klein's plate. A wave of energy without attributes appeared in Klein's perception, and the iron spoon floated up without warning and quietly stopped between the two. Telekinesis? Telekinesis, or the ability to grab things from space? Or the art of controlling objects? Klein thought of several possibilities, and he continued to question Pradjit. Can you do something more obvious? Something stronger than moving? Something bigger? Stronger? Bigger? Pradjit frowned slightly. Her fair face looked particularly delicate, and her loose clothes could not hide her charm at such a young age. Even Klein had to sigh that as she grew up with this look, it would be a disaster. I know what to do, Pradjit suddenly said, and she stretched out her hands, and seemed to start controlling her power very hard. And she let out a series of low roars. Squeak! The iron spoon began to bend, and Klein felt the attributeless energy. But he still did not feel the magic or fighting spirit on Pradjit. This kind of energy seemed to appear out of thin air, and it did not follow the principles of magic or energy at all. But at this time, Pradjit's hands seemed to start to tremble, and she seemed to be in great pain. Klein also noticed that something was wrong with her. Hey, Pradjit, stop! Stop now. Pradjit continued to use telekinesis to change the iron spoon as if she didn't hear Klein's words. Soon, the iron spoon was almost suppressed into a small ball by Pradjit's power. But at this moment, a drop of red blood fell to the ground. Duh! Pradjit seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously wiped her nose, and a large amount of nosebleed appeared again. I feel dizzy. As soon as Pradjit finished speaking, she fainted again. Her amazing acting skills made the whole process of her communication with Klein completely flawless. At least Klein could never see it. This time, her evil plan finally succeeded. Klein hugged her and lifted her up. It's quite comfortable to lie in RS-02's arms. Well, it really deserves to be the crystallization of ancient human wisdom. A creature that can be compared with me. The energy in the body is very strong. The magic power is extremely strong. And the magic storage unit should be the magic heart. What kind of magic heart it is needs further observation. In addition to magic power, the strength of the body is also very strong. If nothing else, at least it can be used to create genetic genes and leave offspring for the next generation. It can be barely considered that he passed the first level. The overall evaluation is 85 points. The strength is acceptable, but it has not awakened yet and needs to be further observed. Pradjit secretly gave Klein a set of evaluations in her heart. She was arrogant and gave Klein 85 points, which was already a high evaluation higher than the sky. However, Pradjit soon heard Klein's complaints. Why is this little girl so stubborn? She didn't even stop when I asked her to? Is she not very smart? Well, it's not her fault. She has continuous nosebleeds. I guess she lost too much blood and the nutrients can't reach her brain. So she looks a little mentally retarded. Hearing Klein's evaluation of him, Pradjit immediately gave Klein a bad review. You insult me with words. -5 points. At this time, Eric was called over by Klein again. There was nothing he could do. Although other people also knew some medical knowledge, Eric was the only part-time pastor here. Why did she faint again? She asked for it. Don't blame me. Pradjit's heart froze again. Didn't you ask me to use telekinesis? This is the sequelae of overusing my ability. I don't take the initiative to admit my mistakes at this time? Not taking the initiative to admit my mistakes is not like a man. -5 points. Pradjit originally thought that after this, Klein should pay more attention to her. After all, telekinesis is a very rare ability, enough to attract Klein's attention. Unexpectedly, he and Eric just casually cast a few holy light spells on her and left it alone. And the men started telling dirty jokes again, not actively taking care of me. -5 points. Telling dirty jokes in front of a noble new human. -5 points. Disrespecting women and always criticizing women in secret. -5 points. Chapter 540, The Time of Adulthood. Pradjit seemed to be a little confused. Why when men are together, the topic is always the same? They are all very young. Shouldn't they practice hard at this age? Why are they so keen on women and dirty jokes? That Lilith should be RS-02's current partner. Right? Why does RS-02 still say some strange things? Klein, Lilith is good. Qianyu is also good. How about you, brother? Eric, well, Qianhua is also good. Everyone is good, but shouldn't we discuss the issue of healthcare now? Joe, I've been there. Klein, Andy. This time, Project chose to get up soon. Not for anything else, but mainly because a group of men talking about women in front of her was really too much. And she couldn't listen anymore. Are you awake? As a doctor, Eric spoke first. Are you blind? Project didn't give him a good look at all. Because from the previous conversation, she had already learned that this guy named Eric was indeed an extreme old pervert. Whenever he spoke, RS-02 and the R-Series new human Joe were in a learning attitude. Two new humans were led astray by an ordinary person. At this time, Klein came over and said to Project, Okay, Project, you are still young now. When you arrive in the imperial capital, I will arrange for you to live in Jiesha. Before you come of age, I will arrange for you to enter a junior college to learn basic knowledge. Oh, by the way, how old are you this year? Project forced himself to suppress the emotion of saying that he was 2 years old. And after a while he said, I don't know. As RS-01, the future mother of the new human, she is very different from other things in the bottle. Her birth requires more energy and nutrients than other new humans. For this reason, Esmond concentrated all the previous blood power, and then stopped the biotechnology plan, blood research plan, and genetic human plan. Finally, Esmond provided all the blood power supply to the RS-01 embryo, which led to the birth of Project. As the mother of RS-01, Project's growth rate has been different from that of normal humans, and even other new humans since her birth. Not only the growth rate, but also her growth pattern is completely different from that of normal new humans. At the beginning, she was completely in a baby state, madly absorbing the blood power provided by Esmond and the energy generated by the magic power core. It was not until Esmond called a halt to this matter that she stopped this crazy energy absorption behavior. After she stopped absorbing energy, Project began to grow rapidly. 2 months ago, when Project and Esmond broke into the Skull and Bones Society, she was still a little kid. 2 months later, Project already looked like a 7 to 8 year old girl. It actually took Project only more than 6 months from the time she stopped absorbing energy to the time she grew into a 7 to 8 year old girl. While her body was growing, she was also constantly digesting the energy she had absorbed in the GS Society before, which allowed her to break through the 5th level of basic strength in such a short time. Therefore, from now on, it will take Project only about 8 months to fully grow into a mature adult woman. When she returns to the GS Society and has enough energy supply, her growth rate can be even faster. This is her special feature as a mother. Absorbing energy, rapid growth, accumulating strength, giving birth to offspring. This is the life path arranged by the ancient humans for RS-01. That is, Project, as the first batch of new humans. Project and Klein are essentially tools. It's just that the ancient humans are extinct now, and the tools are no longer tools. They have the right to choose for themselves. Klein stared at Project, and Project looked at him without giving in. After more than 10 seconds, Klein shook his head helplessly. Well, it seems that you really don't know much about your own life experience. And you don't even know your own age. Age is meaningless to me. Project didn't lie in this sentence. Is that so? Okay. Your bloodline ability is very dangerous, and you are obviously not old enough to use your own ability now. Don't use it in the future. I'm afraid that if you continue to use this ability, your body will not be able to bear it. I will give you some books about magic and fighting spirit later. You can read them when you are free. You asked me so many questions, but I haven't asked you yet. Klein raised his eyebrows and asked me, It's a bit interesting. After taking a sip of water, he said casually, Okay, what do you want to ask? You already know my name. But I don't know yours? I can't just keep yelling hey. Right? Yeah. That makes sense. Let me introduce myself. My name is Klein Alex. After Klein finished speaking, he took another sip of water. It was easy to deal with a child, even though the child looked a little weird. So, Mr. Klein, are you taking me in as a child bride? Puff. Klein spat out the water he had just drunk. Are all the children nowadays so capable? Before they had said a few words, they were already talking about child brides. Some other passengers around also looked in Klein's direction. They didn't hear anything else, but they were familiar with the word child bride. I heard it. Looking at Project, who was standing, most of the male compatriots showed an envious look. because Pradjit's foundation was really good. Some female passengers looked at Pradjit with sympathy, while others looked at him with contempt. And most of them looked at Klein with thoughtfulness instead of contempt. Just the opposite of men. Sure enough, this is a world that values appearance. Klein lowered his voice and said, "When did I treat you as a child bride, little friend? It's not good to talk nonsense like this." Pradjit looked at Klein warily, and spoke slowly after a while. "You kept me here? You must have some plan. Right? I am very beautiful. This is something many people have told me. Do you have any idea about me?" Klein's face was almost twisted together. "Are little girls now so precocious? You are so young. I don't have any idea about you," I said. "You have special abilities. If you can grow up, maybe your abilities can be used by me. As for the child bride, forget it. When you grow up, I guess my children can go to junior college." Chapter 541 Return. Pradjit thought to himself, "Humph. Child? As RS-02. I didn't agree. How can you have a child? It's impossible in this life." She turned her head and said in a cold and weird voice, "Sure enough, men are always hypocritical." At this time, Lilith happened to come back. She looked at Klein and Pradjit with a strange face. "What's going on? Klein? What's going on?" Pradjit didn't say anything. She was secretly proud in her heart. According to her judgment of men, Klein would definitely find an excuse to get away with it at this time. This is a common problem of all men. They always like to hide their ambiguous relationships, no matter how small the ambiguity is. But this will also leave a gap in Lilith's heart. And then she will have a lot of room for operation. Whether it is secretly alienating the relationship between Lilith and Klein, or continuing to wait for her body to mature and tease Klein. It's all fine. When she felt that everything was under control, Klein gave her a ruthless blow. "Nothing. This little girl said I wanted to treat her as a child bride. I said no." Pradjit was stunned. She looked at Klein in disbelief. "You told your woman right now? Don't you hide it? Are you a normal man? Why don't you play by the rules?" Lilith frowned and looked at Pradjit with a stern look. The good impression she had just had because of Pradjit's politeness was gone. "Kid, if you want to follow us well, then be honest and don't do anything weird. Otherwise, even though you are a child, I don't mind throwing you off the car. You have such a special ability. You won't die from the fall. Right?" Faced with Lilith's threat, Pradjit's chest rose and fell violently. "Hold on. Don't be angry. Don't be angry with this guy. There is no need. You still have to observe RS-02. There is no need to be angry with an ordinary human because of this." Pradjit quickly adjusted his mentality and lowered his head. His expression very aggrieved. "I know. I won't do it again." Although he said so. In the next few days, Pradjit still approached Klein from time to time. Klein couldn't do anything with her. After all, she was a child. And a beautiful little girl. You couldn't beat her up. Some new passengers got on and off at several stations along the way. The news they brought also gave Klein a general understanding of the current situation in Tarila. 2 or 3 days away from the imperial capital, Klein and his party held a team meeting on the roof of the train to discuss matters related to the war between the two countries. Grandok has already launched a war against Tarila. And the reason for the war was also because of me. I won't say much about patriotism. Today I just want to ask your opinions. Do you think we should go directly to the front line or go to Jiesha to find my father first? Klein's words made everyone silent for a while. This silence was not avoiding the problem, but a real thinking. In Tarila's basic education, professionals should fight for the country. Now that the country is at war, as professionals, they should go to the front line to participate in the battle as soon as possible, which is understandable. But their original purpose of this trip was to face Esmond directly, not to mention defeating Esmond in one go, at least to occupy enough positions in Jiesha. If they achieve the occupation of Jiesha's resources, then their future development and actions will be greatly convenient. But this is a private purpose. The question now is whether their actions should be more personal or more national. After everyone thought for a while, Lilith raised her hand first. As Klein's first partner, and comrade in arms, Lilith loves her country very much. But at this time, she still feels that she should stand on Klein's side. I suggest going back to Jiesha first. Second. Everyone's opinions were unexpectedly unified, and Klein did not see any struggle or hesitation in their eyes. Unexpectedly, this group of people really care about themselves. In fact, Klein himself meant to go to the front line to join the battle first. This is not just talk. Because he knows that even if he gets some resources from Jiesha, once Tarila is defeated, all this will be in vain. However, there is no problem in returning to Jiesha first. At least, he can collect some resources from Jiesha. After all, they are still formal members of Jiesha, and no one can change this. And Klein thinks that even if he meets his father Esmond, there is a high probability that there will be no fighting. Esmond is not a fool. Neither the royal family nor the military will allow internal fighting during this war. Okay, let's go back to Jiesha first, prepare the combat resources, and then turn directly to the east frontier. Yes. Hearing Klein's words, the other people also smiled. It must be said that Tarila's patriotic education has always been good. In the carriage, Projet has been eavesdropping on the conversations of Klein and others. She has grown a little taller in the past few days. It's just that the loose clothes cover her, and Projet has been adjusting her posture. So the difference from the previous few days is not very obvious. Through the observation of these few days, Projet has already had a basic understanding of Klein. Direct, serious, high execution, very smart, very well planned, and excellent appearance. Of course, the most important point is that Klein is strong, and this strength is not relative, but in Projet's cognition, it is really strong. Projet is a very proud person. She is now at the 5th level, and she already has the strength to fight against and even kill the super level. Klein has actually reached level 5, and has the ability to fight against super level enemies head-on at level 5, and even kill them. At first glance, the two should be evenly matched. But Projet knows that Klein is actually stronger than her, because Klein has not yet awakened. This is the biggest difference between the two. The unawakened new humans are no different from ordinary humans. At the age of 24, he has not yet awakened, but has already reached level 5, and has the ability to fight above his level. In terms of talent alone, Klein's talent can be said to have reached the pinnacle level of this world. Even if he does not awaken, his talent strength has already crushed most of the new humans, even compared with her. The two are in the same state. Chapter 542, Jiesha. The deserted building. Once Klein reaches the age of 25 and begins his natural awakening, the talent and remaining potential he has accumulated over the years will definitely make his strength leap forward instantly. At that time, even if he is as proud as Projet, he must admit the gap between himself and Klein. We are about to arrive in the imperial capital. It doesn't matter for others. I grow up very fast, and they probably won't be able to recognize me. But what should I do if I meet Esmond? The bottle is still in his hand. He will definitely find me. At this time, Projet hesitated. After thinking for a while, she decided to follow Klein and others back to the imperial capital first. 2 days later, the train entered the imperial capital. After getting off the train, Klein asked Becky to buy some girls' clothes and gave them to Projet. Change it. It's not appropriate for you to keep wearing the tattered coat. This is the imperial capital. You have to get in touch with other children. Projet was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. The character cannot collapse. Keep calm. What? You want to trick me into changing clothes in front of you? This is impossible. Klein? Depressed for a moment, Klein threw the clothes directly on Projet's head and said unhappily, wear it or not, this girl is like a fucking psychopath. Projet then picked up the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. Don't talk about whether to wear it or not. The attitude must be tough. Well, RS-01's momentum cannot be weakened. After changing clothes, Projet used telekinesis to clean himself again. After cleaning up, Projet simply radiated a layer of radiance, with silver hair fluttering in the wind and white skin like cream. Although the clothes Klein gave her were just ordinary girl clothes, the knowledge in Projet's mind quickly allowed her to summarize the best way to wear these children's clothes. Use a drawstring to tighten the waist. Stretch the white socks to the knees. Change into black leather boots. And finally cut the sleeves of her clothes. Fold them up and put them on her forearms. With telekinesis, she casually tied 2 ponytails, and a very avant-garde gothic loli appeared. When Projet came out of the toilet, Eric's cigarette fell to the ground at that time. Fuck, this girl. Really? Klein and others also followed Eric's gaze and looked over. And even they had to admit it. At this time, Projet was just like a porcelain doll from a 2-dimensional comic. A little cute. Not only them, but also the pedestrians on the streets of the imperial capital stared at Projet. The rate of returning is close to 100%. This ability to attract attention is a bit too much. Project walked in front of Klein, stuffed the old coat to Klein, and said with a little pride, "Well, Klein, you have a good eye for choosing clothes." In fact, Klein was also amazed. But the years of internet influence and education in his previous life made him stick to one sentence in his heart: copper refining SEMA. Therefore, Klein lost interest in Project's appearance after a short amazement. He picked up Project's old coat, put the coat on Project's head again, and said lightly, "These clothes were not bought by me, but by Eric, the old pervert. You are too eye-catching in this way, which is not in line with our Loki style. I give you 3 minutes to change back." Project? When I typed, it was either me or you who had a question. Is RS02 a normal man? This is something worth pondering. Are you sick? I won't change. In the end, Project did not change his clothes. He just wore a gothic Lolita outfit and followed Klein and others to Jiesha. Looking at the long-lost Jiesha Square, Klein sighed. I haven't been back for more than 2 years. It's really a place that makes people miss it. I don't know how to say it. Klein is actually very alienated from the entire Tarila. But only Jiesha. He really thinks this place is good. His start, his development, and many important basic research, as well as the positioning of combat methods and styles, all started in Jiesha. This place can be said to be his development base. Glancing around, Klein felt something was wrong. Jiesha should be very lively at ordinary times. Even the information Gwen sent him a few months ago also indicated that Jiesha was very lively now. But at this time, there were few living people in Jiesha Square. Only a few miniature magic mechas were working, which was obviously abnormal. Klein used the soul connection to sense that Lance and Gwen were both farther east, and Dialogue and Gwen were together. Eastern Territory, they have already gone to the front line. The war has just begun. And my father is so active? This is not in line with his style. Klein was very confused. Because according to Esmond's slick approach, even if a serious war between the two countries broke out, he would do everything he could to survive. Esmond's approach was to preserve the manpower of Jiesha, waiting for others to fight first. And then he came out to clean up the mess at the end. This can not only avoid the loss of Jiesha's manpower, but also contribute to the effort and obtain enough spoils. Without full confidence, never rashly participate in the war. This is the Jiesha approach. But why did Esmond become so active? What was the reason? Just when Klein was a little confused, Marion's voice came from the direction of the potion area. Klein. Mary? What's the situation now? The president has taken a large army to the front line. And there are also a large number of mass-produced magic mechas. More than 1,000 GTX 1050, more than 800 GTX 1060, and more than 500 GTX 1070. In this war, Jiesha invested unprecedented resources and manpower. And many people said that the president was controlled by someone. But before leaving, the president gave a speech, stating the situation of this war. And everyone began to cooperate with all their strength. The president's magma image is preserved. You can take a look. Klein did not respond immediately. After a few seconds of silence, he immediately turned to the people around him and said, Lilith and Joe go to prepare combat resources. Marion, you go to help us prepare potions and tequila. Becky, you go to sort out the development data of Jiesha during this period. As for Eric, you should go meet the eldest princess. After all, you haven't seen her for 2 years. If she cheats on you, you should be prepared. Others, yes. Eric, get lost. When everyone started to act according to Klein's instructions, Klein came to the imaging room alone. Oh, not alone. Project followed him. She would not give up the opportunity to be alone with Klein. Chapter 543 Proget and Klein. Klein found the video of Esmond's speech before he left, took it to the magic projection device, and played it. Today, Her Majesty found me, and she told me some of our situation in Telrilla. Grandok has already launched an attack on us. According to the past situation, our GS society will definitely shrink at this time. Don't laugh. This is a rational choice. It's not that our GS society doesn't want to participate in the battle at the first time, but our GS society has too few people, and most of them are researchers engaged in taboos. So in previous wars, our GS society has never been able to enter the front line. But this time is different. His Majesty has given us a promise and allowed our GS society to use its expertise and professionalism. In this war, The members of our GS society can play freely. This is the opportunity for our GS society to show its true strength. Esmond's speech was not very passionate. But Klein also understood why so many people were willing to follow him to the front line. The Queen gave Esmond and GS society absolute authority to use their abilities without any restrictions. This means that all the forbidden powers that Jiesha has studied for so many years can be used in this war. This is an irresistible temptation for many members of Jiesha. What is the purpose of doing taboo research? Is it really to study the so-called truth of the world? It's not like that. Many taboo professionals are just pursuing bigger and stronger. The strongest destructive power is what they dream of. After they had the extremely destructive thorn weapon. As creators, they would certainly want to use this kind of thing. So this unlimited war brought great attraction to all members of GS society. However, this also reflects a problem. That is, the Queen can give such conditions, which means that the situation of this war is really bad. The Queen herself is not optimistic about the conventional combat power of Tarila. So she will release the taboo restrictions of GS society and the other two major societies. There is a war. I haven't experienced a war yet. Klein's mumbling made Projet turn his head to look at him. Projet felt that he should say something at this time. But what should I say to maintain a cold attitude and talk to Klein, after thinking for a few seconds? Projet said casually. What's the matter, if you are afraid of death? Don't go. Klein was stunned at the time. Can this little girl speak normally? What is in her brain? Shit. Can you speak like a normal child, Progetter? What? Do you want me to play hide-and-seek with those little brats? I am not like them. Progetter clasped his hands and tapped his little leather boots, releasing his arrogant temperament again. Klein looked at Progetter, and after observing for a few seconds, he suddenly began to frown. Progetter, you seem to have grown taller. Progetter was shocked. Did RS-02 find out that I am special? What should I do? What excuse should I find to hide? Really? I don't feel anything myself. Klein didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that Projet's height had increased significantly in the past 7 to 8 days. Maybe you are in the period of growth. And it's not surprising that you have increased your height significantly in 7 to 8 days. Klein remembered that in his previous life, there was also someone who had grown 6 centimeters in 2 months of summer vacation. Maybe Projet's situation was similar. What are you going to do, after collecting resources? Go to the east frontier? Projet asked knowingly. She was thinking of a new reason for following Klein. The east is now a battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, Klein will definitely leave her in the imperial capital, which is not what she wants to see. Yes, after collecting resources, I will go to the east territory. This is the imperial capital, and Jiesha is one of the 3 major societies. Although most of the members have gone to the front line now, with the defense of the barrier and the magic mecha, safety is still guaranteed. You live here for a while. I will leave you some money. If you are bored or want to gain knowledge, you can go to the potion area to find Marion. She will provide you with some help. The front line is too dangerous. It is inconvenient for me to take you with me. Projet was tangled, because she couldn't think of a reason to continue following Klein. What to do when there is no reason, of course. It is unreasonable. There are 2 identities that can be unreasonable. One is a woman to a man, and the other is a child to an adult. 2 o'clock Projet 1. No. Klein was stunned. Huh? What did you say? I said, I don't want to stay here. I want to go to the east with you. Klein was annoyed. How could he take care of the child? Don't bother me. Okay, I went to the east to fight, not to take care of the child. You know, if a weakling like you meets a strong man, you may be slaughtered at any time. I heard that the soldiers of Grandok are all perverted, and you can't be sure if they have any strange ideas about children, especially for a beautiful girl like you. It is even more dangerous. Klein's words were all reasonable, but when his words floated into Projet's ears, only one sentence was left. A beautiful girl like you. This sentence made Projet very happy. She lowered her head slightly, looked at Klein shyly and said, Do you think I am beautiful too? Klein looked at Projet seriously, looked her up and down, and nodded vigorously. Among the little girls I have ever seen, I would like to call you the most beautiful. The only shortcoming is that you are a little bear. Projet automatically ignored Klein's last sentence and continued to ask, Then do you think I can be a good wife, if I grow up? What do you think of me, you little girl? Is there something wrong with you? How can you be a womanizer at such a young age, after thinking about it? Klein answered seriously. Not very good. You are too young. And your temper is too weird. I can't stand you. Now it was Project's turn to be unhappy. Too young. Right? Wait a few months and see. I guarantee that there is no woman around you who is older than me. As the mother of RS01, she has an absolutely powerful ability to raise offspring. So in terms of size, Projet has never worried about herself. As for her weird temper, that's because you don't know what's good. Okay, I have a unique personality. At most I am eccentric. You only said weird. What about spirit and spirit? Chapter 544, Capture a Con Alive. Projet looked aggrieved and felt like he was about to cry. My family has been very poor since I was a child. My mother told me that children from poor families grow up early. I followed you for my dream. Stop. 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 What the hell are you talking about? Don't you know about your parents? Don't you know that I can't make it up? Projet said confidently. Klein suddenly stood up. He took the initiative to touch Projet's silver hair and said in a very gentle voice, "Be obedient. This national war is obviously not that simple." His Majesty asked Jesha to use the taboo without reservation, which has already explained many problems. If it weren't for the lack of conventional combat power, His Majesty would never make such a promise. It's good to stay in the imperial capital. At least you won't die. Klein's tone in his last sentence still surprised Projet a little. It seems that Klein is not completely sure about this war. After all, it was a national war initiated by Grandok. And the cause of the war was because Klein took away Lu Xinhu's equipment. Although I am a little touched by your words. My intuition tells me that you are acting. Your acting skills are pretty good. But your emotional investment is a bit poor. So I refuse. Fuck. This brat deserves a beating. Klein couldn't help but swear. Klein pulled Projet to room 105 in the pharmacy area. Compared to other places, this place is like his real home. Bang. I don't want to stay here. I'll be scared alone. Klein. Project's voice was very penetrating. But Klein was not moved at all. I said, "No. If you want to force your way in, then I can only lock you in the room." Klein locked Project in the door, threw a vicious word, and left. Project, who was in the room at this time, actually didn't look panicked at all. She was observing Klein's room. Although no one had been there for a long time, it still remained the same as when he left more than 2 years ago. But under the air purification device in the room of Jesha, the whole room was still very clean and tidy. Not like a scientific researcher's room. Well, not bad. Without the sloppy behavior of those technical geeks. Give him 5 points. After Project walked around the room, he slowly came to the door again and pressed his palm on the door of 105. ZZ. The president's mark suddenly appeared on the back of Project's hand. This mark was exactly the same as Esmond's, and had all the authority of Jesha. The door of room 105 was opened by Project. She did not continue to look for Klein at this time, because it was definitely unreasonable for her to get out of the room. She would wait until Klein got on the train. By then, even if she could not explain how she got out of room 105, Klein would have no way to verify it. Project flew to Esmond's office. She had the same authority as Esmond, so no barrier of the Jess Society could stop her. Lying on Esmond's large office chair, Project picked up the photos of Esmond and Katie. Esmond and his group seemed to be very talented. They have promoted so many legends and one saint. Just as Projet was commenting on Esmond and the others, the air fluctuated and a figure appeared behind her. He was Colin, the former dormitory manager of Klein and Lilith. Colin stared at Projet. He knew that Esmond had brought something out of the ruins. But Projet had not appeared until more than half a year ago. Originally, it was just a baby. But in a short period of time, Projet's growth rate had exceeded Colin's understanding. If it weren't for the exact same aura, he wouldn't have believed that the little girl in front of him was the baby before. Esmond's strength was too strong, and Colin didn't dare to appear in front of him rashly. Fortunately, he had the ability to jump through space, so it was not easy for Esmond to catch him. Until this time, when Esmond was not there, he dared to appear in front of Projet. "Your name is Proget. What exactly are you? What is your purpose in following Klein?" Proget did not answer Colin. She poked Colin in the photo with her fingernails, and a trace of disdain appeared on her face. Someone once said, why people always compare deep affection for a person to licking a dog. But I don't think so. Deep affection is deep affection. And licking a dog is licking a dog. Deep affection has dignity. But licking a dog has no dignity at all. Colin's face was very ugly. He suddenly moved towards Proget. and a small space dimension slash was also released. But the scene that appeared was more shocking than when he saw Esmond's strength. Ding! Projet's small white fingers just pinched the dimension slash he released, and the metallic luster flashed between Projet's fingers. This space force was crushed by Projet. Although I am at level 5, and you are at the super level of the space system, the nature of our power is very different. The second level rule power can already destroy all the rules of this world, whether it is space or time, in front of the real second level rule power. They are so vulnerable. So, the space power you are proud of will be easily defeated by Esmond. And you still don't understand this. In 2 years, you haven't made any progress. Khan, you really make people feel sad. Khan also heard the concept of rule power for the first time, although they also noticed that power has priority in their simple knowledge system. But he also heard the level of rule power as Projet said for the first time. Khan was stunned for a moment. And in Projet's eyes, she was full of flaws, because her ability range and accuracy were unmatched by anyone. Buzz! Khan was caught by an invisible force, and slowly rose into the air. Who are you? Projet blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said in a confused manner. Me? I am Klein's future soulmate. His most perfect spouse. And a solid harbor. That's about it. Khan? Can you talk properly? Projet suddenly said viciously. Don't refute me if you don't want to die. Khan finally became honest. Projet didn't seem to mean to kill Khan. She just slowly walked to Esmond's bookshelf and found a recipe book to read. Poisonous mushroom hallucinogenic soup. I didn't expect Esmond to study such a weird thing. Chapter 545. Why are you so weak? Khan was a little embarrassed, but not angry. His mentality had changed greatly after continuous failures. He naturally felt that his ability was not good enough and failure was a normal thing. This was the case with Esmond before. And now when he met Projet, the result was still the same. Can you put me down? Projet continued to look through Esmond's recipes and shook his head. No. Why can you come here? This is the president's office. Logically, only Esmond has the authority. Khan didn't quite understand why Projet had the president's authority of Esmond. This was unscientific. Why can I come here? You don't need to know. But I can tell you why I came here. I came to find something. A bottle. After Projet finished speaking, he suddenly fell into deep thought, and then began to chatter to himself. If I think about it carefully, I need to find more than one bottle. And I need to get Klein's bottle as well. Yes, if his bottle is not brought back, it will be a big risk for both him and me. Oh, and there is Joe. He is also Esmond's son and Klein's younger brother. And he should be a longtime friend. What a hassle. I thought it would be very simple. But I didn't expect to get back 3 bottles at once, which is too difficult. Projet put down the recipe and picked up a book called Space Science again. The defects and compensations of space equipment. Khan, who was floating in the sky, felt very uncomfortable. His body was completely imprisoned and he couldn't move, let alone move in space. The essence of space ability is movement. Even if he wanted to escape by space jump, he needed to free his hands, open the space channel, enter the space channel, and then transfer in space. But Projet's ability completely restrained him. As long as he appeared within Projet's perception range, Projet's telekinesis would restrain him immediately. This is simply unsolvable. Calculating that he has the ability to get close by chance, Projet with the ability of mechanical soul can probably beat Khan to death. This is the comprehensive suppression of ability. Normally, Khan has an absolute advantage when encountering other superclasses. Even Esmond. He can deal with it. But when encountering Projet, there is really no way. He was restrained from beginning to end. Seeing that Projet simply ignored him and went to the side to read, Khan suddenly became anxious. He thought for a while and decided that if he wanted to get out of Projet's control, he had to talk to her about topics that she was interested in. What topics did Projet be interested in? Klein. Are you related to Klein? Projet closed space studies and sat in Esmond's seat. After thinking for a while in Esmond's usual posture, he slowly nodded. Originally, it was nothing. But after meeting, I changed my mind. I am very familiar with Klein. If you have any purpose for him, I can help you. Projet frowned, waved his hand, and threw Khan heavily to the ground. Boom! I don't like people interrupting me when I'm thinking about something. Khan, I'm not a child. Your tricks and ridiculous acting skills make you look more like a child in front of me. Khan, do you know why you are so weak? You have the talent of space. But you have ended up like this. Seeing Project's tone of teaching, Khan always had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. First, Project is too young. From a physiological point of view, the other party doesn't look like a strong person who can teach him. But Khan also knows that Project is definitely not an ordinary child. She has grown so big in just a few months. She also has the mark that only the president of Jiesha can have. It can be seen that Project has been valued by Esmond in terms of her uniqueness, strength, and status. This is definitely not an ordinary person. She is very likely a product of the underground ruins of Jiesha. That is, the same ancient ruins as Klein. In addition, Khan really wants to know why he is so weak. Khan has begun to compromise in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Khan finally spoke. Please tell me why I am so weak. Project poured himself a drink, then took out a glass of strong liquor, mixed the two completely different drinks together, and drank them with relish. Her physique was too strong, so there were almost no taboos in her diet and life. After taking a big sip of the mixed drink in the glass, Project smacked his lips and began to answer Khan's question. You obviously have spatial ability, but your actual combat ability is still very weak. So we have to mention the problem of world rules. It would be too troublesome to talk to you about the basic rules and the power of the third level rules from the beginning. So I will only talk to you about the problems related to space. Of course, this is not free. When I tell you these things, I need you to do something for me. Khan asked subconsciously. What is it? You have to agree first. Then if you let me die, I know that these are meaningless. Ha! Project chuckled, took another sip of the mixed drink, and said nonchalantly, if I want you to die, why bother with so much trouble? I can just crush you into a meat pie. Khan's face was very ugly when he heard Project's straightforward statement. It was too real. Damn. He didn't give him any face at all. How can he survive in the future? But Khan also understood that what Project said was true. He might have the ability to deal with other superclasses, but facing Project, he really had no way to do anything. Okay. I promise you. Yeah. Project nodded. I don't know if he felt that the wine tasted good or because Khan agreed to her and felt satisfied. It's a smart choice. You won't regret it, Mr. Khan. If you want to know why your combat power is so weak, we have to talk about the essence of space ability. The basic rules of space. Space ability is indeed a very excellent ability. It has a high priority and is higher than other general ability rules. But space rules also have absolute shortcomings. That is, its basic rules do not contain the most basic effect, which is destructive power. This world's understanding of space is not yet widespread. The more commonly used space technologies are space storage and space transmission. These two abilities belong to the basic rules of space. They are non-destructive rules. You should have noticed this. Chapter 546 helped me steal 3 bottles. Khan thought about it and nodded. What Project said was right. The most basic rules of space are rules without combat capabilities. Indeed, whether it is space channel, space transmission, or space storage, there is no direct destructive power. Yes, the basic rules of space have no destructive power. So in ancient times, the real strong rarely used this ability as their main combat ability. Even if they master space ability, most masters only practice the abilities of dimensional space, teleportation, and transmission. Do you know why? Khan suddenly felt like he was stumped and could only ask subconsciously. The spatial ability is obviously very special. Why is this? This is the defect caused by the lack of destructive power in the basic rule ability. Because there is no basic destructive power, the spatial rule must rise to the first level rule power to produce the most basic destructive power. For example, your dimension slash. Its effect is the first level spatial rule power, which produces the most basic destructive power. And the single power is very powerful. You also said that the dimension slash is very powerful. So why do you say that the spatial ability is weak? The power of the dimension slash is based on the concept that it is a first level rule power. It is very powerful. Yes, it is also a first level rule power. The first level rule power of space, compared with other attribute abilities, it can no longer achieve the crushing effect in the basic rules. Project's explanation made Khan fall into contemplation. And he already understood what Project meant. Can you tell me more specifically? Project smiled and drank the rest of the wine in the glass. Of course. This is what I was going to tell you. I also want you to help me do something. From the basic rules, many abilities cannot shake the space ability at all. Just like fire and thrust, which cannot have any effect on the power of space. But once it rises to the first level of rule power, some things change. Because of the basic destructive power, plus the increase of the first level of rule power. Many abilities at this stage already have the same effect as the space ability. Con, you said you are familiar with Klein, so I will compare Klein's ability with yours. Compared, his Pyroblast is a first level rule power. But with Klein's magic enhancement, it is not a problem to shatter an entire space area with a Pyroblast. To put it another way, his shadow power, the evolved Shadow Flame, also has the effect of competing with the first level space rules. But it is weaker than Pyroblast. This is the effect of basic destructive power plus level amplification. Space power does not have basic destructive power, so there is no such amplification effect. Projet's statement is too advanced. Or it can be said that these ancient knowledges have not been studied by Torella at present. Khan understood some of it, but it felt a little difficult to digest for a while. Projet did not stop. She continued, what I just said is only the first level rule power. Space power has some advantages. But once it reaches the second level rule power, the result will be completely reversed. The second level rule power can already destroy the essence of the world, and their effects are generally terrifying. For example, the second level ice power can already freeze time and space, and it has some special effects of space and time. Even the basic ability of flame, once it rises to the second level, has the effect of destroying everything in this world. Everything in this world also includes time and space. That is to say, no matter how strong the power of space is, even if you have reached the second level power of space, it is still within the range of the flame. Second level space power. Within the range of the second level flame? Yes, this is a defect of the power of space. So in my era, there is such a saying that ability is not divided into high and low. It only depends on the user. Khan murmured and repeated it. Ability is not divided into high and low. It only depends on the user. Projet nodded. In fact, this sentence is not complete. There is another sentence behind it, excluding physics and arcane. But she didn't tell Khan, and there was no need to tell Khan such a thing. It was meaningless. Yes, the space technology of this era is very superficial. Most of it is left in Jiesha. You are almost the leader of space ability, so you are very satisfied. In fact, this is wrong. There are very few people who possess the power of space. So the research progress of the power of space is usually the slowest. As for other basic abilities, because there are many people who possess them, the research of these abilities is also very rapid. In our era, the various professional systems have been studied for a long time, and everything that should be known is already known. So the development of each system is relatively balanced. But your era is different. The history of real professionals is only more than 300 years. Your space technology is basically found from ancient ruins, and it is almost impossible to study. Therefore, under the influence of these factors, your actual combat ability will only become lower and lower. What should I do now? 2 directions. First, study the additional effects of space more. Not for combat, but for assistance. The power of spatial ability has always been in the auxiliary aspect, which can be understood from the fact that most high-level mages have to learn the flash spell. Second, that is to practice an attack effect that can be attached to spatial ability to make up for the lack of destructive power of your spatial ability. The feeling of enlightenment and sudden enlightenment is probably what Khan felt at this time. Projet's erudition convinced him, and he was still in a daze, and he didn't even realize that Projet had released him from the constraints of telekinesis when he just spoke. It took a long time for Khan to come back to his senses and said to Projet, I still don't know your name. Projet. Thank you, Miss Projet. At this time, Khan had already found that he had been freed from his restraints. But he had no intention of escaping immediately. Instead, he spoke to Projet sincerely. Miss Projet, your information is very important to me, and it has also given me a lot of warnings and help. May I ask, what do you need me to do for you? If I can, I will definitely do it for you. Projet took out a piece of white paper, and several brushes automatically painted on the white paper. Not long after, a pattern appeared on it. Projet's painting style is very hard. This is a bottle-style thing, full of metallic texture. In the lower right corner of the pattern, there is also a series of numbers. RS01, RS-02. R series unknown. Miss Project. What is this? What I want you to do is not simple. But this matter? I am afraid only you can do it. I need you to go to the East Territory to find Esmond and steal these 3 bottles from his space storage equipment. Chapter 547 War Situation. Khan looked at the bottle drawn by Project and finally nodded. I've seen this bottle before. Project laughed. As one of the founders of the GS Society, it was normal for Khan to have seen the bottle before. I know what you are guessing. Don't think too much. This bottle is very dangerous. Bring them to me, and we will be even. I know. I will find a way to get your bottle back from Esmond. However, I still want to know what the bottle does. The bottle can control our souls. Once someone holds it, we become slaves of the bottle owner. This effect is irresistible. How about it? Are you tempted? Since the effect of the bottle is so powerful, aren't you afraid that I will turn around and attack you after I get the bottle? Do you think anyone can use the bottle? The thing in the bottle is the crystallization of magic biology in ancient times. Nearly 10,000 years. It represents the highest wisdom and power of our time. If everyone can use the thing in the bottle, the world will be in chaos. Progit laughed again. Her words were a bit excessive. But Khan was not angry this time. It seems that I am really bad. Esmond is not only stronger than me, but also has the qualifications that I don't have. No, Esmond is not qualified either. He can use the things in the bottle only because he has the mark. If you are the president of Jesha, you should know these things clearly. Khan nodded, and did not continue to talk with Progit, but opened the space channel and left this place. Klein and his friends had already gathered in the rest area of the medicine shop. Most of them were ready very quickly. They were waiting for Eric. After all, they hadn't seen the eldest princess for 2 years, so they had to let her be warm. Just when they were about to set up a barbecue stall and eat something, Eric came back. And he was completely different from his usual carefree look at this time. He kept frowning, and didn't know what he was struggling with. Seeing Eric was frowning all the time, Klein stepped forward to comfort him. Why so soon? You don't quite fit your style. What happened? Eric turned his head and looked at Klein. With a constipated face. He struggled for a long time before speaking. She said that when she came back this time, she would get married. Puff! Joe spit out the tequila in his mouth. Not only him, but the others also looked incredible. Everyone felt that marriage was too far away from Eric. Wow! Eric is going to settle down. When Joe was teasing Eric, Klein frowned. The fact that the eldest princess had such a request could only mean one thing. The situation in Tarila during the first few days of the war was not ideal. Although it might be because the 3 major societies had not yet reached the battlefield. It had only been a few days, and the frontal battle had reached a point where it could not continue without the societies, you know. The 3 major societies are already considered the high-end forces of Tarila. They have the strongest professionals, the most advanced technology, and the top leaders. And Grandok only used the regular army, which was not good news for Tarila. Let's go! It's really important to get to the east as soon as possible. The current situation is not optimistic. I haven't participated in a professional war, so I can't give you experience. Everyone should be prepared these days, and try not to take risks. We are still young and have a lot of room for growth. I hope you understand what I mean. Klein's words made everyone silent for a while. But they were all young people, and they quickly regained their confidence. Klein saw this, and knew that they were mentally prepared. He smiled and said nothing more. He turned and walked out of Jess Society, and walked towards the direction of the Imperial Capital train station. In the Belga military fortress in the east, the main forces of the 3 major societies have arrived. Esmond frowned as he looked at the injuries in the fortress. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. What did Grandok rely on to dare to attack Tarila head-on, even if their regular army was larger than Tarila? The advantage of military strength would be infinitely reduced under the suppression of some high-end technical levels. Grandok must know this. So what is their trump card? Esmond was a little confused. But he had to withstand Grandok's pressure. This was a promise to the Empress, and also his own opportunity. He didn't know what the 3rd-level rule power of Arcane was. After a simple study, Esmond felt that he had no clue at all. So he decisively gave up the idea of upgrading Arcane energy to the 3rd-level rule power. Compared to self-improvement, it is faster and more convenient to hunt a king. As long as Grandok's regular army is suppressed, the king will definitely take action. At that time, he will have the opportunity to become the new king. Esmond said to his subordinates. Notify everyone to release the first batch of GTX 1050. Release all of them. And put them into battle first. Yes. After Esmond gave the order, Roger of the Brotherhood of Steel also said to the guards beside him, let the brothers cooperate with the magic mecha of the GS Society. I don't need to teach you the details. Right? I understand. Esmond glanced at Roger. He knew what Roger meant. Letting the people of the Brotherhood of Steel fight around the magic mecha can greatly reduce the casualties. When fighting, you can rely on the magic mecha to harvest. And when escaping, you can let the magic mecha cover the back. This is a normal tactic. If it were before, he would definitely mock Roger. But this time, Esmond did not do so. Because what he was planning was different. He felt that his level was different from Roger. What Tyrella lacks now is professional masters. Although the Brotherhood of Steel has conflicts with the GS Society, they are now fighting for Tyrella. Being on the same front temporarily and reducing casualties of the Brotherhood of Steel can indeed improve the overall fighting capacity of the Tyrella side. Moreover, the GTX 1050 is already an obsolete mecha. These mechas can play their due role before retirement, which is already a very good choice. As for the expenditure of funds, sorry. The current Jiesha is no longer the same as before. And there is no shortage of money. Esmond said to his subordinates again. Let the GTX 1050 series cooperate with the professional actions of the Brotherhood of Steel as much as possible. Yes. Roger on the side also heard Esmond's order. He really didn't expect that the stingy Esmond would be so reasonable. Why did you suddenly change your temper? Esmond looked at Roger indifferently and said calmly, you should not be a fool. Can't you see the current situation? Roger nodded thoughtfully. Of course. He knew what Esmond meant at this time. That's right. Chapter 548. Roger rarely agreed with Esmond's statement. But he always felt that there was something wrong with Esmond. But he couldn't tell what the problem was. The president of the Mithril Council, Xingxin, ignored Esmond and Roger. As the leader of the mage group, his role would never be to charge into battle. The mobility of mages is far inferior to that of professionals like warriors. Their strengths lie in concentrated attack and concentrated defense. All the professionals of the so-called Mithril Council, after arriving at the Belga fortress, basically carried out unified shift defense and fortress defense work. At this time, Xingxin's expression was more solemn, because he felt a very strong magic fluctuation from a distance. Not only him, but Esmond, who was standing inside the fortress, also felt it. What is that? Xingxin quickly sent a message to all the defending mages. Everyone. Non-attribute magic power band 39. Establish magic shield defense. Strengthen the barrier. The magic shield of the magic core had just been connected. And a breath of ice descended instantly, freezing the outer wall of the entire barrier. Before the magic core could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge fireball had already descended after the ice. Boom! The magic barrier of Belga Fortress fluctuated violently under the blow. Ziz! The energy generated by the overlapping of frost and fire made the defense of the barrier somewhat unbearable. At this time, even Esmond and Sacred Heart had already taken action to defend. The opponent's attack power was incredible. This kind of power was not magic that a superclass magician could release. Fortunately, after the attack, there was no continuous attack, and no more legions of Grandok appeared, which made everyone feel relieved. However, the attack just now has cast a shadow on the hearts of all the professionals in Belga Fortress. Esmond quickly found the side of Xingxin and the Eastern General Warren, and asked Xingxin in an uncertain tone, Xingxin, what do you think of the attack just now? Xingxin shook his head with a cryptic expression. It completely exceeds the scope of superclass professionals, and the magic power is extremely pure. The possibility of fusion magic can be completely ruled out. Esmond nodded. In other words, the King of Grandok took action? How long has the war started? The king took action like this? Esmond was a little unbelievable. What he expected seemed to come too easily. But Xingxin shook his head again. I don't think it was a king-level attack. The attack just now was frost and fire. You should have seen that there are no multiple kings of frost and fire. The one who holds the throne of the Blue King is Edward, the former president of your GS Society. And the one who holds the throne of the Red King is your Majesty. I don't know Edward. But your Majesty, it's impossible for you to go to Grandok to attack us. Right? So I don't think it was a king-level attack. Grandok dared to start a war against us. It must have made a breakthrough in military technology. And continuing the attack just now is one of their military achievements. After listening to the analysis of the Holy Heart, Esmond nodded. The breakthrough in military technology is easy to understand, because the magic mecha technology of Gia society can also be regarded as a breakthrough in this regard. If Grandok also discovered talents like Perona, or found related technologies in ancient ruins, it would indeed greatly promote military technology. What do you think the attack just now was? I don't know, but I guess it's a fusion magic tool or technology that can concentrate and purify the magic power of the mage group, so as to achieve an effect that exceeds the super-level attack. Orin, the east wall, looked a little ugly. If the other party has such technology, is it really necessary to guard the Belgar fortress? As long as the other party continues to bombard Belgar with fusion magic attacks, it won't take long for this fortress, which is known as the strongest in the east, to collapse. As the general of the east, Orin must come up with a solution to this problem. The three of you are all top masters in the imperial capital, and you are also the heads of your respective societies. I would like to ask, do you have any solution to this situation? Esmond didn't speak, not because he had no way, but because he didn't want to say it. Xingxin looked at Roger, who said he didn't know anything about magic. Finally, the president of the Mithril Council began to explain the feasible solutions, without the king-level masters being dispatched. There are currently two solutions. First, their magic fusion technology should require more sophisticated props or magic arrays. If we can attack them remotely or send people to sneak in and destroy their magic arrays, we can solve the problem of fusion magic attacks. Second, the essence of fusion magic attacks still lies in the magicians. As long as we send enough guerrilla masters to tear apart Grandok's defense formation and kill their magicians, we can also solve this problem. Esmond thought of both points that the Holy Heart said. The question is, who will do such a dangerous mission? Both missions require getting close to the Grandok army. At this time, let alone other people, even superclass masters may be besieged and killed if they approach rashly. So superclass masters are definitely unwilling to go. If superclass masters don't go, who will go to die? So after discussing this issue, the senior officials of Belga Fortress fell into a dilemma again. On the train from the imperial capital to the east, Klein and Projet were looking at each other. Tell me, how did you run out of 105? You didn't lock the door. I walked out directly. You're talking nonsense. How could I not lock the door? You didn't lock the door. Maybe you forgot it yourself. You still don't admit it now. And you bully a child. Do you think you are great? Projet's mouth is like a machine gun, speaking very fast. And he is particularly good at making specious arguments. Yes, she doesn't need to make sense when she speaks. If she has a little sense, she can kill you. If she doesn't have a sense, she will say that you are bullying a child. This operation method is similar to women of a certain era. If a man encounters this, there is basically no solution. Okay, even if I didn't lock the door, how did you catch up? We didn't delay in Jiesha. How could you catch up? For Klein's question, Projet had already prepared. I just met a white hat uncle in Jiesha, and he sent me here. White hat? In Klein's impression, Jiesha did have a white hat wizard. Seeing Projet's words, it felt like the real thing. But he still felt something was wrong. No, the east is too dangerous. I will let AI take you back to the next station. If you dare to send me back, I will jump out of the car now. Jump? The car is slow. You won't die from the fall, Klein said expressionlessly. Chapter 549, I want to make money from fans. Plodget was not driven out of the car by Klein after all. It was not that Klein did not drive her away, but mainly because she was too shameless. Not only did she not leave, but she also cheated Klein for food and drinks, and even forced herself to squeeze between Klein and Lilith during meals. Just like now. Klein looked at Progit with some annoyance. He was not the kind of person who spoiled the naughty child. Hey, I give you 3 seconds to get out of the way. Otherwise, I will beat the naughty child. Progit looked at Klein eagerly, trying to speak in a wrong tone. You only know how to bully children? 1, 2, 3. You are right. I only know how to bully children. Klein grabbed Progit's collar, lifted her up, and threw her aside, and then lay down on Lilith's legs happily. This might be the last leisure time for a long time in the future, and he decided to relax, just like now. Eating barbecue, hot pot, sleeping with the woman he likes, and not having to think about Jiesha, his father Osmond, or the war in Grandok for the time being. Such a life is really a very pleasant thing. Klein thought at this time. If I can live quietly in a small city with Lilith, get a group of bottled monsters, and build a monster arena, then I can control the monsters to play water-friendly games, operate internally, control the results of the games, and make the black-hearted money of those fans. Which is actually pretty good. I can make money and become stronger while lying down. And I feel very comfortable just thinking about it. Well, I can open one in the north and one in the imperial capital. After Chinyu ascends the throne, I can have a tryst with the new empress. This is the life that men dream of. Just when Klein was so beautiful, Projet played the role of a light bulb again. Hey, the corners of your mouth are about to crack to your ears. Isn't your smile too obscene? What are you thinking about? Klein was too lazy to argue with her at this time, and just said casually, I'm thinking about the beautiful life in the future. You, a child, don't understand. Come, I'll give you a chicken leg. Go eat it next to you, and don't get in the way here. Klein handed the chicken leg he had chewed to Projet. It happened that Lilith brought Klein some barbecue, and fed it to Klein bit by bit. Projet, who was watching this scene, almost died of jealousy. She looked at the chicken leg Klein gave her. There were 2 gaps on it, and some liquid that she didn't know if it was saliva. Her little face twisted together immediately. She didn't dislike Klein, because Projet thought that Klein was a new human of the same status as himself. So Klein handed her the chicken leg, which was a kind of food sharing among the same kind. And it didn't disgust her. Of course, this was Projet's own logical consistency. The main reason why her face twisted together was that she really wanted to know what Klein's dream life was like, becoming the strongest in the world. Projet felt that with his help, this should be a feasible goal. What else? Becoming the Emperor of Tarila, unifying the entire human world, and then sweeping all the Warcraft areas and becoming the true king of the world? This is a good goal. If Klein has nothing to do after becoming the Emperor, I can help him fulfill this wish. Besides that, Projet can't tolerate the existence of other women between her and Klein. At most, there is Lilith. Well, yes, she has put herself in the position of the queen and started to imagine. Then give birth to a bunch of children. Their children will perfectly inherit their genes and will become the most powerful professionals. After reasonable training and cultivation, their children may be stronger than themselves. In this way, they can establish a great royal family and immortalize it. As a top new human, it is meaningful to achieve such a life goal. Hey, Klein, what is your ideal beautiful life like? Tell me. Projet's question attracted the attention of many people, because Klein's answer will even affect the future of the entire team. Everyone has put down the food in their hands. They look at Klein and wait for Klein's answer. Even Lilith showed some expectant eyes. Klein knew his idea was ridiculous, but he still felt that he should follow his heart. My ideal life is to build a Warcraft arena. Warcraft arena? Not only Proget, but even Lilith and Eric were surprised. Klein is obviously a wizard. Even if he gives up his position in the Jia Society in the future, his pursuit should be the true meaning of magic. Right? What the hell is opening a Warcraft arena? What exactly is his idea? Klein saw everyone's strange faces, and suddenly felt a little satisfied. He wanted your surprised expressions. Yes, I want to open a Warcraft arena, and all the Warcraft in it are controlled by the bottled objects I control myself. Then I will control the results of the game behind the scenes. Whichever side has more rich people buying, I will make that side lose and make money from fans. If you are tired of playing in the arena, you can also have a few children with Lilith and take a group of little radishes to travel. For example, the Dragonborn land of Alleluia. Of course, there are many places in this world that I have not been to. If I have the chance, I must go and see them. Projet looked at Klein with a dull face. She could feel that Klein's eyes were shining when he said these words. It seems that these ridiculous things are indeed his ideal life. Ordinary, simple, but sound so beautiful. He did not pursue the king of the world, nor did he have any idea of becoming the emperor of mankind. He did not want to conquer, and he was too lazy to go to war and destruction. His wish is to live a peaceful life, have a family, and have children, just like an ordinary person. This is Klein's true wish. In his previous life, he was an ordinary otaku. Maybe he is a technical otaku, but his ideal is really just to have a warm family. He was 28 and almost 29 years old when he traveled through time. After coming to this world, he not only accepted the memory of his previous life, but also went through more than 4 years of twists and turns. Klein, who is 33 years old in total, is still the boy at the beginning. Lilith is very good. He is already very satisfied. So Klein never takes the initiative to tease women. Agatha and Chinyu both took the initiative to stick to him. It's not his fault. He just wants a peaceful life. Chapter 550 Klein's Bottle. In the past 5 years, Klein has experienced too much. Fighting, growth, and research. The intrigue with his father. The hypocrisy with the Skull and Bones Society. And all kinds of experiences have made him physically and mentally exhausted. He still wants to return to that ordinary life. But if he wants to return to that ordinary life, he must cut off all the thorns in front of him. It is hard for Progit to imagine that a person without lofty ideals and ambitions can reach this point today. Without awakening, he reached the 5th level at the age of 25, and even had a level of combat power comparable to the super level. At this moment, Klein gave Progit an extraordinary feeling and really touched Progit. Progit finally decided that he would complete the new human plan. Although it sounds simple and beautiful, it is not easy to actually do these things. Qiao Lao said these words calmly, because everyone knew that Klein wanted such a life. And Jiesha and Esmond were the mountains he had to cross. People always have to have some ideals. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and salted fish? What if they come true? And our chances are not as small as 1 in a million. I feel that there is a 1-to-1 chance. 1-to-1. Doesn't that mean it will definitely come true? Progit smiled. Although Klein is a playful guy, he is really confident enough in some things. Thinking about what Klein said before, Progit suddenly found something wrong. She seemed to have overlooked something. Warcraft Arena? Controlling Warcraft? These are not the main points. The main point is the thing in the bottle. Only then did Progit realize that Klein had just said that he could control the Warcraft in the bottle. Then is the thing in the bottle he mentioned the same as these little people in the bottle? And where did his thing in the bottle come from? There may be some Warcraft in the bottle left over from ancient times. But none of those Warcraft were top-level monsters. Most of them are huge. At least at the level of legendary dragons. And it is impossible to fit them into the environment of the Warcraft arena. What exactly is Klein's Warcraft in the bottle? Progit's body trembled a little. No one understood the meaning of the thing in the bottle better than her. Klein, what is the thing in the bottle you mentioned? I want to see it. Klein frowned slightly. And it was no longer a secret in his team that he had the thing in the bottle. Now the only people who need to keep it secret are Lance, Gwen, and AI. The little people in the bottle. The other items in the bottle were not within Klein's confidentiality. Seeing Progit's shocked expression, Klein felt inexplicably refreshed. It seemed that after figuring out Progit, he could get great pleasure. You want to know? Then call me Uncle Klein. And I'll show you what my bottle monster looks like. When Progit heard Klein's request, he immediately had the idea of splitting him in half with a single mental strike. However, in order to get the information about the bottle, Progit had to compromise with Klein. He gritted his teeth and said to Klein, Klein? Hello. Uncle. Hey. Niece. I'll show you the little animals now. Klein's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He didn't know why. But every time he bullied Progit, he always felt very comfortable. It was a kind of pleasure from the depths of his soul, which made Klein doubt whether he had some strange habits. Hurry up. You immoral bastard. Okay. I'm coming. Klein blew a whistle, and the sickle monster flew from not far away. With a big jump, it unlocked its invisibility when it was less than 50 nanofeet away from the carriage, revealing its hardened body. It's called the sickle monster, and it's my first magical beast. It's great and obedient, although its strength is a little bit worse. I always carry it with me. Klein touched the sickle monster's head, and the sickle monster also knelt down in front of Klein obediently, allowing Klein to touch it. Progit looked at the sickle monster, and he didn't know what to say in his heart. She had no way to determine whether the sickle monster in front of her was Klein's bottle. If it was just a tamed monster, it would be meaningless. It's in the bottle? Can you prove it, Klein? Progit hadn't discovered her problem yet. She was too concerned about the bottle, so her tone had changed a little. Why would a child be so interested in the bottle? You know, the relationship between the bottle is not simple, and it is likely to involve these new humans. Klein looked at Progit with a suspicious look. Why are you so interested in the bottle monsters? What's so special about them? Aren't the bottle monsters special enough? Progit wanted to say this, but he couldn't. If you don't obey, the bottle monster will come back to me at night. This is a sentence that I remember very clearly. This sentence is very likely related to my life experience. So please, Klein, tell me what the bottle monster is like. How can you prove that this is the bottle monster? Projet's lie was very smooth. At least Klein and the others didn't see that Projet was lying at this time. Her expression was sincere, as if she really wanted to know her life experience. How could such an expression be acting? But it was really acting. And her acting skills were perfect. Klein nodded thoughtfully. If it was to pursue her own life experience, Projet's performance could be considered reasonable. Well, this kind of thing shouldn't be shown to a child like you. It's really pitiful that you are so young and have no parents. Besides, it's very likely that these things will be exposed when you go to the east this time. So there's no need to hide them. I'll let you monitor the bottle thing today with great reluctance. I won't prove the sickle monster, because I have many similar bottle things. Enough for you to see. Many more? Before Projet could react to the meaning of Klein's words, Klein had already taken out 3 new bottles. This is the real bottle thing. The synthetic bottle creature that has not been released yet. This one is called Shalai. A 4th level S-level creature. A very fierce sand monster. This one is called Imodai. A 4th level A-level creature. With hallucinations. This Shap's dragon. A 5th level ground dragon. Has strong physical strength. When Klein introduced the bottle thing to Projet, Projet himself had already picked up a bottle thing to observe. Chapter 551 Active Exposure. Although the bottle is very simple, this biological compression model, and the real vitality contained in it, this thing is actually a real thing in the bottle. How did Klein do it? Projet slammed the bottle of the black butterfly, and the giant black butterfly immediately began to expand rapidly. Not long after, its wingspan reached about 25 nanofeet, and when it fluttered its wings, it was larger than that of an ordinary human. The black butterfly first shook its wings for a while, and then began to hover. The speed of the train was not fast, and the black butterfly could keep up on the roof. After a while, it seemed to understand the relationship between itself and Klein. It slowly stopped and moved to Klein's side little by little. Then it extended its 2 tentacles to Klein's hand. This scene surprised Projet even more. This is a soul connection. A soul connection that can be achieved without a bottle at all. All of these objects in the bottles are controlled by Klein. They will obey Klein's orders unconditionally. This is even more outrageous than the bottles of New Humans in Esmond. Klein, where did you get these bottles? Klein thought Projet was going to ask about his life experience. But his bottles were all made by himself. So they should have nothing to do with Projet? This question has already involved his core secrets. So Klein does not intend to tell Projet. Don't worry. The sources of these objects in the bottles are reasonable. And they have absolutely nothing to do with your life experience. After hearing Klein's decisive answer, Projet's mind was in a different place. It had absolutely nothing to do with her. Why could Klein be so sure? This could only mean one thing. That Klein's bottle was not excavated from ancient ruins, but was produced or manufactured. Does he have the ability to create bottle objects? How is this possible? This is impossible. The bottle objects are the crystallization of human wisdom in ancient times, and basically represent the pinnacle of genetics. They're new humans. The bottle people were successfully created with the knowledge and power of countless ancient bloodline mages and biological masters. This is a manifestation of a knowledge system. A precise and seamless operation. The bottles that hold the little people all have the strongest shells, the most complex magic patterns, and the oldest symbols. How could it be comparable to Klein's simple glass bottles? But the problem is that Klein's glass bottles just shattered in front of her, and a bottle object was released. This made Projet have to believe the authenticity of Klein's bottles. This had a shocking effect on Projet's cognition. If Klein could create objects in bottles, then what were these little people in bottles? Projet, what's wrong with you? Klein saw Projet's dazed look and thought that it was something about the objects in the bottle that made Projet recall some memories. Projet looked at Klein blankly. Only then did she understand what Qinshuan meant. He is different from all other new humans, including you. RS-01. Klein is special in a way that you can never imagine. Did RS-03 also discover this? So she wanted to kill Klein and steal Klein's secret? Projet sat on the roof of the car in a trance and said to Klein, "It's okay. You guys continue eating. I thought of something. Let me be alone." Klein nodded. Projet, this heartless guy, suddenly had such a big reaction. He must have thought of something. It's better not to disturb her at this time. Let her be alone. As for what we do, of course, eat barbecue. Klein returned to the crowd and lay happily on Lilith's legs, enjoying Lilith's softness and feeding with great happiness. As for Prajak's matter, he is a naughty kid. Why bother him? Prajat pinched her fingers at an angle that Klein and others could not see. Her fingers gradually turned into a metallic color. Prajat kept rubbing her fingers, and then suddenly stood up, as if she had made an important decision. She walked towards Klein and his group again, and said to Klein, who was enjoying the gentle land, "Klein, let's have a fight." Klein was stunned, and the others also stopped their actions at the same time. They didn't quite understand what Prajat meant. "Little sister, you probably don't know how strong my brother is. You probably have some misunderstandings about professionals?" Joe just finished speaking and wanted to eat the skewers in his hand, but found that his fingers were completely unable to move. "What's going on?" Klein and the others also found something wrong. Lilith immediately drew out the Reaper's scythe and looked at Prajat in front of her vigilantly. Prajat didn't care about the gazes of others, and just emphasized it to Klein again. "I won't hurt them. I just want them to understand the gap between us. Klein, I've told you my request. Fight with me. If you win, I'll let you know something you should know, but don't know yet." Klein narrowed his eyes. "Should know, but don't know yet? What does it mean?" Before he nodded, 6 bones had already extended from Joe's spine and stabbed Prajat. But these bone blades were broken out of thin air by an unknown force in the air before they touched Prajat. Prajat took his eyes away from Klein and looked at Joe, who was resisting, and said loudly, "Joe Alex, the fourth son of Esmond, the ancient miracle new human plan. R6. You have a pretty good talent, and you work hard enough. Such qualifications are enough to be called a genius in this era. But when your talent and hard work are compared with those of a real genius, you will find that sometimes, no matter how hard you try, talent is also an insurmountable gap for you." Prajat suddenly clenched her little hand, and the bones on Joe's body shattered. Then, she gently waved her hand and swept Joe. Joe looked at Prajat in disbelief. The little girl in front of him was not only powerful, but also knew all his life information. Even his new human number is clear. Who is this guy? Okay. Now you should understand the gap between us. Take a break. I still have something to talk to your brother about. At this time, Prajat did not hide her bloodline power at all, and her bloodline suppression on Joe has reached the limit, even if they are not in a combat state, and the two sides just simply look at each other. Joe will feel the constant feedback of discomfort in his body. Chapter 552, The Strongest New Human. But Joe is no longer the sullen teenager. He has experienced countless battles and suffered countless beatings from Klein. Joe now has some attributes of becoming braver with each battle. He looked at Prajat unwillingly and said seriously, "Whether I can beat you or not, the battle between us is not over yet." The black shadows and bones mixed together, and a huge skeleton appeared out of thin air, running beside the train. The shadowed giant sword fell from the sky and chopped straight at Prajat. This was his last stubbornness. Klein, who was on the side, had been paying attention to this battle. He knew very well that Prajat's strength was extremely outrageous, and Joe would never be Prajat's opponent. Although Prajat said that he would not hurt Joe, no one could tell in this kind of battle, and he was ready to take action. But an even more shocking scene appeared. Prajat did not dodge at all. She just raised her palm and held it towards Joe's King of Decay. The King of Decay seemed to be held by an invisible giant hand, and the entire skeleton cast body stiffened. This hybrid mimicry magic, which was comparable to the 5th level ability, began to gradually collapse under the suppression of Prajat's telekinesis. "Give up. Joe, you are not her opponent." At this time, Klein had to stand up to stop the battle. Although the King of Decay has strong defense, that kind of strength is only relative. In the battle with several 5th level masters of Warhammer Academy, Klein's King of Decay was broken many times. Joe's total magic power is far less than his own, so he can't use magic power to regenerate the King of Decay like himself. Prajat's ability is too strong. If Joe continues to stalemate with her, he will most likely be crushed by Prajat's power. You don't have to worry so much, Klein. My control of strength is so precise that you can't imagine. In my field, I can easily isolate any elemental energy into the smallest particles, so you don't need to worry that I will hurt your brother. Klein looked at Prajat, thinking about the past few days. This little girl has always lurked beside him and his group. He felt a little scared. With such a strong strength, if she wanted to harm her team at that time, I'm afraid only Lilith could barely compete. Fortunately, Progit didn't do that. Who are you? My name is very important. So I will never change or hide it. My name is Progit. In ancient times, my name represented the Virgin Mary, which means the original origin. Klein didn't understand what Progit said. Why did she tell him all this? Okay. I admit that I haven't noticed you all the time. You hide very successfully. So you can tell me, why are you hiding by my side? Progit walked back and forth a few steps, as if thinking about Klein's question, and answered after a while. I deliberately approached you and came to your side for you. Yourself? Klein. What do you mean? I said before. Fight with me. As long as you win. I will tell you. Progit hooked his finger at Klein. It was not very tempting for a child to do such a gesture. But at this time, Klein also understood that the battle between them was probably inevitable. Come on! As soon as Klein finished speaking, Progit had already made a move. She was a sophisticated fighting machine, and would not give up any effective opportunity during the battle. Klein immediately felt an invisible force controlling his body, making his body completely unable to move. This feeling, telekinesis? Progit suddenly clenched her fist, and the powerful force was enough to crush a 5th-level master into a meat pie. But her telekinesis did not have any effect around Klein. Is it isolated by something on his body surface? Is it some special power? Klein did not break free from the telekinesis, and this layer of disordered arcane energy flowed on his body surface. Progit's telekinesis did not have an effect on him, because when the telekinesis was transmitted to him, it was decomposed by the disordered arcane energy on his body surface. But if he continued like this, he still had no chance of winning. What a trouble. What an outrageous ability. It feels much more outrageous than Qianxuan's gravity blessing. Gravity at least has a direction and a trace. But Progit's telekinesis has no rules at all. It seems that I have to do something serious. The same King of Decay appeared, and Klein's King of Decay was bigger and stronger than Joe's. He needed to test Progit's attack strength. But before he made a move, Progit sneered. Klein, don't hold back on me. I'm different from other enemies you've encountered. We're on the same level. Klein hadn't digested what Progit meant when the King of Decay's torso was crushed by Progit. This was enough to resist the top level 5 defense. But it was still as fragile as paper in Progit's hands. Klein didn't need to verify her attack power. I know. I was too arrogant. The deep blue energy flowed out of the burning demon heart and gradually began to cover every inch of Klein's body. Soon, a person completely wrapped in energy appeared in front of Progit, in the form of an Archon. This form should be able to resist your telekinesis. Arcane Disorder Slash. The Arcane Slash flew over Progit's telekinetic field. This attack was not crushed by Progit out of thin air, which shows that her ability is not invincible. The disordered arcane that decomposes and assimilates everything is such a disgusting energy. Klein held the sword and went up, his figure turning into blue light and black mist, constantly moving through telekinesis. Special elemental ability? After a few flashes, Klein had come to Progit. When he was about to swing the moonlight magic sword in his hand, a strong impact appeared in his chest. Repulse. The armor transformed from arcane energy actually cracked under the repulsion of telekinesis, and the magic sword in his hand could not go any further, and just stopped in front of Progit. But once the body stopped and did not transform into an element, Progit's telekinesis would rush at him like a tide. Klein was caught again, and his body was lifted up by Progit. After rising to the air, Progit suddenly threw his hand. Bang! Klein, in the form of an Archon, fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 553. Where did the little man in the bottle come from? Telekinesis was constantly squeezing Klein's arcane energy armor. And soon, some cracks appeared on the outer shell of the Archon form. The pressure from Progit continued, but Klein's body began to transform into a particle form. Arcane transition. Progit felt that many unknown particles appeared in her telekinetic field. But the movement speed of these particles was too fast, and these particles were all composed of disordered arcane energy, and her telekinesis could not capture them. Klein's figure regrouped behind Progit. The arcane sword swept out and stopped less than 1 nanofoot away from Progit. His attack was once again blocked by Progit's telekinesis. This attack and defense effect was too difficult to deal with. But this time, Klein was prepared. His body was particleized again, and he was free from the capture of telekinesis. Gathering from the opposite direction, the arcane sword also attacked at the same time. The whole process took less than 0.2 seconds. This time, although Progit's reaction was fast, He could not keep up with Klein's particle change speed. You lost. Klein's arcane sword was against Project's neck. In his opinion, although Project's ability was powerful, it was not without flaws. You underestimated me, Klein. Since you have found an opportunity, just chop my neck. Let you chop it once, and you will probably know whether I have lost or not. Project did not use telekinesis to interfere with Klein, and let Klein's sword press against the aorta in his neck. He seemed to not care about the energy sword in Klein's hand at all, which made Klein frown slightly. He stabbed with a little force, but the arcane sword in his hand made a sizzling sound. His attack was naturally resisted by Project's skin. How could this be possible? How hard is it? Hard as comparable to miracle weapons. Telekinesis is just one of my means. If it's just telekinesis, then there's no need for us to fight. Project leaned down slightly. She had given Klein a chance to attack, but Klein did not go all out. Bang! The pink and white little fist hit the blade of Klein's arcane sword, and a heavy punch shattered the arcane sword. Klein's archon armor began to fall off. Klein, who had just flown a short distance, was caught by Project's telekinesis again. This time, Project did not push Klein away, but directly pulled Klein in front of him. The second punch has arrived. Klein had just experienced the power of Project's physical attack, but he still didn't quite understand it. Why was Project's body strong enough to resist the chaotic arcane energy? Is this really a physique that humans can possess? Ultron! Boom! Ultron's hand blocked Project's heavy punch. The chaotic arcane energy and Project's physical impact offset each other. Neither side gave in, and they actually entered the stage of competing in basic energy and strength. Klein, you have come into contact with the ultimate rules of this world, which is the second-level rule, disordered arcane energy. But if you want to defeat me, disordered arcane energy is not enough. Arcane and physics are the most special powers. They have no clear attributes and are almost not affected by other energies. They can only affect other energies. So in ancient times, arcane energy and physical energy were both called unique. Next, I will use the third-level rule power of physical energy, which you can understand as my strongest move, God Bad. If you can block it, I will count you as the winner. Level 3 rule power? God Bad? Is it the same as the God Bad battle axe? Klein was a little surprised. Is the third level rule power mentioned by Project the same as the third level enhanced power he researched? Level 3 physical rules. Meaning that only he can block it with the third level arcane rules? That's good, he has the third level arcane. And I thought it was a big deal. So, you've been talking nonsense for a long time. And that's it? I saw Project began to accumulate power. An unknown energy began to gather in her fist. Klein did not sit still and wait for death. And the Ultron giant raised his fist in the same posture. The power of the destruction sphere has been integrated into the fist of the Ultron giant. This is Klein's supreme fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and the earth-shattering blow made the earth begin to tremble violently. Fortunately, the place where the two fought was quite far away from the train, so it did not affect the train. Klein's Ultron giant form has been lifted, and Project's telekinesis has also disappeared. The two of them put their fists against each other and entered a very strange state, as if they were in a special consciousness connection space. Klein looked at Project in front of him with some surprise. At this time, Project could no longer be called a girl. She was a normal woman. A woman with curves and a naked body. She had long silver hair, a beautiful face, and her slender fingers took the initiative to hold Klein's fingers. Whether it was Lilith, Agatha, Xianxuan, Qianyu, or even the Empress, they could not compare with Project in appearance. Her appearance was too delicate and unreal. Her skin had no flaws, and at a close distance, you couldn't even see any pores. Her eyes moved, just like a perfect 3D game female character. Project smiled and looked at the stunned Klein and said, "See, this is my true self. Klein, RS-02. I am your destined partner. RS-01. Spouse, mother new human. Proget." To be honest, Klein was a little confused at this time. How could a little girl who was fine before, a naughty child, become his partner and spouse in the blink of an eye? But the boy is very strong. It's okay. Although he didn't mean to admit Project's statement, Klein understood some of the information in Project's words. Proget is also a new human, and his serial number is earlier than his. RS-01. I know you have a lot of questions, but the secret between us is too important. So I chose such a place to tell you. We originated from the new human gene plan in ancient times. You should have known all this. But this is not the point. The point is the factors that caused the extinction of ancient humans, which is the reason for our birth. Klein was shocked. The amount of information in Project's words was a bit too much. In ancient times, the development of professionals had reached a bottleneck. Saints were already the peak of professionals, which corresponds to the current king level. Professionals were unwilling to stagnate in the saintly form. They wanted to pursue immortality. So they started the plan to hunt gods. Chapter 554. Be frank. God hunting plan? Klein knew about this plan. The 8 gods died because of this plan. Yes, there were gods in ancient times. The 8 gods had their own priesthoods and temples. They are quite powerful. But in essence, they are not beyond the saint form. So even the gods dare not say that they will win when facing a powerful saint. The number of professionals is far greater than the servants of the 8 gods. Soon, the 8 gods were captured and hunted by professionals. This is the beginning of the plan to hunt gods. Klein nodded. He had heard similar news from several gods. The inner god is the heart of God and the inner artifact. The heart of God is the gathering of the inner god's divine power. And the inner artifact is the embodiment of the rules of this world. The ancient professionals got the heart of God, the body of the inner god, and the inner artifact. And they began to study these things frantically. The professionals did not understand why the inner god could live so long. Why they could not. Although these divine power items brought great power to the professionals, they did not help them break through the obstacles of immortality. With the study of divine power, the heart of God was decomposed. The inner artifact was robbed and abused. And an unknown force was born. At the end of our era, many top masters felt the throbbing of the world rules. Like an impending disaster. Everyone knew that there might be some unknown disaster coming. Top masters from all over the world gathered in Nosval to study the cause of the throbbing of the world rules. Just when all the top masters were talking about this issue, a force called Chaos appeared in the conference hall of Nosval. Chaos confuse all attributes, destroy all matter, and absorb all energy. In our view at that time, this was an invincible force. At this time, we realized that the rigor of the world's rules cannot be abused or destroyed. Because of the abuse of the inner artifacts and the hunting of the inner gods, the imbalance of the world's rules has also been caused. Although the 8 inner gods at that time had a righteous side and a dark side, they were mostly the embodiment of positive rules. But after the 8 inner gods fell, the positive rules had almost disappeared, and the negative rules suppressed by them began to appear. Chaos was the embodiment of this rule. When ancient humans were still surprised to obtain the power of chaos, the 9th inner god appeared. The 9thly god. Klein clearly remembered that when he first met Kumaroni, Kumaroni told him that there were only 8ly gods. But at that time, he felt that there were 9 auras of the same level as the Ly god. And there were also 9 shadow-like statues. At that time, he didn't understand why there were 9 of the 8ly gods. Now, after listening to Projet's explanation, he seemed to understand a little. That's right. The 9thly god, who calls himself the darling of the Chaos God's super realm. Because of his appearance, Chaos began to devour everything around him. At the beginning, we had no way to resist the power of chaos. It was too late until the saints discovered that only the 3rd level rule power could fight against chaos. In order to pass on the knowledge and power of the miracle age, the saints concentrated all their strength and created the little man in the bottle. That is, our RS series of new humans. After that, there were future guards for us. That is, our series new humans. They believe that even if the world collapses and restarts, as long as we can survive, the knowledge and power of the last era can be passed down. This is the reason why the ancient ruins new humans appeared. After the ancient saints did all this, chaos began to devour everything in the world. All energy was integrated into chaos, and almost all life in the world was killed in an instant. Only a few humans without energy survived. The world collapsed and restarted. And all energy rules also changed overnight. This is the so-called era of catastrophe. Projet spoke very quickly, but Klein heard it very clearly, and he had a general understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. This information really shocked Klein, and he asked with some uncertainty, abuse of the world rules of the inner artifact will cause the world to be backfired by the rules, and thus chaos? Well, at least the information in my memory is like this, and I am not very clear about this specific situation. I woke up for a short time, and I don't have the inner artifact, so I don't know much about this world. You don't have the inner weapon. But I do. No wonder I felt a palpitation when I used the inner weapon to deal with the Spiral King last time. Is that the backlash of the world rules? What kind of effect will it produce? Klein really wants to take out the god's evil battle axe and try it now, so that he can have a better idea. But after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. If the backlash is too serious, it will not be worth it. As for not using the godly battle axe, what a joke. Smoking is harmful to health. Drinking is harmful to health. And eating barbecue at night is also harmful to health. He has never seen a lack of people who smoke, drink and eat barbecue. Now that the era has been restarted, we have all survived. Isn't that good? Go home and find your own mother. Why are you still looking for me? Klein said somewhat ruthlessly. Well, beautiful women can lie. Projet must have some improper thoughts about him. RS-02. We are the most perfect new humans. And the completion plan of new humans will be completed by us. We are natural spouses and partners. Our abilities are complementary. And our offspring will be the strongest geniuses. We can become the strongest in this world. So I came to you. Projet's tone was full of temptation, which also caused some parts of her to tremble violently. After Klein took in everything, he said lightly, Oh, I have no interest in the human completion project or becoming the strongest person in the world. I feel that doing those things is not as good as drinking, eating and sleeping at home. Projet was not surprised by Klein's answer. It doesn't matter. I said before that as long as you can take my attack, I will tell you these things. Klein couldn't help but sneak a glance at Projet again. Gui not only has a considerable scale, but is also very strong. It is worthy of being the strongest new human. You hit it well before. Why did you suddenly tell me these things? Because you actually have the ability to create things in bottles. Don't deny it. Your explanation is meaningless to me, because your specialness even exceeds my expectations. So I decided to change my previous plan. Being honest with you and your team, I will let you understand some things and let us confirm the relationship between companions. Chapter 555, We Will Never Be Enemies. Companions? Do you feel that there is trust between us? We have only known each other for a few days. Klein, don't deny it. Your feelings towards me are different from those towards other women. According to normal design ideas, you must be conservative towards other women. But you will be proactive towards me. You always can't help but make me angry and tease me. You should feel this yourself. Right? After hearing what Projet said, Klein realized that he did have some thoughts of teasing Projet, which was very strange. What's the reason? Because we originally attract each other. The closer we are, the deeper this feeling is. Do you feel it? Projet took Klein's palm and put it on his forehead. Klein blinked. Big sister, you are not authentic. I can feel a hammer if you put it on my forehead. I guess I can feel some of your attraction if you put it on your chest. No. Okay. You haven't awakened yet. And you don't understand the meaning of your existence. When you awaken, you will understand what you should do. Awakening? Klein has also heard Joe say something similar. Awakening. What exactly does it mean? Awakening is the ancient saints injecting the most complete knowledge and power system into our genes. After a certain stimulation or the body grows naturally, it will awaken and obtain the inheritance and knowledge of the ancient times. You still don't know what the meaning of being RS-02 is because you haven't awakened yet. When you awaken, you will definitely understand that we are the destined partners. It sounds like an arranged marriage. I'm not interested. Even if I awaken, I'll still give the same answer, forget it. You can have fun by yourself. I'm leaving. With Klein's refusal, the connection between the two people's spiritual worlds began to break. Klein felt that he had gotten a lot of information for free, and it was all important information, which was very comfortable. The two opened their eyes at the same time, and Projet was still the little girl. She was not angry because of Klein's previous refusal, but looked like she had one. All new humans will awaken before the age of 25. Klein, you are already more than 24 years old. So even if I don't interfere with you, you should not be far from awakening. When you awaken, you will understand some things. At that time, those memories and knowledge will change you more effectively than what I say with my mouth. Klein looked at Projet and felt a little depressed. This girl has shown her strength. It will be inconvenient to bully her in the future. It's a pity. Klein recalled the way Projet showed just now, and couldn't help but nodded. That style is okay. Projet saw Klein nodding and thinking that he was thinking about the awakening he mentioned. Unexpectedly, Klein's mind at this time was completely filled with those two waves. Sure enough, people's thinking is completely different. Lilith and the others saw Klein and Pradjit stop and slowly put down their weapons. The two had no attitude of fighting to the death before, so they didn't use their full strength. Pradjit showed his strength, telekinesis, mechanical soul body, and third-level physical power. Klein also used the Archon form, the Ultron Titan, and the third-level arcane force to deal with it. Klein thought that if he used the destruction sphere without considering the magic, he should have a chance to defeat Pradjit. He didn't know whether Pradjit had a similar trump card. But there was one thing that Pradjit should not be as good as him. That is the inner artifact. He had the God Bad Battle Axe and the possibility of overturning the table. From Pradjit's tone, it was most likely that she didn't have the inner artifact. So Klein felt that he was still better. But until now, he still didn't understand the real reason why Pradjit confessed these things to him. Apart from what you said, are there other things? Will you be exposed just because you saw the bottle? Klein, it is precisely because you have not awakened yet that you do not understand. We are different from our S03 Qianxuan. Her configuration is too low. So without proper guidance, she will become our enemy. But the two of us will not. Under normal circumstances, the two of us will never be on opposite sides. From my observation of you in the past few days, I have roughly known your current situation. You should have the idea of replacing Esmond. Right, don't deny it. Rebellion and unwillingness to accept constraints are the common points of all new humans. Because ancient humans were afraid that we would be used by certain organizations. They set it up like this. You don't want to be controlled by Esmond. And so do I. Rebellion is our common choice. Klein stared at Pradjit, as if he was pondering the authenticity of Pradjit's words. If Pradjit really wants to join forces with him to deal with Esmond, then this is definitely a huge good news. He had seen Pradjit's strength. Not only was Pradjit's melee ability and defense strong, but his strength was also at the same level as his. Most importantly, in addition to his strong body, Pradjit also possessed the completely unscientific ability of telekinesis. With her help, Klein felt that his chances of defeating Esmond could be increased several times. How can I believe that you won't betray me when Esmond and I fight? Heh. Klein, although you are very strong now, you may have misjudged Esmond's combat power. Maybe you have made great progress in the past 2 years. But have you ever thought about what Esmond has gained in these 2 years? Klein was stunned. He had expected Esmond's strength. But even if he could reach a level stronger than Annabella, he was certain. After all, he now had the great weapon of the godly battle axe in his hand. If he really couldn't beat him, he could just take out the godly battle axe and chop it randomly. And it would basically be over. Has my father's strength improved a lot in the past 2 years? Yes, a lot. Why did he agree to pay compensation for the incident of Holzbog 2 years ago? It was because he needed a peaceful environment and time. That's why he agreed to Holzbog's conditions. Otherwise, why would a top society in the imperial capital be afraid of a force in the western region like Holzbog? Klein pondered for a moment. Since Pradjit said so, it can only mean that Esmond's strength has reached a point that he can't deal with. Why has he improved so much in 2 years? Hasn't he always been a steady and cautious way? Chapter 556, so you're talking about that bootlicker. Because he has my bottle. And with me, he has enough ancient knowledge. With the foundation of ancient knowledge, and Esmond's solid basic ability, his progress is not much slower than our new humans. I told him about the ancient power of rules, and he quickly mastered the use of disordered arcane energy, and developed a variety of disordered arcane energy skills. The gap between you two is not a little bit. The disordered arcane energy is only the second level rule power, and Klein didn't think it was anything special. Is the chaos arcane energy very advanced? I have it too. Can you be more specific? How strong is it? How strong is it exactly? The current Esmond should be the strongest person below the king level. He can easily defeat the Skeleton Society or defeat your mother Katie head-on. I feel that what you said is still not specific enough. Although my mother is very powerful, if you want to defeat her, I think I have a chance. Klein didn't want to argue with Pradjit. He just wanted to know more clearly what the upper limit of Esmond's strength is at present. Klein, do you know what Esmond's current goal is? Goal? Klein was a little confused. Everyone has a goal. Even the most ordinary people. Even eating a beef meal tonight is a goal. It is normal for Esmond to have a goal. But Klein has never thought about it carefully. What is Esmond's goal? His goal? Revitalize GS Society? Make GS Society the most powerful community organization? No, that was only in the past. Now, GS Society is the most powerful Tarila community, and no one will deny it. So his goal has been achieved. Esmond's current goal is the throne. The throne? Klein frowned first, then clenched his fists. The so-called king in this world is not as simple as power or status, but a symbol of true strength. And there are only 9 of them. 9 kings? That's right. Because I didn't tell Esmond the correct way to guide the power of the 3rd level rules. Of course, I won't tell him the right path. His strength has reached the peak of the super level, and there is no way to improve it all. So Esmond has lost the way to break through. If he wants to break through, he can only pursue the throne. Now he is looking for an opportunity to hunt down the 9 kings, for example, the former president of GS Society, Edward the Blue King, or several kings of Grandok. After hearing this, Klein understood why his father Esmond participated in the war so actively. The throne? Is that your Majesty's promise? He thought carefully. When the national war reaches the final moment, even if the king level is rare, it will probably be forced to take action. The queen and her teacher Jiaha join forces to fight against the king level battle of Grandok. It is really possible that the king level will fall. At that time, Esmond will have a chance to directly obtain the throne and become the new king level. Klein, think about it carefully. Can you deal with someone who dares to hunt the king level now? It is indeed dangerous. Project also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been saying earnestly for a long time that if Klein was stubborn and insisted on fighting with Esmond, then she really had no good solution. If he had no choice, he might be dragged aboard by Klein and forcefully attacked Esmond together, which would be the worst option, not to mention Esmond's own strength. Even if Esmond is an ordinary superclass, it would still be very risky for the 2 of us to deal with him. Why do you say that? Because we both have the same weakness. The same weakness? Bottle. Klein suddenly realized. But he didn't value his bottle as much as Project did. This was related to his own abilities and special characteristic. He had always wanted to try the effect of the bottle on himself, but he had never had the chance. The object in the bottle he made himself would have no effect when the bottle was broken. The object in the bottle would directly establish a soul connection with him, and there was no chance for others to control it. The bottle will indeed become our weakness. But will the bottle's influence really be that great? For the first time, Project showed a solemn expression. Yes, the bottle has absolute control over the little man in the bottle. And the president of Jiesha has the power to control the bottle. If we go to war with Esmond without taking the bottle, he can use the bottle to control our souls. In this case, even if we are promoted to the super class, we will not have the slightest power to fight back in front of Esmond. Klein agreed with Project's statement, because the thing in his own bottle had no power to fight back in front of him. Even if they are as strong as Gwen and AI, as long as he has the thought to cut off their soul fire, the 2 of them will immediately die and become a walking corpse. I understand what you mean. I will try my best to restrain myself. So what should we do now? Of course, steal the bottle first. Steal? It sounds like a stupid idea. Klein knows Esmond well. The other party is very thoughtful. Want to steal his important items? In fact, the difficulty is not much different from defeating him head-on. My father, Esmond, is a very stable man. He usually only does things that he is sure of. It is almost impossible to steal the bottle from him. I know it is difficult. So I found an outsider. Outsider? Yes, a superclass outsider. His ability is very suitable for stealing. Although his combat effectiveness is not high, it is very special. And this outsider said that he is very familiar with you and has a good relationship with you. He is already waiting for us in the East Territory. When we arrive in the East Territory, we should have a 50% chance of working with him. Klein frowned. The superclass outsider is very familiar with him. He has a good relationship with him? Why doesn't he remember such a person? Hey. Sorry. Project. Can you tell me the name of the outsider you mentioned? Because in my impression, there is no one who has a good relationship with you and has superclass strength. Project blinked. He said he was your former property manager. Khan. And he was your guide in life. He too. Klein wanted to say a few dirty words, but after taking a look at Project, he thought, forget it. He should keep his composure in front of the child. Then Klein said lightly, so you were talking about that bootlicker. So you also know that he is a bootlicker? Oh, I was trying to shape his image. But now I don't have to. Chapter 557 Scorpion. Klein was speechless at Project's complaints. But he really didn't like Khan, who was a very self-centered person. Khan's appearance was very high profile, and his spatial ability gave Klein a great shock at the beginning. But as his strength improved, Klein is no longer the little newbie now, and he has begun to come into contact with some spatial abilities. It is obvious that spatial ability is not as powerful as he imagined in most cases. In terms of combat, spatial ability has a big flaw on the contrary. So when Khan appeared to persuade him last time, Klein no longer took this person's words to heart. Although he and his father Esmond stood on the opposite side, Klein was not optimistic about Khan's choice of spouse. Mother Katie's choice was right, and Khan was really not good. Klein looked at Prajet and thought for a while before speaking. I think Khan is a bit useless. Are you serious about asking him to cooperate? I know he is a bit useless, but his spatial talent is very strong. In my knowledge, I can hardly find anyone with a stronger spatial talent than him. Okay, let's do this. When we get to the east, we will discuss it in detail. In the next few days, Klein discussed the matter of stealing the bottle with Prajet in detail. He also asked Prajet carefully about some of Esmond's current abilities. With Prajet as an insider, Klein knew a lot of information about Esmond's battle in advance, which was very valuable, because even if they stole the bottle, they would still have to fight Esmond in the end. Lilith and the others also began to try to get along with Prajet. His strong knowledge system gave Klein's team members a lot of inspiration. Joe, who had never been convinced by anyone before, now has one more person to be convinced by. There is no way. You can't beat him. And your knowledge system is not as good as his. He is an encyclopedia, and you are just a toddler. There is no comparison. Only Lilith felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Logically, a child like Prajet would definitely not be attractive to Klein. But she always felt that the eyes between Prajet and Klein were weird. That feeling, how to say it, is like there is an affair between two people. A feeling that is hard to explain. Outside the Belga fortress, members of the Brotherhood of Steel were lying on the GTX 1050 model Magic Mecha, fighting a guerrilla war with the guerrillas of Grandok. Although the relationship with Jiesha was not good, the members of the Brotherhood of Steel had to admit that Jiesha's new Magic Mecha was too powerful. Almost unlimited firepower. Tireless. Not afraid of pain. Self-repair. Self-supply. No need to rest. No need to eat. And almost close to the flexibility of professionals. This kind of war weapon simply overturned their previous understanding of magic tools. If it weren't for the powerful functionality of the Magic Mecha, with their number, they would have been annihilated by the nearly 10 times larger Grandok guerrillas. Laser. With the order of the captain of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Magic Mecha hidden in the woods immediately launched a laser salvo. The dazzling beam of light swept across a large number of Grandok guerrillas in front, and these 1 to 2 level professionals fell in groups. Just one volley killed nearly 50 professionals, which dealt a heavy blow to the Grandok guerrillas. Retreat. Don't fight. The captain of the Brotherhood did not order a pursuit. Their shortcoming was that the number of professionals was too small, and the number of professionals in Grandok was far beyond their imagination. They discovered this from the beginning of the battle. Captain, why are there so many professionals in Grandok, especially the low-level professionals? They are just like ordinary soldiers, and they can't be killed. These are not what we need to know. What we need to do is to delay the Grandok guerrillas and scouts as much as possible. The captain was also very bitter. It's not that they don't want to ask for support, but the problem is that the battle situation is far more intense than theirs. From the communicator issued by Jiesha, the captain already knew that the battle situation of other teams was even more corrupt than theirs. This war seems to be a little different from the previous ones. I wonder if Telele can hold on. When the captain was talking to himself, rows of knights wearing black armor and riding unknown monsters lined up not far away. The captain frowned slightly. Although the distance was far, he could feel the strong aura of this row of knights. There is something wrong with these knights. Go quickly. The team immediately prepared to move. But the black knights behind them were faster than them. Even faster than the magic mechas that were fully activated. When these black knights approached the members of the Brotherhood of Steel, they actually made a series of strange noises. Hiss. Hiss. This is definitely not the sound of a normal human speaking. Or rather, it is not the sound that a normal creature should make. After the distance was close enough, the captain of the Brotherhood could see the mount under the other party's body. It was a lizard with only 2 claws and a giant tail. Get ready for battle. The captain's heart began to sink, because the Black Knights were about to fight with the members of the Brotherhood of Steel. And the situation was not optimistic. The captain raised his great sword and collided with the battle axe of a black knight. The strong collision made his arm numb. He himself was a third-level professional with strength expertise. And the opponent's strength was also third level, and in terms of strength, he was not inferior to him. "Who are you?" Hiss. Hiss. Under the mask of the Black Knight, a harsh sound was heard again. And this sound made the captain's vision begin to blur. And this moment of mistake caused the Black Knight's battle axe to hit the captain's shoulder, cutting off his entire left shoulder. "They are not human. I want to know what they are." The captain of the Brotherhood used up his last strength and stabbed the mask of the Black Knight with a sword. The Black Knight, who had no axe to block, could only use his arms to block it. Dang! The black mask finally fell, and the pupils of the captain of the Brotherhood began to shrink at the same time. The destroyer of the old times. Scorpion? Boom! In the Belga fortress, Roger, the president of the Brotherhood of Steel, punched the wall. It can be seen that he was in a very bad mood at this time. Iceman on the side was staring at the distance. Although he wanted to argue with Roger, it was obviously not the time. Magic shield. Form a formation. Boom! Chapter 558 Black Arm Liarudo. The magic barrier vibrated violently, causing the entire city wall to tremble. Esmond stared at the shaking barrier and injected some of his magic power into it. Roger looked at Esmond, who was maintaining the barrier, and finally lost the mind to argue with him. "We have wiped out another team. They are not elite, but not bad. Their last information told me that Grandok used a very special army." Esmond asked distractedly. "A very special army? Is it similar to machinery?" No. No. It is the seed of world destruction recorded in ancient books. The virus creature. Scorpion RA. Esmond's pupils shrank. Jiesha's research on biology is definitely in the leading position in Telrilla, and in the ancient ruins of Jiesha itself. There are detailed records about the virus creature Scorpion RA. But the problem is that Scorpion RA is a creature from the previous era. Before the disaster, they had been completely destroyed. There are also some specimens and culture dishes of scorpion in the ancient ruins of Jiesha. But those scorpion creatures have lost their vitality and should not appear in this era. However, Esmond did not refute Roger, because he knew that biology originally emphasizes that everything is possible. There is nothing strange about the resurrection of Scorpion. The real scary thing about this virus is that it infects normal life forms and turns normal life forms into complete fighting machines. And all Scorpion hosts will be controlled by the mother, if the mother of Scorpion is not eliminated. Then in the future they may have to face more than just ordinary soldiers of Grandok. There are also a large number of Terila warriors who have been transformed by Scorpion. Can you confirm the news about Scorpion? Roger nodded. 3 teams have already encountered it. It is definitely not an accident or a mistake. Esmond, what should we do? Roger's question was very straightforward. The only ones who can fight against Scorpion are the magic mechas of Jiesha. Because the magic mechas are not living creatures, they will not be affected by Scorpion, nor will they be swallowed by Scorpion. Therefore, if you want to contain the Scorpion Legion, you must use the full force of the Magic Mecha Legion of Jiesha. Let me think about it. Esmond did not reply to Roger immediately. The current battle situation is not as simple as bad. Roger looked at Esmond and surprisingly did not urge him. He just said lightly, "Okay, but we don't have much time." "I know. Klein's mother Katie and younger sister Mira are defending the Heim stronghold in the north of Belga. After Klein's advice, Myra's fighting style has changed a lot. From the agile and elegant scraping style to the quick and decisive burst style. At this time, Katie stood in front of the team, constantly waving the magic sword in her hand, and the Black Knights fell in groups. The team led by Mira harvested the Black Knights under them. "Mira, be careful. If anyone is injured by these creatures, deal with them immediately." Myra's face was a little moved, but she nodded in the end. "Yes." After several years of practice, she has acquired the characteristics of a soldier. That is, obeying the orders of her superiors. However, Mira still wanted to know what these black creatures were that made her mother so cautious. "Sir, what are these creatures?" "The destroyers of the old days. The followers of the King of Spirals. The evil polluters born from chaos. The Scorpion RA." Compared to the information given by Roger, Katie's account was obviously more detailed. As one of the founders of Jiesha, she even saw the dead Scorpion RA in the ancient ruins of Jiesha. But those were already dead things. And the monsters that appeared in front of them were obviously not as simple as dead things without life. The followers of the King of Spirals, the evil polluters born from chaos. The Scorpion RA? Just as the mother and daughter were talking, a black fluid appeared in the center of the battlefield. Its whole body was composed of a black viscous substance, and no one could tell what it was. The only thing that attracted people's attention was that there was a white human face in the center of these black substances. At this time, this human face was smiling at Katie. It's surprising that someone knows my followers so well. This monster is exactly the same as the Spiral King clone that Klein encountered before. Evil, but the tone is full of elegance and gentlemanliness. The words of the human face made Mira a little frightened. Its followers? Then what about this monster in front of her? Katie didn't panic. She looked at the Spiral King in front of her very calmly. Or the Spiral King clone. Spiral King. The ultimate evil that has not perished after 2 eras. The most top-level king of magic beasts. Or in other words, you have completely escaped the category of magic beasts. Baimian nodded and continued to speak to Katie in an elegant and gentle voice. Yes, I am Black Arm Liarudo. The Spiral King you call. It's really exciting to meet such a beautiful and powerful lady here. Like the Spiral King clone that Klein met before. It spoke very close to humans. But its words were full of deception. And few of them were true. Why did you help Grandok? Aren't you the mortal enemy of all creatures? Ha ha ha. Beautiful lady. Why do you think it's me who is helping Grandok? Not Grandok. The human country? That is helping me. The words of the Spiral King made Katie hesitate for a moment. Did the Emperor of Grandok succumb to this monster of the old times? It's impossible. Even if the Emperor of Grandok was really controlled by the Spiral King. The King of Grandok is not a vegetarian. Although the Spiral King is very strong. It is definitely not strong enough to face 4 king-level masters at the same time. Let alone 4 kings. Even if it faces 2 kings at the same time, it is at risk of falling. But the Spiral King in front of it is obviously in the same group with the Grandok people. It seems that there is nothing to talk about between us. As long as I catch you, I should be able to know what I want to know. Katie raised the moonlight magic sword in her hand. And the blue light began to merge with the sword body. Human with a big mouth, if you hadn't killed too many of my children, how could I come out at this time? The black tentacles suddenly stretched out. And Katie's magic sword was swung at the same time. Ding! This wave of air shook the sky, causing Esmond standing on the Belda fortress to look sideways. Chapter 559 Killing the Enemy. Moonlight Sword Chi, the base where Katie is, the character who can make her use her full strength. The top superclass strongman, but this evil magic power is not like the power that humans should have. No. I have to go and see. No matter what Esmond's ambition is. His feelings for Katie have never changed. It's just that their paths and ideas are completely different. So they have come to this point today. Roger. Help the Holy Heart defend the city. I'll go to the north to see. Seeing Esmond was about to leave, Roger immediately became dissatisfied. Hey. At this time, you're still leaving? I'm not a mage. I can't defend against Grandok's fusion magic. Esmond pointed to the north. You can see that the battle there is probably more intense than here. So what? Is there any place more important than Belda Fortress? Esmond frowned slightly. That's my wife. Roger was stunned for a moment. And after a long pause, he said unwillingly, Is that so? Then go ahead. The moon blade swept across. And Katie's sword energy easily cut off the tentacles of the Spiral King. The battle went unexpectedly smoothly. But Katie always felt something was wrong. The Spiral King had no intention of retreating. And it was still entangled with her. This behavior made no sense. Moonlight. Katie raised her sword high. And the light of the moonlight purified all the black matter around her. She accelerated in midair. And the magic sword in her hand pierced the white face of the Spiral King. The closer Katie got to the white face, the stronger her uneasiness became. Baimian looked at Katie approaching rapidly. And the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Its eyes gradually became black. And then it stared at Katie not far away. Chaos fluctuation. Katie suddenly felt a not-so-strong energy sweeping through her body. She did not feel any obvious abnormality. So she raised her sword and charged. But before Katie could sprint for long, a small black monster appeared on her sword out of thin air. The black monster had a human face. And was laughing at Katie. What is this? How could such a thing suddenly appear on my weapon? Katie waved her sword, trying to shake off the small monster. But the other party seemed to be attached to her weapon, and could not be shaken off at all. Katie gathered the blue sky fighting spirit and punched the monster in the face. Black pulp splashed, and the monster was killed by Katie. But Katie's uneasiness did not decrease at all, because this moment of delay, the black body of the King of Spirals had completely surrounded her. When Katie was about to swing her sword, another black monster appeared, this time on Katie's shoulder. How did this thing appear? This time, before Katie could kill the monster, the second monster grew out of her calf. Yes, it grew out. Katie saw it very clearly. This monster appeared from her fighting spirit, without any basis. Just like some parasitic virus suddenly broke out. Beautiful lady, it seems that you are in trouble. As soon as the Spiral King finished speaking, Katie's heart began to ache suddenly. She covered her chest and almost fell to the ground. This is called Mind Wave. From the name, it sounds like a spiritual magic. But it's not. Although I'm also very good at mind and spiritual magic. This magic is purely physical. Its effect is also very simple. It is to shake your heart. Enjoy this feeling, lady. Katie covered her chest and chopped the monster on her calf to death with a sword. But the monster on her shoulder had opened its huge mouth and bit her shoulder. Ah! Katie screamed in pain. But she also found that after she killed a monster, the pain in her chest was significantly reduced. Grabbing the head of the monster on her shoulder with one hand, Katie squeezed the monster's head hard. But this time the pain in her chest did not dissipate, but became more intense than before, because there were more and more black monsters around Katie. No, we can't drag it on like this. If I die, Mira and the others will be buried with me. Katie endured the pain in her heart, held the magic sword tightly, and let all the moonlight gather in her hands. Even the energy of Mira in the distance was attracted by the magic sword in her hand. Katie regained her focused and elegant state again, and with a sweep of the sword, the magic sword instantly poured out all of her power. The sword light almost overshadowed the sun's light, and also dispelled all the dark matter around. Baimian looked at Katie and nodded thoughtfully. Humans are such an unpredictable creature with such a strong fighting power. Human potential is endless. Is it really like this? If human potential is endless, then in the last era, why did humans still pursue immortality? After the white face finished speaking, the hardened mask shattered and fell to the ground. As the white face shattered, the dark matter around it gradually stopped. They slowly dissipated and began to transform into other types of energy. This process shocked Katie. From the battle with the Spiral King's clone just now, she had some guesses, but the situation now confirmed her guesses. The black matter on the Spiral King is a special kind of energy aggregation. This energy can pollute the original energy, completely absorb and assimilate the original energy, which is more outrageous than the effect of the disordered arcane. That black monster grew from her fighting spirit. Katie stood there holding her shoulders and breathing slowly. And Mira hurried over to support her. Mom, you're poisoned. She saw clearly the fierce battle between Katie and the Spiral King just now, which was a battle that she couldn't touch yet. In order not to cause trouble for Katie, Mira could only hide far away and wait until Katie finished the battle before rushing to help her treat the wound. The wound on Katie's shoulder was very deep. The teeth of the black monster before were poisonous enough to hurt super masters. At this time, Katie also felt dizzy in her head. But she couldn't fall down before reaching a safe area. But her vision had begun to become a little blurry, which made Mira beside her very worried. Just as they were about to return to Heim, Esmond's voice appeared behind them. It's been a while since we last met. Katie. And you? Mira. Myra's body was tense, and she turned around slightly stiffly. Father! Chapter 560, Not Such a Beautiful Reunion. Katie didn't say anything, but her palm had already tightly grasped the Moonlight Demon sword. Needless to say, her attitude was clear. Esmond turned a blind eye to the hostility between the mother and daughter, and just walked over quickly. You are poisoned and seriously injured. Even if there is a conflict between us, we shouldn't fight at this time. Katie, we are husband and wife. You are my wife. You should belong to me. And there are some things that you really should listen to me. Esmond's tone was a bit strong, and even had an inexplicable possessiveness, which made Katie feel uncomfortable. Katie looked at Esmond. The man in front of her made her feel very unfamiliar. The former couple had come to this point today, and both parties were responsible. But some of Esmond's practices were something Katie could never accept, including using their children. Don't get close. Esmond, you should know my temper. Esmond frowned, but he finally stopped. Gwen had betrayed him. and Prajak's mind was unclear. Now, he had all these achievements, but he didn't have a suitable partner to share them with. This was really a pity. If he could reconcile with Katie at this time, it would be a happy thing. A man who is about to become the new king must have a partner who matches him. You are still so stubborn. But I'm afraid you have made some wrong estimates of your own and my strength. Now, even if you are not hurt and fight me in your prime, you are not my opponent. What's more, you are now poisoned and injured. Do you think you can stop me now? After saying that, Esmond began to approach the mother and daughter again. Myra's fingers were trembling. She had already drawn her sword, but she was not sure if she could attack her father. If you are so hesitant, just stand back. What are you trying to show off? The familiar voice made Myra's body relax. A look of surprise appeared on her face. She turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Klein. Klein did not respond to Myra, but just looked at Esmond quietly. It's been more than 2 years since I last saw you. Father, I don't know if you will miss me. What about me? Esmond looked at Klein. For the first time, he, who was always gentle and easygoing, burst out with murderous intent. A strong murderous intent. Klein took away Gwen, the woman who had always been regarded as a forbidden delicacy by Esmond, from his side. He also destroyed the relationship between him and Katie, which was originally maintainable. Although Klein was born by him and Katie, his essence was still RS-02 new human. Esmond always regarded Klein as his weapon, but he did not expect that the weapon would also turn against the master one day. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Klein. I didn't expect that you have reached level 5. In the past 2 years, it seems that you have grown up well. Yes, Father. In the past 2 years of service, I have been working hard to eliminate monsters every day. It seems that you already know a lot of things, but it is not a rational thing for you to appear in front of me like this. Klein, it looks like you still need to grow. Esmond raised his hand slightly. He wanted to take out Klein's bottle directly, but after thinking for a while, he gave up the idea again. He wanted to personally test Klein's strength and see what he had achieved now. A large number of light spots appeared around Esmond. These light spots were densely packed, and there were tens of thousands of them. These light spots were not as simple as illumination, but real arcane energy missiles, each of which contained huge energy. This way of using magic power has exceeded the limit of normal mages. Klein, I heard that you have a lot of magic power, and it may even be more than many super level ones. This ability does have a huge advantage in battle, but your advantage is meaningless to me, because my magic power is infinite. Arcane barrage. Klein frowned slightly. Infinite magic power? It's really an exaggeration. But if Esmond didn't lie, then his advantage is indeed gone. Klein's body instantly entered the energy state, pointing to the sky at the overwhelming arcane missiles. Arcaneo's ashes. Arcane energy meteorites flew straight towards Esmond's overwhelming arcane missiles. Under Esmond's control, countless arcane missiles gradually gathered. The total energy of these missiles has exceeded that of arcane meteorites by dozens or even hundreds of times. But Klein still has the confidence of being undefeated, because arcane missiles are only the first level rule power, the power of arcane enhancement, while arcane meteorites are the real third level rule power, the supreme arcane. The difference in power level was enough to make up for the huge difference in numbers between the two sides. When the two light balls, one large and one small, collided, the light bloomed in the sky. Boom! With the arcane meteorite as the center, countless arcane missiles exploded in the sky, and the explosions and energy fluctuations produced were like a huge firework, lighting up the sky that had already entered the sunset. Katie looked at Klein in disbelief. Klein at this time was even stronger than the last time she saw him. He could actually face Esmond's arcane barrage head-on, which was something she couldn't do, and Mira was much more confused. She couldn't understand what the energy collision between the two sides just now meant. Anyway, she felt that, damn, my father's moves were so powerful. Damn, my brother's moves were even more powerful, not only the mother and daughter, but even Esmond didn't expect that Klein's strength would reach this point now. No wonder you dared to stand in front of me like this. The rapid improvement of your strength has given you some strange courage, but Klein, do you think that superclass strength is so simple? And you seem to have overlooked your own identity. Klein knew that Esmond was talking about the bottle, but at this time, he had no intention of giving in. He had long wanted to know how much resistance the soul extension and the burning demon heart had to the things in the bottle. I also want to see my father's strength. Klein's fingers moved slightly, and he was ready to take out the god-bad battle axe. Boom! The Belda fortress in the distance lit up a fierce light again. Esmond turned his head to look. Needless to say, he knew. This attack must be Grandok's fusion magic. He turned his head to look at Klein. If it was before, he would definitely not let Klein go at this time. But now he has a new pursuit. Chapter 561 Liarudo and Super Pet. He wants to become the new king. As long as he becomes a king, he will be at the highest point in this world. As long as he becomes a king, he will have the qualifications to stand at the same level as the Empress. And no one can tell him what to do. At that time, neither Proget nor Klein will pose any threat to him. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to deal with the war between the two countries. Belda Fortress is an important location, and most members of the Jizz Society are currently on standby in Belda Fortress. So Belda Fortress cannot be breached for now. And Klein came to the east, needless to say, to participate in the war. He already has superclass combat power. Instead of internal strife, it is better to let him go to fight against Grandok. No matter whose power is consumed, it is good for him. Haha. Klein, you are lucky. Belda Fortress is in danger now. So I don't have time to deal with you here, but don't worry. The matter between us will not end so easily. After Esmond left, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his first stop in the east was Heim Fortress, and his mother and Mira were safe. After confirming that Esmond had returned to Belda Fortress, Proget finally flew over quietly. Is he gone? Well, although it was just a simple fight, I can feel that he is really strong. Also, Proget, he said that he can have unlimited magic power. What is going on? Esmond has infinite magic power, which is a very outrageous thing. The destructive power that a superclass with infinite magic power can produce will be unimaginable to everyone. Just like the arcane barrage released by Esmond just now. Ordinary superclass mages have no way to provide so much magic power. If he really has infinite magic power, then his advantage in magic power will be gone. I am not very clear about this aspect. Esmond has not revealed a lot of his own situation to me. Klein frowned. Can't the technology of the ancient times do this? Please. The ancient times were strong only because the development time of civilization was long enough. But infinite magic has violated the normal rules of professionals. There are reasons for the increase or decrease of energy, unless there is intake of void energy and cosmic energy. Otherwise, the sum of energy is always in a constant state. Proget's explanation made Klein a little uneasy. It seems that the trump card that his father Esmond has is not just as simple as mastering the bottle and possessing ancient technology. If he has unlimited magic power, even if we get the bottle back, we may not be his opponent. A superclass mage with unlimited magic power, and an arcane mage who has mastered disordered arcane energy. Such strength cannot be calculated by common sense. He can completely create arcane energy tides by himself. If he does this in battle, unless he is a king level, he is basically invincible. If he really has unlimited magic power, without the interference of other superclasses, he can even stop Grandok's army alone. So, if we really want to defeat him, in addition to taking back the bottle, we also need to find out what his real trump card is, and what the principle of infinite magic is. But now these are not the most important things. Whether it is us or my father Esmond, the most important thing now is to deal with the war in Grandok. Proget nodded. Klein's analysis makes sense. But in the current situation, it is obvious that dealing with the war is more important than dealing with Esmond. Well, during this period of time, we can contact Khan and let him observe Esmond's movements carefully before making plans. Klein looked at the black substance on the ground and took out a small bottle from his ring. This bottle also contains some black substance, which is exactly the same as the things scattered on the ground in front of him. It seems that the enemy your mother encountered is not just the army of Grandok. This is obviously not a human limb, but rather a special monster. The King of Spirals, Klein said with certainty, because he had encountered the Spiral King's clone once before when he went to the west. The opponent's ability was too strange, and he used the god's great battle axe to kill him without any confidence. And now the black substance scattered on the ground is exactly the same thing as the Spiral King's body he collected. Spiral King? Black Arm Liarudo? Black Arm Liarudo? Who is it? Tell me more about it. A monster that has survived for several epochs. In ancient times, people have been studying its relationship with Chaos God's favorite, because their abilities are very similar. but their actual means of fighting are completely different. The king of spirals, Black Arm Liarudo, is the embodiment of cunning, malice, and chaos. Few people have seen his true face, and he usually appears in black and white. It is said that before the last era, it was a human named Liarudo. After experiencing many hardships, he was thrown into the abyss of the void by the gods, waiting for the creatures in the void to devour him. But the void creatures did not choose to devour Liarudo, but chose to merge his body and soul with him. As Liarudo merged with more and more void creatures, the energy in his body became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became a collection of evil thoughts, energy, and void souls. He became the king of spirals and returned to this world again. Projet's information and some of the information Klein knew himself had a lot of overlap, which means that part of the information about the Spiral King should be true. The Spiral King is the only monster that has fought with the Queen and has no obvious injuries. Even the Dust Dragon who controls time can't do this. But Klein remembered that the Spiral King told him last time that it had established a contract with the Queen, and the content of the contract was not to enter the territory of Tarila to kill. Being able to force the Spiral King to sign such a contract shows that the Queen's strength should still be above the Spiral King. But the characteristics of the Spiral King are too difficult to deal with, and the Queen has no good way to kill it. What is the relationship between the Spiral King and the Chaos God you mentioned? The power controlled by the Super Darling is the power of chaos, and the energy of the Spiral King is also the power of chaos. But it is very different from the Super Darling. Chapter 562 Black Poison. How to put it specifically, well, their power attributes are exactly the same. But Super Pet is like a child, although she also destroys and devours. Everything is unplanned. But Liarudo is different. It is very cunning, has many records of seducing humans, and often does some extremely extreme things. It is said that its body hates humans very much, and the meaning of its existence is to destroy humans. No matter in which era, Black Arm Liarudo is the public enemy of all humans, and must be killed or sealed. So what is the significance of the Spiral King joining the Grandok side? Klein looks at the problem from a different perspective than others. There must be a result for every cause. Perhaps the Spiral King's goal is to destroy humans, but it now chooses to cooperate with humans. And there is definitely a necessary reason. Joining the Grandok side and attacking Tarila. What can it get? Fame and fortune? It doesn't need these things. The only possibility is the Queen. The Spiral King hopes to use the power of Grandok to destroy Tarila and let the king level of Grandok besiege the Queen. It is very powerful, but it should be somewhat afraid of the Empress. So the Spiral King's goal should be the Empress Qianju. After thinking this through, Klein felt that his mind was a little clearer, but it seemed to be useless. With his current strength, even if he knew all this, it would not be of any substantial help to the entire battle situation. Forget it. Let's take Mother back to heal her first. Klein came to his mother Katie, and gave her mother and sister a hug. Katie looked at her son, who was a weak boy at the beginning, and now has grown into a powerful master who can protect her. This feeling is really touching. Mom, go back and rest first. I have asked Eric and Lilith to wait at the base. Eric can treat your injuries. Klein wanted Katie to ride on the Brokenly and take her back to the Heim Fortress, but Katie refused. I am not as fragile as you think, Klein. Such injuries are just superficial injuries for a superclass warrior. Klein, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Klein was stunned for a moment, and Mira beside him lowered her head silently. She knew that her mother came to Klein alone because she didn't want her to hear it. Is it because she is too weak, or because of other factors? Mira didn't want to guess, but she was still a little sad. Klein followed Katie to a place a certain distance away from Mira. Klein, your father Esmond's ambition seems to be different from before. Why do you say that? His previous ambition was to revitalize Jiesha, to make Jiesha a harbor for pursuing ideals and truth, and a holy place in the minds of all professionals. But when I met him this time, I found that he had changed a lot. So his previous ambition can be called an ideal. From his actions in Belga Fortress, Jiesha is no longer his ideal, but a tool in his hands. He wants to use Jiesha to achieve his throne. I don't know what has changed him, but the current Esmond is no longer the Esmond before. Can you explain it more clearly, Mom? I don't quite understand what you mean. He was changed by something. Klein, we have been married for more than 30 years. I am very sure that your father, Esmond, was affected by something. Klein frowned slightly. Why can't there be a little good news? In the past few days, he has not heard any good news. Okay. Mom. I know. I will investigate the matter of father. Let's go back to the fortress first, Klein said. His actual thoughts had drifted away. At this time, Tarila really felt that a storm was coming. It seemed that everything in this world was targeting Tarila. Why was this? Klein couldn't figure out this problem for a while. So he could only return to the northern stronghold. Heim Fortress with the problem. Ant's injury has been cured. But the chaos toxin you mentioned is really difficult to deal with. This toxin is like a self-growing virus. It absorbs the surrounding energy, reproduces itself, and then continues to release toxins. Eric talked freely in front of everyone. As a doctor, if he doesn't show his ability at this time, he will really have no chance. Because the people in Klein's team are growing rapidly. Eric's progress is the slowest among them. It's not that he has no talent, but his personality is too lazy. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me your results, Lilith urged. Klein nodded in agreement. Well, I used the black substance Klein gave me and fused it with Klein's arcane crystal to develop an antidote. Eric took out a bottle. The thing in this bottle was exactly the opposite of the black substance collected by Klein. It was a white viscous semi-solid. You said you used black matter and arcane crystal to fuse, and this thing appeared? It should be. Because I found that this thing can actually neutralize the properties of the black toxin very well, and let all the energy return to its original state. Do you understand what I mean? The original effect of this poison is to turn the fighting spirit in my aunt's body into black energy. But now the antidote. Klein makes the converted black energy return to fighting spirit. That's what it means. Klein nodded to show his understanding. But he was still worried about the safety of this thing. How safe is this thing? Have you undergone biological safety tests? It has been tested. Small monsters, and so on are no problem. The black substance alone can also be restored. It's just that it has not been tested in a human body. When the two talked, Katie had already stood up. No need to test. If a professional is not willing to take even this little risk, he will never make progress. Besides, I don't seem to have a better choice now except drinking this directly. What do you think? Klein? Katie looked directly at Klein. Klein was forced by Katie's eyes, and could only shake his head helplessly. Okay. But if you feel any discomfort, please tell me as soon as possible. Katie can still suppress the black toxin now. Klein is worried about the reaction of the arcane crystal after entering other people's bodies. The arcane crystal was made by Klein himself. Of course, he has conducted biological tests. But the results of previous tests have been very bad. Chapter 563 Body Energization. If you rashly put the arcane crystal into a normal creature, the creature will enter a very special state. This state is like the whole person entering the arcane state. But this arcane state is not energy amplification, but body mutation. Most of the experimental results are that the arcane ends and the body explodes. Only a few creatures can survive. But the result is that the body is almost completely destroyed. Although Eric said that he had conducted some biological tests, Klein was still a little worried. No matter what his attitude was, he didn't want his mother Katie to get into trouble. Katie picked up Eric's white bottle and swallowed the white substance in it. After a while of silence, Katie's body began to tremble violently. Mother? Klein wanted to help Katie, but Katie raised her hand to stop him. Don't worry. I'm fine. No, I can't say I'm fine. This feeling is actually better than before. Much better. Katie's words made Klein and Eric a little puzzled. Could this white antidote have other effects besides removing black toxins? Mother! How do you feel now? Klein could clearly feel a surge of intense energy surging in Katie's body. The energy came from the neutralization feedback of the black and white substances. This really scared Klein a little. Afraid that Katie would suddenly become like the small animals he had experimented with before, and suddenly explode in front of him. Mother! How do you feel? Katie didn't reply to Klein immediately, but covered her chest and retched. Not long after, she vomited out something that looked like a black stone. After vomiting out the black stone, Katie's face looked much better. At least not as pale as before. Much better. But I feel that my physical condition is a bit strange. Strange? Is there anything else that is uncomfortable? Klein thought that Katie still had some problems with her body, and hurried to her side. The sequelae of the arcane crystal were not a trivial matter. No, it's not uncomfortable. But, how should I put it? I feel better than ever. Better than ever? Klein was a little confused. Katie was just recovering from a serious illness. Let alone better than ever. Even if she insisted on being healthy. Klein felt that she was comforting herself. Mother, if you feel uncomfortable, just say it. This is not the time to show off. Although you are very strong in combat. I don't want you to fight with injuries, just because you want to help me. Dang! Katie gave Klein a chestnut on the head. This is what she used to do to Klein. But she rarely did it in recent years. Not only because the time they met was too rare, but also because Klein had become the leader of a new team. Katie had to consider Klein's identity. He was not only her son, but also the leader of Lilith, Eric and others. Do you think I'm lying to you? Do I have to lie to you? Besides, when can you come to teach me a lesson? You are so disrespectful. Klein touched his head. The superclass warrior's hand was very strong, and it was still painful to hit him. But, how is it possible? I don't know what happened. Anyway, I do feel that my physical condition is better than ever. Not only the toxins in the body have been cleared, but even the energy disease, many years ago, has been inexplicably cured. I feel that the energy in my body flows very smoothly, as if my body has been purified. At first, Klein nodded secretly, but when he heard Katie say that her body seemed to be purified, he immediately felt something wrong. He grabbed Katie's palm and used a small wisp of energy to detect Katie's current body. Just as he thought, Katie's body really had a problem. But for now, it was not a bad problem. Body energy. Klein, what did you say? Mother, your body has undergone some energy. Although not much. But it has indeed undergone energy. Body energy is a situation in magic, usually appearing in the bodies of some special energy creatures. For example, void creatures are the most common. Before Dialog became the object in the Klein bottle, the void crystal energy of his body was very serious. And Katie at this time also had a similar situation. Body energy is a kind of body shape change that is difficult to reverse. For example, petrification, ice crystallization, and liquidization are all relatively common energy transformations. After energy transformation, the efficiency of transmitting the original energy will be greatly improved. In the most extreme case, it can even achieve a state of whole body integration without any energy delay. Katie nodded thoughtfully. She had understood what Klein meant. Is this a good or bad thing? I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. The energization of the body is almost irreversible. So once it is energized, there is basically no way to change it. The advantage of energization is that energy transmission is improved, which can significantly improve one's combat effectiveness. But the disadvantage of energization is also obvious. That is, as energization increases, the body gradually changes and becomes less and less human. Klein didn't finish his words. What he said was not human. Not just physically. If energization continues to deepen, the energized subject will become closer and closer to energy creatures. Their original emotions will gradually become blurred, which is what Klein doesn't want to see the most. Not human. Right, for me. It's not a big deal. Mother, if you meet the Spiral King again in the future, you'd better run away. Although the arcane energy crystal can solve its toxicity, I don't want your body to become irreversible. Katie looked at the serious Klein and didn't speak for a long time. Okay. I promise you. In the Imperial Palace of Palomia, the Imperial capital, the Empress Qianju was taking care of her hair. Her hair was as black as ink, vertical and shiny. Even the most beautiful black long straight hair in the second dimension could not be compared with it. However, if someone saw her moving her hair, they would see that her hair was different from that of normal people. Stiff. Extremely stiff. Although her hair was very thin, very black, and very straight, it did not have the flexibility of normal human hair. On the contrary, it was as strong as a piece of iron wire. Qianju looked at her hair, with an expression that was difficult to explain. After looking at it for a while, she tied her hair up again. Chapter 564 Qianju and Jiahe. Ahem. The queen coughed a few times, and she spat out a piece of black substance and put it aside. There were already many such black lumps on the plate next to her. If Katie and Klein were here, they would definitely see that the lumps around the queen were exactly the same as the one Katie spat out after neutralizing the energy and chaos power. Katie spat out only one lump, but the neutralizing substance that the queen spat out was as much as a large pool. No one knew what the queen's current situation was like. She looked towards the center of the palace. Today, a guest appeared in the coal palace. Klein's master. Jia He. You look terrible. Qianju. Jia He picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. His words sounded a bit like a test. But the queen didn't care much. Very terrible. How terrible. Jia He ate some more food in the palace. In fact, these foods were prepared by the maids for the queen. Now everything is in Jia's hands. Jia wiped his mouth and stood up. The petite empress was like a weak doll in front of him. But if you really stand in front of the two of them, you will find that the empress's momentum firmly suppresses Jia. Jia is like a terrible tiger. And the calm empress is basically a dozing dragon. Haha. You are still so powerful. It seems that my years of practice have not brought me any closer to you. But even if you are stronger than me, I still feel that you are now in a precarious state. As if you may fall at any time. Jia's tone was very provocative. He put himself in the position of a challenger. And the empress was the one being challenged. Your feeling is quite accurate. My physical condition is indeed quite bad. But it shouldn't be difficult to beat you. Very good. I feel relieved to hear you say that. At least you still have the strength to fight. If you can't do it, then this world will become very boring. And I won't even have a target. After saying that, Jia had already opened a fighting posture in front of the empress. Surrounded by fighting spirit. Ready to go. Not long after, some dull noises came from the palace. As if something was thrown heavily to the ground. And this sound lasted for a long time. At the beginning, there were some muffled groans. But in the end, there was no muffled groaning. Standing at the door, Cucasero silently sorted out his clothes. He expressed deep condolences for Jia's provocation of the empress. In the palace, Jia lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, breathing heavily, and the ground of the palace had cracked layer by layer. However, the buildings here seemed to have the same self-repairing effect as Jiesha. The palace that was almost completely destroyed just now has been repaired by nearly half. At least it doesn't feel as shaky as before. It still feels the same. Jia grinned. His injuries were a bit scary. His chest and arms had been burned black by the empress's flames. This kind of injury looks like it won't take long for the person to die. But Jia didn't care at all. Because the empress had slowly walked over and put her palm on Jia's forehead. You have made great progress. Jia? Great progress? Is it possible that I was beaten like this even though I have made great progress? Are you deliberately belittling me to elevate yourself? If you can't speak human language, then don't speak. A stream of energy slowly flowed from the palm of the empress into Jia's body. Although it was still the breath of fire, this fire was full of the power of life. Jia's body was repairing rapidly. And before long, he recovered from the dying state to an intact state. The empress stared at Jia for a while, and seemed very satisfied with Jia's current state. Jia, you don't have to belittle yourself. You have made great progress. Your current strength should be about the same as that woman. Jia's eyes flashed. Of course, he knew who the woman the empress was talking about was. The White King Luo. Luo was a king-level person belonging to the neutral camp, ranking above him. The young Jia had fought with Luo once, and was beaten. But he didn't die. The queen saved him. And the gap between Luo and him in combat power was not as big as that between him and the queen. Jia knew very well that as long as he kept practicing, he would have a chance to catch up with Luo. Has that woman also joined Grandok? The queen used him to compare with Luo at this time. And there was only one reason. That is, the White King had joined Grandok and had become the enemy of Tarila. You can't say she joined. She was originally a Grandok person. But she was very pretentious before. And she was not sure about dealing with me. So she remained neutral on the surface. So you mean that the current Grandok is sure about dealing with you? Who are they? So arrogant? Black King Soren. White King Luo. Shadow King Saffron. Gray King Furin. Orange King Nuridin. Green King Isra. Ga listened and couldn't listen anymore. It means that except for Blue King Edward and him, all other kings have stood against the Empress, and Edward is still hostile to the Empress. Not to mention helping the current Tarella. It's good that he didn't rebel. Is the situation so bad, Black King Soren? He has disappeared for almost 100 years. Why would such an old antique come out at this time? And why are they all targeting you? What's the real reason? The Empress looked at Gar and blinked mischievously, as if she didn't care that all the kings were targeting her. I can't tell you yet. Ga. If I tell you, you might rebel. What? How could I rebel? Maybe. The words of the Empress made Jiahe silent for a while. He didn't know what he should promise to the Empress. After thinking about it, he gave up asking the Empress and asked about the White King instead. You said that I am almost the same as Luo. Almost means there is still a little gap. Right, if I meet her now? What are my chances of winning? Jia said this, which showed his determination to stand on the side of the Empress. The Empress said that he and the White King Luo were about the same in strength, which meant that she was asking him if he would help deal with the White King. Although Jiahe's character was not very good and noble, he had never been vague about some things. That is, he was a Tarila. And this had never changed. Chapter 565. No one knows dedication better than you. I don't know what's going on with Luo now. People always change. Some people will improve. And some people will regress. If you are now against Luo back then, your winning rate can be 90%. But after so many years, Luo can't have made no progress. So we still have to fight to know who is stronger than her. The queen didn't say it very confidently. In fact, she is very optimistic about Jiahe. Luo had reached the peak many years ago, and Jiahe can continue to grow now. Jiahe is a genius. He integrated many ancient fighting techniques into one and created a true selfless flow. Even the queen has to admit this talent. If Jiahe is given a few decades, it is not impossible for him to grow to the level of the Black King Sauron in the future. But what they lack now is time. Compared to the queen's conservative attitude towards him, Jiahe is very clear about himself. Heh. As long as there is a 10% chance of winning, I feel that I will win. It's a very radical statement. It's not radical. It's vigor. This is what you taught me. Have you forgotten it? Although the old woman Luo is very powerful, she is already like the Black King Sauron. They are both half buried in the ground. Such guys have no vigor to fight again. They have lost the spirit of fighting. Just like this war. They have to wait until all the kings join forces before they dare to deal with you. How ridiculous it looks. A group of people standing at the top of this world are actually going to join forces to deal with one person. They are afraid of failure, pain, and death. Such opponents are not to be feared at all. Ga was full of fighting spirit. And this performance made the Empress look at him with a higher opinion. Very fighting spirit. Ga. But things are not as simple as you think. The most important problem now is not just Grandok. What do you mean? The Empress did not answer Ga, but slowly walked down the stairs. The red veil could not cover her graceful figure. She walked all the way to the center of the hall before stopping. This world has many restrictions. They can only open the restrictions of this world by surpassing me. But I think that people who can bear the restrictions of this world have not fully grown up. So the current war has been triggered. Ga did not quite understand what the Empress meant, but he already knew some of the reasons. Are you worried about the Black King and the White King? I can help you deal with the White King. The Empress shook her head disdainfully. They? Just the remnants of the times. In the east, Klein and his party had brought Katie and Mira to the Baikal fortress. They knew that their father Esmond was in Belga fortress at this time. And coming to Belga fortress now did not seem to be a wise choice. However, apart from Belga fortress, they had no better place to go. At this time, the fortress leader, Tokyo Wall Orin, standing on the city wall, was listening to the report of his subordinates. General, Azure Songlord Katie has arrived at Belga fortress now. Is Katie here too? After paddling in Heim for so long, she finally came to help this time. After Orin finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Esmond standing beside him. Esmond closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, as if he didn't hear what they said at all. At this time, there were already many cracks on the walls of the Baikal fortress. These cracks were caused by Grandok's fusion magic attack on the barrier. Grandok then used a large number of physical attacks to penetrate the barrier. Although it did not cause much damage to the soldiers, it gave the Belga fortress a lot of psychological pressure, because the barrier could no longer defend against Grandok's attack. This cast a shadow on everyone's heart, especially the mages, who were already considering whether they should retain some magic power to deal with possible stray arrows. But once they had such an idea, they would definitely be reserved when defending the barrier. Once the defense of the barrier weakened, Grandok would shoot more arrows into the barrier, thus entering a vicious cycle. Orin and Esmond had no good solution for this. The only way now was to send someone to get rid of Grandok's magic fusion group. After several days of detection, they had locked the location of Grandok's magic fusion group. The question now was who would go. No one wants to go on a mission that almost guarantees death, whether it is the three major societies or Orin himself. Katie took Klein and walked up the high wall quickly. She directly passed Esmond and pretended not to know him, and came to Orin. Senior Orin, are you here? What's the current battle situation? I'm afraid it's a bit bad. Orin told Katie about the Grandok Magic Fusion Group and the occasional Black Knights in Grandok. Katie, who had a lot of military experience, quickly understood the key, and she had guessed what Oryuan meant. Senior Oryuan, do you want me to go and deal with the Magic Fusion Group? Oryuan nodded. Yes. The leaders of the three major societies have no way to get out now. Katie, except you. We have no better choice. If you don't go, the Belda fortress will probably be breached by Grandok. Katie fell into silence. She didn't want to see such a thing as soon as she came to the fortress. Although she was loyal to Tarila, she couldn't accept such a thing of sending death. Esmond on the side opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end, because Oryuan was right. Now the leaders of the three major societies must not be moved, and the generals of the Empire also have their own responsibilities. Oryuan still has to command the Belda fortress, so Katie is the best choice. Just when everyone was silent, Klein spoke at an inappropriate time. If we hadn't come today, would you have waited for the Belda fortress to be breached? How about this? We'll just return to Heim directly, and you can just pretend that we didn't come. What a simple thing. It's solved in an instant. Katie wanted to laugh, but she held back and said in a slightly serious tone, Klein, how dare you? How can you say that? Don't you have a spirit of dedication to the country? Klein didn't care about other people's opinions and accusations at all. He really didn't like these so-called leaders at all. He glanced at the soldiers and officers who refuted him, and finally kept his eyes on the face of Orin, the leader of Belda, and mocked again. Yeah, charging into battle is just for fun. But dedication to the country still depends on your boasting. No one knows what dedication is better than you. Am I right? Chapter 566. What is a hero? You? Enough. Stop talking. Orin stopped his subordinates and Klein from arguing. It was meaningless to talk about such things at this time. Here it comes again. Prepare for defense. At this time, the president of the Mithril Council, the Holy Heart, shouted again, and all the mages immediately held up the magic shield and integrated the magic defense into the barrier of Belda. Esmond did not let the mages of the GS Society continue to hold back, and all of them were invested in the defense of the barrier. The Holy Heart mage looked very tired at this time. He had not rested for a long time. There was no way. The attack of fusion magic had no regularity. If he did not stay focused, Belda's barrier would most likely be broken by the opponent. Although Esmond was also a mage, he was not proficient in hosting and controlling the barrier. So at this time, he could only rely on him alone. As a mage, Klein naturally felt the powerful energy that was coming. Since he was standing here, he naturally had to take action. The same ice, the same fire. ZZ. Boom. Each time the fusion magic uses ice to cool the barrier, and then explodes with fire, causing huge damage to the barrier. And this time is no exception. After the bombardment, the barrier began to tremble violently, and the Holy Heart mage could hardly stand. He had not rested for a long time, and his mental power had been overdrawn to the extreme. He had entered a state of exhaustion where the speed of magic recovery could not keep up with the consumption. At this time, if there was no Holy Heart, Belda Fortress could be breached at any time. Prepare for defense, the arrows are coming. Sure enough, after the bombardment of the fusion magic, a large number of arrows flew from afar. These arrows all had strong fighting spirit. If no one interfered, they could fly a very long distance. These arrows were like raindrops, dripping on the dilapidated barrier of Belda Fortress. Soon, the barrier had a loophole, and the arrows broke through the defense and shot straight at it. Klein looked at the rain of arrows, then looked at the soldiers and mages on the wall, and finally shook his head. He still couldn't ignore the life and death of these soldiers and mages like Esmond. After living in this country for a few years, he got a lot and made many friends, relatives, and lovers. He has regarded this place as his own country. So, he couldn't watch these soldiers and mages who fought for the country die. Skeleton extension. Klein held the wall of Belda Fortress with both hands, and the skeletons grew out of his body like a white jungle covering the sky and the sun. Soon, Klein's bones had extended to every corner of the city wall. and his bone hands kept stretching out to block the flying arrows for the soldiers on the city wall. At first, the soldiers didn't know what was going on, because they had never seen such an outrageous shaping magic. They thought it was some kind of uncontrolled magic accident. But when they found that Klein's bones were shielding them from the rain of arrows, a large number of soldiers began to cheer. The bone blades and arrows kept colliding and breaking, and a large number of broken bones were scattered all over the ground. After a long time, the arrows finally stopped falling, and Klein slowly collected the surrounding bones. Great! This guy is a hero. Soldiers kept looking in Klein's direction. If it weren't for discipline and responsibility, I believe they would have rushed over to hug Klein. Esmond already knew Klein's strength, while the other superclass soldiers were inexplicably shocked. At such a young age, he could release such a large range of magic. The young man next to Katie was not simple. With Klein's outstanding performance, they wanted Katie to deal with the magic fusion group more than before. Hero? Klein shook his head. He was not a hero. He did this just because he couldn't bear it. Compared with him, the figure mage of the Mithril Council was the real hero. If there was no Sacred Heart, Belga Fortress would have been breached long ago. Compared with his father, Esmond, at least in terms of moral character, Sacred Heart was already so high that he didn't know what level. Because Klein knew that Esmond also had the same way to deal with these arrows. That was his arcane barrage. With Esmond's control over the arcane, he could have made a precise arcane barrage rain, and could easily break Grandok's rain of arrows. But he didn't do that. Instead he kept his strength, which was a bit ridiculous. And that Tokyo General Warren, he obviously had the strength to charge into battle. As long as he led the charge, the defenders of the Belga Fortress would definitely follow him out. With his strength, as long as he was desperate, he would definitely have a chance to destroy the magic fusion group. But he didn't do that. He had been deadlocked here, waiting, saying that he wanted to lead the whole army. And when Katie came here, he actually blamed Katie. In Klein's opinion, this Warren was more ridiculous than Esmond. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Everyone, rest where you are. Oryun's order resounded through the high walls and reached everyone's ears. Then he turned his gaze to Klein and Katie, and the two sides fell into a stalemate again. Katie, you are already clear about the current situation in Belga. If no one goes to deal with the magic fusion group of Grandok, it is only a matter of time before this place is breached. And this time will not be too far away. For Torella, for the people, and for the Empress, I beg you. Please, Lord Katie. A large number of soldiers knelt down with Oryun. Some of them understood some of the things, and some did not. But the soldiers had no choice. They had no way out. If no one stood up, then these soldiers guarding the city would surely die. They also wanted to live, so they could only follow Oryun to beg Katie. Katie's face was a little embarrassed. Oryun's move to force the palace was really disgusting. With so many soldiers, even she couldn't bear to refuse. But fortunately, Klein was by her side. Okay. You are so dedicated. Why don't you go by yourself? Aren't you the general of the East Territory? What do you look like if you don't lead the charge at this time and hide in the back? The one in charge of the defense is the Sacred Heart Mage. And you are not a mage. So you are basically useless here. So what? Are you just going to shirk responsibility and be a coward? A warrior? Instead of leading the charge at this time. Is crying and shouting like a soft egg. Is this right? Who gave you the face to force a woman? Is it the Empress? Do you remember what the Empress said? Soldiers who dare not go to the front line should be killed. As the leader of the East Territory, shouldn't you show some performance? My general of the East Territory. Lord Oren? Chapter 567, Head-on Confrontation. Oryun's face turned pale and blue. These things were true, but no one would say them in front of everyone. We were all superclass, and we would meet each other every day. No one would do such a thing. Except Klein, who would not give people face and strip others' clothes. Sure enough, after listening to Klein's words, a large number of soldiers began to turn their eyes to their leader. Oryun, Klein was right. You are obviously the general of the East Territory, the nominal strongest in the East Territory, the Wall of Tokyo, and a warrior. At this time, you don't lead the charge, but force a woman who just came. What are you? The one in charge of the defense is the Sacred Heart Mage of the Mithril Council. Most of the time, you, the general of the East Territory, are just paddling. Isn't this not good? Oryun naturally felt the gazes of the people around him. and his eyes were twitching, as if he wanted to eat Klein. What's your name? Master of Gia Society. Klein Alex? Klein mentioned his last name and Gia Society identity at this time, just to disgust Esmond. Anyway, he had already thought about it. Unless the boss of the East Territory, Oren, took the lead in the charge. Otherwise, it would be even more impossible for them to do so. They are here to help, but not to die. Oren took 2 deep breaths, and he slowly turned his head to look at Esmond, who was standing aside without saying anything. Mr. Esmond? Is his last name Alex too? Well, he is the son of Katie and me, and a member of Gia Society. But he hasn't been back to Gia Society for a long time. Who can't pass the buck? He, Iceman, is very good at passing the buck. Aluin stared at Iceman. He wanted to turn against him at this time. But the current Belgar fortress could not stand the turmoil. After losing a superclass wizard, the current Belgar fortress would probably be breached in the next fusion magic attack. Aluin tried his best to ease his anger. But at this moment, his son Kuzan suddenly spoke. You people from the Gia Society are not on the front line. But you are good at talking. You have done so many disgusting human experiments over the years that you almost don't know who you are. Have you really made any contribution to the Empire? Every time you go to the battlefield, you stand at the back and do nothing. This time, you only sent some iron lumps to the front line. Do you really think we are all fools? This commotion really caused a stir. Not only Iceman, but even the members of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Mithril Council turned their heads to look at Kazan. How stupid can one be to say such a thing? Warren is bad enough, but he didn't expect to have such a bad son. Their line is going to decline. Esmond was not too angry, mainly because there was no need to be angry. What is his current status? The Lord of Jesha, the pinnacle of Terila's strength. Except for a few kings, no one can face Esmond's power. A small East Territory general, even the son of a general, would not make him angry. That makes sense. Our Jesha does things dishonorably. So Lord Warren means that we don't need our Jesha anymore, if it is not necessary. Then we will leave first. As for your son's statement that only some iron lumps will be used to fight, and the personnel will not do anything, this is even more interesting. Recently, haven't the people who have been going to the front line been the people of the Brotherhood of Steel? And our magic mecha? It is precisely because of the magic mecha that the casualties of the Brotherhood of Steel members have been greatly reduced. It seems that General Kuzan looks down on our magic mecha technology. It doesn't matter. Since the East Territory doesn't like us, then we will leave. Alwyn's face suddenly changed. At this time, Esmond must not be allowed to leave anyway. If all the magic mechas are evacuated, then it will really be filled with human lives. Mr. Esmond, please don't do this. My son is a little ignorant. I apologize to you on his behalf. Without your help and the help of the magic mecha, the situation on the front line has been unimaginable. Kuzan, apologize to Mr. Esmond. Quickly. Kuzan's face was completely purple, but he still couldn't resist his father's majesty, so he could only walk to Esmond obediently. I'm sorry, Mr. Esmond. I was too reckless. It doesn't matter. I also have a more reckless son. We are all young people. This is a very normal thing. Esmond very cleverly threw the ball back to Klein. But Klein didn't care. He was a free man now. Except for the Empress. No one can restrict him in the East. And no one can recruit him. I am indeed more reckless. But I am still more reasonable. Let's destroy the magic fusion device. It's not impossible. After hearing what Klein said, Warren and the others' eyes lit up immediately. If possible, on behalf of the entire East Territory, I sincerely thank Mr. Klein for his contribution to our Belga fortress. Klein waved his hand directly. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. I agree to this with conditions. Moreover, even if you are the general of the East Territory, your performance is really too bad. Many soldiers in the East Territory should not be willing to be represented by you. Right? Don't represent the East Territory all the time. You can only represent yourself. Aluin was rebuked by Klein for a few words, and his face looked ugly again. But as long as Klein agreed to destroy the magic fusion device, these can be discussed. Then, Mr. Klein, tell me what conditions will allow you and Miss Katie to destroy the magic fusion device. It's very simple. You lead the team yourself. Take your son, and send the most elite team of warriors to go together. You charge and we follow. Klein said very calmly. But this way, The problem returned to the point again. Oren was unwilling to go, because he hadn't thought of a refusal. He hadn't responded to Klein. But Kuzan on the side spoke again. No. We can't go. If we go, we will die. My father and I are honorable generals of the East Territory. We still have a lot of things to do, and can't die in this place. Good guy. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. But I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. This guy named Kuzan is even dumber than a pig. It's really hard for Oren to have such a son. Xingxin and Roger looked at Oren and his son with contempt. Noble status? Haha. Who has the ability to solve the magic fusion device? Whose status is not noble? Eastern General? They are the president of the Mithril Council, the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel, and the president of the GS Society. Which one is worse than the Eastern General? Chapter 568 The Responsibility of the Strong. Your lives are precious. But our lives are cheap, you can't even speak. So stay at home in the future, and don't embarrass yourself. Kuzan. Shut up. Oren clenched his fists, and resisted the urge to slap his son. How could he raise such a fool? The situation was deadlocked again. Oren couldn't find a suitable excuse. And Klein was unwilling to make any concessions. The situation of Belgar Fortress could no longer be dragged on like this. The barrier was already very fragile. And the Sacred Heart Mage was exhausted. No one knew whether Belgar Fortress could survive the next round of fusion magic attacks. Now someone had to stand up. Otherwise Belgar Fortress would be breached. Once the East Fortress was breached, a large number of soldiers from Grandok would surround and kill the soldiers of Tarila. Although the Imperial Capital has dispatched the armies of the West Territory, the South Territory, and the Second Princess of the North Territory, the dispatch of the army is not so fast, and it will not be able to support the East Territory in a short time. Therefore, Belga Fortress must not be breached. At least it must hold out until the arrival of reinforcements, so that it can continue to confront Grandok. If we lose here, then the superclass masters will have to enter the battlefield in advance. Once the superclass is trapped in the siege, the physical strength and magic power are exhausted, and it is easy to be blocked by Grandok's superclass. At that time, without the support of a large number of soldiers, even the superclass will still have a great chance of falling on the battlefield. After a while, Roger, the president of the Brotherhood of Steel, stood up. Forget it. Forget it. The old Sacred Heart has made such a great effort. Esmond has been participating in the defense of Belga, and there are magic mechas to help my cubs. I can't be too much of a drag. I, Roger, have been the guild leader for so many years, and it's time for me to be tough this time. Let me go this time. Roger's choice surprised everyone. Not only Oren, but also Klein and Esmond. Klein finally felt a little admiration in his heart. In this place, the only person he admired was the Sacred Heart Mage. Now, Roger is also one of them. Standing up at this time, Roger is at least more courageous and more trustworthy than Oren. If Lord Roger leads the charge, then my mother, my personal team, and I are willing to help Lord Roger. Klein made his own promise. He knew his own strength very well. If there were Roger plus Katie plus himself, 3 superclass combat forces joining forces, then they could definitely complete the task of destroying the magic fusion device. And they would be very sure to get out of it safely. The only dangerous situation is that the person who leads the charge will be in great danger. So he strongly opposed Katie as the vanguard of this raid. Klein's original idea was to force Oren and Kuzan to play. As long as they played, they would definitely give their all. Because if they didn't give their all, they would die on the battlefield. What Klein didn't expect was that Oren would be so shameless that he was still unwilling to leave the field at this time. He said that he would contribute to Tarila, but he didn't actually take any substantial action. What was even more unexpected was that when the situation was deadlocked, Roger, the president of the Brotherhood of Steel, stood up and took the initiative to take on the task of vanguard. This made the whole situation turn around. Roger looked at Klein and smiled and nodded. At such a young age, he has such strength and courage, and he has the will to fight against the East Territory. It is really amazing. Esmond's subordinates are really talented. Roger did not say that Klein was Esmond's son, but said that he was a subordinate. This is very interesting. Don't worry, Roger. I am still somewhat confident about this matter. Klein was not joking. He was really confident, because his trump card was the God Bad Battle Axe. If this mission was really surrounded by a large number of troops, he would take out the God Bad Battle Axe and chop it randomly. with the God-Bad battle axe's characteristic of triggering super shock waves every time it attacked. Even if it was hundreds of thousands of troops, it wouldn't take him long to kill them. As for the side effects of the artifact, I'm almost dead. You talked to me about the side effects? Roger nodded to Klein. As for where Klein's confidence came from, he didn't ask, but continued to walk to Esmond's side. Esmond, this time, old Roger is going. Please help me. Give me a group of powerful ones. I will not retreat. Roger's words were vague, but Esmond, who had been dealing with him for many years, had already understood what he meant. He wanted a group of magic mechas to support him. Will not retreat means that Roger clearly said that he would never take a step back until the mission was completed. So this group of mechas must be powerful, at least to help them complete the mission. Don't worry, old Roger. Since you are willing to help, then our GS Society will naturally support you with all our strength. At this time, Esmond also made it clear that he also hoped to win the war, and failure would not benefit him in any way. The previous inaction was only because Orin and his son did nothing. If the generals of the East Territory did nothing, then why would the people of the three major societies follow them and be happy after getting the support of Esmond? Roger turned and walked towards the soldiers on the city wall. All members of the Brotherhood of Steel, listen to the order. Warriors, knights, and agility professionals above level 3. Gather here in 15 minutes, and everyone will communicate with each other. Following Roger's order, the members of the Brotherhood of Steel immediately took spontaneous action. It can be seen that they are a very disciplined society. At least in Klein's eyes, they are much more disciplined than the GS Society. 15 minutes later, a special elite team of 200 people had gathered at the inner city gate of the Belga fortress. They could only go out through the back door and try to sneak past as much as possible. If they rushed rashly, the danger would be too high. So Klein and Katie's advice was to take a detour as much as possible. Esmond unexpectedly gave Roger 100 GTX 1060 magic mechas, and then gave Klein 50 GTX 1070 magic mechas. This was something Klein had never expected. But he still remembered what Esmond said before he left. Come back alive as much as possible. We need to solve the problems between us ourselves. Remember? We are facing Grandok now. Let's put aside personal grudges for the time being. You don't need to tell me these. I'm not a child anymore. Father. The conversation between the two was still so stiff. But Klein looked at the space ring in his hand, and was slightly distracted several times. Roger was already standing at the front of the team. He raised his hand slightly, and said to all the soldiers, "Let's go!" Chapter 569 Final Preparations. The phalanx of the 4th Army of Grandok has more than 3,000 mages, all of whom are mages above level 2. And this is only the strength of the 4th Army. There are more than 6 similar armies in Grandok at present, and their strength is strong enough to attack the strongest fortress of Tarila head-on. Looking at the Belga fortress in the distance, Raphael, the general of the 4th Army, laughed happily. It won't be long before we can break through that turtle shell. It has been here for so many years. It has intercepted our attacks so many times, and buried the bodies of so many soldiers of our Grandok. This time, I will completely destroy it. Raphael was extremely excited. The merits and honors of breaking through the Belga fortress will be remembered in his family tree. Not only that, he himself will be praised forever in Grandok, and even recorded in children's textbooks. He had already begun to imagine the day when Grandok unified the entire human world. What a glory that would be! Although he was excited, Raphael did not forget his job. He turned his head and said to the soldier beside him, "At this time, we must increase patrols and eliminate as many spies from the Tarila side as possible, as well as the possible decapitation operation team. We must nip all possible situations in the bud. Also, ask the leader of the Mage Corps how long the next attack will take." Yes. The soldier ran towards the mage group in a hurry, and soon returned to Raphael with the news. "General Raphael, the mages said that it would take about 1 day and 22 hours. Good. Very good. Let the mages have a good rest. We are not in a hurry. The people of Tarila are in a hurry. Wait 2 more days. It will be the time for us to break through Tarila. Long live Grandok. Long live Grandok. Long live Grandok." The atmosphere of the soldiers was extremely active, and they were all looking forward to the moment when Belga was broken. At this time, Roger and Klein's decapitation operation team were taking action from the position of Lu Xian Lake on the left. When they walked to the edge of Lu Xian Lake, Klein turned his head and said to Roger, "Lord Roger, I have a better way to sneak in. Can you listen to me?" Roger looked at Klein strangely, and then looked at Katie. It's not that he didn't communicate with Katie during this period, but most of the time, Katie was fully responsible to Klein. At first, Roger thought Katie was just trying to fool him. But later, he slowly felt that Katie was really following Klein's advice. Or even his orders. "What kind of infiltration method do you want to use? Tell me first." Klein looked at the calm Lucian Lake and smiled. A huge six-legged crocodile suddenly crawled out of the lake. "Wait. Crocodile. Enemy attack. Wait. This is my pet?" Named Dwanli. "I think, with the help of the monster, we should be able to move from the water. In this way, not only is the stealth extremely high, but the speed will also be faster than sneaking on land." Roger looked at Klein in surprise, and then looked at the huge crocodile dragon Dwanli, which was a 4th level magic beast. Klein's own magic power was already outstanding enough, and he was unexpectedly a beast tamer. This was really an amazing characteristic. If safety can be guaranteed, moving from water is indeed much better than from land. But your crocodile dragon is actually very huge. But it shouldn't be able to pull so many of us at once. Right? Klein laughed again, and his smile was very friendly. "Don't worry, Lord Roger. I didn't say that I only have Dwanli. There are others. Please rest assured." Roger didn't know what expression to make. Klein had given him too many surprises. He had vowed before that this operation would have a high success rate. Originally, Roger didn't believe it. But this time, it might really be possible to get away unscathed. When accepting this mission, Roger was ready to die. But he didn't expect that at this time. Things would take a turn for the better. "You said before that we can get out of this unscathed. Are you serious?" Roger asked uncertainly. He was about to do something that looked crazy. If this action was said at ordinary times, it would probably be ridiculed by others. But now Roger still wanted to do this. That is, to follow Klein's advice. "Lord Roger, if you could listen to my advice, I think we still have a great chance of surviving." Roger looked at the other members of the Brotherhood of Steel. They were all elite members of the Brotherhood of Steel. To be honest, they didn't know how many of them could survive this time. It would be good if Klein could save their lives as much as possible. Then, what about them? Klein thought about the opinions Roger might raise. But he didn't expect that Roger would finally ask whether his subordinates would have a chance to survive. The Brotherhood of Steel is worthy of the name of brothers. Compared with the Brotherhood of Bones, their unity and cohesion are much stronger. Although he could lie to Roger here, Klein didn't intend to do so. This would be disrespectful to a great warrior. Although I really want to agree to you, Lord Roger, I'm sorry that I can't take them back. This mission is very difficult. And you should know that. Being able to save you is the most I can do. Roger nodded woodenly. And when he turned his head to look at the members of the Brotherhood of Steel again, the leading 5th level Master Prince had already said with a smile, "Boss, don't hesitate at all. From the moment we swore to become Brotherhood warriors, we have been ready to die. As long as you are alive, the Brotherhood of Steel will be better than before. No matter when and where, we will be together. Boss, please don't hesitate." The members of the Brotherhood of Steel knelt down together. This is the highest salute for warriors. And usually only such a salute is made to the Empress. It can be seen that they really respect Roger very much. And they are even prepared to die for Roger. I understand. At this time, Roger no longer hesitated and turned his head to look at Klein. "Mr. Klein, if you are sure, just speak up. Old Roger's life is in your hands." Klein also nodded at the same time. "I will do my best." Chapter 570 Black King Ramen. On the edge of the battlefield, Leathers, the president of the Skull and Bone Society, Prometheus, the Lord of the Corpses, and Agatha, the daughter of the Dragonborn who had just been promoted to level 5, were standing on a high ground, quietly observing the battlefield between the two countries. A large number of corpses were left on the land, left to be pecked by vultures and maggots. This time, neither country sent soldiers to clean up the battlefield. This was an unusual tacit understanding. The armies of both sides seemed to know very well that there could be no distractions at this time. At least before the Belda fortress was breached. No one would come out to clean up the battlefield. Leathers looked at the corpses on the ground with satisfaction, and said happily, "There are so many corpses. And they are all professional corpses. Prometheus, how many do we need to summon our lord?" Prometheus did not answer immediately. but released his magic perception. After a long time, he slowly spoke. It's still early. Most of these corpses are the work of guerrillas. This can only be regarded as a small-scale battle. The real army has not yet taken action. So these corpses look a lot. But in fact, they don't even reach 10,000. It doesn't even reach 10,000. But it can have such an amazing death aura. The death aura of professionals is really different from that of ordinary people. It takes 100,000 bone eaters to summon our lord. Which means that they have to fight at least several army battles to gather so many corpses. This is really something to look forward to. Leathers laughed sharply, while Prometheus was expressionless. The resurrection of our lord has begun and is unstoppable. Now we just need to collect enough corpses. Also, what do you think of Grandok's fusion magic? Hearing this, Leathers' face finally darkened, and the previous pleasure disappeared completely. Because Grandok's fusion magic was indeed too powerful. Not only for Tarila. Even if they were alone, they had no way to deal with such a magic attack. It's a very powerful magic attack. It should be some kind of ancient technology. These guys are very cunning. They hid such an advanced technology for so many years before releasing it. This time, Grandok's war against Tarila seems to be inevitable. You are right. Such technology can only be ancient technology. At present, Grandok's magic research progress has not reached this level. Prometheus nodded, which was considered as his approval of Leathers' statement. At this time, the two of them had completely allied, and they had to consider the problem on the same front. Prometheus turned his head to look at his proud disciple. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Agatha was a little bit at odds with them recently. Although Agatha's strength improved very rapidly. In a short period of time, she had broken through the barrier of level 4 and reached level 5. Becoming an indispensable high-end combat force of the Skull and Bone Society. But now Agatha always gave him a sense of melancholy and silence. She was no longer as lively and active as before. And she spoke very little. Agatha, what do you think of Grandok's magic fusion attack? Just say it. Agatha looked in the direction of Grandok's army group, where a large square formation of mages was gathering. There were mage groups of this size before, but they were only concentrated fire attacks. Although the difference between firepower and fusion sounds small, the actual effect is a world of difference. The power of the magic fusion of 3,000 mages has exceeded the magic attack of superclass masters. Even many mages' special moves cannot achieve such an attack effect, and they only need 2 days to release such an attack once, which is a very outrageous thing for any master. Not only is the power huge, but the release conditions are also reduced. Only a large number of mages are needed to support the frequency of this fusion magic attack, which also greatly reduces the role of superclass. In other words, in the future, as long as Grandok cultivates a large number of ordinary magicians, it will have the capital to deal with superclass. The strategic status of ordinary professionals will continue to improve, especially mages. In some cases, the status of mages will be completely separated from that of warriors. I don't know when it started. Agatha gradually began to consider issues from a strategic perspective. Because Klein once told her that her goal was not just to become a superclass. She had the capital and talent. With such conditions, she can become the new owner of the Skull and Bone Society. She needs to consider the Skull and Bone Society and its future. Therefore, she needs to change her mindset and consider things and problems from the strategic perspective of the Skull and Bone Society. Both President Leathers and her teacher Prometheus have become stumbling blocks on Agatha's road at this moment. Leathers and Prometheus looked at each other. Agatha's growth was obvious to all. They did train Agatha as the future successor of the Skull and Bone Society. But now, everything is not so certain. Because once the previous Black King, the ancient leader of the Skull and Bone Society, the god of death Raman, is resurrected, the right to speak in the Skull and Bone Society will definitely fall on Raman. Once Raman is resurrected, Agatha's status will naturally decline rapidly, and she may no longer have the hope of inheriting the Skull and Bone Society. That's right. Agatha is getting more and more mature. Leathers praised Agatha. But Agatha just smiled and didn't say anything. She already knew what Leathers and Prometheus were thinking. But it didn't matter. Just like she thought before. Can a king level really change everything? Impossible. The king level may be very powerful, but it is not the king level that really controls the situation, but something else. What is Tarila's trump card? Agatha didn't know. But she was sure that if Tarila didn't have a trump card, Grandok wouldn't have endured for so long. Agatha turned her gaze to the Belga fortress and thought to herself, what is Klein doing now? Should I tell him about the resurrection of the previous Black King Ramen? Agatha hesitated. She personally hoped that Klein would know about this. But if the interests of the Skull and Bone Society were taken into consideration, then Klein should not be told about this. The more dead people, the better. This is also true for Agatha. She also needs corpses to make sophisticated ghouls. If she has the corpses of superclass strongmen, it would be even better. Agatha thought for a while whether to satisfy her personal wishes or consider the collective interests of the Skull and Bone Society. Not long after, she smiled. Why hesitate? Klein is her original intention. Agatha took out a magic communication device, which was exactly the kind developed by Jiesha. I hope you won't get into trouble. This time, I can only help you here. Chapter 571 Indifference. Klein and Roger were being dragged by Dwanli and swam quickly. Because they were in the water, they could not talk and could only make some simple eye contact. What Klein wanted to express was very simple. That is, to let Roger and his subordinates divide into some teams first. Because when they go ashore, they may come into contact with patrol soldiers from Grandok. At that time, they must kill the enemy in the fastest and most efficient way. Prokit has been following behind Klein and his men. She was reluctant to come here, but she couldn't resist Klein's soft and hard persuasion. Before, because she was afraid of being discovered by Esmond, Prokit had never shown up. It didn't matter at this time, because they were far enough away from the Belga fortress that Esmond could not find her. There was no way, because she was the mother, and the mother should take care of her spouse. So she could only follow Klein. Telekinesis formed a device like a propeller, and Project swam to crane like a submarine, making a beeping sound. Klein looked calm, but Roger beside him was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Klein beside him and gestured. Why is there a little girl? This is not a game at this time. She is very powerful and strong. She is considered a superclass combat power. Superclass combat power? Is she an illegitimate daughter raised by Esmond? How many superclass combat powers do you have in your family? The physical communication between the two was very awkward. After twisting for a long time, they only said 3 sentences. Project beside him couldn't stand it anymore and immediately used telekinesis to send out simulated sound waves in the water. Bullshit. I'm his spouse. This is good? Not only Roger and the soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel, but even Klein's mother Katie looked at Klein with a strange look. There was nothing else in that look except contempt. Because in their eyes, no matter how powerful Project was, she was still a little girl. How could you do that to someone so young? Klein wanted to slap Project to death. But now he had no choice. In the water, Project's advantage was too great. Can you stop talking nonsense? When did I talk nonsense? We should have been spouses. Klein stopped talking. Lilith beside him had already swam over and looked at Project vigilantly with hostility in her eyes. Klein looked bitter. The mission hadn't even started yet, but there were already signs of infighting. Splash. The sound of water waves sounded on the shore, and a black mist began to float towards the shore. Just as Klein had thought before, there were indeed patrols of Grandok soldiers on the shore of Lucian Lake. They had considered that someone came from the water, but they did not consider that these people came from the water. The black mist gradually approached the team of soldiers, but Klein did not rashly attack these people. He was waiting for Project to take the initiative. Project's telekinesis has a very large range and has the effect of group control. In such an assassination, it is much more effective than his rash attack. Do it! The soldiers of Grandok were immediately restrained by some invisible force, and Klein's black mist form also penetrated the bodies of these soldiers like a shadow. A team of 6 was killed by Klein and Project in just a few seconds. Klein waved in the direction of Luxian Lake, and Roger led the others to the shore. We are still some distance away from the 4th Army of Grandok. No one has discovered us yet, but the possibility of them discovering us will only increase as we get closer. Are there any clear instructions now? Roger's question clearly expressed his obedience to Klein's order, and Klein himself was also very satisfied. At this time, such a decapitation team can only have one voice. Otherwise, when you say go east and I say go west, the team disagrees, and then blood will explode. We now have 2 choices. The first is that we will conduct a collective charge and let Lord Roger's soldiers act as bait to attract the attention of Grandok soldiers. Then several of our main masters will conduct a decapitation operation to effectively kill the magic fusion group. Klein's voice was very small, and coupled with the silent magic barrier, it was small enough that Roger's subordinates could not hear it at this distance. This is the best choice, because originally I brought ordinary professionals to this place, and I didn't plan to let them go back. Klein didn't even bring Becky with him in this battle. Only Eric, Joe, Lilith, and AI. Eric has the blood mist form. Joe also has the King of Decay. AI has 3 states of fighting spirit. Lilith has also learned 3 states of fighting spirit, and has the ability of shadow escape. In his team, the only one who doesn't have a good escape skill is Becky. Therefore, Klein could not bring the paladin with him on this mission, and could only let her wait in Belga Fortress. It was not useless for Becky to stay in Belga Fortress. She could find some time to understand the current situation of Belga Fortress. You know, the members of the GS Society are still in Belga Fortress. If Becky stayed, she could get some useful information more or less. Then, she could find Gwen and Dylock, who are also equally important high-level combat forces. When Klein returns, that will be his full strength in the true sense. Roger did not refute Klein's idea of using members of the Brotherhood of Steel as bait, but he did not agree with it either. He just said lightly, "This is a really bad choice. Do we have any other way?" Klein had already expected Roger's attitude, so he took out his second plan. The second plan is actually an optimized version of the first plan. This plan is more dangerous for you. Tell me more about it. That is, you lead all the members of the Brotherhood of Steel to conduct a raid, and we will deal with the Magic Fusion group. In this way, you will be much more attractive as bait than your subordinates as bait. Both of Klein's strategies are very vicious. His meaning is very clear. Either you become the bait, or you and your subordinates become the bait together. Choose one. Klein is not very worried that Roger will refuse. If Roger refuses at this time, he can just leave. He will not rashly follow up without someone leading the charge. He has said this before. Roger did not expect that Klein, who looks young, would be so cruel in his way and means of doing things. He has been treating the people of the Brotherhood of Steel as tools from beginning to end. Chapter 572 The Guest Strategy. The son of Esmond. His methods are really similar. Klein did not refute, nor did he want to refute. Just like Roger wanted to be responsible for his subordinates, Klein also needed to be responsible for his people. This time, he not only brought his main force, but also his lover and his mother. If he fell here, he would really be wiped out. Lord Roger, the better you complete your mission, the smoother our operation will be, as long as the operation time is fast enough. I am still very confident that I can bring you back safely. As for your subordinates, cherish the last time with them. After Klein finished speaking, he revoked the silent barrier between the two. He did not intend to give Roger a chance to bargain. This is the military district of Grandok. They may be discovered by Grandok at any time. Delaying time here is the most stupid behavior. He believes that Roger can understand this. After Roger's eyes struggled for a while, he calmed down again. He walked towards his subordinates and drew his sword. Brotherhood of Steel. Charge. After the 200 people of the Brotherhood of Steel left, Katie came to Klein first. You are too much, Klein, and I didn't expect Roger to agree to such a thing without any hesitation. They are great heroes. What do you think? Klein's expression was still indifferent. He didn't particularly like the word hero, because heroes usually mean sacrifice. When we go back, we will be heroes. Right? Klein's question stunned Katie for a moment, but she nodded, agreeing with Klein's statement. Projet on the side had been observing Lilith for a long time, because the entire tactical planning was done by Klein, and she was so free at this time that she was chatting with Lilith. Lilith, will Klein marry you? Yes, Lilith said very confidently. I don't think so, because he hasn't awakened yet. When he awakens, we will be the most suitable couple. That's what you think, not what he thinks. And you are too young now. Little, you are still too young. Lilith, I only need a few months to grow up, and then you will see what real terror is. Klein came over and interrupted Projet's nonsense. Are you bored? If you are bored, just do more in the battle later, and don't harass my people here. Klein's straightforward defense made Lilith feel comfortable, but it annoyed Projet. Your people? She is your people. So what am I? We are just allies at the moment. Until we achieve our goals. We have always been like this. There is no extra relationship between us. You have to understand, Projet. I still don't fully trust you. You need to do something that makes me feel that I can trust you. At this time, Klein was cold and strong. His attitude seemed to have completely changed since the moment he landed. As if he was indifferent to everyone. Not only Pradjit and Roger, but also Lilith and Katie noticed this. But they also roughly guessed Klein's mood at the time. Because of worry and tension, Pradjit saw that Klein was not in a mood to joke, and did not want to argue with him at this time. So he began to change the subject. When are we leaving? Those people from the Brotherhood of Steel should have encountered some patrols from Grandok. Right? Klein took out a pocket watch, looked at the time, and said to everyone else, check the watch, and leave in 5 minutes. In the 4th Army of Grandok, General Raphael was listening to the report of his subordinates. The target is about 200 people, led by a suspected superclass professional, and has now attacked from our northwest corner. Their mobility is very strong, and they have torn open the outer defense line. The superclass professional in the lead, judging by the ability and fighting style he showed, is very similar to Roger, the berserker of the Steel Brotherhood, the leader of the 3 major societies in Tyrella. Roger is a veteran. I didn't expect that it was not Orin who came, but him. General, should we send people to chase and intercept them now? After all, it is a superclass combat force. If it is not dealt with quickly, it is likely to cause some immeasurable consequences. Raphael was not too worried about Roger's problem, because their military strength was too much greater than that of Tyrella. Notify Tam and the others. Let Tam handle it. Our responsibility is to protect the Magic Fusion Group. Everything is just a trick of Tyrella. Their ultimate goal must be the Magic Fusion Group. So as long as we stay by the side of the wizard, we will not worry about not having military merit. Let the soldiers stay calm. I think Roger and his men are just baits. Tyrella's attack is still behind this. Yes, General. Raphael is looking forward to it. He thinks that if Tyrella wants to destroy the Magic Fusion Group, it must send more than just a team of 200 people to complete the decapitation operation. Such a team needs at least 2 superclass leaders, at least 500 elites, lured by Roger, and then another superclass will be used to carry out the decapitation raid. As Raphael predicted, Klein and his men have begun to sneak towards Grandok's 4th Army. Raphael's analysis is actually very correct. But even Grandok's famous generals underestimated Klein's tricky operation. Their team only has Klein, Lilith, Joe, Eric, AI, Katie, and Pradjit. And their superclass combat power is not just 2 people, but 4. With Roger as bait, Klein, Pradjit, and Katie as the main force. This team of 6 has gradually approached the 4th Army of Grandok by their own means of concealment. Raphael had already drawn his great sword at this time, and took out the knife oil he always had and slowly wiped his weapon. His eyes kept twitching, and he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. But he didn't know where this uneasiness came from. Logically speaking, he was in the center of the 4th Army, with 3,000 mage regiments, a large number of guerrillas, and more than 10,000 warrior professionals. Such an environment should be absolutely safe. So why would there be such a strange feeling? Could it be that they were too excited about breaking through the Belga fortress? Go. Let Pei Pang come over. Pei Pang was a 5th level master trained by Raphael privately. Although Raphael felt that he would not be in any danger in the center of the army, years of caution still made him make some defensive preparations. Chapter 573 Admiral Tam, the leader of the 2nd Army, Grandok. Tam, who had met Klein and his men once, received a message from Raphael. Let me deal with Roger of the Brotherhood of Steel. That old guy is known as a berserker. Does Raphael want me to die? General, you are right. We are obviously on the same level as them. But Raphael has always been acting like he is second to the boss recently. Isn't it just because the magic fusion ring was given to them? What's so great about it? Tam looked at his subordinates, and felt like he was looking at a retard. You don't really think that holding that magic fusion ring is a good thing, do you? Why did the general say that? Holding that thing means that his army group will take the responsibility of attacking the Belga fortress. This guy thinks he is smart, but he still can't figure it out. If Tyrella is really a soft persimmon that doesn't fight back when beaten, it's fine. But is Tyrella really a soft persimmon? Tyrella's original national strength is stronger than our Grandok. And it's just because their empress has not been involved in political affairs over the years. In addition to the political corruption, with the efforts of several generations of our Grandok people, the distance between the 2 countries has gradually narrowed, and the strength has surpassed in the past few years. But a skinny camel is still a camel. And its skeleton is there. None of the three major societies in Tarila is an easy organization to deal with. They are not only powerful, but also have very special taboo abilities, which have not been demonstrated until now. The people of Tarila are not stupid. Of course they know that they have to deal with the problem of magic fusion rings. So the legion that gets the magic fusion ring will definitely be sniped by the people of Tarila. Tam's explanation was very logical, and the subordinates beside him were stunned. He really didn't expect this. But, General, this war may create countless merits. At that time, the glory, wealth, and reputation among the people will be blessed to an unimaginable level. Don't these make you excited? I am not excited at all. I am already an admiral of the empire. Where can I go next? A title that cannot be inherited? What's the meaning of a title that cannot be inherited to me? My status comes from my strength. Even without a title, I am still a superclass strongman. This is why people respect me. As for honor and reputation among the people, what's the use of those? Tam is the kind of person who knows how to protect himself. After his speech, his subordinates slowly came to their senses. I understand. What about Roger from the Brotherhood of Steel? He has come with a 200-man team. How about we take this matter back? Are you stupid? I originally thought you were stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. If I still pass the buck at this time, no king will let me go. What should we do then? Let's go and meet Roger from the Brotherhood of Steel. I've long wanted to see the name of the Berserker. Roger had already brought the Brotherhood of Steel soldiers to the heart of the Grandok army. They were already surrounded by Grandok soldiers, which was not a good sign. Everyone, get ready. Release the magic mecha. Save your energy. Yes. The Brotherhood members immediately took out the magic mechas that the GS Society had assigned to them before. The generous Esmond actually equipped each of them with 200 GTX 1060 magic mechs, 190 Tier 3, 10 Tier 4. This is already an unimaginable amount of money. The value is close to or even exceeds 100 million thales. It is rare for Esmond to be so generous. When Roger got this batch of magic mechs, it felt a little unreal. The magic mechs were still shining with brand new oil, and the Tier 4 magic mechs were specially painted with colors, which felt very visually impactful. Roger asked others to board the magic mechs, while he rushed to the front of the team with a sword in hand. Keep your strength. Fight on the move. Let the magic mechs become our horses and shields. Move. For the Brotherhood? Roger raised his sword and looked at the steady approach of the Grandok soldiers. He chopped down with a sword, and the slash that was enough to cut the earth was launched. Boom! This sword that was powerful enough to split the road of life and death seemed to have encountered some obstacles and gradually stopped, which made Roger frown. He looked at the smoke and dust in front of him, and his face gradually became solemn. Berserker Roger, I have heard of you for a long time. My name is Tam. I think you should have heard of you. Tam pouted his fat belly and gradually walked onto the battlefield. He dusted off the dust on his belly. The members of the Brotherhood of Steel realized that the domineering sword of their president just now was actually blocked by Tam with his belly. Tam looked at the magic mecha sitting under the Brotherhood of Steel and showed some interest. This kind of thing is simply a perfect war weapon. I guess this technology must have come from the GS Society. Right? The giant magic mechas I had seen before left a deep impression on me. I also destroyed one myself. Although that mecha was huge, it was too heavy. But the one in front of me was so exquisite that it looked like a work of art in war. Only a place like Jiesha could develop such a thing. It was really amazing. While Tam praised Jiesha, the soldiers of Grandok did not relax at all. They kept gathering and gradually surrounded Roger and his party. It was not that Roger did not want to break through, but Tam's existence put a lot of pressure on him. This fat man is not simple. Tam waved his hand. He had no intention of attacking actively, although he was very confident that he could defeat Roger in a one-on-one battle. The name of Berserker was not a joke. His life was precious, and the war had just begun. He did not want to get hurt in this place. Shoot the arrows first. Facing the pressure of long-range attacks, they will charge sooner or later. Roger originally thought that Tam would fight him head-on, but he didn't expect that his hesitation would cause the entire team to lose the opportunity for a surprise attack. But now there is a solution. Just charge directly into the formation of the Grandok soldiers. Everyone, charge to the left. Although there are only 200 people, the soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel, combined with the magic mecha, are like a torrent of steel, rushing through the Grandok army. Just a brief contact has caused a large number of casualties among the Grandok soldiers. But Tam didn't care. He still issued an attack order for the Mage Corps. As if he didn't care about the lives of his other soldiers at all. Attack! Boom! 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 The sky was full of fireballs flying towards them. The continuous explosions made the soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel lose their direction for a short time and became a little confused. Chapter 574. A war is a game between the bosses. Many soldiers of Grandok were killed by the magic of friendly forces. But other soldiers seemed to not see it at all and turned a blind eye to such a situation. Roger did not expect that the Second Army of Grandok would be so cold-blooded. He knew that his team could not let the opponent's mage group continue to bomb. Although the original plan was for them to sacrifice. Roger still wanted to hold on for a while. Kill more Grandok people. And fight with his subordinates for a while longer. Open heaven slash. Roger slashed at the mage group with a knife. But the mage could exert great power in collective combat. Roger's open heaven slash was blocked by the mage group with a collective magic shield. And when he wanted to attack again, he was surrounded by Grandok soldiers. General. Surrounded? The sergeant came to Tam and said, I know. Let's consume his fighting spirit and physical strength first. Yes, the 4 Sword and Shield Battalion. The 5th Spear Battalion. Encircle and suppress. The soldiers of Grandok are fearless. Most of them will be cut in half by Roger's sword. But the follow-up soldiers still rush forward in an endless stream. Their armor is made of high-quality steel. A level 1 soldier, with full fighting spirit defense, plus heavy armor and shield. Even if he is a super-level soldier, will have to use a little force. If Roger is entangled by them like this, even if his physical strength is very durable, there will be a day when he will be completely consumed. Tam, you underestimated me. Roger held the sword with both hands, and the original sword was split into 2. Roger, who had killed hundreds of people in a row, was covered in blood and exuded a fierce murderous aura. Swinging the 2 swords, he killed one person or even several people with one sword. He became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and seemed to be invincible. Tam looked at Roger, who was already far away, and thought, is this the origin of the name of the Berserker? The more he fought, the braver he became. Fatigue and pain only made him stronger than before. It is really a very special ability, which can indeed allow him to exert much more combat power than the normal level. General, what should we do now? What should we do? Of course, we should use a pile of people. Are you going to let me fight with a madman? What if I get hurt? Tam looked calm, as if he didn't treat his soldiers as human beings at all. Even so, the adjutant beside him had no doubts at all. Tam's prestige and behavior in the Second Army were simply incredible. Tam, come and fight me! Roger slashed 2 swords from a distance. These 2 slashes were like a meat grinder, sweeping through a large number of soldiers and cutting all the soldiers present in half. When the slash fell on Tam just used his fat hands to block it lightly. Roger's sharp slash seemed to be absorbed and completely disappeared on Tam's body. That's it, your attack is really soft. Roger was once again surrounded by ordinary soldiers and gradually drowned in the sea of people. Tam did not continue to look at Roger, but turned his head to look in the direction of Raphael of the 4th Army. Roger should be just a bait. Raphael really likes to play tricks on me by asking me to fight a bait. However, the real killing intention should be coming soon. Right? This guy really thinks that the people of Telrilla are fools, without absolute certainty. How could they let a superclass master be a bait? General, should we support the 4th Army? After all, the magic fusion ring is with them. If we don't support them at this time, if the magic fusion ring is destroyed by someone, then His Majesty will blame us. Ding! Tam gave his subordinate a chestnut and said indifferently, do you really think His Majesty will blame the superclass masters? He is not the Queen of Telrilla. You should understand that in Grandok, there are only a few people who can really blame us. And those few people don't care about these things at all. Also, do you think that the war between Grandok and Telrilla can be controlled by a magic fusion ring, even if there is no magic fusion ring? It does not mean that we in Grandok have no way to break through the Belga fortress. It's just that the consumption of the magic fusion ring is relatively small. This war is not as simple as you think. Only Raphael, a single-minded guy, would think that this is a battle of honor for the unification of mankind. Tam's words are a bit, how to say it, treasonous, shocking, anyway. The subordinate's expression is about to cry. You are a superclass. It is definitely okay to say such a thing. But the problem is that he is just an ordinary adjutant. General. What do these words mean? It means literally. This war is a game between the big guys. The big guys have conflicts of interest. And we cannon fodder just need to rush forward. Is that so? What about honor and the unity of the world? Speaking of honor. Tam's face became gloomy. His mind flashed through the body of black matter. And he said lightly, honor? The Spiral King is joined. What honor can this war talk about? These so-called kings have lost their bottom line as human beings. They are a group of disgusting and pathetic guys. If there were not only 9 thrones, they would have been taken down long ago. But since this war is a battlefield of interests for the big guys, there is also a chance for a salted fish to turn over. The throne will inevitably fall in the king-level battle. At that time, we are not without a chance to ascend to the sky in one step. Tam's statement is almost exactly the same as what Esmond wants to do. But he is more forbearing than Esmond and his personality is more restrained. General. Why did you tell me all this? The adjutant was horrified. If he leaked anything, Tam said, he might be killed. Nonsense. How can I climb up without you? I want military merits. Those egg things are useless. I will give them to you when the time comes. You should understand what I mean. Right? Let the brothers fight well and trap Roger to death here. You don't have to worry about other things. The adjutant heard Tam's promise. His eyes lit up. And he nodded excitedly at Roger, who was fighting bloody. Yes, General. Don't worry. We will definitely do what you want to do. On the other side, Klein and his team were approaching the 4th Army of Grandok at a very fast state. Klein used the mist form. Lilith used the shadow escape. Progit used the metal fantasy shell. Eric used the blood mist. And Katie turned into the moonlight. Only Joe flew into the sky on a flying monster, took a sniper position, and was ready to support Klein and his men at any time. Chapter 575. Let's discuss who will take care of the child. The 4th Army was already in front of them. But the position of this army gave Klein a headache. It was a completely square, with no blind spots at all. And Klein knew that the opponent's magic fusion group was in the center of this square. No matter which direction they attacked from, they would have to face the pressure of the entire 4th Army. There are a lot of people, so it will definitely be more difficult to fight. I will take the lead. Projet and Mother. You two charge. Eric and Lilith assist. Klein briefly told his team members about his battle plan, and his magic power began to run quickly. The black fog gradually condensed into his original appearance, and Klein just floated above the 4th Army of Grandok. He hid in the sun, relying on the sun, so that others could not find him in the first time. In the Army of Grandok, a soldier wiped his sweat and looked up at the sun in the sky. It's okay to look at it, but he found that there seemed to be a person at the position of the sun. Hey, look at the position of the sun. There seems to be a person there. Am I dazzled? Should I report it to the higher-ups? Bullshit. There is no one at the sun. Even if there is, the magic detection will definitely find it earlier than us. It's not our turn to report it, another soldier said casually. But he also looked in the direction of the sun, and he was also stunned when he saw it. It seems that there is really a person. What is he doing there? At the beginning, Klein did not attract much attention. But as time went on, many soldiers of Grandok had discovered him, and the magic detection of the magic group did not react at all, which caused a commotion in the 4th Army. Raphael listened to his subordinates' reports and turned his eyes to Klein's position. One person? Is this the backup plan of Tarila? There is no breath of a superclass master. What is going on? Before the entire army of Grandok could make an effective sound, Klein's first fire explosion was ready. 2400 magic power. Fire explosion. Boom! The blazing fireball fell to the ground like a meteor, and the violent explosion and air waves instantly evaporated the surrounding soldiers. A large number of professionals were blown away by the shock wave generated by the fire explosion. Affected by the strong shock, their internal organs had already been torn into pieces, and there was no possibility of survival again. The loud noise caused by this blow made the entire Grandok camp cold for a second. And then, there was a scream in the sky. Projet and Katie looked at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and each had some thoughts in their hearts. Katie, Klein's magic is simply incredible. Such an attack has almost reached the level of magic fusion. Right? Can such magic be released by relying solely on personal strength? This is completely against the rules of the world. Compared to Katie's amazement, Projet felt more satisfied. Klein's power is so strong. Such an attack has exceeded the scope of many ancient magics. His power is indeed not just as simple as an ancient miracle. He definitely has his own secrets. The bottle, super powerful magic attacks, and the special features of rapid growth and suppressed awakening. Yes, such a person should be my spouse. Klein himself was also looking at the mushroom cloud on the ground. He had already begun to prepare for the second flaming explosion with an expressionless face. The preparation time for the second flaming explosion was definitely not as long as the first one. He was not sure how much magic power could be accumulated. However, looking at the soldiers fleeing on the ground, he suddenly had an idea that his abilities seemed to be prepared for war. Super strong, super large range, extremely exaggerated magic attack power. Such an effect is definitely the most effective turret in war. And most of his magic is like this. Whether it is skeleton extinction, shadow, or flame, it is a series of routines of big, strong, and many. He seemed to be a natural battlefield mage, which made Klein couldn't help but wonder whether his coming to this world was an accident, or it had been arranged in the dark. Raphael looked at the place where Klein's flaming explosion had attacked with a dull face. Could it be that Torella also had such a magic fusion device? Then why didn't they use it, even if the power of this move was not as good as their Torella's magic fusion group? It definitely reached the super level attack strength. The other party did not have any superclass energy reaction at all. What was going on? His hesitation caused the Fourth Army to suffer huge losses. Now, all he had to do was to protect the magic fusion group as much as possible. If the magic fusion group had any problems again, even if he was superclass, his position as admiral would be taken down. Protect the magic fusion group. Be ready for collective magic shields at any time. Let Salai be the defense host of the magic group. And I'll go and deal with the bugs until Rilla. At this time, 2 level 5 masters had already flown up into the sky and rushed towards Klein. But Klein was not moved at all. The second fire explosion was ready. 1500 magic power. Fire explosion. Boom! Klein did not attack the magic group, because the magic shield of the magic group was too strong, and he did not want to break through the shield of 3,000 mages alone. Compared to attacking the magic group, killing other professionals as much as possible is a more effective way, as long as they are hit hard enough. The obstacles they will encounter when they raid the magic group will be smaller. The 2 level 5 masters have gradually approached him. At this time, Klein will certainly not hold back. He wants to solve this battle with the strongest form and the fastest speed. Archon Form Destruction Orb. Buzz, the deep blue light lit up in the sky, and the supreme arcane energy instantly eroded the bodies of the 2 level 5 masters. They each used their strongest abilities to resist the invasion of the supreme arcane. But it was all in vain, because at this height, except for Raphael, who came to rescue directly, no one could stop Klein from killing these 2 people. Shadow Shock. Although it was just the most common Shadow Shock, Klein's magic power is no longer what it used to be. The 2 5th-level professionals were instantly blown to ashes by the Shadow Shock. Klein had exhausted more than 5,000 of his magic power in these few short spells. But he didn't care. This was not the time to save. He should cast all the magic quickly to form the greatest combat power. Flowing Sound, Clear Spring Echo, Calmness Energy Saving Spellcasting 1500 Fire Explosion, Energy Attached Echo. Chapter 576 Grandok's Will. The magic power was instantly restored, and Klein took advantage of the gap in the magic power recovery to throw out an instant zero-consumption fire explosion. Boom! For the 3rd time, a large number of soldiers were blown to pieces. They were a little helpless. They actually had the courage to face the superclass and the strong. But such a magic attack was a one-sided massacre. The will of these determined, steel-like warriors was gradually melted by Klein's flames. Fusion Group. Aim at the guy in the sky. The angry Raphael directly ordered the 3,000-man magic fusion group to directly lock Klein in the air and use the fusion magic of attacking the city and destroying the earth to kill Klein with one blow. Just when Raphael wanted to get close to Klein, Katie and Projet appeared. Magic fusion has already targeted Klein. Don't we need to go over and help? As a mother, you still know too little about Klein. I think, with his strength, if he is not sure, he should not do such a seemingly suicidal behavior. Katie was stunned for a moment. She seemed to know the least about Klein among these people. Klein has changed a lot with the growth of time. Now she can't recognize this boy who was very silent at the beginning. Yes, I am not very responsible as a mother. It doesn't matter. after this battle is over. And then the matter of Jiesha is over. I will have a child with Klein. When the time comes, you can help us take care of the child. And then we can make up for the relationship between Klein and Klein. Project said this as a matter of course, which made Katie stunned. Help you? Take care of the child? Project shook his head. From Katie's look, she was doubting her body. It would be better to wait a few months until her body fully grew into an adult. It was too early to talk to her mother-in-law about how to take care of the child in the future with the body of a 9 to 10-year-old child. She herself didn't care much, but she still had to consider the feelings of these ordinary people. Well, ordinary people's acceptance ability is relatively poor. She was still too impatient. She couldn't be so impatient about having a child with Klein. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Do you have any good battle plan? If you have one, please tell me. I don't have it. What about you? I have it. I control it. You cut it. The tactical communication between the two was very simple. Project used all his telekinesis to control Raphael. And then Katie killed him. Both of them were very strong in combat. Although this battle plan was simple, it was the most brainless cooperation. Raphael was about to kill Klein, but was restrained by an invisible force. He staggered in midair and almost fell. What's wrong with this feeling? Why can't I fly steadily? At first, he didn't realize that this was Project's control ability. But when the second wave of telekinesis squeezed over, Raphael was already unable to move. This power? Now! Do it! Got it! Katie's figure had come not far from Raphael, and the Moonlight Demon sword swept across with all its strength, and a huge slash flew into the air. It's not over yet. Her attack was not over yet. The biggest Moonlight slash was only used to clear the way. Then, there were endless small slashes that covered the sky and the sun. This move was a move that Katie came up with to deal with Esmond's arcane barrage rain, using high-frequency energy vibrations to emit small and fast slashes. Such slashes may not be powerful enough, but the number is definitely enough. If a large-scale attack is required, this move is very useful. Raphael wanted to break free from Project's telekinesis. He struggled hard because Katie's Moonlight Slash was getting closer and closer to him. If he didn't defend with all his strength against such a powerful attack, he might even be cut in half by a knife. Let go! Raphael's fighting spirit broke free from Project's telekinesis. He drew out his great sword and swung the great sword in his hand at the same angle. Scarlet Harvest. The red sword energy was like a giant beast that could devour everything, and suddenly pounced on Katie's Moonlight Demon sword slash. Perhaps because it had reached its limit, Raphael's Scarlet Harvest actually suppressed Katie's slash at this moment. This is the power of the Grandok people. The people of Tarila. Prepare to die? Just after he finished pretending to be cool, Project's telekinesis entangled him again. He did not have the phase transfer ability of Klein, nor did he have the spatial ability. The control ability of Project's telekinesis was fully exerted in this situation. The giant sword in Raphael's hand was as heavy as a dumbbell that could not be lifted. He wanted to swing the sword to fight Katie again, but Katie's micro-concussion slashes had already fallen. Boom, boom, boom! Continuous small explosions occurred on Raphael's body. Katie had previously slashed out a total of 14,000 sword energies in a short period of time. And at this moment, most of these sword energies fell on Raphael. The dust caused by the explosion gradually dissipated, and Raphael knelt on the ground covered in blood. Many wounds on his body were deep enough to see the bones, but he still had no intention of retreating. It must be said that in terms of willpower, Grandok's cultivation of the willpower of their domestic warriors is much better than that of Tarila. Most of Grandok's warriors are proud to join the army, if they can participate in the national war against Tarila. It is the supreme honor. They never retreat on the battlefield and are fearless of death. Each Grandok army is mostly the elite among the elite. Perhaps they are not as skilled as Tarila in terms of combat effectiveness, but in terms of willpower and execution, they are definitely better than Tarila's soldiers. Just like Raphael, he is a pure soldier of Grandok. He has already thought about fighting and sacrificing. Dying on the battlefield is the best destination for a soldier. Unfortunately, he has not seen the day when Grandok unifies the world. No one and nothing can stop Grandok today, even if I die. I will let you know that the will of Grandok people will never be erased. A large amount of red fighting spirit erupted from Raphael's body. These fighting spirits mixed with his blood surrounded him, like an energy shield, dispelling Project's mind power. This situation made Katie and Project frown. This kind of using blood as a means of explosion is simply a kind of evil magic. Do all the soldiers of Grand Dock have such taboo abilities? Chapter 577 Space Base. This situation made Katie and Projet frown. This kind of using blood as a means of explosion is simply a kind of evil magic. Do all the soldiers of Grand Dock have such taboo abilities? Katie and Projet have begun to retreat. They all know that Raphael in this state can't last long. Katie thinks that she only needs to consume him from a distance and wait for his blood to dissipate. This guy is in a very strong state. Should we retreat now? If we fight hard, we are likely to get injured in this place, which is not in line with Klein's requirements for us. Katie now listens to Klein's words, mainly because her son is too strong now. She can no longer suppress Klein with her strength, so she can only listen to Klein's requirements. But Projet obviously has different ideas. She is not Klein's subordinate. She obviously has her own ideas for dealing with Grand Dock's enemies. Grand Dock's admiral is not as easy to deal with as we thought. But if we give in here, Klein's girlfriend will be in trouble. Projet pointed at Lilith, who was still killing the Grand Dock soldiers on the ground. Lilith was covered in blood. She was trying her best to stop the attack of the Grand Dock soldiers to buy time for Katie and Projet. If someone else said this, Katie would definitely think it was normal. But Projet actually spoke out to protect Lilith at this time, which made Katie feel very strange. Shouldn't there be a competitive relationship between the two of you? Projet nodded and used telekinesis to help Lilith shake off the soldiers around her. Lilith felt Projet's help and nodded to Projet again to express her gratitude. You are right, but you underestimated people's hearts. If I harm Lilith at this time, Klein will definitely go crazy because of Lilith. At that time, the failure of the plan will be a relatively good result. This is not what I want, nor what Klein wants, so it cannot be implemented. Yes, Lilith and I should be in a competitive relationship in the future if nothing unexpected happens. But the most likely situation is that we will both become Klein's spouse, so we are in a competitive relationship, but also a companion relationship. Projet's understanding of this aspect can be regarded as a lesson for Katie. She never thought that such a young child would have such a straightforward understanding of such a complex relationship. Although I don't know if what you said is right. It makes sense. I was negligent. I will go to protect Lilith and Joe. And you can deal with Raphael. Okay. That's exactly what I want to tell you. At this moment, Projet and Katie had a rare understanding. Katie had come to the ground and joined Lilith and Joe's battle group to help the two quickly clear the endless Grand Dock soldiers. Projet was floating in the air alone. She clasped her hands and slowly closed her eyes. Sky base. The whole earth was shaking, and the professionals on the ground couldn't even stand firm. At this moment, a metal pillar broke out of the ground and slowly flew into the sky. Projet raised her hands and continued to raise the metal pillar until it was completely invisible. Then, she turned her eyes to Raphael, who had turned into a bloody man, clenched her fists, and said to Raphael loudly, Scarlet Admiral Raphael, your opponent is now me. Since the telekinesis will be blocked by Raphael's scarlet barrier, Projet can naturally concentrate on close combat with him at this time. Although Projet can kill people invisibly by moving her fingers remotely most of the time, this does not mean that her close combat ability will be a weakness. On the contrary, the mechanical soul has been violent in her body, and two figures, one big and one small, collide in the sky. Boom! Projet's fist hit Raphael's giant sword, and her little face turned slightly pale. Raphael, blessed by Scarlet, has a strength that exceeds the limit of ordinary superclass warriors. Although Projet's own strength is also very strong, her arms and wrists have been slightly injured in the collision just now. Raphael, who has become half skeleton and half flesh, was surprised that Projet could withstand his attack and praised, it seems that there are not only cowards standing behind in Tarila, but also some warriors who can face the battle head-on. Have you ever thought that we came here just to kill you? Scarlet Reaper Admiral Raphael. Of course I know. Bang! The two quickly collided, squeezed, and rubbed their fists and swords, then separated, and then continued to collide. The sky was filled with blood. Raphael had already firmly suppressed Projet's figure. Her body was already covered with scars. Although the mechanical soul gave Projet the characteristics of indestructible metal, it did not mean that she would not be injured, when the opponent's attack power was far greater than her defense power. The mechanical soul could not save her. Little girl, you deserve to die. Raphael's giant sword split Projet's shoulder. But Projet did not retreat this time. Instead, She grabbed Raphael's giant sword with both hands and squeezed Raphael's defense shield inside the scarlet barrier with telekinesis. I said, "I will kill you personally, Raphael. Your head will be a gift from me to Klein, TNG." Raphael, who was temporarily unable to move, felt a hint of danger, but he did not know where the danger came from. At this moment, an unknown flying object was rapidly descending in the sky. Its speed was even faster than that of a meteor. It took only a few tens of seconds from its appearance to its imminent landing on the ground. Space-based is a technique that Projet especially came up with to deal with enemies with strong defense. The principle comes from the space-based bombing in ancient society. She first used a large amount of telekinesis to gather the metal objects on the ground, and then used a powerful force to compress all these metal objects together to form a hard pillar. Then she used telekinesis to raise the pillar to the sky and let it fall down as a free fall. While the pillar was falling freely, Projet used his telekinesis to capture it, and after the telekinesis locked the pillar, he accelerated it with telekinesis. This made the pillar reach an incredible level in terms of both strength and speed. Such an attack is a space-based bombing. Chapter 578 Unbelievable Magic. What did you do? Raphael looked at the rapidly descending light in the sky and felt the threat of death again. Although he had already prepared for death, he had not yet killed the opponent's superclass, and he was unwilling to fall like this. This is specially used to deal with enemies like you who have strong defense. Originally, I was going to use this trick to deal with Esmond's arcane shield, but your appearance allowed me to test it carefully to see what flaws my trick still had. Thank you, Raphael. Live a good life in heaven, and don't be a soldier, asshole. Raphael couldn't break free from Projet's double lock, and could only watch the sky base fall. Boom! Projet was also blown away by the violent shock wave of the sky base. Even with the dual protection of telekinesis and mechanical soul, Projet still suffered some serious injuries. And Raphael, needless to say, at this time, he had already turned into a ball of real blood foam under the attack of the sky base and merged into the world. Finally, killed, Proget fell straight down from the sky. Klein in the distance also noticed this and immediately shouted, "Lilith, help her." I know. Klein was facing the lock of the Magic Fusion group at this time. Distraction was a taboo. At this time, he could not rescue Proget at all. He could only leave this matter to Lilith or Katie. The magic power of the Magic Fusion group had been integrated. The mental power of 3,000 mages locked him. Even if Klein was a god, he could not avoid the capture of the opponent at this close distance. The magic power slowly rose. He had taken out the Book of Killing God. He had seen a Magic Fusion group attack once. It was divided into two parts, one of frost and one of fire. The effect of frost is to control, cool down, and reduce the opponent's defense, while fire is pure destruction. Of course, frost does not mean no attack power. The fusion effect of 3,000 mages. Even if the focus is not on attack, the power of this wave of frost will reach the strength of super-level attack. Klein's arcane transition can only avoid one attack, so he knows that he must find a way to avoid the effect of the first stage of frost. This kind of magic fusion frost not only has a huge range and extremely fast speed, but also has the ability to penetrate the barrier and reduce defense. It is really not easy to dodge it with the body. I hope the Book of Killing God will not let me down. Effect 2 Calm and relaxed, your next arbitrary magic will become instant, and can be stored up to 2 times, with a storage time of 1 hour. Effect 5 Inspiration, accumulate the energy dissipated during the casting process, and release an incredible magic. Final effect Klein Decomposition, pay 1 magic power to decompose a substance. Whether it is a person, magic, object, or even a god, this skill requires temporarily consuming all willpower. The effects of these 3 books of killing gods will be the key to Klein's comeback. He has prepared the ashes of Ao in the form of the Archon to resist the first attack effect of the fusion frost. Then, it is effect 5 Inspiration, which releases an incredible magic. Klein has tried this effect many times. It was incredible. He even used 1,000 mana to release the water-making spell. But that water-making spell was extraordinary. In short, the incredible magic was too random. Its principle is to absorb the energy dissipated during the surrounding casting process. The fusion magic here has been used many times, and the 4th army has not moved its position, so the dissipated energy is very sufficient. But he didn't know what kind of magic he could release. If it was effective, it would be the best, and he wouldn't need to hand over his trump card. But if the effect was very poor, he could only use the last trick. Klein's decomposition technique, pay a magic power and decompose a substance, which can be a person, magic, an object, or even a god. Klein didn't know how much magic power he needed to decompose the first stage of the Frost effect, but he felt that more than 5,000 magic points should be enough to support such a decomposition. Therefore, Klein was still somewhat confident that he could get rid of this attack. Archon calm and composed. Ashes of Arcane. Arcane meteorites fell from the sky. The so-called first wave of pure energy material, blocking the front of Grandok's magic fusion attack. Boom! Frost and Arcane were entangled together, and the effect of the supreme arcane energy quickly penetrated into the Frost energy. They were decomposed, assimilated, and then gradually dissipated. The arcane energy consumed a large amount of Frost energy at a ratio of 1 to hundreds, winning Klein the first wave of effective defense time. Very good. Next, it's the incredible moment. Frost, fire, elements, arcane, all energies obey my orders. Protect my body, and block this attack for me. Klein rarely chants spells, but he must chant spells for incredible magic. There are no requirements for spells, and you can play freely. So Klein is rarely a middle school student. What he said was carefully thought out. The 4 energies of Frost, fire, elements, and arcane here are already extremely rich. If you release incredible magic, you must follow the principles of these 4 energies. After Klein finished chanting the spell, a bright halo appeared around him. This is a defensive shield formed by the overlap of Frost and fire. But looking at the strength of this magic, it doesn't seem to be able to resist fusion magic. Sure enough, incredible magic is unreliable most of the time, and I still have to prepare Klein's decomposition. Buzz! Klein's decomposition is ready, and the Frost has already bombarded Klein's magic shield. But a scene that surprised him appeared. The seemingly inconspicuous magic shield actually blocked a wave of attacks from the fusion Frost. In the magic shield, the light of Arcane gradually lit up, and as the power source of Frost and fire, it continuously strengthened this layer of magic shield. Frost fights Frost. Fire consumes heat, and Arcane absorbs magic power. With 3-pronged approach, the incredible magic shield really appeared. Fuck, this thing has no basis in magic at all. It's really a bit incredible. Klein temporarily let go of his hand, and continued to wait for the incredible magic shield to consume the fusion Frost. Suddenly, Klein felt a hot energy, and he knew that the flame of fusion magic was coming. This time, I really have to run away. I can't stand such an attack. Chapter 579 Phrygia's Tale. Arcane Transition. Klein's body immediately turned into a particle form, and quickly withdrew from the original place, leaving only a lonely magic shield. And then watched the magic shield being engulfed by the fusion flame. Klein's body solidified not far away. He looked at the flames behind him floating into the sky and murmured, I have made a great contribution to Belga Fortress. Right, after all. They wasted an opportunity to attack the fortress with fusion magic. The flame floated into the sky, and turned into a shining point of light. Klein didn't know whether such a flame attack would explode in the sky. But these were no longer his business. What he needed to do now was to get rid of the magic fusion group of the 4th Army. That is, he had to destroy the devices used by these mages to fuse magic, or simply kill all these mages. Although most of the 3,000 mages were low level, it would still be a bit troublesome to kill them all. After Klein dodged the fusion magic attack, the entire magic fusion group of the 4th Army of Grandok had fallen into panic. The commander Raphael was killed by Project, and the entire army suffered from Klein's multiple fire explosion attacks. And it was already in chaos. Without the commander's command, not only the Mage Corps, but even the entire 4th Army began to get agitated. Klein came to Lilith and asked, How is that little girl? Injured. Fainted. This time I can say that she helped a lot. Go back and thank her. Okay. There was not much fancy talk between Klein and Lilith. Their conversation was more like a decision between an old couple. Well, Project really helped a lot in this battle. No one can deny that. In terms of the record of killing Raphael head-on, no one in Belga Fortress can compare with the Sacred Heart Mage. Now what they have to do is to deal with the remaining mess. You and Joe are ready to evacuate. My mother and I will take action and make a quick decision. After we destroy the magic fusion device, we will retreat immediately. Grandok has already reacted. Other legions will come to support us soon. We can't delay any longer. Okay. Let's act separately. After Klein finished speaking, he rushed into the Grandok Mage Corps with his mother Katie. The mages are indeed very powerful when fighting collectively. But at this time, especially when they are approached by others, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Not all mages are like Klein, who not only has powerful magic, but also has very skilled close combat capabilities. After Klein and Katie rushed into the mage group, it was no longer a tiger entering a flock of sheep. This feeling was more like a tiger entering a chicken coop. These mages were like wheat chickens, and they were the kind of chickens that were not fully developed. In front of them, there would be a one-sided slaughter by Klein and Katie. Bone extension. Klein's bones bloomed in the crowd like a growing bone tree, and a large number of bone spears sprayed out, and the mage group members fell continuously. Mages are very good at dealing with energy attacks, whether it is frost, fire, arcane, or shadow. They can use their own mana shields to deal with it. Even if Klein's magic can break the mana shield, it will consume extra power. So Klein chooses to use the physical attack of the skeleton extension. Energy defense is greatly reduced and resistance to physical attacks. Klein's skeleton extension consumes less, but its lethality to these mages is the best among all magic. On the other hand, Katie is more like a precise and stable killing machine. The shock slash of the moonlight sword energy constantly shuttles through the bodies of these mages, and each knife will take the lives of several mages. Even if the 3,000 mages are huge in number, they cannot withstand the high speed and effective killing of Klein and Katie. Soon, the mages could no longer maintain their original formation, and the entire mage group began to panic. Gate of the Underworld. At this time, Klein chose to summon a large number of undead creatures to make up for and encircle the remaining mages around, and then rushed in the direction of the previous magic gathering. A 5th-level mage from the Mage Corps stopped Klein, but before he could speak, he was cut in half by Klein's arcane sword. I'm very busy right now. If you stop me at this time, isn't that courting death? Klein in Ultron form was like a tank driving among a flock of pheasants. Without the existence of a super level, no one or anything could stop him. The arcane energy continued to impact the basic mana shields of the mages. After breaking through the defenses of multiple mages, Klein finally came to the center of the Mage Corps, and saw what Grandok called the Magic Fusion Device. What is this thing? Klein originally imagined that the Magic Fusion Device should be a ring or a strip, meaning an organizational structure that fuses all magic together. But the item in front of him was completely different from what he imagined the Magic Fusion Device should look like. This is a huge tail. Too big. And Klein estimated that the total length would exceed 1,000 nanofeet. Klein walked in front of the tail, and put his hand on it to explore the specific attribute effects of this tail. Phrygia's tail grade, God attack, 0 to 10 effect 1 magic fusion, fusion of all the energy of magic with the same attribute within a limited range. And a combined attack. Effect 2 fragrance on the hand. Phrygia's tail has a soul-stirring fragrance that can reduce the surrounding madness and keep the form peaceful. Effect 3 magic power amplification. All your magic power increases by 12%. Effect 4 nightmare. Phrygia's nightmare will cover your enemies, and all resistance to abnormal states and defense will be greatly reduced. Effect 5 super magic. Your magic attribute plus 150. Introduction 1. This is Phrygia's tail. The legendary god of fortune Ikator and the god of elements Isperad have used this weapon. Introduction 2. Phrygia is a beautiful cat, the spouse and pet of the god of fortune Ikator. Klein looked at this furry big tail in a daze. It has no unique attributes and is non-exclusive, which means that anyone can use this equipment. But such an equipment has reached the level of artifacts, which is definitely much stronger than ordinary miracle equipment. Where did Grandok get this equipment? Klein has many questions, but the most critical question now is how to take such a huge tail away. Chapter 580. Eat it. It is true that his space ring is big, but it is not big enough to fit such a huge tail. The quality of the artifact also makes Phrygia's tail not so easy to destroy. So how should he deal with it now, if he just leaves? Then other legions will take over here, and after a little tidying up, they can use fusion magic again. So he must destroy Phrygia's tail here, so that the fusion magic problem can be completely solved. How to destroy this thing? When Klein was at a loss, the Book of Killing God floated up on its own initiative. I can eat it for the master. Klein was stunned. He looked at the Book of Killing God and asked again uncertainly, "Can you eat it?" "Yes, I can eat it." At this time, Klein did not hesitate too much. Anyway, This thing was too big. He had no way to use it. And there was no way to destroy it now. If the Book of Killing God can swallow Phrygia's tail, it is undoubtedly the best choice. How long will it take? About 10 minutes. Okay. I'll buy you 10 minutes. As soon as possible. The Book of the God of Death did not reply to Klein, but flew out of his hand, floating next to Phrygia's tail, turning the pages, and gradually releasing the unique arcane energy. Katie looked at Klein and asked, "What should we do now? This thing is too hard." She had also tried to destroy Phrygia's tail just now, but the artifact was too strong, and even the super level one could not destroy it. Take 10 minutes. I have a solution. Okay. There was no need to say more between the two, since Klein had made a request. Katie, as a mother, would naturally go all out. The killing continued, and the Third Army of Grandok had already driven the Fourth Army out of the battlefield. The leader of the Third Army, Admiral Caesar of Grandok, looked at the chaotic Fourth Army from afar. In fact, he had the opportunity to come to the rescue, but he didn't want to do that. He wanted Raphael and his Fourth Army to die together. If it were before, he would definitely not let his country's army go unattended. But this time it was different. They were very confident in Grandok's military strength. He knew that this time, they would definitely defeat Tarila. Whether it was military strength or technology, Grandok now had the qualifications to unify the human world. And the corrupt Tarila would surely perish. Since the demise of Tarila is doomed, why should he work for his competitor? With the support of the old ones, Grandok can defeat Tarila even with its personnel. This is Caesar's confidence. General, when do we set out? Wait a little longer. The enemy situation is unclear. If we act rashly now, we may fall into the enemy's trap. What's more, the idiot Tam of the Second Army has not made any move. If we go there at this time, won't we be ridiculed? The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but he was smart enough not to question the admiral's decision. Instead, he chose to wait quietly with Caesar for the demise of the Fourth Army. He knew what Admiral Casa was thinking, but he didn't know why Caesar became so confident. This was also a common question for many uninformed sergeants. Although Grandok had developed rapidly before, it was only 50-50 compared with Tarila, which had been silent for many years. But why did the royal family suddenly send out a signal to launch a war against Tarila 2 months ago? And it was a national effort. The defense on the other three sides was completely abandoned. Would the Warcraft choose to cease fire at this time because of the war in the human kingdom? The adjutant didn't understand. If all the military forces were withdrawn at this time, what would happen if a large-scale beast tide broke out? If these sergeants could think of this, then couldn't the royal family and the generals of each legion think of it? Why are they so confident? What are those black soldiers? The adjutant felt that this war, which was originally just between the two countries, had changed its essential meaning as more and more unknown things intervened. I hope that we in Grandok can unify the human world. In that case, we will have the energy to clear all the monsters from the border little by little. Once all the monsters are cleared, human development will enter a new stage. This is a very insightful adjutant with lofty ideals and ambitions. But the development of an era is often not as beautiful as people imagine. Many times, wars are ugly. After adding some unknown things, this national war between humans is no longer pure. The Book of Killing God released a large amount of energy threads, tightly locking Phrygia's tail, and strands of energy flowed into the Book of Killing God from these threads. The 10 minutes were almost up, and Klein and his men were already huddled together back to back. There was no way. There were too many soldiers around, even if Klein and his men were strong in combat. But these soldiers seemed to never be afraid, and they did not fight according to the normal casualty ratio at all. So far, Klein had not seen a soldier who retreated in battle, which was obviously abnormal. People's hearts are similar, and fear is a very common condition for humans. If one person, or a few people, overcome fear and defeat the demons in their hearts by their own will, it is understandable. But a legion of 20,000 people, even if all of them are professionals, it is impossible for all 20,000 people to overcome fear and become tireless and fearless killing machines. Unless these professionals are not human at all, or they are affected by something, materials, or magic. They turn from ordinary professionals into machines that are not afraid of death. Not enough magic. It's really a bad situation. After releasing too many large-scale magics in a row, Klein encountered a shortage of magic for the first time. He didn't know when his magic ran out last time. This time, He released several fire explosions with magic values of 1000 to 2000 in a row, and released many large-scale skeleton extensions and bone spears. There were also arcane comets, destruction orbs, and he maintained the Ultron form for a while. Under such a large consumption, even if Klein had more than 5,000 magic, plus a variety of magic recovery methods, he could not stand it at this time. Once Klein's magic was exhausted, they would be drowned by the sea of soldiers in Grandok. Chapter 581 New Book of Killing God. Book of Killing God. How long will it take you? Soon, Master. When Klein and his group were about to give up, Eric took the initiative to float up in the form of blood mist, and then emitted a dazzling holy light. Holy resurrection light. The power of the holy light shone on Klein and his group, and the magic power that had been exhausted actually re-emerged at this time. Although not much, it was enough for Klein and his group to hold on for a while longer. And this period of time was enough for the Book of Killing God to completely devour Phrygia's tail. Crack! Phrygia's tail had completely withered, losing its previous bright color, and the gray tail began to disintegrate in front of the Book of Killing God. At this time, the Book of Killing God did not even let go of the ashes scattered by Phrygia's tail, and swallowed them all with its energy tentacles. For it, all these things are the most perfect supplements, which can make its power stronger. The process of devouring was very fast. Or in other words, the God-killing book itself was just like its name, a weapon for hunting gods. After absorbing the residue of Phrygia's tail, the God-killing book returned to Klein's hands. You have obtained the item, God-hunting book special. Exclusive. Unique, God-hunting book. Grade God. Special. Exclusive. Unique. Attack. 0 to 5. Its corner is more powerful than a brick. Effect 1 magic light secret. Record up to 15 of your magic. The effect. Power remains unchanged. And no magic consumption. Effect 2 calm and calm. Your next magic will become instant, and can be stored up to 3 times, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Effect 3 power of destruction. All your magic power increases by 31%. Effect 4 hunting gods. Your magic causes 27% additional damage to creatures above the super level. Effect 5 flash of inspiration. Collect the magic energy scattered around and release an incredible magic. This magic must be very powerful. Final effect Klein decomposition. Pay a magic power to decompose an object. But it can be a person, an object, or even a god. This skill requires temporary consumption of all willpower. Introduction 1. The Book of Killing God will float around you. Of course, you can also close it and put it away. Introduction 2. It swallowed up Phrygia's tail. This is the first one, but not the last one. Klein doesn't know how to describe the current Book of Killing God. It's a bit too good to have 0 to 5 more attacks than before. The magic damage and super level damage increase have obvious increases, which are also real improvements. But what really surprised Klein was that the previous inspiration turned into a flash of inspiration today. From releasing an unstable and incredible magic in the past, it has become a very powerful and incredible magic. In the past, the incredible magic had a high probability of being a bummer. For example, you injected hundreds of mana and could only release a few bubbles. It was incredible to waste so much mana to release a bubble. But now this situation will not happen. Once the incredible magic is used, it will definitely be a very powerful magic. This greatly increases the stability of this equipment and gives Klein a new trump card skill. Although this trump card is in a random form, it can still bring some positive changes to Klein's fighting style, just like the previous 3-element aggregation magic shield. Let's go, it's over. There will be no more fusion magic in Grandok in the future. Katie took a look at the Book of God Killer in Klein's hand. Her intuition told her that the book in Klein's hand was very dangerous. But now this book was Klein's weapon, so she didn't say much. Okay. Katie took Projet from Lilith's hand. Her combat power was the strongest at present, and it was most appropriate for her to lead the charge. Klein himself chose to be the last one to leave, although his magic power consumption was huge. Fortunately, the recovery speed was fast enough. With Katie's charge, he didn't need to consume too much magic power to leave. He just needed to deal with the remaining soldiers who surrounded him. The group fought and retreated, and soon tore through the last line of defense of the 4th Army. The combat power of the superclass was fully reflected in this place. Just a small team completed the task of beheading a legion. Klein, where are we going now? Lilith looked at Klein. Although their mission was successful, The actual situation was not good. All the energy, fighting spirit, and magic power consumption have exceeded the limit. Pradjit is seriously injured. And the only one with full combat power is Katie. Even Klein is now suffering from excessive magic power consumption and mental exhaustion. Lilith asked this question to ask Klein whether he still wants to rescue Roger, the president of the Brotherhood of Steel. Roger's mission itself is the bait this time. But according to their previous agreement, Klein is going to rescue Roger after solving the problem of fusion magic. The question is, should he still rescue him at this time? Now Roger is trapped inside the Second Army, with a large number of magic mechas and 200 members of the Brotherhood of Steel, fighting a bloody battle with the soldiers of Grandok. The combat power of the Second Army is basically intact at present, and Klein and his team do not have enough strength to push forward again. In this case, do we still need to keep such a promise? The decision-making power of such matters must be in Klein's hands. If he wants to keep his promise, then Lilith and other team members will definitely support Klein's decision. However, Klein is also very clear that he can't let his people die like that. The strength of the army has exceeded his expectations. The combat power of the army composed of pure professionals is really too outrageous. The three superclasses of them seem to have completely defeated a group army of Grandok. But in fact, they mainly caught the opponent off guard. And in the end, they did not completely wipe out the opponent. And Grandok. There are 6 similar groups of armies, each of which has strength comparable to the 4th army. So Klein also understood in this battle that although the superclass is powerful, it is indeed not invincible. You go back first. I'll go save Roger. No! No! Lilith and Katie said at the same time that they had a way to get Klein to go deep into Grandok's army again. Klein is in a very bad state now. If he goes to Grandok to save Roger at this time, he will most likely die. Don't question my decision. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would seek my own death? Although Klein said this, Lilith's expression was still very dissatisfied. Chapter 582 The Snail appears. It's too dangerous. There must be a superclass strongman in Grandok's army. Klein, although you are very powerful, you don't know what the other party's ability is. What if the other party's ability just restrains your magic effect? At that time, you will definitely be in a desperate situation. Anyway, I don't agree with you going. Klein touched Lilith's head. Be good. Wait for me to come back. And get married. Lilith was stunned for a moment. And Klein had already hugged her tightly while Lilith was stunned. Don't worry. I am absolutely sure to come back. We haven't gotten married yet. And I won't die. Lilith looked at Klein with complicated eyes. And finally nodded helplessly. I know. Klein left in the form of mist. This seemingly reckless behavior was actually the result of his careful consideration. Roger can't die. Or rather, he needs an ally of a large community. Klein originally thought that sacrificing the bait superclass was inevitable. But Roger's qualities made Klein change his mind. A man who dared to stand up with his confidence in a desperate situation. Such a guy should know the meaning of gratitude. As long as Roger is saved, he will have a mature and reliable ally in this society. The power of the Brotherhood of Steel should not be underestimated. With Roger's help and this military merit, he has some power resources. After all, Esmond is the president of the GS Society. He must show absolute strength, power, qualifications, and background to have the possibility of seizing the position of the president of the GS Society and convincing the public. As for the safety issue, Klein did not have too many doubts about this. Not to mention the new flash of inspiration. Even if he took out the God-Bad battle axe and chopped randomly, and then used arcane transfer to escape, he would not be trapped by these Grandok soldiers. At this time, Roger was covered in blood. There were only more than 30 members of the 200 Brotherhood of Steel members left. The magic mechas were almost all damaged, and the remaining members were all injured. And in front of them was a sea of blood and corpses of Grandok soldiers. Roger, the berserker who became more and more courageous in battle, was exhausted at this time. The more he fought, the braver he became. And the enemies he needed to face were almost endless. At this time, Roger could no longer kill a Grandok soldier with one sword. It is conceivable that his current state is so bad that a superclass strongman cannot kill a Grandok soldier with one sword. It can only mean that he has reached the limit in terms of physical strength and fighting spirit. The blood on the ground dyed the whole earth red. He kicked the corpses at his feet and looked around. The brother on the left had an arrow stuck in his right arm, but he was chopping desperately with his unskilled left hand. His face was hideous, and the brother on the right was bloodshot. roaring loudly, and even bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, looked up at the red sun shining on the red land, and it was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The corpses were like piles of red hills, piled up around Roger. His subordinates were waving halberds not far away, as if they were painting with blood, and the head under the armor never lowered. Looking at all this tragic thing, Roger was very calm, because he knew that what he needed to do was done. I don't know how Klein is doing. With such an attack intensity, I don't know if they can complete the mission. Although Klein's approach made many people in the Brotherhood of Steel dissatisfied, Roger knew very well that Klein's approach was the right approach. Mercy could not save Tarila. Only by destroying the magic fusion group at all costs could Belgar Fortress be safe again. If Belgar Fortress was breached during this period of time, a large number of Grandok legions would march straight in, and there would definitely be a lot of ordinary people involved in the war, and then it would be a disaster. So, it is not an exaggeration to say that Klein is the hope of many Tarila people now. He smiled bitterly. This is war. What needs to be maintained is always the interests of the Empire. But how many people have thought about the scenes of new ghosts complaining and old ghosts crying? I am afraid that those high-ranking officials of the Empire would not think about it. As the president of the Brotherhood of Steel, he actually hates war. He is really a ridiculous guy. Roger tightened the knife in his hand. The numbness on his palm made him unsure whether the knife was still in his hand. Boss, find a way to escape. At this time, several members of the Brotherhood of Steel had begun to persuade Roger to leave. But Roger smiled calmly. Escape? Can you still escape now? He pointed at Tam, who had not taken action not far away. This well-known border general in Grandok had not taken action, relying solely on the long-range bombing of the Mage Corps and the encirclement of the soldiers. The members of the Brotherhood of Steel had been dragged to the point of exhaustion. They didn't have mages with multiple ranged attacks like Klein, except for Roger's means of mass destruction. Other warriors could only fight alone. In this way, their threat was much smaller than Klein's group, and they were much easier to deal with. The subordinates of the Brotherhood of Steel were stunned. They knew that Roger was referring to the commander of the Legion of Grandok. Yes, the other side didn't even make a move on the Legion commander. So why should they escape? Tam, who had been watching the battle, took out a chicken leg, took a bite, and said to the adjutant beside him, "Let the mage group conduct another cluster bombing, and wait for Roger's head to be rewarded." Yes. Under Tam's order, the mages of the 2nd Legion of Grandok began to carry out another magic cluster bombing on the Brotherhood of Steel's position. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions came one after another. This time, the magic cluster bombing was more intensive than the previous ones. When the magic energy gradually dissipated, Roger was the only one who could stand on the ground. Roger quietly looked at the soldiers approaching him. As a warrior of Tarila, he had no habit of committing suicide. But he had no intention of surrendering and becoming a prisoner. Now, he just wanted to kill as many Grandok people as possible and die on this battlefield. It's time to end it. Roger rushed directly towards the enemy soldiers. But before the two sides met, Roger dodged directly. What? The sound of the bottle breaking was on the noisy battlefield. If it weren't for Roger's keen hearing, it would not be heard at all. He looked at the thing that was getting bigger in front of him. It was a huge, snail-like monster. It was originally only the size of a fist, but in just a dozen seconds, it had become a behemoth as high as 300 nanofeet, completely blocking him. A large amount of acid corroded the surrounding soldiers. Klein, who was standing on the snail, turned his head and said to Roger, "What are you looking at? Let's go." Chapter 583 Confrontation. Looking at Klein on the giant snail, Roger woke up from a dream. At this time, Klein actually came back to save him. No matter what the reason was, it was a great favor. Good. The poison gas released by the giant snail has begun to spread on the battlefield. The mages of the 2nd Legion of Grandok have begun to use magic to attack the snail in an orderly manner. But Klein is not a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. He is also a mage. At this time, his role is obviously greater than that of ordinary warriors. Most of the magic attacks were blocked by Klein's skeleton extension, and only a small part of the skeleton extension was blocked by Klein's shadow arrow. There is no way. His magic power is really not enough. At this time, he can save as much as possible. The Archon form cannot be opened, and the magic shield is not worth considering. It is too costly. Some magic attacks will still penetrate his defensive formation and hit the snail's shell. Fortunately, the defense of the 5th level poisonous snail is very strong. It has no other means of attack, and can only rely on poison and acid. So the defense must be extremely powerful. And the poison snail just meets this characteristic. Because of the spread of poison, there are no more soldiers of Grandok around. For such a giant monster, the soldiers will be much less meaningful. It is difficult for them to cause effective damage to the poison snail. But the poison and acid of the poison snail are too harmful to ordinary soldiers. It can only be handled by mages and high-level professionals. Many high-level monsters have this characteristic. So both countries will cultivate high-level professionals at all costs. Tam had finished eating the chicken leg in his hand. He looked at the bone flowers on the poisonous snail from a distance and said thoughtfully, "The strange mage of Jess Society. Klein Alex? As an enemy country?" And because Klein had severely cheated Grandok when he was in Lu Xian Lake. Grandok's research on Klein was even more in-depth than many institutions in Telrilla. Grandok's senior officials basically have a copy of Klein's information. After all, he was the fuse of this war. And Klein almost became the most wanted criminal in Grandok. Tam slowly floated to a place not far from the poisonous snail and looked at Klein from a distance. "Klein? Right, young man. We should have met once a few years ago. In my fortress, I welcomed your eldest princess Jianhua. I didn't expect that only a few years have passed. And you have grown to this point now. It's really unexpected." With the interception of the superclass strong, Klein couldn't force his way in at this time. He had to delay a little to accumulate some magic power for himself. And wait for the incredible magic to cool down. Klein calmly took out the God-Evil battle axe and looked at Tam and replied, "Why didn't General Tam take action? There must be a reason for you to do this." "Right, boy. Many people will hold back in this war. At our level, military merit and honor are actually not that important. There is only one thing that really makes us excited. And now many people are staring at that thing. Do you understand?" Klein frowned slightly. Could Tam's purpose be the same as his father Esmond, pursuing the throne? What's the point of him telling me this at this time? "General Tam. What's the point of telling me this? Can you let me and Lord Roger go?" This was Klein's test. But he didn't expect that Tam actually nodded. "Let you go, of course. But there are conditions." Klein narrowed his eyes. Letting them go, even if Tam is a superclass Legion commander, an Imperial Admiral, should be a major mistake. "Right? What conditions?" "General Tam. Just tell me." Tam turned his eyes to the godly war axe in Klein's hand. "The weapon in your hand should be Ospad's artifact. Right? I didn't expect you to be able to pick it up. How about this? You leave this axe, and I will let you two go." "Are you dreaming?" Klein directly rejected Tam. What a joke. As long as the godly war axe is in his hand, he has absolute initiative. The power of the godly battle axe allowed him to face Tam head-on without any magic power. If he handed over the godly battle axe, he would have no strength left to resist. "Boy, after the battle with the 4th Army, you should have no magic power left. Right? Even if you had superclass combat power before, you should have less than 50% of your strength now. Moreover, you are in a worse situation now with Roger. A burden. Do you think you can escape from me and the 20,000 soldiers of the 2nd Legion with just a weapon?" Klein raised the godly battle axe and said calmly, "You can try it. You will know why it is called a divine weapon." Roger on the side looked at Klein with a look of doubt. He had only heard of the inner artifact in legends. Is what Klein was holding real? Tama looked like he was very afraid of this weapon. What kind of power could make Tam, who had always been very calm, look like this? Tama looked at Klein and his face became a little ugly. He didn't know how powerful the inner artifact was, but he knew the power of the artifact. The previous magic fusion ring, that is, Phrygia's tail, was a Grandok artifact. In addition to it, Grandok had several other artifacts, all of which were so powerful that ordinary people could not imagine. According to the records in the legend, the inner artifact was much more powerful than ordinary artifacts, even many times more powerful. Because of this, Tam did not dare to rashly fight with Klein. "Klein, don't you understand that the initiative is not in your hands, even if you can rely on the inner artifact to confront me here? As long as I delay time here, the generals of other legions will naturally come to support me as time goes by. Your inner artifact can deal with one superclass. Can it kill 5 or even more superclasses?" What Tam said is exactly what Klein is worried about. No matter how powerful the inner artifact is, it can't fight against multiple superclasses at the same time. Not to mention that there are a large number of Grandok soldiers around. Although the poisonous snails are very powerful, that is only relative to ordinary soldiers. Once the superclass takes action, the poisonous snails will be killed quickly, and then they will be troubled by ordinary soldiers. In their current state, if they are surrounded by a large number of soldiers, they may not be able to hold on for 30 minutes and will be surrounded and killed. Continuing to wait is waiting for death. So Klein decided to do it himself. Chapter 584 Doomsday. He raised the great battle axe of the godly evil. And in Tam's incredulous eyes, he let a stream of unknown black energy gather in the battle axe. Effect 3 Gravity Ball. Your attack will trigger the gravity ball, causing gravity effects and gravity deflection. Klein triggered the gravity of the great battle axe of the godly evil. And this gravity made it almost impossible for all the surrounding Grandok soldiers to stand firmly. Because this gravity is not purely to increase the weight of the body, but gravity deflection. You need to adjust your center of gravity. Many soldiers did not react in a short time. And even if they reacted, they did not know how to deal with it. So they could only lie on the ground and slowly adapt to the effect of gravity deflection. But Klein, holding the battle axe, was not affected by gravity at all. He jumped off the body of the poisonous snail and felt the huge power provided by the artifact. Without hesitation, Klein, he chopped down at Tam with an axe. Effect 5 Shock Wave. Each attack will release a shock wave, and the power of the shock wave changes with the attack. Effect 7 Incarnation of Strength. When you swing your weapon, it will cause a 50% critical hit, and the additional damage will be amplified by weight and gravity. Up to 9 times. The shock wave directly triggers the Incarnation of Strength, and the shock wave with several times the critical damage and gravity amplification flies towards Tam at a speed that breaks the sound barrier. The last time Klein encountered the Spiral King, he used these two abilities of the God's Devil Battle Axe to repel it. The speed of the shock wave was too fast, and Tam had no time to think. Because of his special ability, his first reaction was to use his own strength to absorb the shock wave. Boom! Tam's hands were at the front of the shock wave, and his body was constantly retreating. The power of the shock wave was indeed strong, but Tam did block Klein's attack. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the artifact was just like that, the abnormal state began. Gravity also began to affect Tam's power. The shock wave was accompanied by several times of gravity deflection. The power used by his left and right hands needed to be different to maintain balance and resist the effect of the shock wave. This made Tam's defense difficulty increase by several levels in a short period of time. Tam, who lost his balance, was broken through by the shock wave. The power that was enough to smash a 5th-level top-level large monster to death exploded in Tam's chest. He kept absorbing these powers. The power of the shock wave was too huge. Even if he was the world's top defense master, it was still very difficult to resist. However, under Tam's defense, this shock wave gradually lost its power, and Tam was slightly relieved. But at this time, Klein's second shock wave had arrived. How can such an attack be released continuously? General Tam, you seem to have made a mistake. I am just swinging the God's Bad Battle Axe normally. Yes, the God's Bad Battle Axe has no active skills, but it fully maximizes a person's own attack power. 50% critical hit, up to 9 times gravity plus 9 times critical hit damage, 1000 additional strength, 100% physical damage increase, 75% physical penetration, 100% gravity ball effect. These are all passive additions. These passive effects make every attack of the God's Bad Battle Axe a devastating effect. Klein is just a mage. If such a weapon falls into the hands of a warrior, the power it exerts will be several times that of his. How is this possible? When Tam was trying to resist the second shock wave, the third and fourth shock waves had already appeared. And that was not all. More than a dozen consecutive shock waves had already blown Tam's miracle armor to pieces. And Tam could only use his fat body to resist the aftermath of the shock wave as much as possible. The power of the inner artifact has exceeded his imagination. This weapon definitely has the power to kill superclass. If it weren't for his amazing defense, he might have died at this time. In fact, Klein's use of the godly war axe is not without burden. He must quickly suppress Tam so that he and Roger have a chance to escape. But in the process of wielding the godly war axe, the palpitation brought by using the inner artifact appeared again. Klein knew that this might be the situation that Projet had said before, that the inner artifact would cause the appearance of chaotic energy. Klein didn't know what the final result would be from abusing the inner artifact like this. But at least for now, he had no choice but to use the power of the inner artifact. The magic power should be almost restored. Klein returned to Roger's side. Lord Roger, it's almost done. Now, how do we go? Although Klein's heroic figure of suppressing Tam with the inner artifact was very handsome, the remaining more than 10,000 professional soldiers around were not just for show. Could Klein still kill all these soldiers here? This is simply impossible. Even if he can kill all the Second Legion with the artifact. Once a large-scale battle breaks out, other legions will definitely rush over, and they will still be dead. It's really hard to go. But I have great strength. We have to rely on great strength. Great strength? Klein took out the Book of Killing God, showed his white teeth, and said to Roger, yes, great strength can make miracles happen. Now we have to rely on miracles. Roger didn't understand what Klein meant. Rely on miracles? Will miracles really happen? Klein, are you serious? Yes, very serious. The Book of Killing God has automatically floated up. Klein looked at the Book of Killing God and slowly said, at this time, I can only rely on you, buddy. Find a way to take me and Lord Roger out and create an incredible space magic. Roger was stunned. Klein was talking to his magic book? Is this considered praying to God? Just when Roger was wondering, the Book of Killing God had given Klein a positive response. Okay, Master, I will create an incredible space magic for you. Please wait. Okay. Tamu in the distance took a cloak handed over by his subordinates, frowned and looked at Klein and the others, and finally ordered, Mage Core, bombard the big snail with all your strength. Don't save magic. All your strength. Remember my words. All your strength. If you can kill Klein here, the whole Mage Corps will be awarded first-class merit. Yes. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Under Tam's order, the mages of the Second Legion began to release magic frantically to attack Klein and the others. Klein, who had already spent all his magic power, could only suppress his palpitations and swing the God-Bad battle axe again. When he swung it for the 10th time, a feeling of shattering appeared in his heart. What? Just as Klein was surprised, the blue sky suddenly turned red, and black clouds appeared in the sky. Doomsday has come. Chapter 585 Eye of the Sky. A vortex opened up in the red sky, and the black clouds flashed with black and white lightning. No one knew what was going on. Why did the sky become like this? But the palpitation in Klein's heart had already spread to everyone in this area. Klein, what's going on? Is this your magic? If my magic was so powerful, I wouldn't have to go to such great lengths to save you. Klein's expression was also very ugly. He had realized that the current situation in the sky should be the result of the inner artifact. This is the so-called energy backlash caused by the abuse of the inner artifact. The vortex in the sky continued to expand, and everyone's palpitations became more and more obvious. The black clouds began to release black lightning densely. Then, there were meteorites falling from the sky. It's a meteorite. Get out of the way. These meteorites fell without any signs. It was as if they were summoned by something, and they fell very densely towards the position of the Second Army of Grandok. Not only the meteorites, but also an unknown strong wind blew around. They didn't know what these winds were, but Klein's synthesizer gave him a clear hint. The surrounding energy particles exceeded the standard, which can be determined as abnormal radiation. What do you mean? Explain it to me clearly. The vortex in the sky finally opened. It was a door. A huge door, as if it could connect two worlds. When this door opened, dragons, giants, and many monsters, whose names were unknown, emerged from the door. They rushed to the ground frantically. A large number of giants fell directly from the sky to the ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. But there were still more giants and dragons pouring out to the ground. Klein looked at these huge monsters and was at a loss for a moment. He didn't know what he had done, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. What did I do? This seems to be a little different from the chaos that Projet said. Klein didn't have time to think about it. Several giants were already charging at him. Obviously, these monsters summoned by him were not allies with him, and he was also regarded as an attack target. The giants waved their fists and rushed towards Klein's snail. The flying dragons in the sky were also swooping towards Klein. Klein looked at the God-Evil battle axe in his hand, and then looked at the Killing God book that was still brewing magic in the air. Feeling his completely exhausted magic power, He shouted at the Killing God book. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Buzz. Suddenly, 3 portals appeared in front of Klein and Roger. Klein was not sure why there were 3 portals. If it was for individual units. Roger had one. He had one. And what about the other one? Could it be for the snail? The snail couldn't get in even with such a huge body. Isn't this book of Killing Gods too thoughtful? Lord Roger. Please go in quickly. This is our last chance. Okay. This time. Thank you very much. Klein. I will remember your kindness. Roger simply said a few words of thanks. Then rushed into a portal and disappeared. After Roger entered the portal closed naturally. Klein looked at the remaining 2 portals. And without thinking too much, he chose one of them and jumped in. Let's leave these monsters to those guys in Grandok. Goodbye. Klein also left. And the remaining lonely portal gradually closed after being maintained for a while. Klein's 5th level bottle-like poison snail was ready to die in battle when a giant rushed in front of it. The poison snail directly spit out a large amount of acid at the giant. Roar! The giant howled and covered his eyes, rushing around in chaos, and soon crashed into Grandok's army formation, and was swarmed by a large number of soldiers and chopped into meat sauce. But this is not the end. More giants, dragons, and various monsters continue to drill out of the portal. They have begun to rush into Grandok's 2nd Legion and start killing. Even the poisonous snail was entangled by several giants at this time. They smashed the hard shell of the poisonous snail with huge rocks. Although the poisonous snail's toxicity was very lethal to ordinary professionals. However, giants, such huge creatures, were obviously several orders of magnitude more resistant to poison than humans. They didn't care about the poisonous gas released by the poisonous snail at all, and continued to attack the shell of the poisonous snail. Crack! A crack appeared, which meant that the poisonous snail was about to lose its last protection. And a giant dragon fell from the sky. With its sharp claws, it completely pried open the hard shell of the poisonous snail, and then faced the flesh in the snail shell with a burst of dragon breath. The 5th level poisonous snail finally couldn't resist the siege of these monsters and died miserably. Grandok's army formation was also very bad. The giants were constantly trampling on ordinary professional soldiers, although they didn't have any extra energy. But their own size and strength were enough to match the monsters of level 3 to 4. Ordinary 1st level professional soldiers would only die if they met giants. These soldiers didn't retreat a step when facing the Brotherhood of Steel, and they didn't retreat at all when facing Klein and his men. But now, facing countless dragons, giants, and various giants, they finally revealed their inner fear, and some soldiers, who were at a loss, retreated. What is this? What is this? Who can tell me? Aren't we at war with Terrell? This is the end of the world. Right? Dragons haven't appeared for a long time? Although the soldiers of Grandok were fearless, the current situation was obviously beyond their ability to handle. Just when all the soldiers didn't know what to do, Tam, who had been silent and observing all this, finally stood up. Everyone, concentrate. The soldiers deal with the giants rushing in front, and the mages deal with the dragons in the sky. We are soldiers of Grandok. Behind us is the territory of Grandok, our home. If we retreat at this time, it will be our families who will suffer. So, at this time, we can't retreat. Grandok's 2nd Legion. Charge! Tam's voice reached the ears of every soldier. With the encouragement of the commander, the soldiers of Grandok once again mustered up their courage. They no longer retreated and began to face these giants that came from nowhere. Gradually, the color of the sky faded and returned to the blue sky again. The portal in the sky was also completely closed. Chapter 586, Missing Klein. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. If the giants on the ground were not still fighting with the soldiers, everyone would probably think that what happened just now was just their illusion. Tam smashed a giant's head with a punch, strode into the sky, and punched a monster that looked like a flying octopus again. A large amount of juice fell from the sky. Tam did not stop and continued to lead the 2nd Legion of Grandok to fight these monsters that were teleported from an unknown world. After a while, support from other legions finally arrived. Looking at the monsters in the sky, the giants on the ground, and the corpses on the ground, no one could say anything. They could only join the battle silently and continue to help the 2nd Legion clean up these monsters. The battle lasted until dusk. Tam and the other 2 admirals stood in front of the corpse of a giant dragon in silence. Tammy, what's going on? I want to know what's going on. 2. Why are these things appearing? Tell us what happened specifically. This matter can't be suppressed. To avoid similar things from happening again in the future, you'd better tell us in detail. Tammy recalled the previous situation. From the moment they surrounded the members of the Brotherhood of Steel, everything was actually normal. They had killed all the members of the Brotherhood of Steel and were waiting to surround and kill Roger, the last one. Then Klein appeared. He brought a giant snail and used the artifact. Then Klein released some unknown magic. And then that strange portal appeared? Could this portal be made by Klein? Tam couldn't be sure whether these things were made by Klein, so he could only tell the other 2 generals of Grandok everything about his discovery. Although his goal was not military merit, he knew that he was still a general of Grandok and a Grandok. The Grandok superclass mage Kale looked at Tam with a look of surprise. You mean? These things appeared after that kid named Klein came. I don't know much about magic, but it is true that after Klein came, he released a very special magic. And then the harmony things appeared. Kale shook his head decisively and said, Is this impossible? Even if he is a genius, he can't have such a summoning ability. If he has the ability to summon various monsters, then this war would not have to be fought long ago. Tam thought for a while and said faintly, He seems to have the ability to summon monsters. The corpse of the giant snail was summoned by Klein, not from the portal. And there is another point. Klein has a divine weapon. A big axe. Divine weapon? Yes. Okay. Take a good rest, Tam. You've worked hard in this battle. Watching Kale and the others leave, Tam smiled calmly. Even he didn't know what kind of deal these guys had reached with the Monster Spiral King. But the only thing Tam knew was that today's Grandok was no longer the pure country of the past. Nowadays, too many things have been mixed into Grandok. Even the food given to the soldiers contains medicines from the Magic Research Institute. Otherwise, these soldiers would not have felt fear. They really don't treat ordinary people as human beings. Tama didn't like these people, but he had no choice. His power was not strong enough. If he reached the king level, he might be able to change the current situation. Roger woke up and found himself in a room in Belga Fortress. After he woke up, Katie, Esmond, Warren and others had surrounded him. Roger didn't quite understand why they were looking at him like this, and could only wonder, Why are you looking at me like this? Is there any problem? Katie stood up anxiously. Where's Klein? Klein? Didn't he enter the portal with me? He didn't come back? Katie's face was a little embarrassed, and Esmond on the side was thoughtful. Old Roger, what happened between you and Klein in the end? At that time, we found that the sky turned red in the direction of Grandok. What happened? Roger recalled the situation at that time, and his face was full of doubts. That situation is just like the end of the world. He told Esmond and the others about the portal that suddenly appeared in the sky. And Esmond also frowned. A large number of giants, monsters, and dragons flying in the sky? Yes. Did Klein make these things? Roger glanced at Esmond. From Esmond's tone, he could tell that the other party was concerned about Klein's ability, which completely exceeded his concern for Klein's safety. This was not like a normal father and son at all. I don't think so. Because those monsters that appeared were completely indiscriminate attacks. We were also attacked by monsters, but we escaped in advance. Klein saved his life after all. At this time, Roger was unwilling to discredit Klein, even if this person was Klein's father. Katie glanced at Esmond, and learned the final information from Roger in detail, and then nodded. Thank you, Lord Roger. Your Brotherhood of Steel has made an indelible contribution to this success. The person who really deserves credit is Klein. While the senior executives were discussing Klein, several people from Klein's team in the Hyman stronghold in the north of Belga Fortress were also discussing Klein's affairs. Becky kept silent and continued to practice. Joe was almost the same, flipping through his magic book. They didn't seem to be panicked about Klein's disappearance. Only Eric was panicking to death. Lilith, what should we do now? Klein is missing. Lilith glanced at Eric coldly. Why panic? It's not the first time he's gone missing. Just wait. After saying that, she turned her gaze to AI, Gwen, and Lance. Klein's team finally reunited, but the sad thing was that their leader was missing. AI and Gwen looked at each other. They knew what Lilith meant. They were little people in a bottle, so they could naturally sense Klein's presence from a distance. The master is still alive, but very far away. Very far? Lilith was a little confused. According to what Katie brought back from Roger, Klein should have come back with him through the portal. Why didn't the two of them appear in the same place in this situation? How far is it exactly? Very far. Probably farther than the distance from the east to the west. In the east, Lilith was slightly startled. This distance at this time. The seriously injured Project also woke up. Does it mean that Klein is now in the territory of Grandok? Chapter 587. Where am I? Project's injury is still very serious. After all, even Klein may not be able to kill a superclass in the chaos. Project's body is still wrapped in bandages. But her body seems to have grown a little bigger than before. Mainly because of the self-regulation function after the injury, which makes Project's growth rate faster than before. Now that Klein is missing, what are you going to do? Strictly speaking, Proget is not a member of Klein's team. Now that Klein is gone, Lilith will usually take over and become the temporary leader of this team. All plans are put on hold until Klein comes back. Lilith's expression is still relatively calm. This time it is really calm. The previous calmness was pretended. Mainly because Gwen and AI said that Klein is safe now. They're in a bottle and will not feel wrong. Which makes Lilith really relieved. Why don't we contact the members of Jess Society? If we keep waiting, our progress will be very slow. At this time, Proget was not willing to just wait like this. She hoped that Klein's team could be more proactive. The others looked at each other and didn't say anything. But they all felt the gunpowder smell between Lilith and Proget. Since we can't convince the target, why don't we do this? Proget. Let's have a competition. The winner has the right to decide. If you can defeat me, of course you can temporarily command this team. Lilith suddenly said. Are you kidding? Proget was stunned. Lilith's request was quite outrageous. She didn't think that she could challenge herself just because she was injured. Right? She had already demonstrated her strength before. In Klein's team, no one except Katie and Klein himself could compete with Proget's strength. I'm at level 5, so I want to try. Lilith was actually very smart. But most of the time, this intelligence was overshadowed by Klein's ability. Klein suppressed her promotion to level 5. It was so that when Klein got into trouble, she could stand up and give the other people in the team an exciting feeling. Lilith also knew that even if she entered level 5, she could not be Proget's opponent. The complete Proget was too strong. But now, there was a little chance. It didn't matter if she failed. There was Katie. This was all Klein had thought of in advance. If Lilith couldn't suppress the situation, Katie would stand up. One ring after another. Project is seriously injured now. I believe she will not be stupid enough to challenge Katie. So it is not a loss for Lilith to challenge Project at this time. Project glanced at Lilith. She seemed to have thought of something. But the proud RS-01 did not care about it. She was still very confident in her own strength. You think you have reached the 5th level. And I am seriously injured. So you think you have the strength to challenge me? Since you want to be abused so much, I will fulfill your wish. Her pride did not allow her to reject the challenge launched by Lilith at this time. Although her physical condition was not suitable, she still had no intention of retreating. At this time, a dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. And Agatha in the form of a flying dragon suddenly landed. She looked at Proget and Lilith and said with a smile, I can be the referee of your fight. I think it is absolutely fair to judge from my perspective. Okay. Klein woke up from his deep sleep in a daze. The dilapidated house. The bed that would make a creaking sound when twisting his body. And a dressing table with a broken mirror. From these things, Klein could barely tell that this was a woman's room. But he didn't know where it was. Ahem. His cough seemed to attract the attention of the people outside the door. Not long after, there was some movement outside the door. A young woman with freckles all over her face and a flat figure walked in. Are you awake? Hurry up and get ready. I've asked the tailor in the East District to prepare dresses for us. When you get better, we'll get married. Get married? I'm Tefak? Klein was confused. How long had he been unconscious? Where was his space ring? Why did he suddenly fast forward to getting married? And marrying such a woman, Lilith in his hometown is still waiting for him. Let's not talk about Lilith. Qianyu, Agatha, and the child bride Proget. Which one is not 1,000 times better than the woman in front of him? What's going on? Miss, thank you for saving me. But I want to ask if we know each other? I don't think I agreed to marry you. Right? How can you be so ungrateful, since you already know that I saved you? Why don't you just marry me? Do you want to default on your debt? The woman began to grin. Although she might have saved him, Klein couldn't help but feel bad for her. He could only reluctantly say, "I'm sorry, miss. I already have a wife. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. Also, where are the things I had before I passed out? Please tell me." At this time, Klein exuded a trace of magic power. Strong pressure instantly fell on the woman, so that she didn't say a word of rebuttal that she originally wanted to say. You, how can you be like this? Your things were taken away by the mayor of the East District." "I didn't take them. I just brought you back." Klein nodded slightly. The mayor of the East District was good. As long as there was a goal. It didn't take much effort to get back his things. "Excuse me. Where is this place? Which city am I talking about?" "Yes. This is Cairo." "Cairo?" Klein thought about this city quickly. But he couldn't figure out where this city was after thinking for a long time. Is there something wrong with his memory? "Sorry. May I ask again? Where is Cairo? Why haven't I heard of it?" The woman looked at Klein with dissatisfaction and muttered, "Even if Cairo is a small city, you wouldn't have never heard of it. Right, after all. It is a trade center in the east, not far from the imperial capital Amadeus." "Imperial capital, Amadeus?" Klein stopped himself from continuing to talk. He finally knew where this place was. The imperial capital of Grandok, east of Amadeus. This place is farther than the distance from the west to the east of Tarila. Didn't he enter the portal? Why did he come here? What about Roger? Was I alone when you found me? Do I have any other companions? A middle-aged man with red hair and many wounds on his body. Chapter 588, Wandering in a Foreign Country. "You're crazy. You were the only one there when I saw you. There was no one else." Klein was depressed. What was going on? "Okay. Thank you. Forget about the marriage. I'll come back to thank you when I get my own things back." Hey. Don't you really want to consider marrying me? I'm the flower of the East District of Cairo." Klein ignored the flower's request and walked out of the house. After leaving the house, Klein found that this was a city full of vitality. People's faces were full of smiles. It can be seen that they are still very happy living here. I didn't expect such a small city to have such vitality. This is indeed something that Tarila doesn't have. Klein asked passers-by and found the Ministry of Government building where the East District Mayor worked. Then he turned into mist and quietly floated in from the side. At this time, in the district mayor's office, a pot-bellied man was studying Klein's Book of Killing Gods. His name is Morrison. He can see that the Book of Killing God is an incredible treasure, but he has not yet studied its specific function. As the district chief, Morrison is also a third-level magician. He has experienced too many years to get to his current position. He thought that if he could crack the secret of this magic book, he could go one step further and reach the 4th level, and then take a step forward in his position, making his family stronger. Unfortunately, he has been studying for almost a day, but he has not gained anything. I wonder if that man has woken up. If he wakes up, will he come to find me? Yes. Who? The owner of this book. Klein's voice startled Morrison. He watched in horror as the black fog gradually turned into substance in front of him, and Klein appeared. Morrison had originally had some luck, thinking that Klein was so young and his strength should not be very strong, and he might have a chance to take advantage of these things. But now that he saw Klein's ability, he immediately knew that the other party must be a very powerful mage, and he didn't even want to call the guards. "Master Mage, don't get me wrong. I just brought it here to keep it for fear that your things would be lost. Now that you are awake, these things will naturally be returned to their original owner." Morrison's slickness made Klein smile. But he didn't have any intention of causing trouble for him. After all, this is in the territory of Grandok, and it is very close to Grandok's capital Amadeus. There are probably masters around. What he has to do now is to find a way to return to Tarila. So he has to keep a low profile and return to Tarila as soon as possible. It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Mayor. If there's nothing else, I'll just take these things away. They're all here. Nothing is missing. Excuse me. What's your name? Mage? Kane. Klein counted his rings. None of the enchantments on them had been opened. There were only some signs of external attacks, which seemed to be done by the mayor. He glanced at the mayor, who smiled awkwardly. They were all mages, so they knew what he had done. Klein saw that his things were not missing, so he didn't want to waste any more words. "Then I'm leaving. Lord District Chief. Master Kane. Take care." After sending Klein away, Morrison finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to offend such a big man. After closing the door, he suddenly noticed the national notice posted behind the door. There was a fuse of war on it. This report detailed the reasons why Grandok launched a war against Tarila. It was because a charlatan named Klein used treacherous tactics to persecute a large number of Grandok's soldiers, and then stole a large number of Grandok's miracle weapons. He was the highest level criminal in the entire Grandok. And there was a photo of Klein behind him. Morrison usually didn't read this kind of national notice, because they belonged to the east territory of Grandok, and the war with Tarila was too far away from them. Just like Holzvog and Tarila, the students there didn't feel as deeply about the war as the Royal Academy. Morrison looked at Klein's photo, and thought about the magician Kane who had just left. Cold sweat suddenly covered his forehead. This person is the highest level criminal in Grandok. The fuse of the war. Klein Alex? Morrison hurried back to his desk, and pressed the magic alarm. Soon, the warning barrier of the entire Cairo was opened. Klein, who had already flown into the sky, looked at the barrier in front of him, and his face began to look ugly. Have I been discovered? I was careless. From waking up to finding Morrison, Klein did not realize the danger he might encounter in Grandok. Inertial thinking made him suffer in this regard. Now, the city barrier has been opened. He has only two ways to get out. First, break the barrier directly. And second, find the activation device of the city barrier and then shut it down. He was unfamiliar with the place, and it was almost impossible to shut down the barrier. There was only one choice left. Break a city barrier. This was still a very difficult thing for Klein today. The city barrier had a special city energy supply. Even without any magician guarding, it could still resist multiple attacks, and even withstand the impact of the beast tide. It was the most basic defense of a city. It's difficult. Cairo reacted quickly. Some professionals in Grandok had already discovered him. Even some ordinary people saw him, and shouted in unison, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill the dog of Tarila!" Their hatred for Tarila made Klein know that there was no possibility of retreat here. He had to go out. Otherwise, there was only one way to die. Klein took out the book of the God of Death, and asked softly, "Man, is there any way to take me out? Or open a portal to take me away? I can prepare incredible magic for the master, but no one can be sure what it is." "I know." Klein closed the book of the God of Death. He knew that he couldn't rely on the book of the God of Death every time. It's just a barrier of a small city. I should be able to handle it now. Klein activated the Archon form, and the blue arcane energy almost condensed into materialized water droplets, floating around him. Ark's ashes. An arcane meteorite fell from the sky, and directly hit the barrier of Cairo City. Chapter 589 Escape from Amadeus. Buzz. Like a stone falling into a calm water, ripples began to spread. The barrier of this small city was not strong enough. Just one arcane meteorite almost put the barrier on the verge of collapse. Klein released two destruction spheres again, ready to break the barrier directly. He didn't need to completely destroy the barrier. Just make a gap and escape. Boom! Boom! The explosion of the destruction sphere finally opened a gap in the barrier, and Klein flew out. But as soon as he flew out, he saw a huge shadow in the sky, and the eyes in the shadow were staring at him. What is this thing? Boom! A lightning bolt fell from the sky. This lightning bolt was different from what Klein had encountered before. It mixed the energy of many elements, including ice and fire. Klein used arcane warp to dodge the opponent's attack, but the slightly numb scalp and the electric currents that kept flashing next to the skin all showed the horror of this attack. What on earth is this thing? It was colorful, with a pointed head that looked a bit like a diplodocus, with 7 to 8 pairs of colorful wings, and a white body that seemed to be wrapped in a layer of metal shell. It had a tail that was more like a mouse's, thin and long, but with colorful flames floating on it. What kind of monster is this? Just as Klein was surprised, the monster in the sky had shrunk rapidly and flew towards him. The opponent's speed was so fast that it was beyond Klein's cognition. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only God could match the speed of this monster. Of course, the Empress is a creature that is not within the calculation range. The legacy, you are so weak. Before Klein could react, the other party had already stopped beside him. Klein twisted his body stiffly. The other party's strength was far above the superclass. At least, above Esmond. Then the question came. Esmond was already the ceiling of the superclass combat power. What on earth was the monster in front of him? Sir, what exactly is it? I think, as a legacy, You should have heard of my title. The Elemental Dragon. My previous name has been forgotten by me. Now, I am Obitus. Elemental Dragon. Of course Klein knew what this thing was. Like the old Twilight Dragon. He was a member of the previous Dragon Legacy plan. He was very powerful. Just slightly weaker than the Twilight Dragon. He was a real divine beast. That is, the king of humans. How could such a monster appear in human territory? Has Grandok been conquered by the monsters? Or Grandok has now completely cooperated with the monsters? Just like the Spiral King that appeared before. Master Elemental Dragon. What do you want to talk to me about? I'm not looking for you. I just think it's interesting to meet a survivor here. Come with me. After saying that, Obitus was about to grab Klein with his claws. How could Klein be willing to let the other party grab him? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. This sentence also applies to monsters. He knew very well that if he fell into the hands of Obitus, he would definitely not have a good end. So he had to escape. Klein drew out the great battle axe and swung it at Obitus. The violent shock wave bombarded Obitus, leaving a deep scar. The Elemental Dragon looked at his armor and roared at Klein. Human who doesn't know how to live or die. Klein saw that the divine weapon could not cause substantial damage to the Elemental Dragon. He had no chance to fight the divine beast. The only thing he could do now was to escape. Suddenly, Obitus' body began to turn into pure lightning elements and rushed over at a speed that Klein could not judge. Killing God Book. It's up to you. The Killing God Book immediately turned automatically. And in the process of turning, time seemed to slow down. Incredible magic time stop. The Killing God Book almost drained all the magic power in Klein's body. And everything in front of him stopped in front of Klein, including the Elemental Dragon that had turned into lightning. Klein turned around and ran. He was a little flustered at this time, but he calmed down quickly. It was unknown how long the time stop would last. But with the speed of the Elemental Dragon, as long as it got rid of the restriction of time stop, it would definitely catch up with him. Therefore, he had only one chance to escape. That is to sneak into the imperial capital of Grandok and gamble that the Elemental Dragon did not have the ability to directly enter Amadeus. At present, this is the only way. Klein rushed towards Amadeus regardless of anything. This was his only chance. After Klein left, the time stop lasted for 3 minutes. If Klein had the ability to kill the Elemental Dragon with one shot, then the magic just now would definitely be fatal. Unfortunately, Klein doesn't have the ability to kill a divine beast with one strike. Let alone this level. Even if it's a superclass strongman. If it's not that kind of weak physique, it's difficult for Klein to kill it with one strike. Obitus looked at his body with lingering fear. The feeling just now was a bit like the power of the Dusk Dragon, which made him a little scared. After a long time, Obitus recovered and realized that the situation just now was just a magic of Klein. Run, naive guy. His body turned into lightning again, and Obitus chased in the direction of Amadeus at a speed dozens of times faster than Klein. Near Amadeus, Klein could already see the city gate, but the sense of crisis coming from behind made him dare not relax at all. Too fast. The speed of the Elemental Dragon is too fast. He can transform into any element without any hindrance and fully exert the characteristics of this element. This power is too outrageous. Just a little bit left. Klein kept approaching the city gate. Just as he was about to turn into black mist and sneak in from the city wall, a freezing beam flew over from behind him. Arcane transformation. Klein narrowly avoided the freezing beam and saw the blue light shooting towards the wall of Amadeus. The people of Grandok will not sit idly by. Right? Zitzi. The freezing beam directly froze a section of the city wall. The guards immediately became nervous. They immediately responded to their companions and looked at the Elemental Dragon that sprayed the freezing beam. There is a monster attack. The soldiers could not recognize creatures of the level of the mythical beast. They immediately counterattacked Obitus. The giant crossbow on the city wall had been fired under the control of the soldiers, and Klein took advantage of the opportunity to escape into Grandok's imperial capital. Amadeus. Chapter 590. A little relaxation. This should be considered safe. Right? Klein leaned against the wall and breathed deeply, while Obitus looked at the capital of Grandok from afar and did not rush over rashly. After wandering in the sky for a while, he turned and left this place. The dangerous aura disappeared from the surroundings, and Klein slowly stood up. Why did this kind of monster appear in the human territory? What is Grandok doing? Had the previous Spiral King and the current Elemental Dragon reached any consensus with the Grandok officials? With doubts, Klein walked towards the city of Amadeus. He was very tired now. During the border war before, he had overdrawn his mental power many times in a row. After releasing 2 incredible magics, he came to Grandok and released it again because he encountered the elemental dragon. The incredible magic just now drained his magic power. His current combat power is pitifully small. He must find a safe place to meditate and recover. He usually doesn't meditate, but now his condition is too bad, so he has to meditate. Klein searched his ring for a while. He had left some Grandok coins before. Now he has about 80,000 Grandok, which is enough for him. Give me the best room, Klein said with a mask on. This is a very luxurious hotel, with magnificent decoration, guards at the door, and beautiful maids. All these show that the price of this hotel is not low. But Klein didn't care. Money was meant to be spent. He didn't plan to take it back to Tarila anyway. Sir, our king suite costs 260 grand. Klein interrupted the bartender. Money can shut these people up. It's the same everywhere. Here's 3,000 grand. Find me a maid. Yes, sir. We'll do it right away. The waiter thought that the maid Klein needed was a woman who could serve him. But Klein actually just wanted a woman to take care of his daily life, such as cooking, running water, and taking a bath. Then she could massage his body with some dexterity to give his stiff body a good rest. Klein also realized that he didn't make it clear enough just now. The bartender misunderstood him, but he was too lazy to explain it again. He just added a sentence. Just find someone who is diligent and knows how to massage. Yes, don't worry. Sir, we will definitely arrange it for you. Klein followed the waiter to the luxurious suite he had booked. He lay directly on the bed, trying to rest his already numb muscles as much as possible. Not long after, the waiter knocked on the door, and the sound of the door opening came from the door. 2 light steps, one in front and one behind, gradually approached Klein. Sir, shall we start now? Celia looked at Klein quietly, although she couldn't see Klein's face. Judging from his figure and voice, he should be a very young guest. Can he live in such a room? Is he a child of a family? Celia was a little excited. Such guests are always generous. As long as you perform well enough and work hard enough, you will definitely get a lot of money. Klein took his head out of the pillow and said with his eyes closed, Give me a massage first. Okay, sir. Celia had heard that the children of rich people are generally worldly wise and not so impatient. She should not be too eager and should follow the rhythm of the guests. Celia took off her clothes and then helped Klein take off his clothes. When she applied massage oil on Klein, she found that Klein's muscles were particularly stiff. This feeling was like stroking stiff cold meat. She sat on Klein's back and began to massage carefully. At this time, Celia was just doing the most basic massage and did not do anything out of the ordinary, for fear that Klein would be unhappy. Your strength is too weak. Use more force. If you feel that your strength is not enough, use your fists. Huh? Too weak? Use fists? This is the first time Celia has heard such a request. Okay, guest. Celia didn't know what to do, but she didn't want to make Klein angry, so she did it anyway and started to beat Klein's back. A little harder. Oh, okay. Unconsciously, Celia had already used all her strength. She was just an ordinary woman, and even if she used all her strength, she couldn't cause any harm to Klein. But this kind of beating did relax Klein's muscles, and his originally stiff body gradually relaxed. Sitting on Klein's back, Celia was already sweating profusely. This service was completely different from what she imagined. Could it be that all noble children would have such a request? Fine beads of sweat flowed down Celia's forehead, and her strength was getting weaker and weaker. There was no way. She was not a professional, and there was nothing she could do about this kind of thing. Klein obviously noticed this, but fortunately, the previous beating made him feel very comfortable, so he didn't mean to embarrass an ordinary woman. Go to the bathroom and run me a bath. Are you finally getting down to business? Hee hee. I'm so tired after tossing for so long. Celia got off Klein obediently. Okay, sir. Klein stood up, stretched a little, then tapped his shoulder and walked towards the bathroom. Celia, who was tidying up the bathtub, saw Klein come in, and her face turned red and her heart skipped a beat. With a tall figure and almost perfect muscles, there should be no shortage of women for such a guest. Right? Is he too ugly? Celia stared at Klein's mask for a few seconds, and when she noticed Klein's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. Sir, your bath water is ready. Do you need me to accompany you? Klein looked Celia up and down. To be honest, Celia was pretty among ordinary women, but she was just average in his eyes. He was not so hungry that he would not choose food. He only asked a maid to help him with some chores. No need. Can you cook? Ah? Another strange request. Isn't cooking done by the hotel kitchen? Why should she do it, when Celia didn't know how to answer? Klein had already taken out his strange cooking pot and various ingredients. Put these in the room. Boil them. And simmer them. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Celia looked at the piece of monster meat handed over by Klein, and was at a loss for a moment.